Welcome to Top 100 Best-Selling Audiobooks, bringing the greatest books of all time to life, in full. Hello dear listener. If you're here, it's probably because you're as passionate about books and the knowledge and wisdom they bring as we are. So you might also want to own this book or any other from this podcast in physical form, either to add to your personal library or to gift it to a friend. That's why we've included a link in the description, where you can get it at a discount and with shipping to almost anywhere in the world. Also, if you make your purchase through these links, the editors of this podcast will receive a small commission, which helps support us in continuing to upload more and more audiobooks for free. Let's make the world a better place through books, together. Pigeon, Publishing House, presents The Count of Monte Cristo. Author, Alexandre Dumas. The Count of Monte Cristo. Introduction. A children's novel, a Russian filmmaker remarked when I told her that I was translating The Count of Monte Cristo. The comment was not intended to be disparaging, merely descriptive, and many people, in different cultures, would tend to agree with the categorization. Most will derive their idea of the novel, not from having read it, but because a kind of abstract of the storyline exists as part of the common culture. Innocent man imprisoned, meets fellow prisoner who directs him to a buried fortune, escapes and plots revenge. It has been adapted for film, television and the theater, as well as being translated, abridged and imitated in print. It has supplied material for cartoons and comedy. The Irish comedian Dave Allen used to do a series of sketches around the theme of a young man, Dantes, breaking through a dungeon wall and encountering an old, bearded prisoner, Abbe Faria. Some events in the story are so well known that they exist apart from the novel, like Robinson Crusoe's discovery of Man Friday's footprint, or incidents and characters from Treasure Island in Frankenstein. The Count of Monte Cristo is one of the great popular novels of all time and, like other popular novels, it has suffered the fate of being treated as not fully adult fiction. Like children's fiction, it seems to inhabit a realm outside its creator's biography and the period when it was written. On the other hand, there are not many children's books, even in our own time, that involve a female serial poisoner, 2 cases of infanticide, a stabbing and 3 suicides, an extended scene of torture and execution, drug-induced sexual fantasies, illegitimacy, transvestism and lesbianism, a display of the author's classical learning and his knowledge of modern European history, the customs and diet of the Italians, the effects of hashish, and so on. The length would, in any case, immediately disqualify it from inclusion in any modern series of books for children. Most important of all, perhaps, is the fact that the author himself never thought of this as a children's novel. Yet already in the earliest translations into English, with their omission or subtle alteration of material that might be considered indelicate by Victorian readers, and of some passages, for example, references to classical literature, that might be thought to hold up the story, one can see the start of a process of transformation, from novel to genre novel, which means, ultimately, almost any kind of genre novel, adventure, romance, thriller and, if you like, children's novel. This is the usual fate of books that fail to meet the criteria for serious, literary fiction. Dumas himself must bear some of the responsibility. During his most productive decade, from 1841 to 1850, he wrote 41 novels, 23 plays, 7 historical works and half a dozen travel books. The 19th century was an age of mass production, which is precisely why art felt the need to distinguish itself by its individuality and craftsmanship. Alexandre Dumas and Company, Novel Factory, was the contemptuous title given to one critical pamphlet, published at the same time as this novel, in 1845. Moreover, it was known that Dumas wrote for money, at so much a line, and that he used at least one collaborator, Auguste Maquet, who would make chapter outlines for him and do research. There was a vast difference between this industrial labor and the monastic devotion to the cause of art that kept Gustave Flaubert at his desk for 7 hours a day as he wrote and rewrote Madame Bovary, 1857. In the history of the novel, Dumas and Flaubert stand near the head of divergent streams. Alexandre Dumas was born on July 24, 1802, or, rather, since the Republican calendar was still in force, on 5th Thermidor, year X, in the little town of Villers-Cotterets, near Soissons. His father was a general in the Revolutionary armies, himself the illegitimate son of a marquis, Antoine Alexandre Davy de la Paillerie, and a black slave from the island of Santo Domingo, Marie Dumas. In 1806, General Dumas died, leaving his family virtually without resources. The child had little education, enough however to allow him to read Robinson Crusoe and the Arabian Nights, and to cultivate his handwriting. In 1823, thanks to the second of these, he found employment in Paris, copying documents for Louis Philippe, Duke of Orleans. The 1820s were a marvelous time for an aspiring young writer in Paris. The two rival literary ideologies, of classicism and romanticism, were engaged in a mock-heroic combat for the soul of French literature. Classicism stood for universal themes, refinement, purity of language, clear division of literary genres and, despite its debt to the literature of the classical world, the peculiarly French ethos of the dramatist Racine. Romanticism meant energy, modern subject matter, mixing genres and openness to foreign influences, particularly that of Shakespeare, the romantic dramatist par excellence. It was in the theatre that the confrontation would chiefly take place. Racine had based his plays on stories from classical Greece or on biblical history, both of which offered universal events and characters. Shakespeare, like the German playwright Schiller, had dealt with subjects from modern history, which were national and particular rather than universal. In France, especially, the period that followed the great upheavals of the Revolution, the Empire and the Restoration was one which had an urgent need to make sense of the past. Shakespeare's history plays, and, still more, the historical novels of Walter Scott, were models of how this could be done, drawing on the imagination as well as on scholarship. In 1828, Dumas, who had already tried his hand at a couple of plays and some short stories, submitted a historical drama to the Comédie Française entitled Henri III et à ses cours. It was a typically romantic work, ignoring the unities of time, place and action, and written in prose, rather than the conventional medium of verse. It underwent the usual ritual of a public reading and, at its first night on February 10, 1829, scored a triumphant success and was warmly applauded by the author's employer, Louis Philippe. In the following year, Louis Philippe became king, after a liberal revolution that was supposed to bring in a constitutional monarchy. Dumas welcomed it, so did the former ultra-monarchist, Victor Hugo. During the next 20 years, Dumas was, with Hugo and Alfred de Vigny, the leading dramatist of the new movement, and, of the three, easily the most prolific. Perhaps too much so, overnight, after the first performance of Christine in 1830, while Dumas was asleep, Hugo and Vigny rewrote the play, reducing it to a more manageable size. Despite this, Dumas' play Antony, 1831, is an essential work of the Romantic period, as representative as Hugo's Hernani or Vigny's Chatterton, and more successful with its audiences than either. But the theatre is the very opposite of a monastic cell or an ivory tower. Collaboration is not only the norm, but inevitable. Feedback from the public is instantaneous, work has to be produced to satisfy demand, and there is an immediate relationship between the author's output and what comes in through the box office. In the theatre, Dumas learned the rudiments of literary production. On one occasion, Charles-Jean Harel, director of the Odeon Theatre, is supposed to have locked Dumas into a room, away from his mistress, for a week, until he had completed the manuscript of Napoleon, 1831. The huge growth in the periodical press during the 1820s saw the invention of the feuilleton, not in the sense of a regular column by one writer, but of a novel published in installments. Dumas claimed to have invented the Roman feuilleton with La Comtesse de Salisbury, published in La Presse in 1836. By the early 1840s he was writing more novels than plays, mainly, but by no means exclusively, historical fiction which, as I have already mentioned, was one of the most popular genres. It was also taken seriously as a means of exploring the past. He did, incidentally, write a book for children at this time, Le Capitaine Pamphile, 1839. Travel, to which he was addicted, helped to stave off boredom, providing the material for travel books, while translation filled in the remaining gaps in the working day. Like Balzac, he was a man of huge appetites: food, sex, work, sleep, pleasure, leisure, movement, excitement. In Italy, he found love, opera, color, and the Mediterranean. He visited Naples and Palermo in 1835, stayed a year in Florence in 1841 and returned in 1843 for a visit that included Sicily. The following year saw the publication of his first great historical novel, Les Trois Mousquetaires / The Three Musketeers, and on August 28, 1844 Le Journal de Débats began publication of the Count of Monte Cristo. It was an immediate success, translated, adapted, pirated, in short, a popular novel. It was also, very clearly, a work of its time. The plot was inspired by the true life story of François Picard, which Dumas found in Jacques Puchet's Police de Voile, Memoires historiques tirés des archives de Paris. 1838, a collection of anecdotes from the Parisian police archives. 1. Briefly, the story is this: Picard, a young man from the south of France, was imprisoned in 1807, having been denounced by a group of friends as an English spy, shortly after he had become engaged to a young woman called Marguerite. The denunciation was inspired by a café owner, Matthew Lupien, who was jealous of Picard's relationship with Marguerite. Picard was eventually moved to a form of house arrest in Piedmont and shut up in the castle of Fenestrelle, where he acted as servant to a rich Italian cleric. When the man died, abandoned by his family, he left his money to Picard, whom he had come to treat as a son, also informing him of the whereabouts of a hidden treasure. With the fall of Napoleon in 1814, Picard, now called Joseph Luchaire, was released. In the following year, after collecting the hidden treasure, he returned to Paris. Here he discovered that Marguerite had married Lupien. Disguising himself, and offering a valuable diamond to Alut, the one man in the group who had been unwilling to collaborate in the denunciation, he learned the identity of his enemies. He then set about eliminating them, stabbing the first with a dagger on which were printed the words, "Number 1, and burning down Lupien's café. He managed to find employment in Lupien's house, disguised as a servant called Prosper. However, while this was going on, Alut had fallen out with the merchant to whom he had resold the diamond, had murdered him and had been imprisoned. On coming out of jail, he started to blackmail Picard. Picard poisoned another of the conspirators, lured Lupien's son into crime and his daughter into prostitution, then finally stabbed Lupien himself. But he quarreled with Alut over the blackmail payments and Alut killed him, confessing the whole story on his deathbed in 1828. It is obvious both how directly Dumas was inspired by Puchet's account of this extraordinary tale, and how radically he transformed it. Incidentally, he used another chapter of Puchet's book as the basis for the story of Madame de Villefort. One important step in the transformation from true crime to fiction was to shift the opening of the tale from Paris to Marseille, giving the novel its Mediterranean dimension. Though most of the action still takes place in Paris, apart from a few excursions elsewhere, all the novel between chapters 39 and CIV is set in Paris. The sea is always present as a figure for escape and freedom. While the novel uses the southern origins of its characters as a means to evoke that exotic world of the Mediterranean littoral that had so fascinated French writers and artists since the 1820s. The Mediterranean is the point where the cultures of Europe meet those of the Orient, and the region had been in the forefront of people's minds since the 1820s, because of the Greek struggle for independence and the French conquest of Algeria. Both of these are directly present in the novel. One of its young characters is a soldier who has just returned from Algeria, another sets off to fight in the colony. As for Greece, which rebelled against the Turks in the 1820s, it inspired much fervor among European romantics, most famously Lord Byron. The story of Ali, 1741–1822, Pasha of Janina, in Albania, plays a direct part in the novel and also takes us into the Oriental world that fascinated the French romantics. The Orient, Victor Hugo wrote in the preface to his early collection of poems, Les Orientales, 1829, both as an image and as an idea, has become a sort of general preoccupation for people's minds as much as for their imaginations, to which the author has perhaps unwittingly succumbed. As if of their own accord, Oriental colors have come to stamp their mark on all his thoughts and reveries, as they also marked the paintings of Ingres and Delacroix. When we meet Haiti in chapter 49, she is lying on a heap of cushions, wearing her native Albanian costume, smoking a hookah and framed in a doorway, like a charming painting. Italy was another Mediterranean land that held a powerful appeal for the Romantics, and in particular for Dumas. All the components of this appeal are in the novel: the classical world, the night visit to the Colosseum, the excitement of travel, chapter 33, Roman bandits, the cruel justice of the Papal States, chapter 35, La Mazzolata, colorful spectacle, chapter 36, the Carnival in Rome, the Christian past, chapter 37, the catacombs of Saint Sebastian. The story of Luigi Vampa could have come directly from one of Stendhal's Italian chronicles, the description of the Colosseum at night from one of Byron's or Shelley's letters. There is also a good deal of wit, and the fruit of personal experience, in Dumas' portrayal of the modern Romans and the day-by-day experience of the Grand Tour. Like all the most skilled popular writers, he offers his readers a mixture of the unfamiliar and the expected, references to places, people, and events that will conjure up a whole complex of images and ideas. We have here the notion of Italy as it was perceived in France in the 1840s, through literature and art, combined with those intimate touches that allow readers to experience the sensations of being there. Reading Dumas, we know how it felt to be swept up in the crowd at the carnival, to travel in a carriage through the Roman streets, to stay in a pensione. We can easily recognize the proud bandit, the bustling hotelier, the alluring woman in the carnival crowd. All these are described with as much economy as possible in order to avoid holding up the narrative. This is one reason why the popular novel tends to reinforce rather than to challenge prejudices, although, in one case, Dumas' novel reversed a prejudice, namely that Marseille was, in the words of Murray's Handbook for Travelers in France, 1847, a busy and flourishing city. But one that has few fine public buildings or sights for strangers. The Count of Monte Cristo, on the contrary, with its intimate topography of the area around the Old Port and its dramatization of Marseille as the focus of mercantile activity, the meeting place of Mediterranean cultures and the gateway to the Arab Maghreb, is a good deal more flattering than Murray's Handbook. Dumas was allegedly thanked by a Marseillaise cab driver for promoting the city. Apart from this novel depiction of France's major seaport, however, Dumas offers his readers a Rome and an Orient that are very much what they would expect: the first colorful, tuneful, proud and cruel, the second decadent and opulent. But he adds those little details that compel belief in what he is describing: the precise information about carnival etiquette, the street-by-street itinerary of a drive round the walls of Rome, the horrifying description of a Roman execution, sketches of character or scenery that he has culled from his own memories of staying at Signor Pastrini's hotel when he visited Rome in 1835. His passages on sailing ships spare us none of the technicalities of sails and masts. His descriptions of the effects of opium convince us that he had experienced them. And, in much the same way, he adds touches of erudition, a quotation from Horace, a reference to Hamlet, all of which are meant to reassure us that we are in reliable hands. At times he even allows himself the luxury of a longer purple passage, perhaps a sunset over the Mediterranean, to show that he can do that, too. All this helps to justify his claim that he has transformed Puchet's material into something infinitely more valuable. Puchet's account of the Picard case, he wrote, was simply ridiculous. But, inside this oyster, there was a pearl. A rough, shapeless pearl, of no value, waiting for its jeweler. And, of course, the essential transformation that the jeweler makes to Puchet's story lies in the character of the Count. To begin with, we have Edmond Dantes, a man who could well be first cousin to the shoemaker, François Picard. Betrayed by a jealous rival and an ambitious colleague, sent to the fortress prison of If by a magistrate who cannot afford to let the facts come out, Dantes goes through a kind of burial and resurrection. Educated by Abbé Faria and possessor of a limitless fortune, he can re-emerge into the world, not as the cobbler Picard, content to stab or poison those responsible for his misfortune, but as an instrument of divine justice. Dumas' first, vital departure from Pigeon is to make Monte Cristo only indirectly the avenger. His victims are all, in reality, destroyed by their own past misdeeds which Monte Cristo uncovers. As the man who brings the truth to light and uses the discovery to punish the wrongdoer, Monte Cristo is the forerunner of the detective, that central figure in modern popular fiction. In fact, there is more than one reference in the novel to deductive methods that resemble those pioneered by Edgar Allan Poe: a manuscript found in a bottle, the gold bug, the murders in the Rue Morgue, for example, in the way in which Abbe Faria deciphers the will showing where the treasure was hidden, Dante's own analysis of where exactly it is concealed on the island, and, earlier, Faria's explanation of Dante's imprisonment. Note that, like the intellectual exercises of Monte Cristo's opium-taking successor later in the century, Sherlock Holmes, too, these deductions at first amaze those who have not been able to follow the logic behind them or who do not have the expertise to know, for example, when something has been written with the left hand by a right-handed person. But, of course, Faria is not really a Holmesian detective. The stereotype in Dumas' mind is that of the 18th century philosophe, a believer in the power of reason and a student of human nature. What Faria lacks, ironically, since everyone around thinks him mad, insanely obsessed with his fictitious treasure, is the Holmesian neuroses, the brooding violin and the opium stupor. These come from a different fictional archetype. So does Monte Cristo, even though he is not averse at times to applying Faria's deductive logic, and shares Holmes's talent for disguise. Having emerged in 1829 from his entombment, found his treasure, discovered the fate of his father and Mercedes, and repaid his debt to Morel, Dantes then disappears for another 9 years, about which the reader is told virtually nothing. This second period of latency is not strictly a remaking but an effacement. The character who re-emerges in the novel as the Count of Monte Cristo is shrouded in mystery. We only assume, at first, that he is identical to Edmond Dantes on the slender evidence of their using the same pseudonym, Sinbad the Sailor. He is a dark, brooding figure, pale-faced, with an aversion to food and apparently devoid of some human feelings. He takes an evil delight in terrifying his young friends, Albert and Franz, with the spectacle of an execution. He is also, as they learn later, on good terms with the bandit, Luigi Vampa. The appearance of this deathly white apparition in a box at the Roman opera immediately evokes two other personalities who played a major role in popular mythology in France in the Romantic era. The first is Lord Byron, a real-life character who very early was confused with his fictional creations, Childe Harold, Manfred and Don Juan, all the more so in France, where the poetry might be known only in translation. The image was that of a young but world-weary hero, tormented by nameless despairs. The second figure was that of the vampire, associated with the first through the story Lord Ruthven, or the Vampire, which was attributed to Byron, though in fact written by his companion, Polidori. This was not by any means the only vampire to be found in France at the time. The theatre, notably during the 1820s, was haunted by the undead, English vampires, comic vampires, female vampires. The nature of the vampire was perhaps not so precisely codified as it was to be later, especially by Bram Stoker in that tale of another mysterious count, Garlic, Stakes, Crosses, Transylvania, the vampire's native soil and the coffin which he keeps in the basement. These are not yet firmly established in the mythology. But the figure is there, and elements of the legend are specifically ascribed to the Byronic figure of Monte Cristo. What I would like to suggest is that Dumas' novel stands at a crucial point in the development of modern popular fiction, drawing into the genre elements from Romantic literature, popular theater, history, and actuality, and wrapping them up in a narrative carefully enough constructed and dramatic enough to hold the attention of a growing reading public with a great appetite for fiction. They would satisfy it not only with books, but also with the newspaper serials which had brought fame and fortune to Dumas' precursor in the genre, Eugene Sue. Monte Cristo owes its existence directly to Sue's Mystères de Paris, 1842-3. It was precisely the success of Sue's tales that made Dumas' publishers demand a novel, rather than the historical guide to Paris that they had originally commissioned. Sue's appeal to the public was the ability to suggest the existence of a sinister underworld of crime and intrigue behind the facade of a Paris that was familiar to most of his readers. The growth of the 19th-century metropolis led to a whole literature of the urban life, later exploited on film, in which the city is no longer seen as a place of civilized, urbane living and safety from attack, but as a menacing subworld, in which human beings prey on one another or suffer fearful bouts of loneliness, alienation, and ennui. A machine devised to supply every need of civilized humanity in one place has become a monster enclosing every form of vice and depravity. Only in England did murder continue to take place in country houses. As noted earlier, Paris is the setting for the greater part of the book, but the episodes in Marseille and Rome enrich it enormously. We do have, at the very center, a very Parisian murder story, joined to a rather trite Parisian romance, and Dumas locates every event precisely on the city map, so that all the addresses are real, but the overall impression left by the novel is of something far larger in scope than a tale of Parisian wrongdoing and revenge. The episodes in Marseille and Rome may have been added after the book was begun. It was Dumas' collaborator, Mackay, who suggested actually recounting Dante's arrest and imprisonment, instead of starting the novel in Rome and then transferring the action rapidly to Paris, yet the first section proves absolutely crucial. Where the Count, in himself, descends at times to the level of a melodramatic stage avenger, Dante's is a compelling character, and it is the figure of Edmond Dantes, whom we feel obscurely present in his later incarnation, which gives the latter depth and weight. The re-emergence of the other characters after the latency period of Dante's imprisonment is more of a problem. Catullus is essentially unchanged, Danglars more or less unrecognizable. Fernand offers the least plausible transformation of all, from the brave and honest Spaniard with a sharp sense of honor, whom we meet in the early chapters, to the Parisian aristocrat whose life seems to have been dedicated to a series of betrayals. Fernand/Morcerf seems to confirm a criticism of Dumas and of popular novels in general, namely that they tend to sacrifice character to plot. In some respects, though, in Dumas' novel the reverse is true. Dumas' novel is dictated by character. But it is character viewed more as an imaginative construct than as a psychological novelist would conceive it. The Count himself is a poetic character, a creature of the imagination who draws on elements from myth as much as from everyday psychological observation. And, while Madame de Villefort, Valentine, Morel and some others in Dumas' huge cast may be flat characters, performing a largely functional role in the development of the story, there are several secondary figures to whom this does not apply, notably Eugénie Danglars and Albert de Morcerf. In many ways, Eugénie is Valentine's twin. Both women are heiresses to large fortunes, both are presented with the alternatives of subjecting themselves to their father's will and marrying men whom they do not love or being confined to a convent. But where Valentine is willing to submit, Eugénie is not. Her lesbianism may be a trait of personality, but it is also an expression of her desire for independence. There is far more to the Count of Monte Cristo than merely a tale of adventure and revenge. Nonetheless, it is a book that many people first encounter and enjoy during their teens. Not long after Dumas' death, Victor Hugo wrote a letter to his friend's son, Alexandre Dumas, in which he praised Dumas as a writer of universal appeal and added, "He creates a thirst for reading." After more than 150 years, The Count of Monte Cristo remains one of the most popular and widely read novels in world literature. Its longevity singles it out as almost unique among popular novels. For many of its readers, despite its length, it seems all too short. We want to spend more time with the Count and the other characters in the book, more time in its bustling world of drama and passion. Creating that thirst for more is among Dumas' great contributions to literature. Notes. Pichot's text is reprinted in the edition of the novel by Claude Chop, Robert Laffont, Paris, 1993. The link with Conan Doyle is actually strengthened by the more obvious similarities in the field of historical fiction, for example, between Doyle's The White Company and Dumas' The Three Musketeers. Conan Doyle may have consciously followed Dumas in his historical novels and unconsciously in creating Holmes. Further reading. Hemmings, F.W.E.J., The King of Romance, Hamish Hamilton, London, 1979. Maurois, André, Three Musketeers. A Study of the Dumas Family, translated by Gerard Hopkins, Jonathan Cape, London, 1957. Shop, Claude, Alexandre Dumas. Genius of Life, translated by A.J. Koch, Franklin Watts, New York, 1988. Stowe, Richard, Dumas, Twain Publishers, Boston, 1976. A note on the text. The Count of Monte Cristo began publication in parts, in the Journal de Débats, in August 1844, this continued until January 1846, by which time the first, 18-volume edition had been published by Pigeon, 1845-6. The second, third and fourth editions appeared in 1846, and there were several pirate editions in the 1840s. The book continued to be republished throughout the century, the last edition in Dumas' lifetime being that published by Michel Levy in 1865. The novel was rapidly translated into English in England, in Ainsworth's Magazine, 1845, and by Emma Hardy, 1846, and in America in 1846, and into Danish, 1845-6, Swedish, 1846, Italian, by Orest Ferrario, 1847, Spanish, 1858, Norwegian, 1881-2, and German, 1902. The first stage adaptation was the one made by Dumas and Maquet themselves, in 1848, in 2 parts, in 1851, in 2 parts, finally shown as one single performance, in 5 acts and 12 tableaux, in 1862. Long before this, however, there had been a stage parody by Deforges in Clairville, Le Comte de Monte Fiasco, 1847, a further tribute to the notoriety of the work. The most recent stage version was a new adaptation performed in England in 1994. There have been condensed editions, children's editions, and a comic book version. There were film adaptations in 1908, USA, 1913, USA, 1914, France, 1934, USA, 1942, France, 1953, France, 1961. France, 1975, USA, and 2001, USA, as well as television versions. The strength of the story is enough to explain why the novel has proved so adaptable to other media. Despite its length, the central themes of betrayal, wrongful imprisonment, and revenge are clear enough to allow many of the subplots to be discarded for reasons of time or space. Inevitably, something will be lost. There is simply so much there, and, from the earliest days, the process undergone by Dumas' novel was one of reduction, as if the original was too vast to stand by itself. There is also the matter of the historical moment at which the Count of Monte Cristo appeared. The mid-19th century saw a continuing struggle to establish the credentials of the literary novel, by giving it the dual aims that Stendhal had helped to pioneer, which were those of exploring the enduring features of human psychology and analyzing a particular state of human society. In contrast to such enterprises, fiction which involved larger-than-life characters and implausible situations, gothic horrors, melodramatic incidents, and so on appeared mere entertainment. The gradual emergence of realism in the European novel was not altogether to the advantage of Dumas, whose image was less that of the austere priest than the jolly friar, and whose novels poured out of a factory, the purpose of which was to create entertainment and sell it for money. This explains why, though Thackeray admitted finding the book impossible to put down, English novelists like George Eliot considered that the French, Dumas, Hugo and Balzac, were mistakenly tempted to deal with the exception rather than the rule, to look for melodramatic situations and characters, when they should be exploring the everyday life that revealed what is enduring in human nature. It is not hard, anyway, to guess that the author of Middlemarch and the Mill on the Floss would not find much to please her in the Three Musketeers or the Count of Monte Cristo. There is also the question of Dumas' style, which is usually unremarkable, and the fact that he wrote his great novels in collaboration with Maquet, which does not accord with the idea of the author as sole creator. No wonder people have thought they could treat Monte Cristo as a treasure trove rather than a sacred text, or that the many adaptations, abbreviations and reworkings of it have been done with a good deal less reverence, and consequently, more often than not, a good deal more success than, say, Claude Chabrol brought to his film version of Madame Bovary. In the main, its fate has been that of most 19th-century adventure novels. It has been treated as mere entertainment for adults or literature for the young. The truth is that, more because of the subject matter than because of its length, the novel has had to be tampered with before it can be offered to young readers, or, as one may conjecture, to readers in mid-Victorian England. And, because this is merely a popular novel, as well as one which represents a huge amount of work for a translator, there has been little enthusiasm in the English-speaking world for retranslating it. Claude Chop's edition, Robert Laffont, 1993, which lists the main foreign translations, records nothing into English since 1910. The most readily available edition in Britain at the moment reproduces the anonymous translation first published by Chapman and Hall in 1846. Its editor for the Oxford World's Classics series, 1990, David Coward, writes that with one or two exceptions, the small number of new translations since made have drawn heavily upon this classic version. Anyone who has read the Count of Monte Cristo only in this classic version has never read Dumas' novel. For a start, the translation is occasionally inaccurate and is written in a 19th-century English that now sounds far more antiquated than the French of the original does to a modern French reader. To mention one small point in this connection, Dumas uses a good deal of dialogue. He wrote by the line, and the constant inversions of said he and cried he are both irritating and antiquated. There are some real oddities, like the attempt to convey popular speech, which does not correspond to anything in Dumas. When the sailor in chapter 25 says, "That's one of them nabob gentlemen from Inge, sick, no doubt." Even aside from that, most of the dialogues in this 19th-century translation, in which the characters utter sentences like, "I will join you ere long," "I confess he asked me none," and "When will all this cease," have the authentic creak of the Victorian stage boards and the gaslit melodrama. It can be argued that this language accurately conveys an aspect of Dumas' work, but not even his worst detractors would pretend that there is nothing more to it than that. Still less acceptable, however, than the language of this Victorian translation is the huge number of omissions and Baudelarizations of Dumas' text. The latter include part of Franz's opium dream at the end of chapter 31, some of the dialogue between Villefort and Madame Danglars in chapter 67, and several parts of chapter 97, on Eugenie and Louise's flight to Belgium. In some cases the changes are so slight as to be quite hard to detect. In the description of Eugenie at the opera, chapter 53, for example, Dumas remarks that, if one could reproach her with anything, it was that, both in her upbringing and her appearance, she seemed rather to belong to another sex. The English translator renders this, as for her attainments, the only fault to be found with them was, that they were somewhat too erudite and masculine for so young a person, page 542. At the end of chapter 97, the translation, page 950, simply omits the few lines of dialogue where Dumas has Eugenie say that "Lou rapt est belliti bien consommé," where the word rapt, abduction, has a rather too overtly sexual connotation. Similarly, earlier in the same chapter, where Eugenie jokes that anyone would think she was abducting, in Lève, Louise, another word used almost exclusively of a man with a woman, the translator prefers the more neutral phrase "carrying me off" and omits altogether Louise's remark that Eugenie is a real Amazon. Another anonymous translation, Dent, 1894, refers to the escape rather than the abduction, which makes nonsense of Louise's reply that it is not a true abduction since it has been accomplished without violence. What may be more surprising than these concessions to the prudery of the age is that the Victorian translators left in as much as they did. And the omissions are by no means all to do with sexual matters. At the start of chapter 34, for example, the translator decides to spare us the description of the route taken through Rome by Albert and Franz on their way to the Colosseum, though the 1894 translator restores it. A whole paragraph analyzing the character of M. de Villefort at the start of chapter 48 is cut out. Almost a whole page of dialogue between Albert and Monte Cristo, on horses, in chapter 85 is cavalierly omitted, part was restored by the translator of 1894, and so on. This is only a tiny sample of what is, in reality, a vast number of phrases omitted, and occasionally mistranslated. What we see here, interestingly enough, is a stage in the process of transforming Dumas' text into something simpler, less complex, less rich in allusions, but more concentrated in plot and action. The 1846 translator already has an idea of what kind of novel this is, and that dictates what he, or she, can afford to omit: travelogue, classical references, sexual and psychological analysis, and so on. None of these is essential to the plot of a thriller, and if some of them will embarrass English readers, then why leave them in? The only problem is that, nearly 150 years later, we do not have quite the same idea of what is and what is not important. It was high time to go back to Dumas, entire and unexpurgated. As the basis for my translation, I have used the edition by Shop, quoted above, and the 3-volume edition in the Livre de Poche, 1973. Both of these use an arrangement of chapters which differs slightly from that in the 19th century English translations. I have followed the Livre de Poche in not changing Dumas' errors of chronology etc. in the text as Shop does. Instead, I have pointed out the more important ones in the notes. I owe a debt to Shop and to Coward's edition in the World's Classics series for some of the information in the notes. On the broader question of translation, I have tried above all to produce a version that is accurate and readable. A great deal of nonsense is written about translation, particularly by academics who approach it either as a terrain for theoretical debate or, worse still, as a moral issue. The translator must always be faithful to his original, Leonard Tancock wrote, oddly assuming that translation is a masculine activity, even though on this occasion he was prefacing Nancy Mitford's translation of La Princesse de Cleves, Penguin, 1978. He has no right whatever to take liberties with it. Nor has he any right to try to smooth the reader's path by the omission of dull bits, short-circuitings, explanatory additions, radical transferences, or changes of order. Why? And who says? Is it the reader who is demanding this perfection, this absence of explanatory additions, and so on? Such academic theorists insist that a translation must read like a translation. It is somehow immoral to conceal the process that has gone into making it. Ordinary readers usually demand the opposite, and reviewers in quite respectable papers sometimes show little appreciation of what the process means and involves. Not all of this material works in translation, said one serious review of a book by Umberto Eco, and another, The Stories of Victoria Tokariva, are well served by their translator, who hardly ever gets in the way. In philosophical terms, I am quite willing to admit the impossibility of translation, while still having in practical terms to engage in it and to believe that everything must, to some extent, be translatable. I feel no obligation to avoid smoothing the reader's path and none, on the other hand, to getting in the way from time to time. Above all, I want to convey some of the pleasure of reading Dumas to those who cannot do so in the original language and, through my one particular version, since no translation can ever be definitive, to reveal aspects of his work that are not to be found in any of the other existing versions. This is a new translation and consequently a new interpretation of a great popular novel. If nothing else, most people would surely agree that it is long overdue. The Count of Monte Cristo. Marseille, arrival. On February 24, 1815, the lookout at Notre Dame de la Garde signaled the arrival of the 3 Master Pharaon, coming from Smyrna, Trieste, and Naples. As usual, a coastal pilot immediately left the port, sailed hard by the Château d'If, and boarded the ship between the Cap de Morgiou and the island of Riou. At once, as was also customary, the terrace of Fort Saint-Jean was thronged with onlookers, because the arrival of a ship is always a great event in Marseille, particularly when the vessel, like the Pharaon, has been built, fitted out and laded in the shipyards of the old port and belongs to an owner from the town. Meanwhile the ship was drawing near, and had successfully negotiated the narrows created by some volcanic upheaval between the islands of Calcerane and Jar. It had rounded Pongue and was proceeding under its 3 topsails, its outer jib and its spanker, but so slowly and with such melancholy progress that the bystanders, instinctively sensing some misfortune, wondered what accident could have occurred on board. Nevertheless, those who were experts in nautical matters acknowledged that, if there had been such an accident, it could not have affected the vessel itself, for its progress gave every indication of a ship under perfect control. The anchor was ready to drop and the bowsprit shrouds loosed. Next to the pilot, who was preparing to guide the Pharaon through the narrow entrance to the port of Marseille, stood a young man, alert and sharp-eyed, supervising every movement of the ship and repeating each of the pilot's commands. One of the spectators on the terrace of Fort St. Jean had been particularly affected by the vague sense of unease that hovered among them, so much so that he could not wait for the vessel to come to land. He leapt into a small boat and ordered it to be rowed out to the Pharaon, coming alongside opposite the Cove of La Reserve. When he saw the man approaching, the young sailor left his place beside the pilot and, hat in hand, came and leant on the bulwarks of the ship. He was a young man of between 18 and 20, tall, slim, with fine dark eyes and ebony black hair. His whole demeanor possessed the calm and resolve peculiar to men who have been accustomed from childhood to wrestle with danger. "Ah, it's you, Dantes," the man in the boat cried. "What has happened, and why is there this air of dejection about all on board?" "A great misfortune, Monsieur Morel," the young man replied. "A great misfortune, especially for me. While off Civita Vecchia, we lost our good Captain Leclerc." "And the cargo?" the shipowner asked brusquely. "It has come safe to port, Monsieur Morel, and I think you will be content on that score." "But poor Captain Leclerc." "What happened to him, then?" the shipowner asked, visibly relieved. "So what happened to the good captain?" "He is dead." "Lost overboard?" "No, monsieur, he died of an apoplectic fever, in terrible agony." Then, turning back to his crew, he said, "Look lively, there. Every man to his station to drop anchor." The crew obeyed. As one man, the 8 or 10 sailors of which it was composed leapt, some to the sheets, others to the braces, others to the halyards, others to the jib, and still others to the brails. The young sailor glanced casually at the start of this operation and, seeing that his orders were being carried out, prepared to resume the conversation. "But how did this misfortune occur?" the shipowner continued, picking it up where the young man had left off. "By heaven, monsieur, in the most unexpected way imaginable, after a long conversation with the commander of the port, Captain Leclerc left Naples in a state of great agitation. 24 hours later, he was seized with fever and, 3 days after that, he was dead. We gave him the customary funeral and he now rests, decently wrapped in a hammock, with a 36-pound cannonball at his feet and another at his head, off the island of Giglio. We've brought his medal and his sword back for his widow." "Much good it did him," the young man continued, with a melancholy smile, "to fight the war against the English for 10 years, only to die at last, like anyone else, in his bed." "Damn it, Monsieur Edmond, what do you expect?" said the shipowner, who appeared to be finding more and more to console him in his grief. "We are all mortal. The old must give way to the young, or else there would be no progress or promotion. As long as you can assure me that the cargo—" "All is well with it, Monsieur Morel, I guarantee you. If you take my advice, you will not discount this trip for a profit of 25,000 francs. Then, as they had just sailed past the round tower, the young sailor cried, "Furl the topmast sails, the jib and the spanker. Look lively." The order was obeyed with almost as much dispatch as on a man-o'-war. "Let go and brail all." At this last command, all the sails were lowered and the progress of the ship became almost imperceptible, driven only by the impetus of its forward motion. "And now, if you would like to come aboard, Monsieur Morel," Dantes said, observing the owner's impatience, "I see your supercargo to Monsieur Danglars, coming out of his cabin. He will give you all the information that you desire. As for me, I must see to the mooring and put the ship in mourning." The owner did not need asking twice. He grasped hold of a line that Dantes threw to him and, with an agility that would have done credit to a seaman, climbed the rungs nailed to the bulging side of the ship, while Dantes went back to his post and left the conversation to the man he had introduced as Danglars. the latter was indeed emerging from his cabin and coming across to the shipowner. This new arrival was a man, 25 to 26 years old, somewhat somber in appearance, obsequious towards his superiors and insolent to his subordinates. Hence, even apart from the label of supercargo, which always in itself causes aversion among sailors, he was generally as much disliked by the crew as Dantes was loved by them. "Well, Monsieur Morel," said Danglars, "you have heard the bad news, I suppose?" Yes, poor Captain Leclerc. He was a fine and upright man, and above all an excellent sailor, weathered between the sea and the heavens, as was proper in a man responsible for looking after the interests of so important a firm as Morel and Son. Danglars replied. "Even so," the shipowner replied, watching Dantes while he searched for his mooring. "Even so, I think one need not be a seaman of such long experience as you say, Danglars, to know the business. There is our friend Edmund going about his, it seems to me, like a man who has no need to ask advice of anybody." "Indeed," said Danglars, casting a sidelong glance at Dantes with a flash of hatred in his eyes. "Yes, indeed, he is young and full of self-confidence. The captain was hardly dead before he had taken command without asking anyone, and made us lose a day and a half on the island of Elba, instead of returning directly to Marseille." "As far as taking command of the ship is concerned," said the owner, "that was his duty as first mate. As for losing a day and a half at Elba, he was in the wrong, unless there was some damage to the ship that needed repairing. The ship was in as good shape as I am, and as good as I hope you are, Monsieur Morel. That day and a half was lost on a whim, for nothing other than the pleasure of going ashore." "Dantes," the owner said, turning towards the young man, "would you come here?" "Your pardon, monsieur," Dantes said. "I shall be with you in an instant." Then, to the crew, he called, "Drop anchor." The anchor was immediately lowered and the chain ran out noisily. Dantes stayed at his post, even though the pilot was there, until the last operation had been carried out, then ordered, "Lower the pennant and the flag to half-mast, unbrace the yards." "You see," Danglars said, "I do believe he thinks himself captain already." "So he is, in effect," said the owner. "Yes, apart from your signature and that of your partner, Monsieur Morel." "By gad, why shouldn't we leave him in the job?" said the owner. "He is young, I grant you, but he seems made for it and very experienced in his work." A cloud passed across Danglars' brow. "Excuse me, Monsieur Morel," Dantes said as he came over. "Now that the ship is moored, I am entirely at your disposal. I think you called me?" Danglars took a step back. "I wanted to ask why you stopped on the island of Elba." "I don't know, monsieur. It was to carry out a last order from Captain Leclerc, who gave me, on his deathbed, a packet for Marshal Bertrand III." "Did you see him, Edmund?" "Whom?" "The Grand Marshal." "Yes." Morel looked about him and drew Dantes aside. "And how is the Emperor?" he asked, earnestly. "He is well, as far as I can judge by my own eyes." "So you saw the Emperor, too, did you?" "He came to visit the Marshal while I was there." "And did you speak to him?" "It was he, monsieur, who spoke to me," Dantes said, smiling. "And what did he say?" "He asked me about the ship, the time of its departure for Marseille, the route it had taken and the cargo we were carrying. I think that, had it been empty and I the master of it, he intended to buy it, but I told him that I was only the first mate and that the ship belonged to the firm of Morel and Son." "Ah, yes," he said. "I know them. The Morels have been shipowners from father to son, and there was Morel who served in the same regiment as I did, when I was garrisoned at Valence." "By heaven, that's a fact," the shipowner cried, with delight. "It was Policar Morel, my uncle, who later made captain." "Dantes, tell my uncle that the Emperor remembered him, and you will bring tears to the old trooper's eyes. Come, come, now, he went on, putting a friendly arm across the young man's shoulders, you did well to follow Captain Leckler's instructions and stop on Elba, even though, if it were known that you gave a packet to the Marshal and spoke to the Emperor, you might be compromised. How could it compromise me, monsieur, said Dantes. I don't even know what I was carrying, and the Emperor only asked me the same questions that he would have put to anyone else. But please excuse me, he continued. The health authorities and the customs are coming on board. With your permission? Of course, my dear Dantes, carry on. The young man went off and, as he did so, Danglars returned. So, he asked, it appears that he gave you good reason for stopping off at Porto Ferrajo? Excellent reason, my dear Danglars. I am pleased to hear it, the other replied. It is always distressing to see a comrade fail in his duty. Dantes did his duty, the shipowner answered, and there is no more to be said. It was Captain Leckler who ordered him to put into port. Speaking of Captain Leckler, did he not give you a letter from him? Who? Dantes. Not to me. Was there one? I believe that, apart from the packet, Captain Leckler entrusted him with a letter. Which packet are you referring to, Danglars? The same that Dantes delivered when we stopped at Porto Ferrajo. And how did you know that he had a packet to deliver at Porto Ferrajo? Danglars blushed. I was passing by the door of the captain's cabin, which was partly open, and I saw him handing the packet and a letter to Dantes. He did not mention it, said the owner. But if he has such a letter, he will give it to me. Danglars thought for a moment. In that case, Monsieur Morel, he said, I beg you to say nothing about it to Dantes. I must have been mistaken. At that moment the young man came back and Danglars left them. Now, my dear Dantes, are you free? The owner asked. Yes, monsieur. It did not take long. No, I gave the customs a list of our cargo. As for the port authorities, they sent a man with the coastal pilot, and I handed our papers over to him. So you have nothing more to do here? Dantes cast a rapid glance about him. No, everything is in order, he said. Then you can come and take dinner with us? Please, Monsieur Morel, I beg you to excuse me, but the first thing I must do is to visit my father. Nonetheless, I am most grateful for the honor you do me. That's proper, Dantes, very proper. I know that you are a good son. And, Dantes asked, somewhat hesitantly, as far as you know, he's in good health, my father? I do believe so, my dear Edmund, though I have not seen him. Yes, he stays shut up in his little room. Which at least proves that he lacked nothing while you were away. Dantes smiled. My father is a proud man, monsieur, and even if he were short of everything, I doubt if he would have asked for help from anyone in the world, except God. Now, when you have done that, we can count on your company. I must beg you once more to excuse me, Monsieur Morel, but after that first visit, there is another that is no less important to me. Ah, Dantes, that's true. I was forgetting that there is someone in Les Catalans who must be expecting you with no less impatience than your father, the lovely Mercedes. Dantes smiled. Ah, ha, said the owner, now I understand why she came 3 times to ask me for news of the Pharaon. Dash it, Edmund. You're a lucky fellow, to have such a pretty mistress. She is not my mistress, monsieur, the young sailor said gravely. She is my fiancée. It sometimes amounts to the same thing, the owner said, with a chuckle. Not for us, monsieur, Dantes replied. Come, come, my dear Edmund, the other continued. Don't let me detain you. You have looked after my business well enough for me to give you every opportunity to look after your own.
do you need any money?
No, monsieur, I have all my salary from the trip, that is, nearly 3 months' pay.
You manage your affairs well, my boy.
You might add that my father is a poor man, Monsieur Morel.
Yes, indeed, I know you are a good son to him. So, go and see your father. I, too, have a son and I should bear a grudge against the man who kept him away from me, after a 3-month voyage.
May I take my leave, then, the young man said, with a bow.
Yes, if you have nothing more to say to me. No. When Captain Leckler was dying, he did not give you a letter for me?
It would have been impossible for him to write one, monsieur. But that reminds me, I wanted to ask you for a fortnight's leave.
To get married?
Firstly, then to go to Paris.
Very well. Have as much time as you want, Dantes.
It will take us a good 6 weeks to unload the vessel and we shall hardly be ready to put to sea again within 3 months.
In 3 months' time, however, you must be there.
The Pharaon, the shipowner continued, putting a hand across the young sailor's shoulders, cannot set sail without its captain.
Without its captain?
Dantes cried, his eyes lighting up with joy. Be very careful what you are saying, monsieur, because you have just touched on the most secret of my heart's desires.
Can it be that you intend to appoint me captain of the Pharaon?
If it was up to me alone, I should grasp your hand, my dear Dantes, and say to you, the matter is settled. But I have a partner, and you know the Italian proverb, chi ha compagno, ha padrone. 4. But, at least, we are halfway there, since you already have one of the 2 votes you need. Leave it to me to get you the other, and I shall do my best. Oh, Monsieur Morel, the young sailor cried, with tears in his eyes, grasping the shipowner's hands. Monsieur Morel, I thank you, on behalf of my father and of Mercedes.
Fine, Edmund, fine.
There is a God in heaven who looks after honest folk. Go and see your father, go and see Mercedes, then when that's done, come and see me.
But don't you want me to accompany you back to land? No, thank you.
I shall stay here to settle my accounts with Danglars.
Were you happy with him during the voyage? It depends on what you understand by that question, monsieur.
If you mean, as a good companion, no, because I think that he is not like me since the day when I had the folly, after a trifling dispute between us, to suggest that we should stop for 10 minutes on the Isle of Monte Cristo to settle the matter. It was wrong of me to propose that, and he was right to refuse. If you are asking me about him as a supercargo, I think there is nothing to say, and that you will be satisfied with the manner in which his duties have been carried out.
Come now, Dantes, the shipowner asked, if you were captain of the Pharaon, would you be pleased to keep Danglars?
Whether as captain or as first mate, Monsieur Morel, Dantes replied, I shall always have the highest regard for those who enjoy the confidence of my owners.
Well, Dantes, you are clearly a fine lad, in every respect. Let me detain you no longer, for I can see that you are on tenterhooks. I may take my leave, asked Dantes. Go on, I'm telling you. Will you permit me to use your boat? Take it.
Au revoir, Monsieur Morel, and thank you 1,000 times.
Au revoir, dear Edmund, and good luck.
The young sailor leapt into the boat, seated himself in the stern and gave the order to row across to the Cannebière. 2 sailors immediately bent over their oars and the vessel proceeded as fast as it could, among the 1,000 small boats that obstruct the sort of narrow alleyway leading, between 2 lines of ships, from the harbor entrance to the Quai d'Orléans. The shipowner looked after him, smiling, until the boat touched land and he saw him leap onto the cobbled quay, where he was instantly lost in the variegated crowd that, from 5 in the morning until 9 in the evening, throngs the famous street known as La Cannebière. The modern inhabitants of this old Phocian colony are so proud of it that they proclaim, with all the seriousness in the world, In that accent which gives such savor to everything they say, if Paris had the can of beer, Paris
would be a little Marseille.
Turning, the shipowner saw Danglars standing behind him, apparently awaiting orders but in reality, like him, watching the young sailor's departure. Yet there were very different expressions in these two pairs of eyes following the one man.
2. Father and son.
We shall leave Danglars, gripped by the demon of hatred, trying to poison the shipowner's ear with some malicious libel against his comrade, and follow Dantes who, after walking along the Canne Beer, took the Rue de Noëls, entered a small house on the left side of the Allées de Mailhan and hastened up the 4 flights of a dark stairway. There, holding the banister with one hand, while the other repressed the beating of his heart, he stopped before a half-open door through which he could see to the back of a small room. In this room lived Dante's father. News of the arrival of the Pharaon had not yet reached the old man who was standing on a chair, engaged with trembling hands in pinning up some nasturtiums and clematis that climbed across the trellis outside his window. Suddenly, he felt himself grasped around the waist and a well-known voice exclaimed behind him, "Father!
My dear father!"
The old man cried out and turned around, then, seeing his son, fell into his arms, pale and trembling.
"What is it, father?"
the young man exclaimed, with concern.
"Are you unwell?"
No, no, dear Edmund, my son, my child. No, but I was not expecting you, and the shock of seeing you like this, unexpectedly.
Oh, heavens! It is too much for me.
Now, then, father, calm yourself.
I am really here.
They always say that joy cannot harm you, which is why I came in without warning. Come now, smile, don't look at me like that, with those wild eyes. I am back and there is happiness in store for us.
I'm pleased to hear it, my boy, the old man continued. But what happiness? Are you going to stay with me from now on? Come, tell me about your good fortune.
God forgive me, the young man said, for rejoicing at good fortune which has brought grief to the family of another. But, God knows, I never wished for it, it has happened, and I do not have the heart to grieve at it. Our good Captain Leclerc is dead, father, and it seems likely that, thanks to Monsieur Morel's support, I shall have his command.
Do you understand, father? A captain at 20. With a salary of 100 Louis I and a share in the profits. Isn't that better than a poor sailor like myself could expect?
Yes, my son, yes, said the old man.
This is indeed a stroke of luck.
So I want you to have a little house, with the first money I earn, and a garden to grow your clematis, your nasturtiums, and your honeysuckle.
But what's wrong, father? You look ill. An instant, don't worry.
It is nothing. And, his strength failing him, he leant back. Father, cried the young man. Come, have a glass of wine, it will revive you.
Where do you keep your wine?
No, thank you, don't bother to look for it, there is no need, he replied, trying to restrain his son. Yes, indeed there is, father.
Show me it. He opened 1 or 2 cupboards.
It's a waste of time, the old man said.
There is no wine left.
What?
No wine.
Dante said, paling in turn as he looked from the old man's sunken and livid cheeks to the empty cupboards.
What? You have no wine left? Have you been short of money, father?
I am short of nothing, now that you are here, said the old man. But I left you 200 francs, Dante stammered, wiping the sweat from his brow, 2 months ago, as I was leaving. Yes, Edmund, so you did, but when you left you forgot a small debt to my neighbor Caterus. He reminded me of it and said that if I did not settle it on your behalf, he would go and reclaim it from Monsieur Morel. So, you understand, I was afraid that it might do you some harm.
And I paid it.
But, Dantes exclaimed, I owed Catharus 140 francs. Yes, the old man mumbled.
And you paid them out of the 200 francs that I left you?
His father nodded. Which means that you lived for 3 months on 60 francs, the young man exclaimed. You know how small my needs are.
Oh, heaven, heaven, forgive me!
Edmund cried, falling on his knees in front of the old man.
What are you doing? Ah! You have broken my heart. Pa!
You are here, the old man said, with a smile.
All is forgotten, because all is well.
Yes, here I am, said the young man.
Here I am with a fine future and a little money.
Here, father, he said, take it, and send out for something immediately. He emptied the contents of his pockets on the table, a dozen gold coins, 5 or 6 5-franc pieces and some small change.
Old Dante's face lit up.
Whose is that? He asked.
Mine. Thine.
Ours, of course.
Take it, buy some food and enjoy yourself. There will be more tomorrow.
Gently, the old man said, smiling. If you don't mind, I shall go easy on your money. If people see me buying too many things at once, they will think that I had to wait for you to come back before I went shopping. Do as you think best, but first of all, father, get yourself a housemaid. I don't want you to live on your own from now on. I have some contraband coffee and some excellent tobacco in a little chest in the hold.
You will have it tomorrow.
But, hush.
Someone is coming.
That will be Catharus, who has learned of your arrival and is no doubt coming to welcome you back. There's a fellow who says one thing and thinks another, Edmund muttered.
No matter.
He is a neighbor who has helped us in the past, so let him come in. Just as Edmund finished saying this under his breath, the black, bearded head of Catharus appeared on the landing, framed in the outer door. A man of 25 or 26 years of age, he was holding a piece of cloth which, being a tailor, he was about to fashion into the lining of a jacket. You're back again, then, Edmund, he said, with a thick Marseille accent and a broad smile, revealing teeth as white as ivory. As you can see, neighbor, and entirely at your service, Dantes replied, this polite formula barely disguising his coldness towards the man.
Thank you.
Fortunately, I need nothing, in fact, it is sometimes others who need me.
Dantes bridled. I am not saying that for you, my boy. I lent you money and you returned it.
That's how things are done between good neighbors, and we're quits. We are never quits towards those who have done us a favor, said Dantes. Even when one ceases to owe them money, one owes them gratitude. There is no sense in speaking of that, what's past is past.
Let's talk about your happy return, young man.
I just happened to go down to the harbor to fetch some brown cloth, when I met our friend Danglars.
You're in Marseille? I exclaimed.
Yes, as you see.
I thought you were in Smyrna.
It could well be, because I have just come back from there.
And where is young Edmund, then?
At his father's, I suppose, Danglars told me. So I came at once, Catharus concluded, to have the pleasure of shaking the hand of a friend. Dear Catharus, the old man said.
He is so fond of us.
Indeed, I am, and I hold you in all the greater esteem, since honest people are so rare. But it seems you have come into money, my boy, the tailor went on, glancing at the handful of gold and silver that Dantes had emptied onto the table. The young man observed a flash of greed light up his neighbor's dark eyes. Heavens, no, he said casually.
That money is not mine.
I was just telling my father that I was afraid he might have wanted for something while I was away and, to reassure me, he emptied his purse on the table.
Come, father, he continued.
Put that money back in your pocket, unless, of course, our neighbor needs some for himself, in which case it is at his disposal.
Indeed not, my boy, said Catharus. I need nothing and, thank God, my business holds body and soul together. Keep your money, keep it, one can never have too much. Still, I am obliged for your offer, as much as if I had taken advantage of it. It was well meant, said Dantes. I don't doubt that it was. So, I learn that you are on good terms with Monsieur Morel, sly one that you are?
Monsieur Morel has always been very good to me, Dantes answered.
In that case, you were wrong to refuse dinner with him. What do you mean, refuse dinner? Old Dantes asked. Did he invite you to dinner?
Yes, father, said Edmund, smiling at his father's astonishment on learning of this high honor.
So why did you refuse, son? The old man asked.
So that I could come straight back here, father, the young man answered.
I was anxious to see you.
He must have been put out by it, that good Monsieur Morel, Catharus remarked. When one hopes to be made captain, it is a mistake to get on the wrong side of one's owner. I explained the reason for my refusal and I hope he understood it. Even so, to be promoted to captain, one must flatter one's bosses a little.
I expect to become captain without that, Dantes retorted. So much the better. All your old friends will be pleased for you and I know someone over there, behind the Citadel de Saint Nicholas, who will not be unhappy about it, either.
Mercedes? The old man said.
Yes, father, Dantes resumed.
And, with your permission, now that I've seen you, now that I know you are well and that you have all you need, I would like to ask your leave to go and visit Les Catalans. Go, child, old Dantes said. And may God bless you as much in your wife as he has blessed me in my son. His wife, said Catharus.
Hold on, old man, hold on. As far as I know, she's not that yet.
No, Edmund replied, but in all probability she soon will be. Never mind, said Catharus, never mind.
You have done well to hurry back, my boy. Why?
Because Mercedes is a beautiful girl, and beautiful girls are never short of admirers, especially that one, there are dozens of them after her.
Really?
Edmund said with a smile, not entirely concealing a hint of unease. Oh, yes, Catharus continued, and some with good prospects, too. But, of course, you are going to be a captain, so she'll be sure not to refuse you. By which you mean, Dantes said, smiling, but barely concealing his anxiety, that if I were not a captain.
Ah, said Catharus.
Come, now, the young man said. I have a better opinion than you of women in general, and Mercedes in particular, and I am persuaded that, whether I were a captain or not, she would remain faithful to me.
So much the better. When one is going to get married, it is always a good thing to have faith. But enough of that.
Take my advice, lad, don't waste any time in telling her of your return and letting her know about your aspirations.
I am going at once, said Edmund. He embraced his father, nodded to Catharus and left.
Catharus stayed a moment longer, then, taking his leave of the elder Dantes, followed the young man down and went to find Danglars who was waiting for him on the corner of the Rue Senac.
Well? Danglars asked. Did you see him?
I have just left them, said Catharus.
And did he talk about his hope of being made captain?
He spoke of it as though he had already been appointed.
Patience, Danglars said. It seems to me that he is in rather too much of a hurry.
Why, it seems Monsieur Morel has given him his word.
So he is pleased? He is even insolent about it.
He has already offered me his services, like some superior personage. He wanted to lend me money, like some banker or other.
You refused?
Indeed I did, though I could well have accepted, since I am the one who gave him the first silver coins he ever had in his hands. But now Monsieur Dantes has no need of anyone, he is going to be a captain.
Huh, said Danglars. He's not one yet.
My God, it would be a fine thing indeed if he wasn't, said Cataris.
Otherwise there will be no talking to him.
If we really want, said Danglars, he will stay as he is, and perhaps even become less than he is.
What do you mean? Nothing, I was talking to myself. Is he still in love with the beautiful Catalan? Madly.
He is gone there now, but, unless I am gravely mistaken, he will not find things altogether to his liking.
Explain. What does it matter? This is more important than you may think. You don't like Dantes, do you? I don't like arrogance. Well, then, tell me what you know about the Catalan woman.
I have no positive proof, but I have seen things, as I said, that make me think the future captain will not be pleased with what he finds around the Chemin de Vieilles infirmaries.
What have you seen? Come on, tell me.
Well, I have observed that every time Mercedes comes into town, she is accompanied by a large Catalan lad, with black eyes, ruddy cheeks, very dark in color and very passionate, whom she calls my cousin.
Ah, indeed. And do you think this cousin is courting her? I imagine so. What else does a fine lad of 21 do to a pretty girl of 17? And you say that Dantes has gone to Les Catalans? He left before me.
Suppose we were to go in the same direction, stop in the reserve and, over a glass of La Malde wine, learn what we can learn.
Who would tell us anything? We shall be on the spot and we'll see what has happened from Dantes' face.
Let's go then, said Cataris.
But you are paying?
Certainly, Danglars replied. The two of them set off at a brisk pace for the spot they had mentioned and, when they arrived, called for a bottle and 2 glasses. Old Pamphile had seen Dantes go by less than 2 minutes before. Certain that he was in Les Catalans, they sat under the budding leaves of the plane trees and sycamores, in the branches of which a happy band of birds was serenading one of the first fine days of spring.
3. Les Catalans.
100 yards away from the place where the two friends, staring into the distance with their ears pricked, were enjoying the sparkling wine of La Malgue, lay the village of Les Catalans, behind a bare hillock ravaged by the sun and the mistral. One day, a mysterious group of colonists set out from Spain and landed on this spit of land, where it still resides today. No one knew where they had come from or what language they spoke. One of the leaders, who understood Provençal, asked the Commune of Marseille to give them this bare and arid promontory onto which, like the sailors of antiquity, they had drawn up their boats. The request was granted and, 3 months later, a little village grew up around the 12 or 15 boats that brought these gypsies of the sea. The same village, built in a bizarre and picturesque manner that is partly Moorish and partly Spanish, is the one that can be seen today, inhabited by the descendants of those men, who speak the language of their forefathers. For 3 or 4 centuries they have remained faithful to the little promontory on which they first landed, clinging to it like a flock of seabirds, in no way mixing with the inhabitants of Marseille, marrying among themselves and retaining the habits and dress of their motherland, just as they have retained its tongue. The reader must follow us along the only street of the little village and enter one of those houses, to the outside of which the sunlight has given that lovely color of dead leaves which is peculiar to the buildings of the country, with, inside, a coat of whitewash, the only decoration of a Spanish posada. A lovely young girl with jet-black hair and the velvet eyes of a gazelle, was standing, leaning against an inner wall, rubbing an innocent sprig of heather between slender fingers like those on a classical statue, and pulling off the flowers, the remains of which were already strewn across the floor. At the same time, her arms, naked to the elbow, arms that were tanned but otherwise seemed modeled on those of the Venus of Alls, trembled with a sort of feverish impatience, and she was tapping the ground with her supple, well-made foot, revealing a leg that was shapely, bold, and proud, but imprisoned in a red cotton stocking patterned in gray and blue lozenges. A short distance away, a tall young man of between 20 and 22 was sitting on a chair, rocking it fitfully on two legs while supporting himself on his elbow against an old worm-eaten dresser and watching her with a look that combined anxiety with irritation. His eyes were questioning, but those of the young woman, firm and unwavering, dominated their conversation. "Please, Mercedes," the man said. "Easter is coming round again, it's the time for weddings. Give me your answer. You have had it 100 times, Fernand, and you really must like torturing yourself, to ask me again. Well, repeat it, I beg you, repeat it once more so that I can come to believe it. Tell me, for the 100th time, that you reject my love, even though your mother approves of me. Convince me that you are prepared to trifle with my happiness and that my life and my death are nothing to you. My God, my God. To dream for 10 years of being your husband, Mercedes, and then to lose that hope which was the sole aim of my existence. I, at least, never encouraged you in that hope, Fernand, Mercedes replied. You cannot accuse me of having, even once, flirted with you. I've said repeatedly, I love you like a brother, but never demand anything more from me than this fraternal love, because my heart belongs to another. Isn't that what I have always told you, Fernand? Yes, Mercedes, I know, the young man replied. Yes, you have always been laudably, and cruelly, honest with me. But are you forgetting that it is a sacred law among the Catalans only to marry among themselves? You are wrong, Fernand, it is not a law, but a custom, nothing more, and I advise you not to appeal to that custom on your behalf. You have been chosen for conscription, Fernand, and the freedom that you now enjoy is merely a temporary reprieve. At any moment you might be called up to serve in the army. Once you are a soldier, what will you do with me? I mean, with a poor orphan girl, sad and penniless, whose only possession is a hut, almost in ruins, in which hang a few worn nets, the paltry legacy that was left by my father to my mother, and by my mother to me. Consider, Fernand, that in the year since she died, I have virtually lived on charity. Sometimes you pretend that I am of some use to you, so that you can be justified in sharing your catch with me. And I accept, Fernand, because you are the son of one of my father's brothers, because we grew up together and, beyond that, most of all, because it would hurt you too much if I were to refuse. But I know full well that the fish I take to the market, which bring me the money to buy the hemp that I spin, I know full well, Fernand, that it is charity. What does it matter, Mercedes, poor and alone as you are, when you suit me thus better than the daughter of the proudest shipowner or the richest banker in Marseille? What do people like us need? An honest wife and a good housekeeper. Where could I find better than you on either score? Fernand, Mercedes replied, shaking her head, one is not a good housekeeper and one cannot promise to remain an honest woman when one loves a man other than one's husband. Be satisfied with my friendship for, I repeat, that is all I can promise you and I only promise what I am sure of being able to give. Yes, I understand, said Fernand. You bear your own poverty patiently, but you are afraid of mine. Well, Mercedes, with your love, I would try to make my fortune, you would bring me luck and I should become rich. I can cast my fisherman's net wider, I can take a job as a clerk in a shop, I could even become a merchant myself. You can't do any such thing, Fernand, you're a soldier and, if you stay here among the Catalans, it is because there is no war for you to fight. So remain a fisherman, don't dream of things that will make reality seem even more terrible to you, and be content with my friendship, because I cannot give you anything else. You are right, Mercedes, I shall be a seaman, and, instead of the dress of our forefathers which you despise, I shall have a patent leather hat, a striped shirt and a blue jacket with anchors on the buttons. That's how a man needs to dress, isn't it, if he wants to please you? What do you mean? Mercedes asked, with an imperious look. What do you mean? I don't understand you. What I mean, Mercedes, is that you are only so hard-hearted and cruel towards me because you are waiting for someone who is dressed like that. But it may be that the one you await is fickle and, even if he isn't, the sea will be fickle for him. Fernand.
Mercedes exclaimed. I thought you were kind, but I was mistaken. It is wicked of you to call on the wrath of God to satisfy your jealousy. Yes, I will not deny it. I am waiting for the man you describe. I love him, and if he does not return, instead of blaming the fickleness that it pleases you to speak of, I shall think that he died loving me. The young Catalan made an angry gesture. I understand what that means, Fernand. You want to blame him because I do not love you, and cross his dagger with your Catalan knife. What good would that do you? If you were defeated, you would lose my friendship. If you were the victor, you would see that friendship turned to hatred. Believe me, when a woman loves a man, you do not win her heart by crossing swords with him. No, Fernand, don't be carried away by evil thoughts. Since you cannot have me as your wife, be content to have me as a friend and a sister. In any case, she added, her eyes anxious and filling with tears, stay, Fernand, you said, yourself, a moment ago that the sea is treacherous. It is already 4 months since he left, and I have counted a lot of storms in the past 4 months. Fernand remained impassive. He made no attempt to wipe the tears that were running down Mercedes' cheeks, yet he would have given a glass of his own blood for each of those tears, but they were shed for another. He got up, walked round the hut and returned, stopping before Mercedes with a dark look in his eyes and clenched fists. Come now, Mercedes, he said. Answer me once more, have you truly made up your mind? I love Edmond Dantes, the young woman said, coldly, and no one will be my husband except Edmond. And you will love him forever? As long as I live. Fernand bent his head like a discouraged man, gave a sigh that was like a groan, then suddenly looked up with clenched teeth and nostrils flared. But suppose he is dead? If he is dead, I shall die. And if he forgets you? Mercedes, cried a happy voice outside the house. Mercedes! Ah, the girl exclaimed, reddening with joy and leaping up, filled with love. You see that he has not forgotten me, he is here. And she ran to the door, and opened it, crying, Come to me, Edmond. I am here. Pale and trembling, Fernand stepped back as a traveler might do at the sight of a snake, and, stumbling against his chair, fell back into it. Edmond and Mercedes were in each other's arms. The hot Marseille sun, shining through the doorway, drenched them in a flood of light. At first, they saw nothing of what was around them. A vast wave of happiness cut them off from the world, and they spoke only those half-formed words that are the outpourings of such intense joy that they resembled the expression of pain. Suddenly, Edmond noticed the somber figure of Fernand, pale and threatening in the darkness. With a gesture of which he was not even himself aware, the young Catalan had laid his hand on the knife at his belt. Oh, forgive me, Dantes said, raising an eyebrow. I did not realize that we were not alone. Then, turning to Mercedes, he asked, Who is this gentleman? He will be your best friend, Dantes, because he is my friend, my cousin, and my brother. This is Fernand, which means he is the man whom, after you, I love most in the world. Don't you recognize him? Ah! Yes, indeed, said Edmond. And, without leaving Mercedes, whose hand he held clasped in one of his own, he extended the other with a cordial gesture towards the Catalan. But Fernand, instead of responding to this sign of friendship, remained as silent and motionless as a statue. It was enough to make Edmond look inquiringly from Mercedes, who was trembling with emotion, to Fernand, somber and threatening. That one glance told him everything. His brow clouded with rage. I did not realize that I had hurried round to see you, Mercedes, only to find an enemy here. An enemy? Mercedes exclaimed, looking angrily in the direction of her cousin. An enemy, in my house, you say, Edmond? If I thought that, I should take your arm and go with you to Marseille, leaving this house, never to return. Fernand's eyes lit up with rage. And if any misfortune were to befall you, my dear Edmond, she continued, with the same cool determination,
proving to Fernand that she had read the sinister depths of his mind. If any misfortune should happen to you, I should climb up the Cap de Morgiou and throw myself headlong onto the rocks.
The blood drained from Fernand's face.
But you are wrong, Edmond, she continued.
You have no enemies here.
The only person here is Fernand, my brother, who is going to shake your hand like a true friend. With these words, the girl turned her imperious face towards the Catalan and he, as if mesmerized by her look, slowly came across to Edmond and held out his hand. His hatred, like an impotent wave, had been broken against the ascendancy that the woman exercised over him. But no sooner had he touched Edmond's hand than he felt he had done all that it was possible for him to do, and rushed out of the house.
Ah, he cried, running along like a madman and burying his hands in his hair. Ah! Who will deliver me from this man? Wretch that I am, wretch that I am! Hey, Catalan! Hey, Fernand!
Where are you going? A voice called to him. The young man stopped dead, looked around and saw Catullus at the table with Danglars under a leafy arbor.
What now? Said Catullus. Why don't you join us? Are you in such a hurry that you don't have time to say hello to your friends?
Especially when they still have an almost full bottle in front of them, Danglars added.
Fernand stared at the two men with a dazed look, and did not answer.
He seems a bit down in the dumps, Danglars said, nudging Catullus with his knee.
Could we be wrong? Contrary to what we thought, could it be that Dantes has got the upper hand? Why? We'll just have to find out, said Catullus.
And, turning back to the young man, he said, Well, Catalan, have you made up your mind? Fernand wiped the sweat from his brow and slowly made his way under the vault of leaves. Its shade appeared to do something to calm his spirits and its coolness to bring a small measure of well-being back to his exhausted body.
Good day, he said. I think you called me?
I called you because you were running along like a madman and I was afraid you would go and throw yourself into the sea, Catullus said with a laugh. Devil take it, when one has friends, it is not only to offer them a glass of wine, but also to stop them drinking 3 or 4 pints of water. Fernand gave a groan that resembled a sob and let his head fall onto his wrists, which were crossed on the table.
Well now, do you want me to tell you what, Fernand?
Catullus continued, coming straight to the point with that crude brutality of the common man whose curiosity makes him forget any sense of tact. You look to me like a man who has been crossed in love. He accompanied this quip with a roar of laughter.
Ha! Danglars retorted. A lad built like that is not likely to be unhappy in love.
You must be joking, Catullus.
Not at all, the other said. Just listen to him sigh.
Come, Fernand, come now, lift your nose off the table and tell us, it is not very mannerly to refuse to answer your friends when they are asking after your health. My health is fine, said Fernand, clenching his fists and without looking up.
Ah, Danglars, you see now, Catullus said, winking at his friend.
This is how things are. Fernand here, who is a fine, brave Catalan, one of the best fishermen in Marseille, is in love with a beautiful girl called Mercedes, but it appears that, unfortunately, the girl herself is in love with the second mate of the Pharaon, and, as the Pharaon came into port this very day.
You follow me? No, I don't, said Danglars.
Poor Fernand has got his marching orders, Catullus continued. So, what then, said Fernand, lifting his head and looking at Catullus, like a man anxious to find someone on whom to vent his wrath.
Mercedes is her own woman, isn't she?
She is free to love whomsoever she wants.
Oh, if that's how you take it, said Catullus, that's another matter.
I thought you were a Catalan, and I have been told that the Catalans are not men to let themselves be pushed aside by a rival. They even said that Fernand, in particular, was fearsome in his vengeance.
Fernand smiled pityingly. A lover is never fearsome, he said.
Poor boy.
Danglars continued, pretending to grieve for the young man from the bottom of his heart. What do you expect? He didn't imagine that Dantes would suddenly return like this. He may have thought him dead, or unfaithful. Who knows? Such things are all the more distressing when they happen to us suddenly. In any event, Catullus said, drinking as he spoke and starting to show the effects of the heady wine of La Malgue. In any event, Fernand is not the only person to have been put out by Dante's fortunate return, is he, Danglars? No, what you say is true, and I might even add that it will bring him misfortune. No matter, Catullus went on, pouring out some wine for Fernand and replenishing his own glass for the 8th or 10th time, though Danglars had hardly touched the one in front of him. No matter. In the meantime he will marry Mercedes, the lovely Mercedes. He has come back for that, at least. While the other was speaking, Danglars directed a piercing look at the young man, on whose heart Catullus' words were falling like molten lead. And when is the wedding? He asked. Oh, it's not settled yet, Fernand muttered. No, but it will be, said Catullus, just as surely as Dantes will be captain of the Pharaon, don't you think, Danglars? Danglars shuddered at this unexpected stab and turned towards Catullus, studying his face now to see if the blow had been premeditated, but he saw nothing except covetousness on this face, already almost besotted with drink. Very well, he said, filling the glasses. Then let's drink to Captain Edmond Dantes, husband of the beautiful Catalan. Catullus lifted his glass to his lips with a sluggish hand and drained it in one gulp. Fernand took his and dashed it to the ground. Ha, ha, said Catullus. What can I see over there, on the crest of the hill, coming from the Catalan village? You look, Fernand, your eyesight is better than mine. I think I'm starting to see less clearly and, as you know, wine is a deceptive imp. It looks to me like two lovers walking along, side by side and hand in hand. Heaven forgive me. They don't realize that we can see them and, look at that, they're kissing each other. Danglars marked every single trait of the anguish that crossed Fernand's face, as its features changed before his eyes. Do you know who they are, Monsieur Fernand? He asked. Yes, the other replied dully. It's Monsieur Edmond and Mademoiselle Mercedes. There. You see, said Catullus. I didn't recognize them. Hey, Dantes. Hey, there, pretty girl. Come down for a moment and let us know when the wedding is. Fernand here is so stubborn, he won't tell us. Why don't you be quiet, said Danglars, pretending to restrain Catullus who, with drunken obstinacy, was leaning out of the arbor. Try to stay upright and let the lovers enjoy themselves in peace. Why, look at Monsieur Fernand, he's being sensible. Why not try and do the same? It may be that Fernand, driven to the limit and baited by Danglars like a bull by the banderilleros, would finally have leapt forward, for he had already stood up and appeared to be gathering strength to throw himself at his rival, but Mercedes, upright and laughing, threw back her lovely head and shot a glance from her clear eyes. At that moment, Fernand recalled her threat to die if Edmond should die, and slumped back, discouraged, on his chair. Danglars looked at the two men, one besotted by drink, the other enslaved by love, and murmured, I shall get nothing out of these idiots. I fear I am sitting between a drunkard and a coward. On the one hand, I have a man eaten up by envy, drowning his sorrows in drink when he should be intoxicated with venom. On the other, a great simpleton whose mistress has just been snatched away from under his very nose, who does nothing except weep like a child and feel sorry for himself. And yet he has the blazing eyes of a Spaniard, a Sicilian, or a Calabrian, those people who are such experts when it comes to revenge, and fists that would crush a bull's head as surely as a butcher's mallet. Fate is definitely on Edmond's side. He will marry the beautiful girl, become captain, and laugh in our faces. Unless, a pallid smile hovered on Danglars' lips, unless I take a hand in it. Catullus, half standing, with his fists on the table, was still shouting, Hello, there. Hello? Edmond. Can't you see your friends, or are you too proud to talk to them?
No, my dear Catharus, Edmund replied. I am not proud, but I am happy, and happiness, I believe, is even more dazzling than pride.
At last, all is explained, said Catharus. Ho! Good day to you, Madame Dantes.
Mercedes bowed gravely and said, That is not yet my name, and in my country they say it is bad luck to call a young woman by the name of her betrothed before he has become her husband.
So, please, call me Mercedes.
You must forgive my good neighbor, Catharus, Dantes said.
He so seldom makes a mistake. So, the wedding is to take place shortly, Monsieur Dantes? Danglars said, greeting the two young people. As soon as possible, Monsieur Danglars.
Today, everything is to be agreed at my father's house, and tomorrow or, at the latest, the day after, we shall have the engagement dinner here at La Réserve. I hope that my friends will join us. You, of course, are invited, Monsieur Danglars, and you, too, Catharus.
And Fernand? Catharus asked, with a coarse laugh. Will Fernand be there as well?
My wife's brother is my brother, Edmund said, and both Mercedes and I should regret it deeply if he were to be separated from us at such a time. Fernand opened his mouth to reply, but his voice caught in his throat and he could not utter a single word.
The agreement today, the engagement tomorrow or the day after, by George. You're in a great hurry, Captain.
Danglars, Edmund said with a smile, I shall say the same to you as Mercedes did a moment ago. Don't give me a title that does not yet belong to me, it could bring me ill luck.
My apologies, Danglars replied.
I was merely saying that you seem in a great hurry. After all, we have plenty of time, the Pharaon will not set sail for a good 3 months. One always hurries towards happiness, Monsieur Danglars, because when one has suffered much, one is at pains to believe in it. But I am not impelled by mere selfishness.
I have to go to Paris. Ah, indeed.
To Paris.
And will this be your first visit, Dantes?
Yes.
You have business there?
Not of my own, but a final request that I must carry out for our poor Captain Leclerc. You understand, Danglars, the mission is sacred to me.
In any event, don't worry. I shall be gone only as long as it takes to go there and return.
Yes, I understand, Danglars said aloud, then he added, under his breath, to Paris, no doubt to deliver the letter that the Marshal gave him.
By heaven! That letter has given me an idea, an excellent idea.
Ah, Dantes, my friend, your name is not yet number 1 on the register of the Pharaon. Then, turning back to Edmund who was leaving, he shouted, Bon voyage.
Thank you, Edmund replied, turning around and giving a friendly wave.
Then the two lovers went on their way, calm and happy as two chosen souls heading for paradise.
4. The plot.
Danglars' eyes followed Edmund and Mercedes until the two lovers had vanished round one corner of the Fort St. Nicholas. Then, turning at last, he noticed Fernand who had slipped back onto his chair, pale and trembling, while Catharus was mumbling the words of a drinking song. So, my good sir, Danglars told Fernand, not everyone, I think, is happy about this marriage.
I am in despair, said Fernand. You're in love with Mercedes? I adore her. For a long time?
Ever since I've known her, I've always loved her. And all you can do is sit there and tear your hair out, instead of finding some way out of the dilemma.
By God!
I didn't know that this was how people of your country behaved.
What do you expect me to do? Fernand asked. How do I know? Is it any of my business?
As I see it, I'm not the one who's in love with Mademoiselle Mercedes, you are.
Seek and ye shall find, the Gospel says.
I had found already.
What?
I wanted to put my knife into the creature, but the girl said that if her fiancé was harmed, she would kill herself.
Pah, People say such things, but they don't do them. You don't know Mercedes, monsieur. If she threatens to do something, she will. Idiot.
Danglars muttered.
What does it matter whether she kills herself or not, provided Dantes does not become captain?
And before Mercedes dies, Fernand went on, in firmly resolute tones, I should die myself.
There's love for you,
Cataris said, in a voice increasingly slurred by drink.
There's love, or I don't know it. Come now, said Danglars. You seem an agreeable enough lad to me and, oh by Jove, I'd like to ease your sorrow, but...
Yes, said Cataris.
Come now.
My good friend, Danglars remarked, you are 3/4 drunk, go the whole way and finish the bottle. Drink, but don't interfere with our business, because you need a clear head for what we're doing.
Me? Drunk, said Cataris. Never.
I could take another 4 of your bottles, which are no bigger than bottles of eau de cologne.
Père Pamphile. Bring us some wine.
And, to make the point, Cataris banged his glass on the table.
You were saying, monsieur? Fernand asked, impatient to hear what else Danglars had to tell him. What was I saying? I don't remember.
This drunkard Cataris has put it quite out of my mind.
Drunkard if you like.
A curse on those who fear wine, it's because they have evil thoughts and they are afraid that wine will loosen their tongues. Cataris began to sing the last 2 lines of a song which was much in vogue at the time.
The flood proved it beyond a doubt. All wicked men do water drink. Point 1.
You were saying, monsieur, Fernand continued, that you'd like to ease my sorrow, but you added.
Ah, yes.
But I added that, to give you satisfaction, it is enough for Dantes not to marry the one you love. And this marriage, it seems to me, could very well not take place, even if Dantes does not die.
Only death will separate them, said Fernand.
You have the brains of an oyster, my friend, said Cataris.
And Danglars here, who is a sharp one, crafty as a Greek, will prove you wrong.
Do it, Danglars.
I've stuck up for you. Tell him that Dantes doesn't have to die.
In any case, it would be a pity if he died.
He's a good lad, Dantes. I like him.
Your health, Dantes.
Fernand rose impatiently to his feet.
Let him babble, Danglars said, putting a hand on the young man's arm. And, for that matter, drunk as he is not so far wrong. Absence separates as effectively as death, so just suppose that there were the walls of a prison between Edmond and Mercedes, that would separate them no more nor less than a tombstone. Yes, but people get out of prison, said Cataris, who was gripping onto the conversation with what remained of his wits. And when you get out of prison and you are called Edmond Dantes, you take revenge.
What does that matter, said Fernand. In any event, Cataris continued, why should they put Dantes in prison?
He hasn't stolen anything, killed anyone, committed any murder.
Shut up, said Danglars.
I don't want to shut up, said Cataris. I want to know why they should put Dantes in prison.
I like Dantes. Dantes.
Your health. He poured back another glass of wine. Danglars assessed the extent of the tailor's drunkenness from his dull eyes, and turned towards Fernand.
So, do you understand that there is no need to kill him, he said.
No, surely not if, as you said a moment ago, there was some means of having Dantes arrested.
But do you have such a means? If we look, Danglars answered, we can find one. But, damn it, why should this concern me? What business is it of mine?
I don't know why it should concern you, Fernand said, grasping his arm. What I do know is that you have some private animosity against Dantes. A man who feels hated cannot be mistaken about that feeling in others.
I have some reason to hate Dantes? None, I swear. I saw that you were unhappy and took an interest in your unhappiness, that's all. But if you are going to imagine that I am acting on my own behalf, then farewell, my good friend. You can manage for yourself. Here Danglars himself made as if to get up. No, stay, said Fernand. When it comes down to it, it's of no matter to me whether you have some bone to pick with Dantes or not. I do, and I freely admit it. Find the means and I shall carry it out, as long as there is no murder involved, for Mercedes said that she would kill herself if anyone killed Dantes. Cataris, who had let his head fall on the table, lifted it and turned his dull, drink-sodden eyes on Fernand and Danglars. Kill Dantes, he said. Who's talking about killing Dantes? I don't want him killed. He's my friend. This morning, he offered to share his money with me, as I shared mine with him. I don't want anyone to kill Dantes. Who said anything about killing him, idiot? Danglars went on. It's nothing more than a joke. Drink to his health and leave us be, he added, filling Cataris' glass. Yes, yes. To Dantes' health, said Cataris, emptying his glass. His health. His health. Like that. But the means, what about the means? Fernand asked. You haven't thought of any yet? No, you said that you would do that. That's true, said Danglars. A Spaniard is inferior to a Frenchman in one respect. Your Spaniard thinks things over, but your Frenchman thinks them up. Well, think up something, then, Fernand said impatiently. Waiter! Danglars called. A pen, ink and paper. A pen, ink and paper, Fernand muttered. Yes, I am an accountant. Pens, ink and paper are the tools of my trade, and without them I can do nothing. A pen, some ink and some paper. Fernand repeated to the waiter. What you need is over there on the table, the waiter said, indicating the items they had requested. Give them to us, then. The waiter brought the paper, some ink and a quill pen, and put them on the table in the arbor. When you think, Cataris said, letting his hand fall onto the paper, that what you have here can kill a man more surely than if you were to hide in the woods to murder him. I have always been more afraid of a pen, a bottle of ink and a sheet of paper than of a sword or a pistol. This clown is not yet as drunk as he seems, said Danglars. Pour him another drink, Fernand. Fernand filled Cataris' glass and he, like the true drunkard he was, took his hand off the paper and moved it to his glass. The Catalan watched him until Cataris, almost floored by this new assault, put his glass back, or, rather, let it fall, onto the table. Well, the Catalan asked, seeing that the last traces of Cataris' wits had begun to disappear in this final draught of wine. As I was saying, Danglars continued, for example, after a voyage such as the one Dantes has just made, in the course of which he put in at Naples and the island of Elba, if someone were to denounce him to the crown prosecutor too as a Bonapartist agent. I'll denounce him, I'll do it, the young man said eagerly. Yes, but in that case you would have to sign your declaration and be confronted with the man you accused. I could give you proof to support your accusation, I know, but Dantes cannot stay in prison forever. One day he will come out, and on that day, woe betide the one who put him there. Oh, I couldn't ask for anything better, said Fernand. Let him come and challenge me. Yes, but what about Mercedes? Mercedes, who will hate you if you are unfortunate enough to leave even a scratch on her beloved Edmond. That's true, said Fernand. No, Danglars continued. You see, if we were to make up our minds to such a thing, it would be far better simply to do as I am doing now, and take this pen, dip it in the ink and, with one's left hand, to disguise the writing, make out a little denunciation in these terms. To illustrate his meaning,
Danglars wrote the following lines, with his left hand, the writing sloping backwards so that it bore no resemblance to his usual handwriting, then passed it to Fernand, who read it in a hushed voice. The Crown Prosecutor is advised, by a friend of the monarchy and the faith, that one Edmond Dantes, first mate of the Pharaon, arriving this morning from Smyrna, after putting in at Naples and Porto Ferrajo, was entrusted by Murat III with a letter for the usurper and by the usurper with a letter to the Bonapartist committee in Paris. Proof of his guilt will be found when he is arrested, since the letter will be discovered either on his person, or at the house of his father, or in his cabin on board the Pharaon. So there we have it, Danglars continued. In this way your revenge would be consistent with common sense, because it could in no way be traced back to you and the matter would proceed of its own accord. You would merely have to fold the letter, as I am doing now, and write on it, to the Crown Prosecutor. That would settle it. And Danglars wrote the address with a simple stroke of the pen. Yes, that would settle it, cried Cataris, who had made one final effort to muster his wits and follow the reading of the letter, and understood instinctively all the misfortune that such a denunciation could bring. Yes, that would settle it, except that it would be a vile act. And he reached over to take the letter. Which is why, said Danglars, pushing it beyond the reach of his hand, which is why what I am saying and doing is simply in jest, and I should be the first to be upset if anything were to happen to Dantes, dear Dantes. So, watch. He took the letter, crumpled it in his hands and threw it into a corner of the arbor. That's right, said Cataris. Dantes is my friend and I don't want anyone to harm him. The devil take it. Whoever would think of doing him harm? Certainly not I or Fernand, said Danglars, getting up and looking at the young man, who had remained seated but who had his covetous eye fixed sideways on the accusing letter where it had fallen. In that case, Cataris went on, bring us more wine, I want to drink to the health of Edmond and the lovely Mercedes. You have had enough to drink already, you tippler, said Danglars. If you go on, you will have to sleep here, because you won't be able to stand up. Me, said Cataris, rising with the ridiculous movement of a drunken man. Me. Not be able to stand up. I wager I could go up the belfry of Les Écoles, and without wavering. Well, if you wish, said Danglars. I accept the wager, but for tomorrow. Today it is time to go home, so give me your arm and we'll get started. Let's go, said Cataris, but I don't need your arm for it. Are you coming, Fernand? Come with us to Marseille. No, said Fernand. I'm going back to Les Catalans. Don't be silly. Come with us to Marseille. Come on. I have no business in Marseille and I don't want to go there. What did you say? You don't want to, my lad. Well, do as you wish. Everyone can do as he wishes. Come on, Danglars, and let this gentleman go back to the Catalans, since that's what he wants. Danglars took advantage of Cataris' momentary amenability to drag him towards Marseille, but, to leave a shorter and easier way free for Fernand, instead of going back via the Quai de la Rive-Neuve, he went through the Porte Saint-Victor. Cataris followed, swaying and gripping his arm. When he had gone some 20 yards, Danglars turned around and saw Fernand grab the piece of paper and put it in his pocket. Then, running out of the arbor, the young man immediately went in the direction of Le Pilon. There, now! What's he up to? Said Cataris. He lied to us. He said he was going to Les Catalans, and he's headed into town. Hey, Fernand, my boy. You're going the wrong way. It's you who can't see properly, said Danglars. He has gone straight down the road to the Vieilles Infirmaries. Has he? Said Cataris. Well, now, I could have sworn that he turned to the right. Wine really is a deceiver. Come on, Danglars muttered. I think that the matter is properly underway now, and all we have to do is to let it take its course.
V. The betrothal. The next day, the weather was fine.
The sun rose, brilliant and clear, and its first purple rays glistened like rubies on the foamy crests of the waves. The meal had been set out on the first floor of the same inn, La Reserve, with the terrace of which we are already acquainted. It was a large room, lit by 5 or 6 windows, above each of which, for some inexplicable reason, was inscribed the name of one of the great towns of France. A gallery, of wood, like the rest of the building, ran the whole length of the room under the windows. Although the meal was due to begin only at noon, this gallery was crowded with impatient onlookers from 11 o'clock in the morning. These were a few chosen sailors from the Pharaon and some soldiers who were Dante's friends. All of them were in their Sunday best, in honor of the engaged couple. The rumor circulating among these expectant guests was that the owners of the Pharaon were to honor its first mate's betrothal feast with their presence, but this would have been to do such a great honor to Dantes that no one yet dared believe it. However, Danglars, when he arrived with Catullus, confirmed the news. He had seen M. Morel himself, that morning, and M. Morel had said that he would be dining at La Reserve. Indeed, a moment later M. Morel made his entrance into the room and was saluted by the crew of the Pharaon with a unanimous burst of applause and shouts of hurrah. The owner's presence was seen by them as confirmation of a rumor, already going about, that Dantes was to be appointed captain, and, since Dantes was much liked on board, the men took this way of thanking the owner because, for once, his choice was concordant with their wishes. Hardly had M. Morel entered than Danglars and Catullus were, by general agreement, dispatched to find the fiancé, with orders to advise him of the arrival of this important person whose appearance had caused such a stir, and to tell him to hurry. Danglars and Catullus set off at full speed, but had hardly gone any distance before they saw the little band approaching, just coming past the powder magazine. It was made up of 4 young women, friends of
Mercedes and Catalans like her, who were accompanying the fiancé while Edmond gave her his arm.
Next to her walked old Dantes and behind them came Fernand, with his sour smile.
Neither Mercedes nor Edmond could see the smile on Fernand's face.
The poor children were so happy that they saw nothing except one another in the pure, clear sky that showered its blessing on them. Danglars and Catullus discharged their diplomatic mission, then exchanged a warm and energetic handshake with Edmond, and took up their places, Danglars next to Fernand and Catullus beside old Dantes, who was the general center of attention. The old man was wearing his fine coat of fluted taffeta, decorated with large faceted steel buttons. His lanky but vigorous legs were clothed in a splendid pair of spotted stockings that cried out English contraband. A mass of white and blue ribbons hung from his 3-cornered hat. Finally, he was supported by a stick of twisted wood, bent at the top like a classical staff or pedum. He looked like one of those dandies who used to parade in 1796 in the newly reopened gardens of the Luxembourg or the Tuileries. As we said, Catullus had slipped into step beside him. Catullus, entirely reconciled with the Dantes by the prospect of a good meal, Catullus whose mind retained some vague memory of what had happened the previous day, as one's brain on waking in the morning may hold a shadow of the dream that it experienced in sleep.
As he came up to Fernand, Danglars searched deep into the disappointed lover's soul.
He was walking behind the engaged couple, entirely forgotten by Mercedes, who, with the childlike and endearing egoism of love, had eyes only for her Edmond. Fernand was pale, then his color would heighten suddenly, only to give way again to a deepening pallor. From time to time he looked towards Marseille, and an involuntary nervous tremor would shake his limbs. He seemed to be expecting, or at least to anticipate the possibility of, some important event.
Dantes was dressed simply.
Since he belonged to the merchant marine, his clothes were halfway between military uniform and civilian dress. In this habit, his evident good health, set off against the happiness and beauty of his fiancée, was perfect. Mercedes was as lovely as one of those Greek women of Cyprus or Chios, with jet black eyes and coral lips.
She stepped out with the frankness and freedom of an Arlesian or an Andalusian woman.
A city girl might perhaps have tried to conceal her joy under a veil or at least beneath the velvet shade of her eyelids, but Mercedes smiled and looked at all those around her, and her look and her smile said as plainly as she could have in words, "If you are my friends, rejoice with me, because I am truly happy." As soon as the couple and those accompanying them were in sight of La Reserve, M. Morel came down and set out to meet them, followed by the sailors and soldiers. He had stayed with them to renew the promise he had already made to Dantes himself, that he would succeed Captain Leclerc. Seeing him approach, Edmond let go of his fiancée's arm, which he placed under M. Morel's. Thus the shipowner and the young woman gave a lead by going first up the wooden stairs leading to the room where dinner was served, and the staircase groaned for 5 minutes under the heavy feet of the guests. "Father," Mercedes said, stopping at the middle of the table, "you go on my right, I pray you, and on my left, I shall place the one who has been a brother to me." She spoke with such softness that it struck Fernand to the depth of his soul like a blow from a dagger. His lips paled and, under the tan coloring of his masculine features, you could once more see the blood draining bit by bit as it flooded into his heart. Meanwhile Dantes had done the same. On his right, he placed M. Morel, and on his left Danglars. Then he signaled to everyone to sit down wherever they wished. Already the guests were passing round the strong-smelling All sausage with its brown flesh, crayfish in their dazzling armor, pink-shelled clams, sea urchins looking like chestnuts in their spiny cases, and clovises, those shellfish that gourmets from the south claim are more than an adequate substitute for the oysters of northern waters. In short, all the delicate hors d'oeuvres that are washed up by the waves on these sandy shores and to which grateful fishermen accord the general appellation of fruits de mer. White as silence, the old man exclaimed, sipping a glass of a wine as yellow as topaz, which Père Pamphile in person had just set down in front of Mercedes. "Who would imagine that there are 30 people here who ask nothing better than to be merry?" "Ha! A husband is not always merry," said Cataris. "The fact is," Dantes said, "that I am too happy at this moment to be merry." "If that's what you mean, neighbor, you are right. Joy may sometimes produce strange effects and be as oppressive as sorrow." Danglars was watching Fernand, whose impressionable nature absorbed and reflected his every feeling. "Come now," he said. "Have you anything to fear? It seems to me, on the contrary, that everything is working out as you would wish." "That is precisely what terrifies me," said Dantes. "I cannot think that man is meant to find happiness so easily. Happiness is like one of those palaces on an enchanted island, its gates guarded by dragons. One must fight to gain it, and, in truth, I do not know what I have done to deserve the good fortune of becoming Mercedes' husband." "Husband! Husband!" Cataris said, laughing. "Not yet, Captain. Try behaving like her husband right now and you'll see how she treats you." Mercedes blushed. Fernand was shuffling on his chair, starting at the slightest noise and, from time to time, wiping large beads of sweat from his forehead, which seemed to have fallen there like the first drops of rain before a storm. "By heaven, neighbor," said Dantes, "you have no need to give me the lie for so little. It's true, Mercedes is not yet my wife, but," he took out his watch, "in an hour and a half, she will be." There was a gasp of surprise from everyone, except old Dantes, who exhibited his fine set of teeth in a broad laugh. Mercedes smiled and was no longer blushing. Fernand made a convulsive lunge towards the handle of his dagger. "In an hour," said Danglars, himself going pale. "How is that?" "Yes, friends," Dantes replied. "Thanks to an advance from Monsieur Morel, the man to whom, after my father, I owe the most in the world, all our difficulties have been overcome. We have paid for the banns and at 2:30 the mayor of Marseille is expecting us at the town hall. Now, since it has just sounded 1:15, I think I am not much mistaken in saying that in 1 hour and 30 minutes Mercedes will be Madame Dantes." Fernand closed his eyes. A fiery cloud was burning behind their lids and he grasped the table to keep himself from fainting, but, despite his efforts to do so, He could not repress a deep groan that was drowned by laughter and the congratulations of the guests.
"That's the way to do it, no?" Old Dantes said. "What would you say? Has he wasted any time? Disembarked yesterday morning, married today at 3 o'clock. Trust a sailor to get the job done without messing around." "But," Danglars put in timidly, "what about the other formalities, the contract, the settlement?" "The contract," Dantes said with a laugh. "The contract is already made. Mercedes has nothing, and neither have I. We shall be married under a settlement of common estate, that's all. It took little time to write out and won't be expensive." This sally brought a further round of applause and hurrahs. "So, what we thought was a betrothal is nothing less than a wedding feast," said Danglars. "Not so," said Dantes. "Don't worry, you won't be missing anything. Tomorrow morning, I leave for Paris, 4 days to travel there, 4 days to return and a day to carry out my errand conscientiously. On March the 1st I shall be back, on March the 2nd, then, we shall have the real wedding feast." The prospect of a second meal increased the level of hilarity to such a point that old Dantes, who had complained of the silence at the start of the dinner, was now making futile efforts, in the midst of the general hubbub, to propose a toast to the prosperity of the happy couple. Dantes guessed what was in his father's mind and replied with a smile full of filial love. Mercedes had started to watch the time on the cuckoo clock in the room, and she made a sign to Edmond. Around the table reigned the noisy merriment and freedom of manners that, among people of the lower orders, are common accompaniments to the end of a meal. Those who were dissatisfied with their places had got up from the table and gone to find new neighbors. Everyone had started to speak at once, and no one was bothering to listen to what the person next to him was saying, but was concerned only with his own thoughts. Fernand's pallor was almost reflected on the cheeks of Danglars. As for Fernand himself, all life appeared to have left him and he was like one of the damned in a lake of fire. He had been among the first to get up and was striding backwards and forwards across the room, trying to block his ears to the sound of songs and clinking glasses. Chatteris went over to him, just as Danglars, whom he had apparently been trying to avoid, caught up with him in a corner of the room. "I must say," Chatteris remarked, the last remnants of the hatred which Dante's unexpected good fortune had sowed in his mind having succumbed to Dante's joviality and, above all, to Père Pamphile's excellent wine. "Dantes is a good fellow, and when I see him like this beside his fiancée I feel that it would have been a pity to play the unkind trick on him that you were plotting yesterday." "Well, then," Danglars replied, "you can see that the matter went no further. Poor Monsieur Fernand was so upset that, at first, I felt sorry for him, but now that he has made up his mind to accept the situation, to the point of allowing himself to become his rival's best man, there is nothing more to be said." Chatteris looked at Fernand. He was deathly pale. "The sacrifice is all the greater," Danglars went on, "as the girl is so decidedly pretty. Damn it! My future captain is a lucky dog. I wish I could be in his shoes for just half a day." "Shall we go?" Mercedes said softly. "It is striking 2 and we are expected at 1:15. Yes, let's go," Dantes exclaimed, leaping to his feet. "Let's go," all the guests repeated in unison. At that moment Danglars, who had not taken his eyes off Fernand where he was sitting on the window ledge, saw him look up frantically, rise as though with a convulsive start, then fall back onto his seat in the casement. At almost the same moment a dull sound echoed through the stairway, the sound of heavy footsteps and confused voices, mingled with the clanking of weapons, which rose above the exclamations of the guests, loud though these were, and instantly attracted everybody's attention, creating an uneasy hush. The sounds drew closer. 3 knocks sounded on the door, and all those in the room looked at their neighbors in astonishment. "Open, in the name of the law," cried a voice, in a resounding tone. No one answered. At once the door flew open and a commissioner of police, one wearing his sash, strode into the room,
followed by 4 armed soldiers under the command of a corporal.
Uneasiness gave way to terror. "What is wrong?" the shipowner asked, going over to the commissioner, whom he knew. "Monsieur, there must undoubtedly be some mistake." "If there is a mistake, Monsieur Morel," the commissioner replied, "you may be sure that it will soon be put right. In the meanwhile, I have a warrant here, and though I do it with regret, I must fulfill my duty." "Which of you gentlemen is Edmond Dantès?"
All eyes turned towards the young man who, preserving his dignity despite his astonishment, stepped forward and said, "I am, monsieur."
"What do you want with me?"
"Edmond Dantès," the commissioner said, "I arrest you in the name of the law."
"Arrest me," Edmond said, paling slightly. "Why are you arresting me?"
"I have no idea of that, monsieur, but you will be informed of it in your first interrogation." Morel realized that there was no sense in trying to argue in the circumstances. A commissioner wearing his sash is no longer a man but a statue of the law, cold, deaf and dumb. But the old man rushed over to the officer. It is impossible, in some situations, to reason with the heart of a parent. He begged and prayed, prayers and tears were ineffectual, but his despair was so great that the commissioner was moved by it. "My dear sir," he said, "calm yourself. Perhaps your son has forgotten some formality to do with the customs or the health authorities, and, as likely as not, when he has given them the information they require, he will be released."
"Well, I never. What does this mean?" Cataraus asked Danglars quizzically, while Danglars feigned surprise.
"How can I tell?" he replied.
"Like you, I can see what is happening, but I am at a loss to understand it." Cataraus looked around for Fernand, but he had vanished.
At that moment, the whole of the previous evening's events flashed before his eyes with terrifying clarity. It was as though the catastrophe had lifted the veil that drunkenness had cast over his memory of the day before.
"Oh! Oh!" he exclaimed hoarsely. "Can this be a consequence of the joke you were speaking about yesterday, Danglars? If that is the case, damnation take the perpetrator, for it is a cruel one."
"Nothing of the sort," muttered Danglars. "Far from it, you know very well that I tore up the paper." "That you did not," said Cataraus.
"You merely threw it into a corner."
"Hold your tongue. You were drunk, you saw nothing."
"Where is Fernand?"
Cataraus asked.
"How do I know?" replied Danglars. "About his business, no doubt."
"But instead of worrying about that, why don't we go and comfort these poor people?" While this conversation was taking place, Dantès had in effect been shaking the hands of all his friends, with a smile to each, and relinquished himself into captivity, saying, "Stay calm. The mistake will doubtless be explained, and it is quite probable that I shall not even go as far as the prison." "Certainly not, I guarantee it," Danglars said, coming across at that moment to the group, as he had indicated. Dantès went down the stairs, following the commissioner of police, with the soldiers surrounding him. A carriage, its door wide open, was waiting outside.
He got in.
2 soldiers and the commissioner got up behind him, the door closed and the carriage set out on the road back to Marseille.
"Farewell, Dantès."
"Farewell, Edmond," cried Mercédès, leaning across the balustrade. The prisoner heard this last cry, wrung like a sob from his fiancée's tormented heart. He leant out of the carriage window and called, "Goodbye, Mercédès," as he disappeared round one corner of the Fort St. Nicholas.
"Wait for me here," said the shipowner.
"I shall take the first carriage I can find, hurry to Marseille and bring the news back to you."
"Yes," everyone cried. "Go on, and come quickly back."
After this double departure there was a dreadful moment of stunned silence among all who remained behind. For a time, the old man and Mercédès stayed apart, each immured in grief. But at length their eyes met. Each recognized the other as a victim stricken by the same blow, and they fell into each other's arms. Meanwhile Fernand returned, poured himself a glass of water, drank it and sat down on a chair. By chance, this happened to be next to the chair into which Mercedes sank when she parted from the old man's embrace.
Fernand instinctively moved his own chair away.
"He's the one," Catullus told Danglars, not having taken his eyes off the Catalan.
"I doubt it," Danglars replied. "He was not clever enough. In any case, let whoever is responsible take the blame."
"You are forgetting the person who advised him."
"Pah!
If one were to be held to account for every remark one lets fall, yes, when it falls point downwards." Everyone else, meanwhile, had been discussing every angle of Dante's arrest.
"And you, Danglars," someone asked. "What do you think about what has happened?"
"My view is that he must have brought back some packets of prohibited goods." "But if that was the case, you should know about it, Danglars, since you were the ship's supercargo." "That may be so, but the supercargo doesn't know about any goods unless they are declared to him. I know that we were carrying cotton, that's all, and that we took the cargo on at Alexandria, from Monsieur Pastret, and at Smyrna, from Monsieur Pascal.
Don't expect me to know anything more than that."
"Yes, I remember now," Dante's poor father muttered, clutching at this straw. "He told me yesterday that he had brought me a cask of coffee and one of tobacco."
"You see," said Danglars.
"That's it. While we were away, the customs must have gone on board the Pharaon and discovered the contraband." Mercedes did not believe any of this, and, having up to then contained her distress, she burst into a fit of sobbing.
Come. Don't lose hope," old Dante said, though without really knowing what he was saying.
"Hope,"
Danglars repeated.
"Hope,"
Fernand tried to mutter.
But the word stuck in his throat, his lips trembled and no sound emerged from them. "Gentlemen," cried one of the guests, who had been keeping watch from the balcony.
"Gentlemen, a carriage. Ah, it's Monsieur Morel.
Come now, he must surely be bringing good news." Mercedes and the old man ran out to greet the shipowner, who met them at the door. Morel's face was pale.
"Well," they all cried at once.
"Well, my friends," the shipowner replied, shaking his head.
"The matter is more serious than we thought."
"But, monsieur," cried Mercedes,
"he is innocent."
"I believe him to be so," Morel replied, "but he is accused." "What is he accused of?" old Dantes asked.
"Of being an agent of Bonaparte."
Those readers who lived through the period in which this story takes place will recall what a dreadful accusation it was that Morel had just pronounced in those days. Mercedes gave a cry, and the old man sank into a chair.
"So," Catullus muttered.
"You lied to me, Danglars, the trick was played after all. But I do not intend to let this old man and this young woman die of grief, and I shall tell them everything."
"Hold your tongue, wretch!" Danglars exclaimed, grasping Catullus' hand. "Otherwise I can't answer for what may happen to you. How do you know that Dantes is not in fact guilty?"
"The ship did call in at the island of Elba, he landed there and stayed a day in Porto Ferrajo. If he has been found with some compromising letter on his person, anyone who takes his part will look like an accomplice."
Catullus was rapidly informed of the full strength of this argument by the dictates of self-interest, and he looked at Danglars with an expression deadened by fear and grief. Having just taken one step forward, he proceeded to take two back. "So, let's wait and see," he muttered.
"Yes, we'll wait," Danglars answered. "If he is innocent, he will be freed. If he is guilty, there is no sense in compromising oneself for the sake of a conspirator."
"Let's go, then. I can't stay here any longer."
"Yes, come on," said Danglars, delighted at having someone to accompany him out of the room.
"Come, we shall let them extricate themselves as best they may." They left, and Fernand, resuming his former role in support of the young woman, took Mercedes' hand and led her back to Les Catalans. For their part, Dante's friends took the old man, in a state of near collapse, back to the Elise de Mailhan.
The news that Dantes had just been arrested as a Bonapartist agent soon spread through Marseille.
"Would you have believed it, my dear Danglars?"
M. Morel said, catching up with his supercargo in Cadaris, for he was also heading for town as fast as he could, to have some first-hand news of Edmond from the Crown Prosecutor, M. de Villefort, who was a slight acquaintance of his.
"Would you believe it?" "Well, now, monsieur," Danglars replied.
"I told you that Dantes put into Elba, for no apparent reason, and that this call seemed suspicious to me."
"But did you tell anyone else of your suspicions?"
"I was careful not to do any such thing," Danglars assured him, lowering his voice. "You know very well that, on account of your uncle, Monsieur Policar Morel, who served under you and makes no secret of his feelings, you are suspected of hankering after the old regime. I would have been afraid I might harm Dantes and also yourself. There are some things that a subordinate has a duty to tell the owner, and to keep well hidden from anyone else."
"Well done, Danglars, well done. You're a good fellow."
"I had already thought about you, in the event of poor Dantes becoming captain of the Pharaon."
"How so, monsieur?"
"Well, you see, I did ask Dantes what he thought of you and if he would have any objection to my leaving you in your post. I don't know why, but I thought I had noticed some coldness between you."
"And what was his reply?"
"He told me that he did indeed feel that he had some grievance against you, though in circumstances that he would not explain, but that anyone who enjoyed the shipowner's confidence also had his own."
"Hypocrite," muttered Danglars. "Poor Dantes," said Cadaris. "He was an excellent fellow, and that's a fact."
"Yes, but meanwhile," M. Morel said, "the Pharaon has no captain." "Oh, we must hope," said Danglars, "that, since we cannot sail again for 3 months, Dantes will be freed before then."
"Of course, but in the meanwhile?"
"Well, Monsieur Morel, in the meantime, I am here. As you know, I can manage a ship as well as the first ocean-going captain who may come along. It may even benefit you to use me, because when Edmond comes out of prison you will not have to dismiss anybody. He will quite simply resume his post and I mine."
"Thank you, Danglars," said the shipowner. "That arranges everything.
I therefore authorize you to take command and supervise the unloading. Whatever disaster may befall an individual, business must not suffer."
"Have no fear, monsieur. But can we at least go and visit him? Poor Edmond." "I'll let you know as soon as I can, Danglars."
"I shall try to speak to Monsieur de Villefort and intercede with him on the prisoner's behalf. I know that he is a rabid royalist, but, damn it, though he's a royalist and the Crown Prosecutor, he is also a man and not, I believe, a wicked one."
"No," said Danglars.
"Though I have heard it said that he is ambitious, which is much the same."
"Well, we shall find out," M. Morel said, with a sigh. "Go on board and I'll join you there."
He left the two friends, to make his way towards the law courts.
"You see how things are turning out?" Danglars said to Cadaris. "Do you still want to go and speak for Dantes?"
"No, indeed not. But it is dreadful that a trick should have such dire consequences."
"Pah! Who played the trick? Not you or I. You know very well that I threw the paper into a corner. I even thought I had torn it up."
No, Cadaris insisted. "As far as that goes, I am certain. I can see it in the corner of the arbor, screwed up in a ball, and I wish it were still in the place where I saw it."
"What do you expect?"
"Fernand must have picked it up, copied it or had it copied. Perhaps he did not even take that trouble,
Which means, good Lord! Suppose he sent my own letter. Luckily, I disguised my handwriting. But did you know that Dantes was a conspirator? Did I know? I knew nothing at all. As I told you, I was making a joke, that's all. It seems that, like Harlequin, I spoke a true word in jest. No matter, said Catullus. I give a great deal for this not to have happened, or at least not to be involved in it. You wait and see, Danglars. It will bring us misfortune. If it brings misfortune, it will be to the guilty party, and the real responsibility lies with Fernand, not with us. What ill do you suppose could befall us? All we have to do is to keep quiet and not breathe a word of this, and the storm will blow over without striking us. Amen. Catullus said, waving goodbye to Danglars and making his way towards the Alice de Mailhan, shaking his head and muttering to himself, as people are inclined to do when they have a good deal on their minds. Good! Danglars exclaimed. Everything is working out as I expected. I am now Captain Pro Tem and, if only that idiot Catullus can keep his mouth shut, Captain for good. So, the only other eventuality is that the law may release Dantes? Ah, well, he added, with a smile, the law is the law, and I am happy to put myself in her hands. Upon which, he leapt into a boat and gave the boatman the order to row him out to the Pharaon where the shipowner, as you will recall, had arranged to meet him. 6. The Deputy Crown Prosecutor. That same day, at the same time, in the Rue du Grand Cours, opposite the Fontaine de Médicis, a betrothal feast was also being celebrated, in one of those old buildings in the aristocratic style of the architect Puget. However, instead of the participants in this other scene being common people, sailors and soldiers, they belonged to the cream of Marseillais society. There were former magistrates who had resigned their appointments under the usurper, veteran officers who had left our army to serve under Condé, and young men brought up by families which were still uncertain about their security, despite the 4 or 5 substitutes that had been hired for them, out of hatred for the man whom 5 years of exile were to make a martyr, and 15 years of restoration, a god. 1. They were dining and the conversation flowed back and forth, fired by every passion, those passions of the time that were still more terrible, ardent and bitter in the South where, for 5 centuries, religious quarrels had seconded political ones. The emperor, king of the island of Elba after having been ruler of part of the world, exercising sovereignty over a population of 500 or 600 souls, when he had once heard the cry "Long live Napoleon," from 120 million subjects, in 10 different languages, was treated here as a man lost forever to France and to the throne. The magistrates picked on his political errors, the soldiers spoke of Moscow and Leipzig, the women discussed his divorce from Josephine. 2. This royalist gathering, rejoicing and triumphing not in the fall of the man but in the annihilation of the idea, felt as though life was beginning again and it was emerging from an unpleasant dream. An old man, decorated with the cross of St. Louis, rose and invited his fellow guests to drink the health of King Louis XVIII. He was the Marquis de Saint-Méran. At this toast, recalling both the exile of Hartwell IV and the king who had brought peace to France, there was a loud murmur. Glasses were raised in the English manner, the women unpinned their bouquets and strewed them over the tablecloth. There was something almost poetical in their fervor. If they were here, they would be obliged to assent, said the Marquise de Saint-Méran, a dry-eyed, thin-lipped woman with a bearing that was aristocratic and still elegant, despite her 50 years. If they were here, all those revolutionaries who drove us out and whom we, in turn, are leaving alone to conspire at their ease in our old chateaux, which they bought for a crust of bread during the Terror, they would be obliged to assent and acknowledge that the true dedication was on our side, since we adhered to a crumbling monarchy while they, on the contrary, hailed the rising sun and made their fortune from it, while we were losing ours. They would acknowledge that our own king was truly Louis le Bien-Aimé, the well-beloved, while their usurper, for his part, was never more than Napoleon le Maudit, the accursed. Don't you agree, de Villefort? What was that, Madame la Marquise? Excuse me, I was not following the conversation. Come, come, let these children be, Marquise, said the old man who had proposed the toast. They are to be married and, naturally enough, have other things to discuss besides politics. I beg your pardon, mother, said a lovely young woman with blonde hair and eyes of velvet, bathed in limpid pools. I shall give you back Monsieur de Villefort, whose attention I had claimed for a moment. Monsieur de Villefort, my mother is speaking to you. I am waiting to answer Madame's question, said M. de Villefort, if she will be so good as to repeat it, because I did not catch it the first time. You are forgiven, René, said the Marquise, with a tender smile that it was surprising to see radiate from those dry features, but the heart of a woman is such that, however arid it may become when the winds of prejudice and the demands of etiquette have blown across it, there always remains one corner that is radiant and fertile, the one that God has dedicated to maternal love. You are forgiven. Now, what I was saying, Villefort, is that the Bonapartists had neither our conviction, nor our enthusiasm, nor our dedication. Ah, madam, but they do at least have one thing that replaces all those, which is fanaticism. Napoleon is the Muhammad of the West. For all those masses of common people, though with vast ambitions, he is not only a lawgiver and a ruler, but also a symbol, the symbol of equality. Napoleon, the Marquise exclaimed. Napoleon, a symbol of equality. And what about Monsieur de Robespierre? It seems to me that you are appropriating his place and giving it to the Corsican. One usurpation is enough, surely? No, madam, said Villefort, I leave each of them on his own pedestal, Robespierre in the place Louis XV, on his scaffold, and Napoleon in the place Vendôme, on his column. The difference is that equality with the first was a leveling down and with the second a raising up. One of them lowered kings to the level of the guillotine, the other lifted the people to the level of the throne, which does not mean, Villefort added, laughing, that they were not both vile revolutionaries, or that the 9th Thermidor and the 4th. April 18145 are not two fortunate dates in the history of France, and equally worthy to be celebrated by all friends of order and the monarchy. However, it does explain why, even now that he has fallen, I hope, never to rise again, Napoleon still enjoys some support. What do you expect, Marquise? Even Cromwell, who was not half the man that Napoleon used to be, had his followers. Do you realize that there is a strong whiff of revolution in what you are saying, Villefort? But I forgive you, the son of a Girondin 6 is bound to be tarred with the same brush. Villefort's face flushed a deep red. It's true, madam, that my father was a Girondin, but he did not vote for the death of the king. He was proscribed by the same terror by which you yourself were proscribed, and narrowly escaped laying his head on the same scaffold as that on which your fathers fell. Yes, the Marquise replied, this bloody recollection not having produced the slightest alteration in her expression, but, had they both stepped on it, it would have been as men inspired by diametrically opposed principles. The proof is that my family remained loyal to the princes in exile, while your father hastened to rally to the new regime. After Citizen Noirtier was a Girondin, Comte Noirtier became a senator. Mother, said René. You know we agreed that we should not mention these unfortunate matters again. Madame, Villefort replied, I join with Mademoiselle de Saint-Méran in humbly begging you to forget the past. What is the sense in recriminations about things over which the will of God itself is powerless? God can change the future, he cannot alter even an instant of the past. As for us, all we can do, since we are unable to repudiate it, is to draw a veil across it. Well, for my part, I have cut myself off not only from my father's opinions but also from his name. My father was, and perhaps still is, a Bonapartist named Noirtier. I am a royalist, and am called de Villefort. Let the last remnants of the revolutionary sap perish in the old stem and see only the young shoot, madam, which grows away from the trunk, though it is unable, I might almost say unwilling, to break with it altogether. Bravo, Villefort, said the Marquis. Bravo. Well said.
I, too, have always urged the Marquise to forget the past, but always in vain. I hope that you will be more successful.
Yes, that is very well, the Marquise replied. Let us forget the past, I ask nothing better. But let Villefort at least be unyielding for the future. Remember, Villefort, we have answered for you to His Majesty and, on our insistence, His Majesty was willing to forget, just as she offered him her hand, as I am, at your request. However, should any conspirator fall into your hands, remember that all eyes will be fixed upon you, the more so since it is known that you belong to a family which might perhaps have dealings with such conspirators.
Alas, madam!
Villefort exclaimed. My office and, most of all, the times in which we live, require me to be harsh. I shall be so. I have already had some political cases to deal with and, in that respect, I have shown my mettle. Unfortunately, we are not finished yet.
You think so? Asked the Marquise.
I fear so.
Napoleon is very close to France on the island of Elba, and his presence almost within sight of our coast sustains the hopes of his supporters. Marseille is full of officers on half-pay who daily seek quarrels with the royalists on some trivial pretext. This leads to duels among the upper classes and murders among the common people.
Yes, said the Comte de Salvieux, an old friend of Emma de Saint-Méran and Chamberlain to the Comte d'Artois.
Yes, but, as you know, he is being moved away by the Holy Alliance.
We heard speak of this as we were leaving Paris, said M. de Saint-Méran. Where is he being sent? To Saint Helena. Saint Helena?
What is that? Asked the Marquise.
An island lying 2,000 leagues 7 from here, on the far side of the equator, the Comte replied. And about time.
As Villefort says, it was a fine folly to leave such a man between Corsica where he was born, and Naples where his brother-in-law is still king, overlooking Italy, the country that he wanted to offer as a kingdom to his son.
Unfortunately, said Villefort, there are the treaties of 1814, and Napoleon cannot be touched without breaching them.
Why, then, they shall be breached, said M. de Salvieux.
Was he himself so scrupulous, when it came to shooting the poor Duc d'Enghien? 8?
Yes, the Marquise said.
It's agreed.
The Holy Alliance will cleanse Europe of Napoleon, and Villefort will cleanse Marseille of his supporters. Either the king reigns or he does not. If he does, his government must be strong and its agents unyielding. That is how we shall prevent wrongdoing.
Unfortunately, Madame, Villefort said, smiling, a deputy prosecutor to the crown always arrives on the scene when the wrong has been done.
Then it is up to him to repair it.
To which I might again reply, Madame, that we do not repair wrongs, but avenge them, that is all.
Ah, Monsieur de Villefort, said a pretty young thing, the daughter of the Comte de Salvieux and a friend of M. de Saint-Méran, do please try to have a fine trial while we are in Marseille. I have never been to a court of assizes, and I am told it is most interesting.
Most interesting, indeed, mademoiselle, since it is a veritable drama and not an invented tragedy, real sorrows in place of ones that are merely feigned. The man that you see there, instead of returning home, once the curtain is lowered, to dine with his family and go peacefully to bed before starting again the next day, is taken into a prison, there to meet his executioner. You may well understand that, for nervous people who wish to experience strong sensations, no spectacle can equal it. Don't worry, mademoiselle, if the opportunity arises, I shall present it to you. He makes us shudder, yet he is laughing, said René, going pale.
What did you think?
It is a duel.
I have already 5 or 6 times asked for the death penalty against those accused of political crimes, or others.
Well, who can tell how many daggers are at this very moment being sharpened in the shadows, or are already pointed at me?
Heavens!
René exclaimed, feeling increasingly faint.
Are you really serious, Monsieur de Villefort?
I could not be more serious, mademoiselle, the young magistrate said with a smile.
And the situation can only get worse with these fine trials that the young lady requires to satisfy her curiosity and which I require to satisfy my ambition.
Do you imagine that all these soldiers of Napoleon's, who are accustomed to walk blindly in the direction of the enemy, pause to think before firing a shot or marching forward with fixed bayonets? And, in that case, will they hesitate to kill a man whom they consider their personal foe, any more than they would to kill a Russian, an Austrian or a Hungarian whom they have never set eyes on? In any case, you understand, this is as it should be, because without it there would be no excuse for my profession. As for me, when I see a bright spark of hatred shining in the eye of an accused man, I feel encouraged, I rejoice. It is no longer a trial, but a duel. I go for him, he riposts, I press harder, and the fight ends, like all fights, in victory or defeat. That is what advocacy means. That is the risk run by eloquence. If a defendant were to smile at me after my speech, he would make me feel that I had spoken poorly, that what I had said was bland, inadequate, and lacking in vigor. Imagine the feeling of pride a Crown Prosecutor experiences when he is convinced of the defendant's guilt and sees the guilty man go pale and bend under the weight of his evidence and the blast of his oratory. The head is lowered, it will fall. René gave a little cry. "That's oratory for you," said one of the guests. "There's the man we need in times like these," said another. "And in your last case," a third remarked, "you were magnificent, my dear Villefort. You know, that man who murdered his father. Well, you literally killed him before the executioner had laid a hand on him." "Ah, if it's a matter of parricide," René said, "then I'm not bothered. There is no torture bad enough for such men. But those unfortunate political prisoners. They are even worse, René, for the king is the father of the nation, so wishing to overthrow or kill the king is the same as wanting to kill the father of 32 million men." "Ah, but even so, Monsieur de Villefort," said René, "will you promise me to be indulgent towards those I commend to you?" "Have no fear," said Villefort, with his most charming smile. "We shall prepare my speeches together." "My dearest," said the Marquise, "you look after your little birds, your spaniels, and your ribbons, and let your fiancé get on with his work. Nowadays, the sword has been put aside and the gown is supreme. There is a wise Latin tag to that effect." "Sedant arma togae," Villefort said, with a bow. "I did not dare attempt it in Latin," the Marquise replied. "I think I should rather that you were a physician," René went on. "The exterminating angel may be an angel, but he has always terrified me." "My sweet," Villefort murmured, enfolding her in a loving glance. "Daughter," the Marquise said, "Monsieur de Villefort will be the moral and political physician of our region. Believe me, that is a fine part to play. Which will serve to obliterate the memory of the one played by his father," added the incorrigible Marquise. "Madame," Villefort replied with a sad smile, "I have already had the honor of remarking to you that my father renounced the errors of his past, or, at least, I hope he did, and that he became an ardent friend of religion and order, perhaps a better royalist than I am myself, since he was fired by repentance, whilst I am fired only by passion." After which well-turned phrases, Villefort looked at the guests to judge the effect of his oratory, as he might have looked up from the court towards the public gallery at the end of a similar declaration. "Just so, my dear Villefort," said the Comte de Salvieux. "This is precisely what I replied to the minister of the king's household, 2 days ago in the Tuileries, when he asked me how I might explain this singular union between the son of a Girondin and the daughter of an officer in Condé's army, and the minister fully understood. This policy of alliances is that of Louis XVIII. Hence the king, who had been listening to our conversation without our knowing it, interrupted us in the following terms: "Villefort, observe that the king did not pronounce the name of Noirtier, but on the contrary stressed that of Villefort. Villefort," he said, "has a bright future before him. He is a young man who is already mature, and one of us." I was pleased to see that the Marquis and Marquise of Saint-Méran were taking him as their son-in-law,
and I should have recommended the match to them if they had not themselves come to ask my permission for it."
"The king told you that, Count?" Villefort exclaimed with delight.
"I give you his very words, and if the Marquis so wishes, he will frankly admit that what I am now telling you accords precisely with what the king told him when he himself spoke with His Majesty, 6 months ago, about the proposed marriage between you and his daughter."
"That is true," said the Marquis.
"Ah! But this means I owe everything to that worthy monarch.
What would I not do to serve him?"
"At last," said the Marquise. "That is what I want to hear. Let a conspirator come here now, and he will be welcome." "Speaking for myself, mother," said René, "I beg God that he does not listen to you, but sends Monsieur de Villefort only petty thieves, puny bankrupts, and faint-hearted swindlers. In that case, I shall sleep easy." Villefort laughed. "That is as if you were to wish on the physician nothing but migraines, measles and wasp stings, only ailments that are skin deep. If, on the contrary, you wish to see me as crown prosecutor, you should wish on me those fearful illnesses that bring honor to the doctor who cures them." At this moment, as though chance had merely been waiting for Villefort to express the wish for it to be fulfilled, a valet entered and whispered something in his ear. Villefort excused himself and left the table, to return a few moments later with a smile and a delighted expression. René responded with a look of love, for the young man was truly elegant and handsome like this, with his blue eyes, his smooth complexion and the dark side whiskers framing his face, so that she felt her whole being was hanging on his lips, waiting for him to explain the reason for his brief disappearance. "Well, mademoiselle," said Villefort, "a moment ago you wished to have a physician for your husband. I have this at least in common with the disciples of Aesculapius IX, they still spoke in such terms in 1815, that my time is never my own and I may even be interrupted when I am beside you, celebrating our betrothal." "And for what reason were you interrupted, monsieur?" the young woman asked, with slight misgiving. "Alas, for a patient who, if I am to believe what I am told, is at the last extremity. This time it is a serious case, and the illness is on the verge of the scaffold."
"Heaven preserve us!" René cried, paling.
"Truly," the whole company exclaimed together. "It seems that a little Bonapartist conspiracy has been uncovered, nothing less."
"Can that be?" said the Marquise. "Here is the letter of denunciation." And Villefort read:
"The Crown Prosecutor is advised, by a friend of the monarchy in the faith, that one Edmond Dantes, first mate of the Pharaon, arriving this morning from Smyrna, after putting in at Naples and Porto Ferrajo, was entrusted by Marat with a letter for the usurper and by the usurper with a letter to the Bonapartist Committee in Paris. Proof of his guilt will be found when he is arrested, since the letter will be discovered either on his person, or at the house of his father, or in his cabin on board the Pharaon." "But, this letter," said René, "which is, in any case, anonymous, is addressed to the Crown Prosecutor, and not to you." "Yes, but the Crown Prosecutor is away and in his absence the missive reached his secretary, who is entitled to open his letters. He opened this one and sent for me. When he did not find me, he gave orders for the arrest." "So the guilty man has been arrested," said the Marquise. "You mean, the accused man," said René. "Yes, madame," Villefort replied. "And, as I have just had the honor to tell Mademoiselle René, if the letter in question is found, the patient is indeed sick."
"Where is this unfortunate man?" René asked. "He is at my house."
"Go, my friend," said the Marquis. "Do not neglect your duty by staying with us. When the king's service demands your presence elsewhere, go where duty requires you." "Oh, Monsieur de Villefort," René said, clasping her hands together. "Have pity. This is the day of your betrothal." Villefort walked round the table and, coming to the girl's chair, rested his hand on the back of it and said, "I should do whatever I could to spare you any anxiety, dear René. But if the evidence is correct, if the accusation is true, then this Bonapartist weed must be cut down." René shuddered at the word cut, for the weed that was to be cut down had a head.
Pa, said the Marquise.
Don't listen to this little girl, Villefort, she will get used to the idea.
And she offered him a dry hand which he kissed, while giving René a look that said, "This is your hand I am kissing, or, at least, that I should like to be kissing." "Here is an ill omen," René murmured.
"Mademoiselle," said the Marquise, "your childishness is truly exasperating. What, may I ask, can the destiny of the state have to do with your sentimental fantasies and the mawkish movements of your heart?"
"Oh, mother," René murmured. "Be indulgent with her lack of royalist zeal, Madame la Marquise," said de Villefort.
"I promise that I shall do my duty as the Crown Prosecutor's deputy conscientiously, that is to say, I shall be utterly pitiless." But, even as the magistrate was addressing these words to the Marquise, the fiancé was surreptitiously giving his betrothed a look that said, "Have no fear, René, for the sake of our love, I shall be merciful." René replied to that look with her sweetest smile, and Villefort went out with heaven in his heart.
7. The interrogation.
Hardly had de Villefort left the dining room than he put off his joyful mask to take on the serious mien of one called upon to exercise the supreme office of pronouncing on the life of his fellow man. However, despite the mobility of his expression, something which the deputy had studied more than once, as a skilled actor does, in front of his mirror, on this occasion it was an effort for him to lower his brow and darken his features. In reality, apart from the memory of his father's choice of political allegiance, which, if he did not himself completely renounce it, might affect his own career, Gerard de Villefort was at that moment as happy as it is possible for a man to be. At the age of 26, already wealthy in his own right, he held a high office in the legal profession, and he was to marry a beautiful young woman whom he loved, not with passion, but reasonably, as a deputy crown prosecutor may love. Apart from her beauty, which was exceptional, his fiancée, Marie de Saint-Méran, belonged to a family which was among those most highly thought of at court in this time, and, besides the influence of her mother and father, who, having no other children, could reserve it entirely for their son-in-law, she was in addition bringing her husband a dowry of 50,000 écus which, thanks to her expectations, that dreadful word invented by marriage brokers, might one day be increased by a legacy of 500,000. Hence, the addition of all these elements amounted for Villefort to a dazzling sum of felicity, to such an extent that he thought he was seeing sunspots when he had turned the eyes of his soul for any length of time on the contemplation of his inner life. At the door, he found the police commissioner waiting for him. The sight of this somber personage immediately brought him back from seventh heaven to the solid earth on which we all walk. He composed his features, as we mentioned, and approached the officer of the law. "Here I am, monsieur. I have read the letter, and you did well to arrest this man. Now tell me everything you know about him and the conspiracy." "As far as the conspiracy is concerned, monsieur, we know nothing as yet. All the papers that we seized on him have been tied in a single bundle and deposited, sealed, on your desk. As for the detainee, you know from the letter denouncing him that he is one Edmond Dantès, first mate on board the three-master Pharaon, trading in cotton with Alexandria and Smyrna, and belonging to the house of Morel and Son, of Marseille." "Did he serve in the navy before joining the merchant marine?" "No, monsieur, he is quite a young man."
"How old?" 19, 20, at most."
At this moment, as Villefort was going down the Grande Rue and had reached the corner of the Rue des Consiles, a man, who seemed to have been waiting there for him, came over.
It was M. Morel.
"Ah, Monsieur de Villefort," the good man exclaimed.
"I am so pleased to see you. Can you imagine?
The strangest, the most unheard of mistake has been made. They have just arrested the first mate of my ship, Edmond Dantès."
"I know, monsieur," said Villefort. "I have come to question him."
"My good sir," said M. Morel, carried away by his friendship for the young man, "you do not know the person who is being accused, but I know him. He is the mildest, most honest man you could imagine. I might almost say the man who knows his job best of any in the merchant marine. Monsieur de Villefort, I commend him to you most sincerely and with all my heart. As we have seen, Villefort belonged to the nobility of the town and Morel to the plebeian part of it. The former was an extreme royalist, the latter suspected of harboring Bonapartist sympathies. Villefort looked contemptuously at Morel and answered coldly, "You know, monsieur, that one can be mild in one's private life, honest in one's business dealings and skilled in one's work, yet at the same time, politically speaking, be guilty of great crimes. You do know that, I suppose, monsieur?" He emphasized these last words, as if intending to apply them to the shipowner himself, while his inquiring look seemed to search right into the innermost soul of a man who would try to intervene on behalf of another, when he should have realized that he was himself in need of indulgence. Morel blushed, for his conscience was not altogether clear on the point of his political opinions. In any case, his mind was slightly troubled by the confidential information that Dantes had given him about his talk with the marshal and the few words that the emperor had addressed to him. However, he added in tones of the most urgent pleading, "I beg you, Monsieur de Villefort, be just, as it is your duty to be, and generous, as you always are, and soon restore poor Dantes to us." This "restore to us" had a revolutionary ring to the ears of the Crown Prosecutor's deputy. Well, he muttered to himself. To us. Can this Dantes be a member of some sect of Carbonari, one for his protector to employ that collective expression without being aware that he was doing so? I seem to understand from the commissioner that he was arrested in a cabaret, and he added, in a large gathering. This was some kind of event. Then, in reply, he said aloud, "Monsieur, you may rest entirely assured and you will not have appealed to me in vain if the detainee is innocent, but if, on the contrary, he is guilty. We live in difficult times, monsieur, when impunity would be the worst of examples. I shall thus be obliged to do my duty." Upon that, having arrived at the door of his house, which backed onto the law courts, he stepped majestically inside, after giving an icy bow to the unhappy shipowner, who remained as if rooted to the spot where Villefort had left him. The anteroom was full of gendarmes and police officers, and in the midst of them, under close arrest, surrounded by faces burning with hatred, the prisoner stood, calm and motionless. Villefort crossed the anteroom, gave a sidelong glance in the direction of Dantes and, taking a dossier that was handed to him by one of the officers, vanished, saying, "Let the prisoner be brought in." Swift though it was, the glance had been enough to give Villefort an idea of the man whom he would have to question. He had recognized intelligence in that broad forehead, courage in that firm eye and knitted brow, and candor in those full lips, half parted to reveal 2 rows of teeth as white as ivory. First impressions had been favorable to Dantes, but Villefort had often heard it said, as a profound political maxim, that one must beware of first impulses, even when they were correct, and he applied this rule on impulses to his impressions, without taking account of the difference between the two terms. He thus stifled the good instinct that was attempting to invade his heart and from there to attack his mind, settled his features in front of the mirror into their grandest expression and sat down, dark and threatening, behind his desk. A moment later, Dantes entered. The young man was still pale, but calm and smiling. He greeted his judge in a simple but courteous manner, and looked around for somewhere to sit, as though he had been in the shipowner Morel's drawing room. It was only then that he met Villefort's dull gaze, that look peculiar to men of the law who do not want anyone to read their thoughts, and so make their eyes into unpolished glass. The look reminded him that he was standing before justice, a figure of grim aspect and manners. "Who are you and what's your name?" Villefort asked, leafing through the notes that the officer had given him as he came in and which, in the past hour, had already become a voluminous pile. So quickly does the mound of reports and information build up around that unfortunate body known as detainees. "My name is Edmond Dantes, monsieur," the young man replied in a calm voice and ringing tones. "I am first mate on board the vessel Pharaon, belonging to Messrs. Morel and Son." "Your age?" Villefort continued. 19. "What were you doing at the time of your arrest?" I was celebrating my betrothal, Monsieur, Dantes said, his voice faltering slightly, so sharp was the contrast between those moments of happiness and the dismal formalities in which he was now taking part, and so much did the sombre face of M. de Villefort enhance the brilliance of Mercédès' features. You were at your betrothal feast, said the deputy, shuddering in spite of himself. Yes, monsieur. I am about to marry a woman whom I have loved for the past 3 years. Though usually impassive, nevertheless Villefort was struck by this coincidence, and the emotion in the voice of Dantes, whose happiness had been interrupted, sounded a sympathetic chord with him. He too was to be married, he too was happy, and his own felicity had been disturbed so that he might help to destroy that of a man who, like himself, was on the very brink of happiness. This philosophical analogy, he thought, would cause a great stir when he returned to M. de Saint-Méran's salon, and, while Dantes waited for his next question, he was already mentally ordering the antitheses around which orators construct those sentences designed to elicit applause, but which sometimes produce the illusion of true eloquence. When he had worked out his little interior discourse, Villefort smiled at the effect of it and returned to Dantes. Continue, monsieur. How do you wish me to continue? In such a way as to enlighten justice. Let justice tell me on which points it wishes to be enlightened, and I shall tell it all that I know. However, he added, smiling in his turn, I must warn it that I know very little. Did you serve under the usurper? I was about to be enrolled in the navy when he fell. Your political opinions are reported to be extreme, said Villefort, who had not heard a word about this but was not averse to putting the question in the form of an accusation. My political opinions, monsieur? Alas, I am almost ashamed to admit it, but I have never had what you might call an opinion. I am barely 19, as I had the honor to tell you. I know nothing and I am not destined to play any public role. The little that I am and shall be, if I gain the position to which I aspire, I owe to Monsieur Morel. So all my opinions, I would not say political, but private opinions, are confined to 3 feelings. I love my father, I respect Monsieur Morel and I adore Mercédès. That, monsieur, is all I can tell justice. You see that there is little to interest it there. While Dantes was speaking, Villefort examined his face, at once so mild and so frank, and recalled the words of René who, without knowing the prisoner, had begged indulgence for him. The deputy already had some acquaintance with crime and with criminals, so, in every word that Dantes spoke, he saw proof of his innocence. This young man, one might even say this child, plain, unaffected, eloquent with the heartfelt eloquence that is never found by those who seek it, full of affection for everyone, because he was happy and happiness makes even wicked men good, was so effectively spreading the warmth that overflowed from his heart that the accuser himself was not immune to it. Rough and stern though Villefort had been towards him, Edmond's look, tone and gestures expressed nothing but kindness and goodwill towards his interrogator. By heaven, Villefort thought, this is a charming young man, and I hope I shall not have great difficulty in putting myself on the right side of René, by carrying out the first request that she has made of me. It should earn me a warm clasp of the hand in front of everyone and a delightful kiss in a more secluded corner. This pleasurable expectation lit up Villefort's face, so that, when he turned away from his thoughts and back to Dantes, the latter, who had been following every movement across his judge's face, reflected his thoughts in a smile. Monsieur, said Villefort, do you know of any enemies you may have? Enemies, said Dantes. I am fortunate enough to be too unimportant to have any. As to temperament, I may perhaps be a trifle quick-tempered, but I have always tried to restrain it towards my subordinates. I have 10 or a dozen sailors under my orders. Let them be questioned, monsieur, and they will tell you that they like and respect me, not as a father, I am too young for that, but as an elder brother. But, if you have no enemies, you may have inspired envy. You are about to be made captain at the age of 19, which is a distinction for someone of your class. You are about to marry a pretty girl who loves you, which is a rare fortune for someone of any class at all. Fortune having favored you in these ways, you may have aroused jealousy. Yes, you are right. You must know human nature better than I do, and what you say is possible.
But I confess that if these envious men were to be among my friends, I should rather not know who they are, so as not to be obliged to hate them.
You are wrong, monsieur. One must always see clearly how one stands, as far as possible, and, frankly, you seem to me such a worthy young man that in your case I am going to depart from the normal procedure and help you to throw light on this by showing you the denunciation that has led to your being brought here.
This is the accusing letter. Do you recognize the writing?
Villefort took the letter from his pocket and offered it to Dantes, who examined it.
His face clouded and he said,
"No, monsieur, I do not know this handwriting.
It is disguised, yet it has an appearance of sincerity. In any case, the writing is that of an educated hand."
He looked at Villefort with gratitude. "I am happy to find myself dealing with a man such as you, because my rival is indeed a true enemy." From the flash that passed through the young man's eyes as he spoke these words, Villefort was able to perceive how much violent energy was hidden beneath his mild exterior. "Come, then," said the deputy prosecutor, "answer my questions honestly, not as an accused man to his judge, but as one wrongly accused might answer another who had his interests at heart.
How much truth is there in this anonymous accusation?"
And Villefort threw the letter, which Dantes had just given back to him, onto the desk with a gesture of distaste.
"Everything and nothing, monsieur, that is the absolute truth, on my honor as a sailor, on my love for Mercedes and on my father's life."
"Carry on," Villefort said, adding under his breath, "If Renée could see me, I hope she would be pleased and no longer call me an executioner."
When we left Naples, Captain Leclerc fell ill of a brain fever.
As we had no doctor on board ship and, because of his haste to reach Elba, he did not want to drop anchor at any point along the coast, his illness worsened until, after 3 days, realizing that he was dying, he called to see me.
"My dear Dantes," he said, "swear on your honor to do what I ask of you. This is a matter of the highest importance."
I swore to do as he asked.
"Very well.
As second in command, responsibility for the vessel will fall on you after my death, so I wish you to take command, set course for Elba, disembark at Porto Ferrajo, ask for the marshal and give him this letter.
It may be that you will be given another letter and be told to carry out some mission.
That mission, which I should have accomplished, Dantes, you will perform in my stead and the honor will be yours." "I shall do it, Captain, but it may be more difficult than you think for me to see the marshal."
"Here is a ring," the captain said.
"Make sure that he gets it and all barriers will be removed." On this, he gave me a ring.
It was none too soon. 2 hours later, he lapsed into a delirium and, on the next day, he died. Then what did you do?
What I had to do, monsieur, and what anyone would have done in my place. In all events, a dying man's wishes are sacred, but to a sailor the wishes of a superior officer are orders which must be carried out. So I set sail for Elba, arriving there the next day, when I confined everyone to the ship and disembarked alone. As I had foreseen, there was some difficulty in gaining an audience with the marshal, but I sent him the ring which was to serve as a token for me, and all doors were opened. He received me, questioned me on the circumstances of poor Leclerc's last hours and, as the captain had predicted, gave me a letter which he told me to take, in person, to Paris. I promised to do so, since these were my captain's final wishes. I made land and quickly settled everything that had to be done on board, then I went to see my fiancée, whom I found more lovely and more loving than ever. Thanks to Monsieur Morel, we were able to circumvent all the formalities of the church and at last, as I told you, monsieur, I was celebrating my betrothal. I was to be married in an hour and expected to leave for Paris tomorrow, when I was arrested, on the basis of this denunciation that you seem to despise as much as I do.
Yes, Villefort muttered.
I am convinced by your story and, if you are guilty, it is only of imprudence.
Even that is excused by your captain's order.
Let me have the letter that was entrusted to you on Elba. Give me your word that you will appear at the first summons and you can rejoin your friends.
so I am free to go. Dantes exclaimed. Yes, provided you give me the letter.
It must be in front of you, monsieur, because it was taken with my other papers, some of which I recognize in that bundle.
Wait, the lawyer told Dantes, who was picking up his hat and gloves. To whom was it addressed? To Monsieur Noirtier, Rue Coquerin, in Paris.
If a bolt of lightning had struck Villefort, it could not have done so with greater suddenness or surprise. He fell back into the chair from which he had half risen to reach over to the bundle of papers that had been taken from Dantes, and, hastily going through them, drew out the fatal letter, on which he cast a look of unspeakable terror.
Monsieur Noirtier, Rue Coqueron, number 13 et muttered, the color draining from his face.
Yes, monsieur, Dantes replied in astonishment. Do you know him? No. Villefort answered emphatically. A faithful servant of the king does not know conspirators. Is this a matter of conspiracy, then? Dantes asked, starting to feel even greater anxiety than before, having just thought he would be free.
In any event, monsieur, as I told you, I had no idea what was in the dispatch that I carried. Perhaps not, Villefort said grimly, but you did know the name of the person to whom it was addressed. In order for me to give it to him myself, monsieur, I had to know his name.
And you have not shown this letter to anyone?
Villefort asked, reading and growing paler as he read.
To no one, monsieur, on my honor. Nobody knows that you were the bearer of a letter from Elba addressed to Monsieur Noirtier?
Nobody, monsieur, except the person who gave it to me. That is one too many. Even so, Villefort muttered, his brow clouding as he read towards the end. His pale lips, trembling hands, and burning eyes excited the most painful anxiety in Dantes' mind. After reading, Villefort put his head in his hands and stayed like it for an instant, overcome.
Heavens, monsieur, what is it? Dantes asked fearfully.
Villefort did not reply but remained like that for a short time, then he looked up, with pale and troubled features, and read the letter once more.
You say that you have no idea what is in this letter, he asked.
I repeat, on my honor, monsieur, said Dantes, that I do not know.
But for goodness sake, what is wrong with you? You must be feeling unwell. Would you like me to ring? Would you like me to call someone?
Certainly not, said Villefort, rising abruptly.
Don't move or say a word.
I am the one who gives orders here, not you.
Monsieur, Dantes said, curt, I wanted to help you, that's all.
I don't need any help.
I felt dizzy for a moment, nothing more.
Look to yourself, not to me.
Answer me.
Dantes was expecting this request to be followed by further questioning, but none came. Villefort slumped into his chair, passed an icy hand across a brow dripping with sweat, and began, for the third time, to read the letter. Oh, if he does know what is in this letter, he thought, and if he should ever learn that Noirtier is Villefort's father, I am lost, lost utterly. From time to time he glanced at Edmond, as if his look might pierce the invisible barrier that holds secrets in the heart so that they do not pass the lips.
Ah!
Let there be no further doubt, he exclaimed suddenly.
But, in heaven's name, monsieur, the unfortunate young man cried.
If your doubts are on my score, if you suspect me, then question me, I am ready to answer you. Villefort made a violent effort to control himself and said, in a voice that he tried to keep firm, Monsieur, your interrogation has brought up the most serious charges against you, so I am no longer able, as I had first hoped, to set you free immediately.
Before I can take that step, I must consult the examining magistrates.
Meanwhile, you have seen how I have treated you.
Oh, yes, monsieur, Dantes exclaimed, and I thank you, because you have been more of a friend to me than a judge.
Well, I must keep you prisoner a little while longer, but for as short a time as I can.
The main charge against you is the existence of this letter, and you see.
Villefort went over to the fireplace, threw the letter into the fire and waited until it was reduced to ashes.
And you see, I have destroyed it. Monsieur! Dantes exclaimed. You are more than justice, you are goodness itself.
But listen to me, Villefort continued.
After seeing me do that, you realize that you can trust me, don't you?
Order me, monsieur, and I shall obey you.
No, Villefort said, coming across to the young man. No, I shall not give you any orders, you understand, I shall give you some advice.
Do so, and I shall follow it as though it were an order.
I am going to keep you until evening, here, at the Palais de Justice.
Someone else may come and question you, tell him everything you told me, but don't say a word about the letter.
I promise not to, monsieur.
It seemed as though it was Villefort who was begging and the prisoner who was reassuring his judge. You understand, he went on, looking towards the ashes which still retained the shape of the paper. Now that the letter has been destroyed, only you and I know that it ever existed.
You will never see it again, so deny it if anyone mentions it to you, deny it boldly and you will be saved.
Have no fear, monsieur, I shall deny it, Dantes said.
Good, good.
Villefort exclaimed, reaching for a bell pull.
Then he stopped as he was about to ring and said, Was that the only letter that you had? The only one. Swear to me. Dantes held out his hand. I swear.
Villefort rang and the police commissioner came in. Villefort went up to the officer and whispered a few words in his ear. The commissioner answered with a nod.
Follow this gentleman, Villefort told Dantes.
Dantes bowed, gave Villefort a last look of gratitude and went out. No sooner had the door shut behind him than the strength drained out of Villefort's body and he fell, almost unconscious, into a chair.
Then, after a moment, he muttered, Oh, my lord! On what slender threads do life and fortune hang?
If the crown prosecutor had been in Marseille or if the examining magistrate had been called in my place, I should have been lost. That paper, that accursed piece of paper would have plunged me into the abyss.
Father! Will you always be an obstacle to my happiness in this world, and shall I always have to contend with your past?
Then, suddenly, it seemed as though a light had unexpectedly passed through his mind and lit up his face. A smile rose to his still clenched lips, while his distraught look became a stare and his mind appeared to concentrate on a single idea.
That's it, he said.
This letter, which should have destroyed me, might perhaps make my fortune.
Come, Villefort, to work.
After making sure that the prisoner was no longer in the antechamber, the deputy prosecutor also went out and began to make his way briskly towards his fiancée's house.
8. The Château d'If.
Crossing the antechamber, the commissioner of police gestured to two gendarmes, who took up their positions on either side of Dantes. A door leading from the chambers of the crown prosecutor to the law courts was opened, and they went along one of those long dark corridors that inspire a shudder in all who enter them, even when they have no cause to fear. Just as Villefort's chambers gave access to the Palais de Justice, so the Palais de Justice gave access to the prison, a somber pile overlooked by the bell tower of Les Écoles, which rises opposite and examines it with curiosity from every gaping aperture. After several twists and turns in the corridor down which they went, Dantes saw a door with an iron wicket open before him. The police commissioner knocked on it with a little hammer, and the 3 blows sounded to Dantes as though they had been struck against his heart. The door opened and the 2 gendarmes gently pushed their prisoner forward, for he still hung back. Dantes crossed the awful threshold and the door closed noisily behind him. He now breathed a different atmosphere, where the air was heavy and sulphurous. He was in prison. He was taken to a cell that was quite clean, despite the bars and locks. The appearance of his surroundings consequently did not arouse too much fear in him. In any case, the deputy prosecutor's words, spoken in tones that seemed to Dantes to express such concern, still echoed in his ears like a sweet promise of hope. It was already 4 o'clock when Dantes was led into his cell. As we have already mentioned, it was March the 1st, so the prisoner would soon be in darkness. His hearing became more acute as his sight dimmed and, at the slightest sound which reached him, convinced that they were coming to set him free, he leapt up and took a step towards the door, but the noise soon faded as it vanished in another direction, and Dantes slumped back onto his stool. Finally, at around 10 o'clock in the evening, just as he was starting to lose hope, he heard a new sound that, this time, really did seem to be coming towards his cell. And, indeed, there were steps in the corridor that halted in front of his door. A key turned in the lock, the bolts creaked and the huge mass of oak moved open, suddenly filling the room with the dazzling light of 2 torches, in which Dantes could see the shining sabers and muskets of 4 gendarmes. He had taken 2 steps forward, but stopped in his tracks at the sight of this increased force. "Have you come for me?" he asked. "Yes," one of the gendarmes replied. "On behalf of Monsieur the Deputy Crown Prosecutor?" "I suppose so." "Very well," Dantes replied. "I am ready to go with you." Certain that it was M. de Villefort who had sent for him, the unfortunate young man had no apprehension and went out calmly, with easy steps, to station himself between the soldiers who formed his escort. A carriage was waiting at the street door, the driver was on his seat and there was a police officer sitting beside him. "Has this carriage come for me?" Dantes asked. "It's for you," one of the gendarmes replied. "Get in." Dantes wanted to say something, but the door opened and he felt a shove. He had neither the opportunity to resist nor any intention of doing so. At once he found himself seated inside the carriage between 2 gendarmes, while the 2 others took their place on the bench at the front and the heavy vehicle began to move forward with a sinister rumble. The prisoner looked at the windows, which were barred. He had merely exchanged one prison for another, with the difference that this one was moving and taking him to some unknown destination. However, through the bars which were so closely set that a hand could barely pass between them, Dantes could observe that they were proceeding down the Rue Caisserie, then the Rue Saint-Laurent and the Rue Taramis, heading towards the port. Soon, through his own bars and those of the monument beside which they had stopped, he saw the bright lights of the detention barracks. The carriage stopped, the police officer got down and went across to the guardroom. A dozen soldiers emerged and formed ranks. Dantes could see their rifles shining in the reflection from the dockside lamps. Can it be for me, he wondered, that they are deploying all these men? The officer unlocked the door and, in doing so, answered his question without speaking a word, for Dantes could see that a path had been opened for him between the 2 lines of soldiers, leading down to the quayside. The 2 gendarmes who were sitting on the front bench got out first, then he himself was taken out, followed by those who had been sitting beside him. They set off towards a dinghy that a boatman of the customs was holding against the quay by a chain. The soldiers watched Dantes go past with a look of dumb curiosity. In an instant he was placed in the stern of the boat, still between the 4 gendarmes, while the officer stood in the bow. With a violent shudder, the boat was pushed away from the quay and 4 oarsmen began to row vigorously towards the Pigeon. At a cry from the boat, the chain across the entrance to the port was lowered and Dantes found himself in the area known as the Frial, that is to say, outside the harbor. The prisoner's first reaction at finding himself outside had been one of joy. The open air was almost freedom. He drew deep breaths, to fill his lungs with the sharp breeze that carries on its wings all the unknown perfumes of the night and the sea. Soon, however, he sighed, they were rowing in front of the same reserve where he had been so happy that very morning in the hour before his arrest, and, through 2 brightly lit windows, he could hear the merry sounds of a ball drifting towards him. He clasped his hands together, raised his eyes to heaven and prayed. The boat continued on its way. It had passed by the Tête du Mort and was opposite the Cove of the Pharaoh. It was about to round the battery, and this Dantes could not understand. "But where are you taking me?" he asked one of the gendarmes. "You will know soon enough." "But, even so, we are not allowed to tell you anything." Being half a soldier himself, Dantes knew that it was ridiculous to ask questions of subordinates who had been forbidden to reply, so he kept silent. However, the strangest ideas crowded through his brain. Since they could not go far in a boat of this size, and there was no ship at anchor in the direction towards which they were heading, he thought that they must be going to put him ashore on some distant part of the coast and tell him he was free. He was not bound, and no attempt had been made to handcuff him. This seemed like a good sign. In any case, had not the deputy prosecutor told him that, provided he did not mention the dread name of Noirtier, he had nothing to fear? Had not Villefort, in his very presence, destroyed the dangerous letter which was the only proof they had against him? So he waited, silent and deep in thought, trying to penetrate the blackness of night with his sailor's eye, accustomed to darkness and familiar with space. On their right, they had left behind the Isle Ratonneau, with its lighthouse, and, almost following the line of the coast, they had arrived opposite the Bay of the Catalans. Here, the prisoner looked with still greater intensity. Here Mercedes lived, and he felt at every instant that he could see the vague and ill-defined shape of a woman on the dark shore. Was it possible that Mercedes had been warned by some presentiment that her lover was going by, only 300 yards away? There was only one light burning in the Catalan village. By studying its position, Dantes realized that it came from his fiancée's room. Mercedes was the only person still awake in the whole of the little colony. If the young man were to shout loudly, his fiancée might hear him. But a false feeling of shame prevented him. What would these men who were watching him say, if he cried out like a madman? So he stayed silent, staring at the light. Meanwhile the boat continued on its way, but the prisoner was not thinking about the boat, he was thinking of Mercedes. The light disappeared behind a small hill. Dantes turned around and noticed that they were making for the open sea. While he had been looking ashore, taken up with his thoughts, sails had been substituted for the oars and the boat was now being driven before the wind. Despite his reluctance to ask the gendarme any further questions, Dantes moved over to him and took his hand. "Comrade," he said, "in the name of your conscience and as a soldier, I beg you to have pity on me and to give me an answer. I am Captain Dantes, a good and loyal Frenchman, even though I have been accused of I know not what act of treason. Where are you taking me? Tell me, and I swear as a sailor that I will answer to the call of duty and resign myself to my fate." The gendarme scratched his ear and looked at his fellow. The latter made a sign that roughly indicated, "Since we have gone this far, I see no objection," and the gendarme turned back to Dantes. "You are a Marseillaise and a sailor, and you ask me where we are going?" "Yes, because, on my honor, I don't know." "You haven't guessed?" "Not at all." "That's not possible." "I swear by all that is most sacred to me in the world." "I beg you, tell me. What about my instructions?" "Your instructions do not forbid you to inform me of something that I shall know in 10 minutes, or half an hour, or perhaps an hour. Yet, between now and then, you can spare me centuries of uncertainty. I ask this of you as though you were my friend. Look, I am not trying to resist or to escape. In any case it would be impossible. Where are we going? Unless you are blindfolded, or you have never been outside the port of Marseille, then you must surely guess where you are going." "No." "But look around you." Dantes got up and naturally turned his eyes to the point towards which the boat appeared to be heading. Some 200 yards in front of them loomed the sheer black rock from which, like a flinty excrescence, rises the Chateau d'If.1. To Dantes, who had not been thinking about it at all, the sudden appearance of this strange shape, this prison shrouded in such deep terror, this fortress which for 3 centuries has nourished Marseille with its gloomy legends, had the same effect as the spectacle of the scaffold on a condemned man.
My God, he cried. The Chateau d'If. Why are we going there?
The gendarme smiled.
You can't be taking me to incarcerate me there? Dantes continued. The Chateau d'If is a state prison, meant only for major political criminals. I haven't committed any crime. Are there examining magistrates or any other sort of judges in the Chateau d'If?
As far as I know, only a governor, jailers, a garrison, and solid walls. Come now, my friend, don't be so surprised, or I'll think you are showing your gratitude for my indulgence by making fun of me.
Dantes grasped the gendarme's hand with crushing force. Are you telling me, then, that I am being taken to the Chateau d'If to be imprisoned there?
It seems like it, said the gendarme. But, in any case, my friend, it won't do you any good to grip my hand so tightly. Without any further inquiry or formalities, the young man asked.
The formalities have been gone through and the inquiry made. Like that, despite Monsieur de Villefort's promise? I don't know what Monsieur de Villefort promised you, said the gendarme. All I do know is that we're going to the Chateau d'If. Hey, there! What are you doing? Hold on. Give me a hand here.
With a movement as swift as lightning, though not swift enough, even so, to escape the gendarme's practiced eye, Dantes tried to leap overboard but was held back just as his feet left the planks of the boat, into which he fell back, screaming furiously. Fine, the gendarme exclaimed, kneeling on his chest. Fine. So that is how you keep your word as a sailor. Still waters run deep. Well now, my good friend, make a single movement, just one, and I'll put a shot in your head. I disobeyed my first instruction, but I guarantee you that I shall not fail to abide by the second. He gave every indication of his intention to carry out his threat, lowering his musket until Dantes could feel the barrel pressing against his temple. For an instant he considered making the forbidden movement and so putting a violent end to the misfortune that had swooped down and suddenly seized him in its vulture's grip. But, precisely because the misfortune was so unexpected, Dantes felt that it could not be long-lasting. Then he remembered M. de Villefort's promises. And finally, it must be admitted that death in the bilge of an open boat at the hands of a gendarme struck him as ugly and grim. So he fell back onto the planks of the vessel with a cry of rage, gnawing at his fists in his fury. Almost at the same moment, the boat shook violently. One of the oarsmen leapt on the rock that had just struck against its prow, a rope groaned as it unwound from a pulley, and Dantes realized that they had arrived and the skiff was being moored. His guards, holding him simultaneously by his arms and the collar of his jacket, forced him to get up, obliged him to go ashore, and dragged him towards the steps leading up to the gate of the fortress, while the officer took up the rear, armed with a musket and bayonet. In any case, Dantes did not attempt to struggle pointlessly, his slowness was the result of inertia rather than resistance. He stumbled dizzily like a drunken man. Once more he could see soldiers lined up along the steep embankment. He felt the steps obliging him to lift his feet and noticed that he was passing beneath a gateway and that the gate was closing behind him, but all of this in a daze, as if through a mist, without clearly perceiving anything. He could no longer even distinguish the sea, that vast sorrow of prisoners who stare into space with the awful feeling that they are powerless to cross it. There was a momentary pause, during which he tried to gather his wits. He looked around him. He was in a square courtyard, enclosed within 4 high walls. He could hear the slow, regular footfalls of the sentries and, each time they passed in front of the 2 or 3 reflections cast on the walls by the light of as many lamps burning inside the castle, it reflected on the muzzles of their guns. They waited there for about 10 minutes. Certain that Dantes could not escape, the gendarmes had released their hold on him. They appeared to be waiting for orders, which eventually came.
"Where is the prisoner?" asked a voice. "Here," one of the gendarmes replied. "Let him follow me, I'll conduct him to his cell." "Come on," the gendarmes said, shoving Dantes forward. The prisoner followed his guide, who led him into a room that was nearly underground, its bare, dripping walls seemingly impregnated with a vapor of tears. A species of lamp, on a wooden stool, its wick drowning in fetid oil, lit the shining walls of this appalling abode and showed Dantes his guide, a sort of subordinate jailer, poorly dressed and coarse-featured. "Here is your room for tonight," he said. "It is late and the governor has gone to bed. Tomorrow, when he wakes up and can examine his instructions concerning you, he may move you elsewhere. Meanwhile, here is some bread. You have water in that jar and straw over there in the corner. That is all a prisoner can want. Good night to you." Before Dantes could open his mouth to reply, let alone see where the jailer was putting the bread or the place where the jar stood, and look over to the corner where the straw was waiting to make him a bed, the jailer had taken the lamp and, shutting the door, denied the prisoner even the dim light that had shown him, as though in a flash of lightning, the streaming walls of his prison. So he found himself alone in the silence and darkness, as black and noiseless as the icy cold of the vaults which he could feel pressing down on his feverish brow. When the first rays of dawn started to bring a little light into this den, the jailer returned with orders to leave the prisoner where he was. Dantes had not moved. An iron hand seemed to have nailed him to the very spot where he had stopped the night before. Only his deep-set eyes were now hidden behind the swelling caused by the moisture of his tears. He was motionless, staring at the floor. He had spent the whole night in this way, standing, and not sleeping for an instant. The jailer came over to him and walked round him, but Dantes appeared not to notice. He tapped him on the shoulder, and Dantes shuddered and shook his head. "Haven't you slept?" asked the jailer. "I don't know," Dantes replied. The jailer looked at him in astonishment. "Aren't you hungry?" "I don't know," Dantes replied again. "Do you want anything?" "I want to see the governor." The jailer shrugged his shoulders and went out. Dantes looked after him, stretched his hands out towards the half-open door, but it was closed again. At this his chest seemed to be torn apart by a profound sob. The tears that filled it burst out like two streams. He fell down, pressed his face to the ground and prayed for a long time, mentally going through the whole of his past life and wondering what crime he had committed in so brief a span that could merit such cruel punishment. So the day was spent. He ate hardly more than a few mouthfuls of bread and drank a few drops of water. At times he remained seated, wrapped in thought. At others, he paced around his prison like a wild animal trapped in an iron cage. One thought struck him with particular force. It was this, that during the crossing when, not knowing where they were taking him, he had remained so calm and docile, there had been a dozen times when he could have jumped overboard and, once in the water, thanks to an ability that made him one of the most skillful divers in Marseille, have vanished beneath the waves, evaded his captors, reached the shore, fled, hidden in some deserted bay, waited for a Genoese or Catalan ship, gone to Italy or Spain, and from there written to Mercedes to join him. As for a livelihood, he had no misgivings in any country. Good sailors are everywhere in short supply. He spoke Italian like a Tuscan and Spanish like a son of old Castile. He would have lived in freedom, happy, with Mercedes and with his father, because his father would come to join them. Yet here he was, a prisoner, shut up in this impregnable fortress, in the Chateau d'If, not knowing what had become of his father or what had become of Mercedes, and all because he had trusted Villefort's word. Dantes thought he would go mad, and he rolled in fury on the fresh straw that his jailer had brought him. The following day, at the same hour, the jailer came in. "Well," he asked, "are you in a more reasonable frame of mind than yesterday?" Dantes did not answer. "Come now, pull yourself together. Is there anything you need that I can get you? Tell me." "I want to speak to the governor." "Pa," the jailer said impatiently. I've already told you that's impossible. Why is it impossible? Because, under the prison regulations, a prisoner is not allowed to make that request. And what is allowed here? Dantes asked. Better food, if you pay, walks, and sometimes books. I have no need of books, I have no desire to walk, and my food suits me well, so there is only one thing I want, which is to see the governor. If you get on my nerves by repeating the same thing over and over, said the jailer, I shall stop bringing you any food at all. Well, then, said Dantes, if you do not bring me anything to eat, I shall starve. The tone of Dantes' voice as he said this showed the jailer that his prisoner would be happy to die, and, as every prisoner, when all is said and done, represents roughly 10 sous a day for his jailer, the man considered the loss that he would suffer from Dantes' death and continued in milder vein. Listen, what you want is impossible, so don't ask for it again. It is unheard of for the governor to come into a cell at a prisoner's request. But behave well and you will be allowed to exercise, and one day, while you are in the exercise yard, the governor may go by. Then you can talk to him. It is his business whether he wishes to reply. But how long, Dantes asked, am I likely to wait before this occurs? Who knows? A month, 3 months, 6, perhaps a year. That's too long, said Dantes. I want to see him at once. Oh. Don't get obsessed by one single thing that is impossible to obtain, otherwise in a fortnight you'll be mad. Do you think so? Quite mad. That is always how madness begins. We have an example right here. It was because he kept on offering 1,000,000 francs to the governor if he would set him free, that the abbé too who occupied this cell before you went off his head. How long is it since he left this cell? 2 years. And was he freed? No, put in a dungeon. Listen, Dantes said, I am not an abbé, nor am I mad. Perhaps I shall become so, but alas for the moment I have all my wits. I want to make another suggestion to you. What? I won't offer you 1,000,000 because I could not give it to you, but if you want, I shall offer you 100 écus so that, next time you cross to Marseille, you will go to the Catalans and give a letter to a young woman called Mercedes, not even a letter, just a couple of lines. If I were to carry 2 lines and I was caught, I should lose my job, which is worth 1,000 livres a year, without food and bonuses. So you can see I would be a fine fool if I were to risk losing 1,000 livres to make 300. Well, Dantes said, listen to me, and mark what I say, if you refuse to carry 2 lines to Mercedes, or at least to let her know that I am here, I shall wait for you one day, hiding behind my door, and, as soon as you enter, crack your head open with this stool. Threats, the jailer exclaimed, taking a step back and putting himself on his guard. You really are losing your mind. The abbé started the same way. In 3 days you will be raving mad, as he is. Luckily there are dungeons in the Château d'If. Dantes took the stool and swung it around his head. Very well. Very well, said the jailer. Since you insist, it will be reported to the governor. At last. Dantes said, putting the stool down on the floor and sitting on it, wild-eyed, hanging his head, as if he had truly become insane. The jailer left and, a moment later, returned with 3 soldiers and a corporal. By order of the governor, he said, take this prisoner to the floor below. You mean to the dungeons, said the corporal. To the dungeons. The mad must go with the mad. The 4 soldiers seized Dantes, who fell into a sort of catatonia and followed them without trying to resist. He was led down 15 steps and they opened the door of a dungeon which he entered, muttering, quite correct, the mad must go with the mad. The door closed and Dantes walked straight ahead, his arms outstretched, until he touched the wall. Then he sat down in a corner and remained motionless, while his eyes, gradually becoming accustomed to the gloom, started to make out his surroundings.
The jailer had been right, Dantes was very close to madness.
9. The evening of the betrothal.
Villefort, as we mentioned, had set out to return to the Place du Grand Cours and, on arriving back at the house of Madame de Saint-Méran, discovered that the guests he had left at table were now taking coffee in the drawing-room. René was waiting for him with an impatience shared by the rest of the company, and he was greeted with general acclaim.
"How now, head cutter, pillar of the state, royalist Brutus," cried one. "Tell us what's up."
"Yes, are we threatened with a new reign of terror?" asked another.
"Has the Corsican ogre come forth from his cave?" asked a third.
"Madame la Marquise," said Villefort, going over to his future mother-in-law, "I have come to ask you to excuse me for being obliged to leave you in this way."
"Marquis, could I beg the favor of a word or two in private?"
"Oh. So it really is serious?" the Marquise asked, seeing the cloud that had settled on Villefort's brow.
"So much so that I have to take leave of you for a few days."
He turned towards René. "So you can understand that the matter must be serious indeed."
"You're going away?"
René exclaimed, unable to hide her feelings at this unexpected news.
"Alas, mademoiselle, I must," Villefort replied.
"And where are you going?" the Marquise asked.
"That, madame, must remain a secret under the law.
However, if anyone here has some message for Paris, one of my friends is leaving for there tonight and will be delighted to undertake the errand."
Everybody exchanged glances.
"You asked for a moment of my time," the Marquis said.
"Yes.
If you please, let us go to your study."
The Marquis took Villefort's arm and they went out.
"Now, tell me what this is about," he asked when they reached the study. "Something that I believe to be of the utmost importance, which requires my immediate departure for Paris."
"Marquis, excuse my bluntness and indiscretion, but do you have any government stock?"
"My whole fortune is in bonds, around 600,000 or 700,000 francs." "Then sell them, Marquis, sell them, or you are ruined."
"But how can I sell them from here?"
"You have a broker, don't you?"
"Yes."
"Give me a letter for him, so that he can sell without losing a minute or even a second."
"Even so, I may be too late."
"Damn," the Marquis exclaimed. "Let's not waste time." He sat down at a table and wrote a letter to his broker, instructing him to sell at any price. "Now that I have this letter," Villefort said, folding it and putting it carefully into his pocketbook, "I need another."
"For whom?"
"For the king."
"The king?"
"Yes. But I dare not take it upon myself to write to His Majesty. I am not asking you to do so yourself, but to request it of Monsieur de Salvieux. He must give me a letter that will allow me to approach His Majesty without having to go through all the formalities of requesting an audience, which might waste valuable time."
"What about the Lord Chancellor, who has free access to the Tuileries?"
"Through him, you could contact the king at any time of the day or night." "No doubt, but why should someone else share the credit for the news that
I carry? Do you follow me?"
"The Chancellor would naturally relegate me to a subordinate role and deprive me of any benefit I might obtain in the matter. I can tell you only one thing, Marquis, my career is guaranteed if I can arrive first at the Tuileries, because I shall have done the king a service that he will be unable to forget." "In that case, dear boy, go and pack. I shall call de Salvieux and ask him to write a letter that will act as your passport to His Majesty. Pray lose no time, for I must be in my chaise within a quarter of an hour. Have the carriage draw up in front of the door." "Of course. Please make my excuses to the Marquise. And to Mademoiselle de Saint-Méran, from whom, today of all days, I part with the profoundest regret. They will both be waiting in the study for you to make your own farewells."
"Thank you 100 times. look after my letter." The Marquis rang and a servant appeared. "Tell the Comte de Salvieux that I am expecting him. Now, you must go," he added, to Villefort. "I shall be back immediately." Villefort ran out but, on reaching the door, realized that the sight of a deputy crown prosecutor in such a hurry could upset the tranquility of an entire town, so he slowed to his normal pace, which was quite magisterial. At his front door he saw a pale, ghost-like figure waiting for him, upright and motionless in the shadows. It was the lovely young Catalan who, having no news of Edmond, had slipped out of the district around the Faro at nightfall to come in person and see if she could discover the reasons for her lover's arrest. When Villefort approached, she stepped out of the shadow of the wall against which she was leaning and barred his path. Dantes had told the prosecutor about his fiancée, and Villefort recognized Mercedes without her giving her name. He was surprised at the beauty and dignity of the woman and, when she asked him what had become of her lover, he felt as though he was the defendant and she was the judge. "The man of whom you speak," he replied brusquely, "is a major criminal and I can do nothing for him, mademoiselle." Mercedes could not repress a sob and, as Villefort tried to go past, stopped him again. "At least tell me where he is, so that I can find out if he is alive or dead." "I don't know, he is no longer my responsibility," Villefort replied. And, embarrassed by her keen look and attitude of entreaty, he pushed Mercedes aside and went in, slamming the door as though to shut out the sorrow that she had brought him. But sorrow is not so easily put aside. The stricken man carried it with him like the fatal stamp of which Virgil speaks. 1 Villefort went in and closed the door, but when he reached the living room, his legs too gave way beneath him, he let out a sigh that was more like a sob, and slumped into a chair. Now, in the depths of that sick heart the first seeds of a mortal abscess began to spread. That man whom he was sacrificing to his own ambition, that innocent man who was paying the price for the guilt of Villefort's father, appeared before him, pale and menacing, clasping the hand of a fiancée who was no less pale, and bearing remorse in his train, not the remorse that makes its victims leap up like a Roman raging against his fate, but that bitter, muffled blow that intermittently chimes on the soul and sears it with the memory of some past action, an agonizing wound that lacerates deeper and deeper until death. Even now, there was a moment's hesitation in his heart. Many times before he had called for the death penalty, with no more emotion than that aroused by the contest between the accuser and the accused, and these convicts, who had gone to their deaths because of the thundering eloquence with which he had convinced the judges or the jury, had left no shadow on his brow, they had been guilty, or, at least, so Villefort believed. This time, however, it was a different matter. He had just condemned a man to perpetual incarceration, but an innocent man, poised on the brink of good fortune, depriving him not only of freedom, but also of happiness. He was not a judge this time, but an executioner. And when he thought of that, he felt the muffled blow that we described, something that he had not previously experienced, sounding in the depths of his heart and filling his breast with a vague feeling of apprehension. Thus a wounded man will be put on his guard by a powerful and instinctive prescience of pain and tremble whenever his finger approaches the site of an open, bleeding wound, for as long as it remains unhealed. But the wound that Villefort had suffered was one that would not heal, or one that would close, only to reopen, more bloody and painful than before. If at that moment René's sweet voice had sounded in his ear calling for clemency, or if the lovely Mercedes had come in and said, "In the name of the God who sees us and judges us, give me back my betrothed," then, surely, that brow, already half prepared to submit to the inevitable, would have bent altogether, and he would no doubt have taken the pen in his numbed fingers and, despite the risk to himself, signed the order to set Dantes free. But no voice spoke in the silence and the door opened only to Villefort's valet de chambre, who had come to tell him that the post-horses were harnessed to his barouche. He got up or, rather, leapt up, like a man resolving some inner struggle, ran across to his writing desk, emptied the gold from one of its drawers into his pockets, paced distractedly around his room for a moment, with his hand on his forehead, muttering incomprehensibly, then at last, feeling the coat which his valet had just put across his shoulders,
went out, sprang into his carriage and snapped out the order to stop off at M. de Saint-Méran's in the Rue du Grand Cours.
The sentence on the unhappy Dantes was confirmed.
As M. de Saint-Méran had promised, Villefort found the Marquise and Renée in the study.
The young man shuddered on seeing Renée, thinking that she might once more ask him to free Dantes.
But, alas, it must be said, to the discredit of self-centered humankind, that the beautiful young woman was concerned with only one thing: Villefort's departure. She loved Villefort, and he was leaving at the very moment when he was about to become her husband. He could not tell her when he would return, and Renée, instead of feeling pity for Dantes, was cursing the man whose crime was the cause of her separation from her lover. So there was nothing that Mercedes could say. On the corner of the Rue de la Loge, poor Mercedes had met Fernand, who was following her. She had returned to Les Catalans and thrown herself on her bed in an extremity of desperation. Fernand knelt beside the bed and, clasping an icy hand that Mercedes did not think to take from him, covered it with ardent kisses that Mercedes did not even feel. So she spent the night. The lamp went out when the oil was exhausted, but she no more noticed the darkness than she had noticed the light. When day returned, she was unaware of that also. Sorrow had covered her eyes with a blindfold that showed her only Edmond.
"Ah, it's you," she said finally, turning towards Fernand.
"I have not left your side since yesterday," he replied, with a pitiful sigh. M. Morel would not admit defeat. He had learned that Dantes had been taken to prison, after being questioned, so he hastened to see all his friends and visit anyone in Marseille who might have some influence there. But already the rumor was spreading that the young man had been arrested as a Bonapartist agent. Since at that time even the most daring considered any attempt by Napoleon to recover the throne as an insane fantasy, M. Morel was greeted everywhere with indifference, fear, or rejection, and returned home in despair, admitting that the position was serious and that no one could do anything about it. Catullus, for his part, was deeply disturbed and troubled. Instead of following M. Morel's example, going out and attempting to do something for Dantes, which was, in any case, impossible, he shut himself in with 2 bottles of cassis and tried to drown his anxiety in drunkenness. But such was his state of mind that 2 bottles were not enough to extinguish his thoughts, so he remained, too drunk to fetch any more wine, not drunk enough to forget, seated in front of his 2 empty bottles, with his elbows on a rickety table, watching all the specters that Hoffmann too scattered across manuscripts moist with punch, dancing like a cloud of fantastic black dust in the shadows thrown by his long wicked candle. Danglars was alone, but neither troubled nor disturbed. Danglars was even happy, because he had taken revenge on an enemy and ensured himself the place on board the Pharaon that he had feared he might lose. Danglars was one of those calculating men who are born with a pen behind their ear and an inkwell instead of a heart. To him, everything in this world was subtraction or multiplication, and a numeral was much dearer than a man, when it was a numeral that would increase the total, while a man might reduce it. So Danglars had gone to bed at his usual hour and slept peacefully. Villefort, after receiving the letter from M. de Salvieux, had embraced Renée on both cheeks, kissed the hand of Madame de Saint-Méran and shaken that of the Marquis, and was traveling post-haste along the road for Aix. Dantes' father was perishing from grief and anxiety. As for Edmond, we know what had become of him. X. The little cabinet in the Tuileries. Let us leave Villefort going hell for leather down the road to Paris, having paid for extra horses at every stage, and precede him through the 2 or 3 rooms into the little cabinet at the Tuileries, with its arched window, famous for having been the favorite study of Napoleon and King Louis XVIII, and today for being that of King Louis Philippe. 1. Here, seated in front of a walnut table that he had brought back from Hartwell, to which, by one of those foibles usual among great men, he was especially partial, King Louis XVIII was listening without particular attention to a man of between 50 and 52 years, grey-haired, with aristocratic features and meticulously turned out, while at the same time making marginal notes in a volume of Horace, the Gryphius II edition, much admired, but often inaccurate, which used to contribute more Then a little to His Majesty's learned observations on philology.
You were saying, monsieur, the king asked.
That I feel deeply disquieted, sire.
Really? Have you by any chance dreamt of 7 fat and 7 lean cows?
No, sire, for that would presage only 7 years of fertility and 7 of famine, and, with a king as far-sighted as your majesty, we need have no fear of famine.
So what other scourge might afflict us, my dear Blockas?
I have every reason to believe, sire, that there is a storm brewing from the direction of the south.
And I, my dear Duke, replied Louis XVIII, think you are very ill-informed, because I know for a fact that, on the contrary, the weather down there is excellent.
Despite being a man of some wit, Louis XVIII liked to indulge a facile sense of humor. Sire Echem de Blocas continued, if only to reassure his faithful servant, might your majesty not send some trusty men to Languedoc, to Provence, and to the Dauphiné, to give him a report on the feeling of these 3 provinces?
Can I, Monsieur dis, 3 the king replied, carrying on with the annotation of his Horace.
The courtier laughed, to give the impression that he understood the phrase from the poet of Venusia, your majesty may well be perfectly correct to trust in the loyalty of the French, but I think I may not be altogether wrong to anticipate some desperate adventure.
By whom?
By Bonaparte or, at least, those of his faction.
My dear Blockas, said the king, you are interrupting my work with your horrid tales.
And you, sire, are keeping me from my sleep with fears for your safety. One moment, my good friend, wait one moment, I have here a most perspicacious note on the line Pastor Quum Traharet. .4 let me finish it and you can tell me afterwards.
There was a brief silence while Louis XVIII, in handwriting that he made as tiny as possible, wrote a new note in the margin of his Horace. Then, when the note was written, he looked up with the satisfied air of a man who thinks he has made a discovery when he has commented on someone else's idea, and said, carry on, my dear Duke, carry on. I am listening.
Sire, said Blockas, who had briefly hoped to use Villefort to his own advantage, I have to tell you that this news that troubles me is not some vague whisper, these are no mere unfounded rumors. A right-thinking man who has my entire confidence and was required by me to keep a watch on the south, the Duke hesitated as he said this, has just arrived post-haste to tell me that there is a great danger threatening the king. And so, sire, I came at once.
Mala ducis avi domum, 5 Louis XVIII continued, making another note. Is your majesty ordering me to say no more on this topic?
No, my dear Duke, but stretch out your hand.
Which one?
Whichever you prefer, over there, on the left.
Here, sire?
I tell you the left and you look on the right.
I mean my left.
There, you have it.
You should find a report from the Minister of Police with yesterday's date.
But here is Monsieur d'André himself.
You did say Monsieur d'André, didn't you?
Louis XVIII remarked, turning to the usher who had indeed just announced the Minister of Police. Yes, sire, Monsieur le Baron d'André, the usher repeated. That's it, Baron, Louis XVIII continued, with a faint smile. Come in, Baron, and tell the Duke your most recent news about Monsieur de Bonaparte. Conceal nothing from us, however serious the situation may be. Let's see, is not the island of Elba a volcano, and shall we see war burst from it, bristling and blazing? Bella, horrida bella, 6.
D'André leant elegantly against the back of a chair, resting both hands upon it, and said, was your majesty good enough to consult my report of yesterday's date?
Yes, of course, but tell the Duke what was in this report, because he is unable to find it. Let him know everything that the usurper is doing on his island. Monsieur, the Baron said to the Duke, all His Majesty's servants should applaud the latest news that we have received from Elba.
Bonaparte.
d'André turned to Louis XVIII, who was busy writing a note and did not even look up.
Bonaparte, the Baron continued, is bored to death.
He spends whole days watching his miners at work in Porto Longone.
And he scratches himself, as a distraction, said the king. He scratches himself, the Duke said. What does your Majesty mean? Yes indeed, my dear Duke.
Have you forgotten that this great man, this hero, this demigod is driven to distraction by a skin ailment, Prurigo, 7.
There is more, Monsieur le Duc, said the Minister of Police. We are almost certain that the usurper will shortly be mad. Mad?
Utterly, his head is softening, sometimes he weeps bitterly, at others he laughs hysterically. On some occasions, he spends hours sitting on the shore playing at ducks and drakes, and when a pebble makes 5 or 6 leaps, he seems as satisfied as though he had won another battle of Marengo or Austerlitz.
You must agree that these are signs of folly. Or of wisdom, Monsieur le Baron, or of wisdom, said Louis XVIII, with a laugh.
The great captains of antiquity used to replenish their spirits by playing at ducks and drakes, see Plutarch's Life of Scipio Africanus.
M. de Blocas was left speechless between these two forms of unconcern.
Villefort, who had not wished to tell him everything, in order to prevent anyone else from taking away all the advantage that he might gain from his secret, had none the less told him enough to make him very anxious.
Go on, D'Andre, go on, said Louis XVIII. Blocas is not yet convinced.
Tell him about the usurper's conversion. The Minister of Police bowed.
The usurper's conversion, muttered the Duke, looking from the king to D'Andre, who were speaking their parts alternately like two Virgilian shepherds. 8 Has the usurper been converted? Absolutely, my dear Duke. To the right principles. Explain it, Baron.
Here's the truth of the matter, Duke, the minister said, with the greatest gravity in the world. Napoleon recently reviewed his men, and when 2 or 3 of his old grognards, 9 as he calls them, expressed a wish to return to France, he gave them leave and urged them to serve their good king. Those were his own words, Monsieur le Duc, I am assured of it.
So, now, Blocas, what do you think? The king asked triumphantly, turning his attention for a moment from the scholarly tome that lay open beside him.
I say, sire, that either the Minister of Police is mistaken or I am. But since it is impossible for it to be the Minister of Police, who is responsible for preserving your Majesty's safety and honor, then I am probably the one who is wrong. However, sire, in your Majesty's place I should wish to question the person about whom I spoke.
I would even insist that your Majesty do him this honor.
Certainly, Duke, at your insistence I shall receive whomever you wish, but I should like to do so fully armed.
Minister, do you yet have a more recent report than this one? This is dated February the 20th, and it is now already March the 3rd.
No, sire, but I have been expecting one at any minute. I have been out since early this morning and it may have arrived in my absence. Go to the prefecture, and if there is not one there, Louis XVIII continued, laughing, make one.
Isn't that the procedure?
Oh, sire, the minister exclaimed, thank heaven, on that score there is no need to invent anything. Each day brings the most circumstantial denunciations pouring into our offices, the work of a host of miserable wretches who are hoping for a little gratitude for services that they do not render, much as they would like to. They wager on chance, in the hope that one day an unexpected event will give some sort of reality to their predictions.
Very well, then go, Monsieur, Louis XVIII said, and remember that I shall be awaiting your return. I shall not tarry, sire. I shall return in 10 minutes.
And I, sire, shall go to fetch my messenger, said Blocas.
Wait, Louis XVIII said.
Blocas, I really must change your coat of arms. I shall give you an eagle with wings extended, grasping in its claws a prey that is trying in vain to escape, with this device, 10x. I am listening, sire, said M. de Blocas, wringing his hands in impatience. I should like to consult you about this text, Malefugens Angelica. 10 You know, it concerns the stag fleeing the wolf.
You are a great huntsman, I believe, and an expert on wolves. In both those capacities, what do you think of this Molly Anhelitu?
Admirable, sire, but my messenger is like the stag that you mention, for he has just covered 200 leagues by road, in barely 3 days.
He has expended a lot of energy and a lot of trouble, my dear Duke, when we have the telegraph that only takes 3 or 4 hours, and does so without making one in the slightest bit out of breath.
Sire, this is meager reward for a poor young man who has come so far and with such ardor to give your majesty some important news. If only for the sake of Monsieur de Salvius, who has recommended him to me, I beg you to receive him well.
Monsieur de Salvius, my brother's chamberlain?
The same. But he is in Marseille.
He writes to me from there. Does he too speak to you of this conspiracy?
No, but he recommends Monsieur de Villefort to me and instructs me to bring him into your majesty's presence.
Monsieur de Villefort, cried the king. Is this messenger called Monsieur de Villefort?
Yes, sire.
And he is the one who has come from Marseille? In person.
Why did you not tell me his name at once? The king asked, a faint shadow of anxiety appearing on his face.
Sire, I thought that your majesty would not know the name. Not so, Blockas, not so. He is a serious young man, well-bred and above all ambitious. And, heavens, you do know his father's name? His father?
Yes, Noirtier.
Noirtier, the Girondin? Noirtier the senator?
Precisely.
And your majesty has given employment to the son of such a man?
Blockas, my friend, you understand nothing. I told you that Villefort was ambitious. To make his way, Villefort will sacrifice everything, even his father.
So, should I let him enter, sire?
This very moment, Duke.
Where is he?
He must be waiting for me below in my carriage.
Go and fetch him. Immediately.
The Duke left with the vivacity of a young man, the warmth of his sincere royalism taking 20 years off his age. Left alone, Louis XVIII turned back to his half-open Horace and murmured, Justum iti tenissum propositi virum 11. M. de Blockas came back up the stairs as fast as he had gone down them, but in the antechamber he was obliged to appeal to the king's authority. Villefort's dusty coat and his general appearance, bearing no relation to the dress of the court, had offended the sensibilities of M. de Brézé, who was astonished that any young man should have the audacity to appear in such clothing before the king. But the Duke brushed aside his objections with a single phrase, His Majesty's orders, and, though the master of ceremonies continued to mutter his objections, for form's sake, Villefort was ushered into the royal presence. The king was sitting exactly where the Duke had left him. On opening the door, Villefort found himself directly opposite him, and the young lawyer's first impulse was to stop dead. Come in, Monsieur de Villefort, the king said.
Come in.
Villefort bowed and took a few steps forward, waiting for the king to question him. Monsieur de Villefort, the king went on, the Duc de Blockas claims that you have something important to tell us. Sire, the Duke is right and I hope that your majesty will acknowledge the same.
Firstly, before anything else, monsieur, is the problem as serious, in your opinion, as I have been led to believe?
Sire, I believe that it is urgent, but I hope that, thanks to my efforts, it will not be irreparable. Take as long as you wish, monsieur, said the king, who was starting to succumb to the feelings that he had seen on M. de Blockas' face and which he heard in the strained tones of Villefort's voice. Speak and, above all, begin at the beginning.
I like order in all things.
Sire, said Villefort, I shall give your majesty a faithful account, but I beg you to excuse me if, in my eagerness, I am unable to give as clear an account as I should wish. A rapid glance at the king after this ingratiating preface reassured Villefort of the benevolence of his august listener and he continued. Sire, I have driven post-haste to Paris to inform your Majesty that, in the course of my duties, I have discovered not one of those commonplace and inconsequential plots, the like of which are hatched daily in the lower ranks of the people and of the army, but a veritable conspiracy, a whirlwind that threatens the very throne on which your Majesty sits. The usurper is fitting out 3 ships. He is contemplating some adventure that may perhaps be senseless, but none the less fearsome for all that. At this very moment, he has surely left Elba, to go where? I do not know, but certainly with the intention of landing either at Naples, or on the coast of Tuscany, or even in France. Your Majesty must know that the ruler of the island of Elba has kept in contact both with Italy and with France. Yes, monsieur, I do know, said the king, deeply troubled. Quite recently, we have been informed that meetings of Bonapartists have taken place in the Rue Saint-Jacques. But pray continue, how did you obtain this information? Sire, it is the result of an interrogation that I carried out on a man from Marseille whom I have had under surveillance for some time and arrested on the day of my departure. This man, a rebellious sailor whose Bonapartist sympathies I suspected, went secretly to the island of Elba. There, he met the Grand Marshal, who entrusted him with a verbal message for a Bonapartist in Paris, whose name I was not able to make him divulge. However, the message was that the Bonapartist was ordered to prepare his supporters for a return, you understand, these are the words of the interrogation, sire, for a return that cannot fail to take place shortly. And where is the man? Louis XVIII asked. In prison, sire. You believe the matter to be serious? So much so, sire, that although this event interrupted a family celebration, on the very day of my betrothal, I left everything, my fiancé and my friends, putting all aside to hasten to see your Majesty, both to inform you of my fears and to assure you of my loyal devotion. That's right, said Louis XVIII. There was some plan that you should marry Mademoiselle de Saint-Méran, wasn't there? The daughter of one of your Majesty's most faithful servants. Yes, but let us return to the plot, Monsieur de Villefort. Sire, I fear that this is no longer merely a plot, I fear we are dealing with a conspiracy. The king smiled. A conspiracy nowadays is an easy matter to contemplate, but harder to put into practice, precisely because, having been recently restored to the throne of our ancestors, we have our eyes fixed on the past, the present and the future. In the past 10 months, my ministers have been doubly vigilant, to ensure that the Mediterranean coast is well protected. If Bonaparte were to land at Naples, the entire coalition would be mobilized against him even before he reached Piombino. If he were to land in Tuscany, he would step on to an enemy shore. If he were to land in France, it would be with a handful of men and we should easily overcome him, hated as he is by the people. So have no fear, monsieur, but be assured, nonetheless, of our royal gratitude. Ah, here is Monsieur d'André, the Duc de Blacas exclaimed. At that moment, as he spoke, the Minister of Police appeared at the door, pale, trembling and staring vacantly, as if dazed by a blinding flash of light. Villefort made to retire from the room, but M. de Blacas clasped his hand to restrain him. 11. The Corsican Ogre. Louis XVIII, on seeing this ravaged face, thrust away the table before which he was sitting. "What is wrong with you, Baron?" he cried. "You seem thunderstruck. Do your troubled appearance and hesitant manner have anything to do with what Monsieur de Blacas was saying and what Monsieur de Villefort has just confirmed to me?" Meanwhile M. de Blacas had made an urgent movement towards the Baron, but the courtier's terror got the better of the statesman's pride. In such circumstances, it was far preferable for him to be humiliated by the prefect of police than to humiliate him, in view of what was at stake. "Sire," the Baron stammered. Come, said Louis XVIII. At this, the Minister of Police gave way to an onrush of despair and threw himself at the king's feet. Louis XVIII stepped back, raising his eyebrows. "Won't you say something?" he asked. "Oh, sire,
What a terrible misfortune! What will become of me? I shall never recover from it. Monsieur, Louis XVIII said, I order you to speak. Sire, the usurper left Elba on February the 28th and landed on March the 1st. Where? The king asked urgently. In France, sire, in a little port on the Gulfy one, near Antibes. The usurper landed in France, near Antibes, on the Gulfy one, 200 leagues from Paris, on March the 1st, and it is only today, March the 3rd, that you inform me of it. Well, monsieur, what you are telling me is impossible. Either you have been misinformed, or you are mad. Alas, sire, it is only too true. Louis XVIII made a gesture of inexpressible anger and alarm, leaping to his feet as though a sudden blow had struck him simultaneously in the heart and across the face. In France, he cried. The usurper in France! But was no one watching the man? Who knows, perhaps you were in league with him. Sire, no, the Duc de Blacas cried. A man like Monsieur d'André could never be accused of treason. We were all blind, sire, and the Minister of Police was as blind as the rest of us, nothing more. But, Villefort said, then he stopped dead in his tracks. I beg your forgiveness, sire, he said, with a bow. My ardor carried me away. I beg your majesty to forgive me. Speak, monsieur, speak without fear. You alone warned us of the disease, help us to find the cure. Sire, Villefort said, the usurper is hated in the south. It appears to me that, if he risks his chances there, we can easily rouse Provence and Languedoc against him. No doubt we can, said the minister, but he is advancing through Gap and Sisteron. Advancing, said Louis XVIII. Is he marching on Paris then? The Minister of Police said nothing, but his silence was as eloquent as a confession. What about the Dauphiné? The king asked Villefort. Do you think we could raise resistance there as in Provence? Sire, I regret to inform your majesty of an unpalatable truth. Feeling in the Dauphiné is not nearly as favorable to us as it is in Provence and Languedoc. The mountain dwellers are Bonapartists, sire. So, his intelligence is good, Louis XVIII muttered. How many men does he have with him? I do not know, sire, said the Minister of Police. How do you mean, you don't know? Did you forget to find out that detail? It is a trivial matter, of course, he added, with a disdainful smile. I was unable to learn it, sire. The dispatch contained only the news of the landing and the route taken by the usurper. And how did you come by this dispatch? The minister hung his head and blushed brightly. By the telegraph, sire, he stammered. Louis XVIII stepped forward and crossed his arms, as Napoleon would have done. You mean, he said, going pale with rage, that 7 armies overthrew that man. A divine miracle replaced me on the throne of my fathers after 25 years of exile, and during those 25 years I studied, sounded out and analyzed the men and the affairs of this country of France that was promised to me, only to attain the object of all my desires and for a force that I held in the palm of my hand to explode and destroy me. It is fate, sire, the minister muttered, realizing that such a weight, though light in the scales of destiny, was enough to crush a man. So is it true, what our enemies say about us, nothing learned, nothing forgotten? If I had been betrayed as he was, then that might after all be some consolation, but to be surrounded by people whom I have raised to high office, who should consider my safety more precious than their own, because their interests depend on me, people who were nothing before me, and will be nothing after, and to perish miserably through inefficiency and ineptitude. Oh, yes, monsieur, you are right indeed, that is fate. The minister was crushed beneath the weight of this terrifying indictment. M. de Blacas wiped a brow damp with sweat and Villefort smiled to himself, because he felt his own importance swelling. To fall, Louis XVIII continued,
having immediately realized the depth of the gulf above which the monarchy was tottering, to fall and to learn of one's fall through the telegraph.
Oh, I should rather mount the scaffold like my brother Louis XVI, than to descend the steps of the Tuileries in this way, driven out by ridicule.
Monsieur, you do not know what ridicule means in France, and yet, if anyone ought to know.
Sire, the minister mumbled, sire, for pity's sake.
The king turned to the young man who was standing, motionless, at the back of the room, following the progress of this conversation on which hung the fate of a kingdom. Come here, Monsieur de Villefort, come, and tell this gentleman that it was possible to have foreknowledge of everything, despite his ignorance of it.
Sire, it was materially impossible to guess at plans which that man had hidden from everybody.
Materially impossible.
Those are grand words, monsieur.
Unfortunately, grand words are like grand gentlemen. I have taken the measure of both. Materially impossible, for a minister, who has his officials, his offices, his agents, his informers, his spies and 1,500,000 francs of secret funds, to know what is happening 60 leagues off the coast of France.
Come, here is this gentleman who had none of these resources at his disposal, this gentleman, a simple magistrate, who knew more than you did with all your police force, and who would have saved my crown if, like you, he had the right to operate the telegraph.
The Minister of Police turned with an expression of profound acrimony towards Villefort, who lowered his head with the modesty of triumph.
I am not saying this for you, Blockas, Louis XVIII went on. Even though you discovered nothing, you did at least have the good sense to persevere in your suspicions. Anyone else might have thought Monsieur de Villefort's revelations insignificant, or else the product of some self-serving ambition.
The last was an allusion to what the Minister of Police had said with such confidence an hour earlier.
Villefort understood the king's strategy.
Another person might have been carried away, intoxicated by this flattery, but he was afraid of making a mortal enemy of the minister, despite knowing that the man was doomed, because even though, at the height of his power, the minister had been unable to guess Napoleon's secret, in the final death throes of his fall he might discover Villefort's, he had only to question Dante's.
So Villefort came to the man's aid instead of adding to his misery.
Sire, Villefort said, the swiftness of the events proves to your majesty that only God, by raising a storm, could have forestalled them. What your majesty attributes to profound perspicacity on my part is purely and simply the outcome of chance. All I have done is to use what chance put in my way, as a devoted subject. Do not give me more credit than I deserve, sire, and you will never have to revise your first opinion of me.
The Minister of Police thanked the young man with a look, and Villefort knew that his plan had succeeded. Having lost none of the king's gratitude, he had just made a friend on whom he could count, should need be.
Very well, said the king, then, turning to M. de Blockas and the Minister of Police, now, gentlemen, I have no further need of you. You may go. What has to be done from now on falls within the province of the Minister of War.
Thankfully, sire, we can count on the army, said M. de Blockas. Your Majesty knows that every report speaks of its devotion to your Majesty's government.
Don't speak to me of reports, Duke, I know now how much faith I should put in them.
But, on that subject, Monsieur le Baron, what further news do you have about the matter of the Rue Saint-Jacques?
The matter of the Rue Saint-Jacques, Villefort exclaimed, unable to contain himself. Then he stopped short and said, Forgive me, sire, my devotion to your majesty continually makes me forget, not the respect that I feel for you, which is too deeply engraved on my heart, but the rules of etiquette.
You may speak out, monsieur, said Louis XVIII. Today you have earned the right to ask questions.
Sire, the Minister of Police replied, I was on the point of giving your majesty the new information that I have gathered about this, when your majesty's attention was distracted by the terrible disaster on the coast. This information can be of no further interest to his majesty. On the contrary, monsieur, this affair seems to me to relate directly to the one uppermost in our minds, and General Cainel's death may perhaps put us on the trail of an important internal conspiracy. Villefort shuddered at this mention of General Canel. Indeed, sire, the Minister of Police continued, everything suggests that he was the victim, not of suicide, as first thought, but of murder. It appears that General Canel was coming out of a Bonapartist club when he disappeared. A stranger had visited him the same morning and made an appointment with him in the Rue Saint-Jacques. Unfortunately, the valet, who was doing the general's hair at the time when the stranger was shown into his dressing room, clearly heard him mention the Rue Saint-Jacques, but could not remember the number. While the Minister of Police was giving this information to the king, Villefort, who appeared to hang on his every word, blushed red, then went pale. The king turned to him. "Don't you agree with me, Monsieur de Villefort, that General Canel, who might have been thought a supporter of the usurper, but who was in reality entirely loyal to me, was the victim of an ambush by the Bonapartists?" "It seems probable, sire," said Villefort. "Is nothing more known? We are tracking down the man who made the appointment with him." "Tracking him down?" Villefort repeated. "Yes, the servant gave us a description. He is a man of between 50 and 55 years old, with dark eyes overhung by bushy eyebrows, and a mustache. He was dressed in a blue frock coat and wore the rosette of an officer of the Legion of Honor in his buttonhole. A man who precisely answers to this description was followed yesterday, but my agent lost him at the corner of the Rue de la Jussienne and the Rue Coq-Héron." Villefort had leant against the back of a chair and, while the Minister of Police was speaking, he felt his legs give way beneath him, but when he heard that the stranger had evaded his pursuer, he breathed again. "You must track this man down, monsieur," the king told the Minister of Police. "If, as everything leads me to believe, General Canel, who has been so helpful to us at this time, was a victim of murder, whether or not by Bonapartists, I wish his assassins to be cruelly punished." Villefort needed all his self-control to avoid showing the terror he felt on hearing the king's words. "How odd it is," the king continued, with a gesture that expressed his irritation. "The police consider they have said the last word on the matter when they announce that a murder has been committed, and that they have done everything when they add, 'We are tracking down the people responsible.' On this, at least, I hope that your Majesty will have satisfaction." "Very well, we shall see. I shall keep you no longer, Baron. Monsieur de Villefort, you must be tired after your journey, go and rest. You are doubtless staying with your father?" A cloud passed in front of Villefort's eyes. "No, sire, I am staying at the Hôtel de Madrid, in the Rue de Tournon." "You have seen him, I suppose?" "I asked to be taken directly to the Duc de Blacas, sire." "But you will see him, nonetheless?" "I think not, sire." "Ah yes, of course," Louis XVIII said with a smile, indicating that there had been a motive behind this repeated questioning. "I was forgetting the coldness in your relations with Monsieur Noirtier, and that this is another sacrifice you have made to the royal cause, for which I must compensate you." "Sire, the expression of your Majesty's goodwill is a reward that so far exceeds my ambitions, and I can have nothing further to ask of my king." "No matter, monsieur, have no fear, we shall not forget you," and meanwhile, the king unpinned the cross of the Legion of Honor which he normally wore on his blue coat, next to the cross of St. Louis and above the medal of the Order of Notre Dame du Mont Carmelite de Saint Lazare, and, giving it to Villefort, said, "Meanwhile, take this cross." "But, sire," Villefort said, "your Majesty is mistaken, this is the cross of an officer of the Legion." "So be it, monsieur," said Louis XVIII, "take it for what it is. I have no time to request another. Blacas, ensure that the certificate is delivered to Monsieur de Villefort." Villefort's eyes moistened with a tear of happiness and pride. He took the cross and kissed it. "And now," he asked, "what orders do I have the honor to receive from your Majesty?" "Take the rest that you need and consider that, while you have no power to serve me in Paris, you can be of the greatest service to me in Marseille." Villefort bowed. "Sire, in an hour I shall have left Paris." Go then, monsieur, and if I should forget you, for the memory of kings is short, do not hesitate to make yourself known to me.
Monsieur le Baron, give the order to fetch the Minister of War. Blockas, stay here.
Monsieur, the Minister of Police said to Villefort as they were leaving the Tuileries, you have come through the right door, your fortune is made.
How long will it last?
Villefort murmured, taking leave of the minister, whose career was finished, and looking around for a cab to take him home. One passed along the quay, Villefort waved it down and the cab drew over. He gave his address to the driver and leapt inside, or he abandoned himself to his ambitious dreams.
10 minutes later he was home.
He ordered his horses to be prepared for him to leave in 2 hours and asked for dinner to be served.
He was about to sit down at the table when a firm, clear ring sounded at the door.
The valet went to open it and Villefort heard someone speak his name. Who can know that I am here so soon, he wondered. At that moment, the valet returned.
What is it? Villefort answered. Who was that ringing? Who is asking for me? A stranger who will not give his name. What anonymous stranger is that? What does he want?
He wishes to speak to monsieur.
To me?
Yes.
He asked for me by name?
Certainly.
And what does this stranger look like?
He is a man of around 50, monsieur.
Short? Tall?
About the same size as monsieur.
Fair or dark?
Dark, very dark, with black hair, black eyes and black eyebrows.
And dressed?
Villefort demanded urgently.
How is he dressed? In a long blue frock coat buttoned from top to bottom, with the decoration of the Legion of Honor.
It is he, Villefort murmured, going pale.
By heaven! The person whose description we have twice given appeared on the doorstep. This is a fine way to treat a man. Is it the custom in Marseille for a son to keep his father waiting at the door?
Father!
Villefort exclaimed. So I was not wrong, I guessed that it must be you.
If you guessed as much, the newcomer remarked, putting his cane in a corner and his hat on a chair, then permit me to remark, my dear Gerard, that it is most unfriendly of you to keep me waiting like this.
Leave us, Germain, said Villefort.
The servant went out with obvious signs of astonishment.
12. Father and son.
M. Noirtier, for this was the man who had just entered, kept an eye on the servant until the door had closed. Then, doubtless fearing that he might be listening in the antechamber, he went and opened it again behind him. This was no vain precaution, and the speed of Germain's retreat proved that he was no stranger to the sin that caused the downfall of our first parents. M. Noirtier then took the trouble to go himself and shut the door of the antechamber, returned and shut that of the bedroom, slid the bolts and went over to take Villefort's hand. The young man, meanwhile, had been following these maneuvers with a surprise from which he had not yet recovered.
How now? Do you know, dear Gerard, Noirtier said, looking at his son with an ambiguous smile, that you do not appear altogether overjoyed at seeing me?
On the contrary, father, said Villefort, I am delighted.
But your visit is so unexpected that I am somewhat dazed by it.
My dear friend, Noirtier continued, taking a seat, I might say the same myself.
How is this?
You tell me that you are getting engaged in Marseille on the 28th of February, and on March the 3rd you are in Paris? If I am here, father, said Gerard, going across to M. Noirtier, do not complain about it. I came for your sake and this journey may perhaps save your life. Indeed, said M. Noirtier, casually leaning back in the chair where he was sitting.
Indeed.
Tell me about it, Monsieur le Magistrat, I am most curious.
Have you heard about a certain Bonapartist club that meets in the Rue Saint-Jacques? At number 53? Yes, I am its vice president. Father! I am amazed by your composure. What do you expect, dear boy? When one has been proscribed by the Montagnards, left Paris in a haycart and been hunted across the moorlands of Bordeaux by Robespierre's bloodhounds, one is inured to most things. So continue. What has happened in this club in the Rue Saint-Jacques? What has happened is that General Quesnel was called to it, and that General Quesnel, having left home at 9 in the evening, was pulled out of the Seine 2 days later. And who told you this fine story? The king himself. Well now, in exchange for your story, I have some news to tell you. Father, I think I already know what you are about to say. Ah! So you already know about the landing of His Majesty the Emperor? I beg you not to say such things, Father, firstly for your own sake, then for mine. I did know this piece of news, I knew it even before you did, because over the past 3 days I have been pounding the road between Marseille and Paris, raging at my inability to project the thought that was burning through my skull and send it 200 leagues ahead of me. 3 days ago. Are you mad? The Emperor had not landed 3 days ago. No matter, I knew of his plans. How did you know? From a letter addressed to you from the island of Elba. To me? To you. I intercepted it in the messenger's wallet. If that letter had fallen into another's hands, Father, you might already have been shot. Villefort's father burst out laughing. Come, it seems that the Restoration has taken lessons from the Empire in how to expedite matters. Shot. My dear boy, you are being carried away. So where is this letter? I know you better than to imagine you would leave it lying around. I burned it, to make sure that not a scrap remained. That letter was your death warrant. And a death knell to your future career, Noirtier replied coldly. Yes, I understand that, but I have nothing to fear, since you are protecting me. I have done better still, monsieur. I have saved you. The devil you have. This is becoming more dramatic still. Explain what you mean. I am again referring to the club in the Rue Saint-Jacques. The gentlemen of the police seem most attached to this club. Why did they not look more carefully? They would have found it. They have not yet found it, but they are on the trail. That's the usual phrase, I know. When the police are at a loss, they say they are on the trail, and the government waits patiently until they come and whisper that the trail has gone cold. Yes, but they have found a body. General Quesnel was killed, and, in every country in the world, that is called murder. Murder, you say? But there is nothing to prove that the general was murdered. People are found every day in the Seine, where they threw themselves in despair, or drowned because they could not swim. Father, you know very well that the general did not drown himself in despair and that no one bathes in the Seine in January. No, make no mistake, his death has indeed been attributed to murder. Who made the attribution? The king himself. The king! I thought him enough of a philosopher to realize that there is no such thing as murder in politics. You know as well as I do, my dear boy, that in politics there are no people, only ideas, no feelings, only interests. In politics, you don't kill a man, you remove an obstacle, that's all. Do you want to know what happened? I'll tell you. We thought we could count on General Quesnel. He had been recommended to us from the island of Elba. One of us went round to his house and invited him to attend a meeting in the Rue Saint-Jacques where he would be among friends. He came and was told the whole plan, departure from the island of Elba, the intended landing place. Then, when he had listened to everything and heard everything, and there was no more for him to learn, he announced that he was a royalist. At this, we all looked at one another. We obliged him to take an oath and he did so,
but truly with such little good grace that it was tempting God to swear in that way. In spite of all, however, we let him go freely, quite freely.
He did not return home. What do you expect, my dear?
He left us and must have taken the wrong road, that's all.
A murder.
Really, Villefort, you surprise me, you, a deputy crown prosecutor, making an accusation founded on such poor evidence.
Have I ever told you, when you have done your job as a royalist and had the head cut off one of our people, my son, you have committed murder?
No, I have said, very well, monsieur, you have fought and won, but tomorrow we shall have our revenge. Father, beware, our revenge will be terrible when we take it.
I don't understand. Are you counting on the usurper's return? I confess I am.
You are wrong, Father, he will no sooner have got 10 leagues into France than he will be pursued, hunted down and captured like a wild animal.
My good friend, the Emperor is at this moment on the road for Grenoble.
On the 10th or the 12th, he will be in Lyon, and on the 20th or the 25th in Paris.
The people will rise up, to march before him.
He has only a handful of men with him and they will send armies against him, which will provide an escort for him to return to the capital. The truth, my dear Gerard, is that you are still only a child. You think you are well informed because the telegraph told you, 3 days after the landing, the usurper has landed at Caen with a few men.
He is being pursued. But where is he? What is he doing? You have no idea.
He is being pursued, that's all you know. Well, they will pursue him as far as Paris, without firing a shot.
Grenoble and Lyon are loyal cities which will offer an invincible barricade against him.
Grenoble will open its doors and acclaim him, the whole of Lyon will march in his van. Believe me, we are as well informed as you are and our police are at least the equal of yours.
Do you want proof?
Here it is, you tried to hide your journey from me, yet I knew about your arrival half an hour after you had entered Paris. You gave your address to no one except your postilion, yet I know your address, and to prove it I arrived here at the very moment when you were sitting down to eat. So ring for your servant to set another place and we shall dine together. I have to admit, replied Villefort, looking at his father with astonishment, you seem very well informed.
Heavens, it's simple enough.
You people, who hold power, have only what can be bought for money, we, who are waiting to gain power, have what is given out of devotion.
Devotion?
Villefort laughed.
Yes, devotion. That is the honest way to describe ambition when it has expectations.
Villefort's father stretched out his own hand towards the bell-pull to call for the servant, since his son would not do it. Villefort restrained him. Father, wait.
Another word. Say it.
However incompetent the royalist police may be, they do no one dreadful thing.
Which is?
The description of the man who visited General Canel on the day of his disappearance.
Ah, the fine police know that, do they? And what is the description?
Dark in coloring, black hair, side whiskers and eyes, a blue frock coat buttoned up to the chin, the rosette of an officer of the Legion of Honor in his buttonhole, a broad-brimmed hat and a rattan cane.
Ah, ha, so they know that, said Noirtier. In that case, why do they not have their hands on this man?
Because they lost him, yesterday or the day before, on the corner of the Rue Coquerin.
Didn't I tell you your police were idiots?
Yes,
but at any moment they may find him.
Yes, Noirtier said, looking casually around him.
Yes, if the man is not warned.
But, he added, smiling, he has been warned and he will change his appearance and his clothing. At these words, he got up, took off his coat and cravat, went over to a table on which everything was lying ready for his son's toilet, took a razor, lathered his face and, with a perfectly steady hand, shaved off the compromising side whiskers which had provided such a precious clue for the police. Villefort watched him with terror, not unmixed with admiration. Once he had finished shaving, Noirtier rearranged his hair. Instead of his black cravat, he took one of a different color which was lying on top of an open trunk. Instead of his blue button coat, he slipped on one of Villefort's which was brown and flared. In front of the mirror, he tried on the young man's hat, with its turned-up brim, seemed to find that it suited him and, leaving his rattan cane where he had rested it against the fireplace, he took a little bamboo switch, that the dandyish deputy prosecutor would use to give himself that offhand manner which was one of his main attributes, and twirled it in his wiry hand. "How's that?" he said, turning back to his astonished son after completing this sort of conjuring trick.
"Do you think that your police will recognize me now?"
"No, father," stammered Villefort.
"I hope not, at least."
"My dear Gerard, I rely on your prudence to dispose of all these objects that I am leaving in your care."
"Oh, father, have no fear," said Villefort. "Indeed, I shall not. And now I believe you are right and that you may indeed have saved my life. But rest assured, I shall shortly repay the service."
Villefort shook his head.
"Don't you believe me?"
"I hope, at least, that you are mistaken."
"Will you see the king again?"
"I may."
"Do you wish him to think you have the power of prophecy? Those who prophesy misfortune are unwelcome in court, father."
"Yes, but they are more justly treated in the long run. Suppose there is a second restoration, then you will be considered a great man."
"So, what must I tell the king?"
"Tell him this, sire: you have been deceived about the mood of the country, opinions in the towns and the spirit of the army. The man whom you in Paris call the Corsican ogre and who is still called the usurper in Nevers, is already hailed as Bonaparte in Lyon and as emperor in Grenoble. You think he is being hunted down, hounded and fleeing, but he is marching, as swiftly as the eagle which he brings back with him. His soldiers, whom you believe to be dying of starvation, exhausted and ready to desert, are increasing in numbers like snowflakes around a snowball as it plunges down a hill. Sire, leave France to her true master who acquired her not for gold, but by conquest. Leave, sire, not because you are in any danger, your adversary is strong enough to spare you, but because it would be humiliating for a grandson of St. Louis to owe his life to the man of Arcole, Marengo, and Austerlitz. One, tell him that, Gerard, or rather, no, tell him nothing, conceal your journey, don't boast of anything that you intended to do or have done in Paris, take the coach and, if you pounded the road in coming, fly like a bird as you return, go back into Marseille at night, enter your house by the back door and stay there, quietly, humbly, secretly and, above all, harmlessly, because this time, I promise you, we shall act as determined men who know their enemies. Go, my son, go, my dear Gerard, and provided you are obedient to your father's orders, or, if you prefer, respectful of the wishes of a friend, we shall allow you to keep your office."
Noirtier smiled.
"This will give you an opportunity to save me for the second time, should the political seesaw one day raise you up again and put me down.
Farewell, my dear Gerard. On your next visit, stay with me."
At this, Noirtier left, as calm as he had been throughout the length of this difficult interview. Villefort, pale and troubled, ran to the window, parted the curtains and saw him go by, tranquil and unmoved, between 2 or 3 sinister-looking men who were stationed by the boundary posts or at the corner of the street and who may well have been there to arrest a man with black whiskers, wearing a blue coat and a broad-brimmed hat. He remained standing where he was, holding his breath, until his father had vanished beyond the Carrefour Bussy. Then he rushed to the things that Noirtier had left behind, thrust the black cravat and blue frock-coat into the bottom of his trunk, twisted the hat and concealed it in the bottom of a cupboard, and broke the rattan cane into 3 pieces, which he threw on the fire. Then he put on a traveling cap, called his valet, giving him a look that forbade him to ask any of the 1,000 questions that were on his lips, settled his account with the hotel, leapt into the carriage which was waiting for him, with the horses ready harnessed, learnt in Lyon that Bonaparte had just entered Grenoble and, in the midst of the turmoil that he found throughout the whole length of the road, arrived in Marseille, a prey to all the agonized feelings that enter a man's heart when
he has ambition and has been honored for the first time. 13. The 100 Days. M. Noirtier was a good prophet and events moved quickly, as he had said. Everyone knows about the return from Elba, that strange and miraculous return, with no earlier precedent and probably destined to remain unique for all time. Louis XVIII made only feeble efforts to ward off this terrible blow. His lack of confidence in men deprived him of any confidence in events. Kingship, or, rather, the monarchy, which he had barely rebuilt, was already trembling on its uncertain foundations, and a single gesture from the emperor brought the entire edifice crashing down, a shapeless compound of old prejudices and new ideas. So Villefort received nothing from his king except gratitude, and that was not only useless for the time being, but actually dangerous, and the cross of the Legion of Honor which he was wise enough not to display, even though M. de Blocas had done as the king required and duly sent him the certificate. Villefort would surely have been dismissed by Napoleon, had it not been for the protection of Noirtier, who had become all-powerful at court under the 100 Days, won both for the danger that he had run and for the services he had rendered. So, as promised, the Girondin of '93 and the Senator of 1806 protected the man who had earlier protected him. Consequently, all Villefort's efforts during this reincarnation of the empire, which, it was not difficult to predict, would fall again, consisted in suppressing the secret which Dantes had been on the point of divulging. The crown prosecutor alone was dismissed, suspected of lack of enthusiasm for Bonapartism. The imperial regime was re-established, which meant that the emperor moved into the Tuileries that Louis XVIII had just left, and began to issue a host of different orders from the little study into which, hard on the heels of Villefort, we recently introduced our readers, and from the walnut table on which he found Louis XVIII's snuff-box, wide open and still half full. And, no sooner had this happened than Marseille, despite the attitude of its judiciary, began to feel the warmth of those smoldering fires of civil war that are never entirely extinguished in the South. The reprisals threatened to exceed the occasional rowdy outburst against the houses of royalists who decided to stay indoors, or public insults hurled at those who ventured outside. Naturally, the turn of events meant that the worthy shipowner, whom we have already described as a supporter of the People's Party, found himself in these circumstances, if not exactly all-powerful, since M. Morel was a cautious and slightly timid man, like all those who have made their fortunes in trade by their own laborious efforts, at least able to stand up and lodge a complaint, even though he was dismissed as a moderate by Bonapartist fanatics. And his complaint, as one may easily imagine, concerned Dantes. Villefort had remained on his feet, despite his superior's dismissal, but his wedding, though still agreed in principle, had been postponed until more propitious times. If the emperor should keep his throne, then Gerard would need to marry into another family and his father would find a suitable match for him. If Louis XVIII returned to France under a second restoration, M. de Saint-Méran's influence and his own would be greatly increased, and the union become more favorable to him than ever. So, for the time being, the deputy crown prosecutor was the principal magistrate in Marseille, and, one day, his door opened and M. Morel was announced. Anyone else would have hastened to greet the shipowner, betraying his own weakness in his haste. But Villefort was a man of superior intelligence who, though he had little experience of the world, had an instinct for it. He kept M. Morel waiting, as he would have done under the Restoration, not because he had anyone with him, but simply because it is normal for a crown prosecutor to keep people waiting. Then, after a quarter of an hour which he spent reading 2 or 3 newspapers of various persuasions, he gave the order for the shipowner to be shown in. M. Morel expected to find Villefort dejected, but he found him as he had seen him 6 weeks earlier, that is to say calm, firm, and full of the distant good manners that make up the most impenetrable of barriers separating a well-bred man from one of the people. He had entered Villefort's chambers convinced that the magistrate would tremble at the sight of him, only to discover that, on the contrary,
he was himself overcome with nervousness and anxiety when confronted with this man who was waiting for him with an inquiring look and his elbows resting on his desk. He paused at the door. Villefort examined him, as though he could not quite remember who he was. At last, after studying him in silence for some seconds, during which the good shipowner twisted and untwisted his hat in his hands, Villefort said, "Monsieur Morel, I believe?" "Yes, monsieur, I am he," the shipowner replied. The magistrate gestured protectively with his hand. "Come over here and tell me to what I owe the honor of this visit." "Have you no idea, monsieur?" M. Morel asked. "Not the slightest, but that does not in any way prevent me from wishing to serve you, if it is in my power to do so." "It depends entirely on you, monsieur," said Morel. "So please explain." "Monsieur," continued the shipowner, gaining in confidence as he spoke, and further strengthened by the justice of his case and the clarity of his position, "you remember that, a few days before the news of His Majesty the Emperor's landing, I came to beg your indulgence for an unfortunate young man, a sailor, who was second mate on board my brig. You will recall that he was accused of being in contact with the island of Elba. This connection, though a crime in those days, is now a recommendation. At that time, you served Louis XVIII and you did so unreservedly, monsieur, that was your duty. Today, you are serving Napoleon, and you should protect him, that, too, is your duty. So I have come to ask you what became of him." Villefort struggled to contain his feelings. "What is the man's name?" he asked. "Please be so good as to tell me his name." "Edmond Dantès." Of course, Villefort would have been as happy to confront an armed adversary in a duel at 25 paces as to have this name fired at him point blank, yet he did not raise an eyebrow. In this way, he thought, no one can accuse me of having any purely personal interest in the arrest of this young man. "Dantès?" he asked aloud. "Edmond Dantès, you say?" "Yes, monsieur." Villefort opened a large register housed in a pigeonhole near his desk, then crossed to a table and, from the table, went over to some files, before turning back to the shipowner. "Are you sure that you are not mistaken, monsieur?" he asked, in the most natural tone of voice. If Morel had been more sharp-witted or better informed about the matter, he would have found it odd that the deputy crown prosecutor even deigned to answer him on a subject which was entirely outside his competence, and he might have wondered why Villefort did not send him to consult the prison registers, prison governors or the prefect of the department. But Morel, who had looked in vain for any sign of fearing Villefort, as soon as the man appeared to have none, perceived only a desire to oblige. He was no match for Villefort. "No, monsieur," Morel said, "I am not mistaken. In any case, I have known the poor lad for 10 years and he has served under me for 4. Don't you remember? I came to see you 6 weeks ago, to ask for clemency on behalf of this unfortunate young man, just as today I am asking for justice. In fact, your manner was quite offhand and you spoke to me as though displeased by my inquiry. Oh, Bonapartists could expect harsh treatment from royalists in those days." Villefort parried this thrust with his usual agility and cool-headedness. "Monsieur, I was a royalist as long as I considered the Bourbons not only the rightful heirs to the throne but also the choice of the nation. However, the miraculous turn of events that we have just witnessed proved to me that I was wrong. Napoleon's genius has triumphed. The legitimate monarch is the one who has the love of the people." "Pleased to hear it, at last," Morel exclaimed, with bluff sincerity. "When you speak in that way, it augurs well for Edmond." "Wait," Villefort continued, leafing through another register. "He was a sailor, isn't that right, who was marrying a Catalan girl?" Yes, I remember now, it was a very serious matter." "How, serious?" "You know that when he left here he was taken to the prison at the Palais de Justice." "So?" "Well, I made my report to Paris and sent the papers that were found on him. That was my duty. What else could I do?" A week after his arrest, the prisoner was transferred.
Transferred! Morel exclaimed. What can have been done with the poor boy? Don't worry.
He would have been taken to Fenestrelle, in Pignerol, on the Isle Sainte Marguerite, which is officially described as transportation.
One fine day you will see him return to take command of his ship.
He can come whenever he likes, the post will be kept for him.
But why is he not back already?
I should have thought that the first priority of
Bonapartist justice would have been to release those who were imprisoned under the royalist regime.
Don't be too eager to make accusations, my dear Monsieur Morel, Villefort replied.
Due process of law must be observed in everything.
The order for his incarceration came from the highest authority, and the order for his release must do likewise.
Napoleon has only been back for a fortnight, so the annulments can only just have been sent out. But is there no way of expediting the formalities, now that we are back in power?
I have some friends and some influence, I could have the judgment reversed. There was no judgment in this case.
The detention order, then. In political cases there is no register of detainees.
It is sometimes in the interest of governments to make a person disappear without trace. Detention orders would help to find him.
Perhaps that's how things were under the Bourbons, but now?
That's how things are at all times, my dear Monsieur Morel. One regime follows another and resembles its predecessor. The penitentiary system established under Louis XIV still applies, apart from the Bastille. The emperor was always stricter than even the Sun King himself when it came to the management of his prisons. The number of prisoners whose names do not figure on any register is incalculable. Even certainty would have been misled by such benevolent concern, and
Morel did not even feel suspicion. So finally, Monsieur de Villefort, he said, what advice would you give me to hasten poor Dante's return?
Just this, Monsieur, make a petition to the Minister of Justice.
Yes, but we know what happens to petitions. The minister gets 200 a day and doesn't read 4 of them.
Certainly, Villefort agreed, but he will read a petition that is sent by me, certified by me and personally addressed by me.
Would you undertake to send such a petition?
With the greatest pleasure. Dantes might have been guilty then, but he is innocent now and it is my duty to have him released, just as it was once my duty to have him imprisoned. In this way, Villefort could avoid running the risk, small though it might be, of an inquiry that would certainly prove his undoing.
How does one go about writing to the minister?
Sit here, Monsieur Morel, Villefort said, giving the shipowner his chair. I shall dictate the letter.
Would you really be so kind?
Of course.
Let's lose no more time, we have wasted enough already. Yes, monsieur. Consider how the poor lad must be waiting, suffering and perhaps giving way to despair.
Villefort shuddered at the idea of the prisoner cursing him in the darkness and silence, but he had gone too far to retreat.
Dantes would have to be broken between the cogs of his ambition.
I am ready, the shipowner said, sitting in Villefort's chair and taking up a pen. So Villefort dictated a request in which, undoubtedly with the best of intentions, he exaggerated Dantes' patriotism and the service he had rendered to the Bonapartist cause. In it, Dantes became one of the most significant figures in ensuring Napoleon's return. Clearly, when he saw the document, the minister must immediately see that justice was done, if it had not been done already. When they had completed the petition, Villefort read it out.
That's it, he said. Now, count on me. Will the petition be sent soon, monsieur? This very day. Certified by you?
The finest apostille I can put on it is to certify that all you have said in this request is true. Villefort resumed his place and stamped his certification on a corner of the petition.
So, what do we have to do now? Asked Morel. Wait, Villefort replied. I shall look after everything. Morel's hopes were raised by this assurance. He left the deputy prosecutor's office delighted with himself and went to tell Dante's father that he would be seeing his son before long. As for Villefort, instead of sending the request to Paris, he put it carefully aside for safekeeping, knowing that what might save Dante's in the present would become a disastrously compromising document in the future, in the event, which the situation in Europe and course of affairs already allowed him to predict, of a second restoration. So Dante's remained a prisoner. In the depths of the dungeon where he was buried, no sound reached him of the resounding crash of Louis XVIII's throne or of the still more dreadful collapse of the empire. Villefort, however, had watched all this closely and listened to it attentively. On 2 occasions during the brief reappearance of the emperor known as the 100 Days, Morel had renewed his efforts, always demanding that Dante's be released, and each time Villefort had reassured him with promises and expectations. Finally, Waterloo. Morel was not again seen at Villefort's. The shipowner had done everything humanly possible for his young friend, and, if he were to make any further attempt under the second restoration, he would compromise himself, to no useful end. Louis XVIII returned to the throne. For Villefort, Marseille was full of memories that were soured with remorse, so he requested and obtained the vacant post of crown prosecutor in Toulouse. A fortnight after moving into his new home, he married Marie Renée de Saint-Méran, whose father was more in favor at court than ever. So it was that Dante's, during the 100 Days and after Waterloo, remained under lock and key, forgotten, if not by men, at least by God. When Danglars witnessed Napoleon's return to France, he realized the full effect of the blow he had directed against Dante's. His denunciation had been accurate and, like all men with a certain natural aptitude for crime and only average understanding of ordinary life, he described this strange coincidence as a decree of Providence. But when Napoleon had returned to Paris and his voice, imperious and powerful, was heard once more in the land, Danglars knew fear. At every moment he expected Dante's to reappear, a Dante's who knew everything, a Dante's who was strong and who threatened every kind of vengeance. So he gave Morel notice of his desire to renounce seafaring and obtained a reference from him to a Spanish trader, whose service he entered as accounts clerk towards the end of March, that is to say 10 or 12 days after Napoleon's return to the Tuileries. He left for Madrid and nothing more was heard of him. As for Fernand, he understood nothing. Dante's had gone away, that was enough. What had happened to him? Fernand did not try to find out. Throughout the reprieve that this absence gave him, he strove, partly to mislead Mercedes about the reasons for it, and partly to devise plans for emigration and abduction. From time to time, these were the dark moments in his life. He also sat at the extremity of the Cap Ferrat, at the point from which you can see both Marseille and the Catalan village, sad, motionless as a bird of prey, watching in case he might see, returning by one or other of these routes, the handsome young man who walked freely, with his head held high, and who, for Fernand also, had become the messenger of a cruel revenge. In that event, Fernand was decided. He would break Dante's skull with his gun and then, he thought, afterwards kill himself, to disguise the murder. But Fernand was mistaken. He would never kill himself, because he lived in hope. While this was happening, among all these painful changes, the empire called for a final muster of soldiers, and every man who was capable of bearing arms marched across the frontier of France in obedience to the emperor's resounding call. Fernand set off with the rest, leaving his hut, leaving Mercedes, devoured by the dark and dreadful thought that, when he had gone, his rival might return and marry the woman he loved. If ever Fernand meant to kill himself, he would have done so on leaving Mercedes. His attentions to the young woman, the pity which he appeared to feel for her in her misfortune and the care that he took to anticipate the least of her wishes, had produced the effect that an appearance of devotion inevitably produces on a generous heart. Mercedes had always loved Fernand as a friend, and now her friendship towards him was increased by a new feeling, gratitude. "My brother," she said, fastening his conscript's bag across the Catalan's shoulders, "my only friend, do not let yourself be killed, do not leave me alone in the world, or I weep and where I shall be entirely alone if you leave it." These words, spoken on his departure, gave Fernand new hope. If Dantes did not return, then Mercedes might be his.
Mercedes remained alone in that bare landscape, which had never appeared to her more arid, bounded by the vastness of the sea. Bathed in tears, like the madwoman whose painful story we have heard, she could be seen wandering continually around the little Catalan village, now pausing beneath the burning southern sun, standing motionless and silent as a statue, looking towards Marseille, now seated on the shore, listening to the moaning of the sea, as endless as her sorrow, and ceaselessly wondering if it would not be better to lean forward, sink beneath her own weight into the abyss and let herself be swallowed up, rather than to suffer all the cruel uncertainties of hopeless expectation. It was not the fact that Mercedes lacked the courage to carry out this intention, but the succor of religion that saved her from suicide. Cadaris was called up as Fernand had been, but, being 8 years older than the Catalan and married, he was not recruited until the third wave of conscription and sent to guard the coast. Old Dantes, who had been sustained only by hope, lost hope when the emperor fell. 5 months to the day after being separated from his son, and almost at the very hour when Dantes was arrested, he breathed his last in Mercedes' arms. M. Morel undertook to pay all the expenses of the funeral and settled the trifling debts that the old man had run up during his last illness. It took more than benevolence to do this, it took courage. The South was ablaze, and to assist the father of a Bonapartist as dangerous as Dantes, even on his deathbed, was a crime. 14. The Raving Prisoner and the Mad One. Approximately 1 year after the return of Louis XVIII, the Inspector General of Prisons paid a visit. Dantes heard all the trundling and grinding of preparations from the depth of his cell. There was a great deal of commotion upstairs, but the noise would have been imperceptible below for any ear other than that of a prisoner who was accustomed to hearing, in the silence of night, the sound made by a spider spinning its web or the regular fall of a drop of water which took an hour to gather on the ceiling of his dungeon. He guessed that among the living something exceptional was taking place. He had lived so long in the tomb that he might justifiably have considered himself dead. In the event, the inspector was visiting the rooms, cells and dungeons, one after the other. Several prisoners were questioned, those who had earned the goodwill of the governors by their mild manner or sheer stupidity. The inspector asked them how they were fed and any demands that they might have to make. They replied unanimously that the food was execrable and that they demanded their freedom. The inspector then asked if they had anything else to say to him. They shook their heads. What can any prisoner have to ask for, apart from his freedom? The inspector turned around with a smile and said to the governor, I can't think why they oblige us to make these pointless visits. When you have seen one prisoner, you have seen 100. When you have heard one prisoner, you have heard 1,000. It's always the same old song, badly fed and innocent. Have you got any others? Yes, we have the mad or dangerous prisoners, whom we keep in the dungeons. Very well, the inspector said, with an air of profound weariness. We had better do the job properly. Let's go down to the dungeons. 1 moment, said the governor. We should at least get a couple of men to go with us. Sometimes the prisoners, if only because they are sick of life and wish to be condemned to death, commit vain and desperate acts. You might be a victim of such an attempt. Then take some precautions, said the inspector. They sent for 2 soldiers and began to go down a flight of stairs that was so foul-smelling, so filthy and so mildewed that even to pass through the place simultaneously offended one's sight, hampered one's breathing and assaulted one's nostrils. Who in hell's name can live here? The inspector asked, stopping halfway. The most dangerous of conspirators, against whom we have been warned as a man capable of anything. He is alone. Indeed he is. How long has he been here? For about a year. Was he thrown into this dungeon as soon as he arrived? No, monsieur, only after he had attempted to murder the turnkey who brought him his food. He tried to kill a turnkey?
This same one who was holding the lamp.
Isn't that so, Antoine? The governor asked.
He did want to kill me for sure, the turnkey answered. Well, I never. Is the man mad?
Worse than that, said the turnkey.
He's a devil. Would you like me to make a complaint about him? The inspector asked the governor.
There is no need, monsieur, he is being punished enough as it is. In any case, he is already close to madness and, judging by what we have observed, in another year he will be quite insane.
Well, so much the better for him, said the inspector.
When he is altogether mad, he will suffer less.
As you can see, this inspector was a man of the utmost humanity and altogether worthy of the philanthropic office with which he had been entrusted.
You are right, monsieur, said the governor.
Your remark proves that you have given the matter a good deal of thought.
As it happens, in a dungeon not more than 20 feet away from this one, which is reached by another staircase, we have an old abbé, a former leader of a faction in Italy, who has been here since 1811 and who lost his wits around the end of 1813. Since then, he has been physically unrecognizable. He used to weep, now he laughs. He was growing thin, now he is putting on weight.
Would you like to see him instead of this one?
His madness is entertaining, it won't depress you.
I'll see them both, replied the inspector.
We must be conscientious about our work.
He was carrying out his very first tour of inspection and wanted to make a good impression on the authorities.
Let's go in here first, he added.
Certainly, said the governor, indicating to the turnkey that he should open the door.
Dantes was crouching in a corner of the dungeon where he had the unspeakable happiness of enjoying the thin ray of daylight that filtered through the bars of a narrow window. Hearing the grating of the massive locks and the screech of the rusty doorpost turning in its socket, he looked up. At the sight of a stranger, lit by two turnkeys with torches, who was being addressed by the governor, hat in hand, together with two soldiers, Dantes guessed what was going on and, seeing at last an opportunity to petition a higher authority, leapt forward with his hands clasped.
The soldiers immediately crossed their bayonets, thinking that the prisoner was rushed towards the inspector with some evil intent. The inspector himself took a step backwards.
Dantes realized that he had been depicted as someone dangerous, so he summoned up a look that expressed the utmost leniency and humility and spoke with a kind of pious eloquence that astonished everyone, in an attempt to touch the heart of his visitor. The inspector listened to what Dantes had to say until he had finished, then, turning to the governor, he whispered, "He has the makings of a religious devotee, already he is inclined to more benevolent feelings.
You see, fear has had an effect on him.
He recoiled from the bayonets, while a madman recoils at nothing. I have done some interesting research on the subject in Charenton."
Then, turning back to the prisoner, he said, "Tell me briefly, what do you want?"
"I want to know what crime I have committed. I am asking for judges to be appointed to my case and for a trial to be held. Finally, I am asking to be shot, if I am guilty, but equally to be set free if I am innocent."
"Are you well fed?" asked the inspector.
"Yes, I think so, I don't know."
"It is of little importance."
"What is important, not only for me, a wretched prisoner, but also for all those officials who administer justice and for the king who rules us, is that an innocent man should not be the victim of an infamous denunciation and die behind bars, cursing his tormentors."
"You are very submissive today," said the governor. "You were not always like this.
You spoke in quite a different manner, my good friend, the day when you tried to beat the life out of your warder." "That is true, monsieur," Dantes said, "and I humbly ask the forgiveness of this man, who has always been kind to me."
"But what do you expect?"
"I was mad, I was raging."
"Not any longer?"
"No, monsieur, captivity has bowed me, broken me, demolished me."
"I have been here for so long."
"So long?"
"When were you arrested?" asked the inspector.
"On the 28th of February, 1815, at 2 in the afternoon." The inspector made a calculation. It is now July the 30th, 1816.
So what do you mean?
You have been a prisoner for only 17 months.
Only 17 months. Dantes repeated.
Oh, monsieur, you do not know what 17 months are in prison, 17 years, 17 centuries, above all for a man like myself, who was on the brink of happiness, for a man like myself, who was about to marry a woman whom he loved, for a man who could see an honorable career ahead of him and who was deprived of it all in a moment, who, from the most glorious day, was plunged into the deepest night, who sought his career destroyed, who does not know if the woman who loved him does so.
Still, who cannot tell if his old father is alive or dead.
17 months of prison, for a man accustomed to the sea air, to a sailor's independence, to space, immensity, infinity. Monsieur, 17 months of prison is more than enough punishment for all the crimes reviled by the most odious names known to the tongues of men. Have pity on me, monsieur, and beg for me, not indulgence, but firmness, not a pardon, but a verdict. A judge, monsieur, I ask only for a judge, an accused man cannot be refused a judge.
Very well, the inspector said, we shall see.
Then, turning to the governor, truly, I feel sorry for the poor devil.
When we go back upstairs, you must show me his detention order.
Certainly, said the governor, but I think that you will find some dreadful charges against him.
Monsieur, Dantes continued, I know that you cannot yourself make the decision to have me released, but you can pass on my request to the authorities, you can start an inquiry, you can have me brought to judgment. All I ask is to be judged, let me be told what crime I have committed and what sentence I have been given, because, you understand, uncertainty is the worst of torments. Enlighten me, said the inspector.
Monsieur, Dantes exclaimed, I can see from the sound of your voice that you feel for me.
Please tell me to hope.
That I cannot do, the inspector replied.
All I can promise is that I shall examine your dossier.
Oh. In that case, monsieur, I am free, I am saved.
Who ordered your arrest? The inspector asked.
Monsieur de Villefort, Dantes replied. You may see him and consult with him. Monsieur de Villefort has not been in Marseille for the past year, but in Toulouse.
Ah, that does not surprise me now, Dantes murmured.
My sole protector has left.
Did Monsieur de Villefort have any reason to hate you? The inspector asked.
None at all, monsieur, he was well disposed towards me.
So I can rely on any notes he may have left on your case, or which he may give me?
Fully.
Very well. Be patient.
Dantes fell to his knees, raising his hands to heaven and asking God to protect this man who had descended into his prison like our Savior going down to deliver the damned from hell. The door closed, but the hope that the inspector had brought with him remained locked in Dantes' dungeon.
Do you wish to see the committal records straight away? The governor asked, or to go on to the abbé's dungeon?
Let's have done with the dungeons at once, the inspector replied. If I were to go back into daylight, I might lose the resolve to carry on with this dreary task. This prisoner is not like the last one, you will find his folly makes you less melancholy than the other's reason.
What kind of folly is it?
A rare one, indeed, he believes himself to be the owner of a vast fortune. In the first year of his imprisonment, he made the government an offer of 1,000,000 francs if they would set him free. The second year, it was 2,000,000, the third, 3, and so on upwards. He is now in his 5th year of imprisonment, so he will ask to speak to you privately and offer you 5,000,000.
Well, that certainly is curious, said the inspector. What is the name of this millionaire?
Abbé Faria.
Number 27, said the inspector. This is it. Open up, Antoine.
The turnkey obeyed and the inspector strained to see into the dungeon of the mad abbé, as the prisoner was usually known. A man was lying in the middle of the room, in a circle drawn on the ground with a piece of plaster from the wall, almost naked, his clothes having fallen into tatters. He was drawing very precise geometrical lines in the circle and appeared as absorbed in solving his problem as Archimedes when he was killed by one of Marcellus' soldiers. 1. He did not even look up at the noise made by the opening of the cell door, but only appeared to become aware of something when the beams of the torches cast an unfamiliar light on the damp ground where he was working. Then he turned around and was astonished to see that a group of people had just come down into his dungeon. He immediately leapt to his feet, took a blanket from the foot of his miserable bed and hurriedly wrapped it round him, to appear more decently dressed in front of these strangers. "What requests do you have?" the inspector asked, not varying his set question. "I, monsieur," the abbé replied in astonishment. "I have no requests." "You do not understand," the inspector continued. "I am a representative of the government with responsibility for visiting prisons and listening to the prisoners' demands." "Ah! In that case, it's another matter," the abbé exclaimed, livening up. "I hope we shall come to some understanding." "You see," the governor whispered. "Isn't it just as I predicted?" "Monsieur," the prisoner continued, "I am Abbé Faria, born in Rome, 20 years secretary to Cardinal Rospigliosi. I was arrested early in 1811. I'm not quite sure why, and since then I have demanded my freedom from the Italian and French authorities." "Why from the French authorities?" the governor asked. "Because I was arrested in Piombino and I assume that, like Milan and Florence, Piombino is now the capital of some French department." The inspector and the governor looked at one another and laughed. "Well, I never," the inspector said. "My friend, your news of Italy is rather stale. It dates from the day of my arrest. But since His Majesty the Emperor had just created the Kingdom of Rome for the son that heaven had sent him, I assume that he has pursued his conquests to realize the dream of Machiavelli and Cesare Borgia, and united the whole of Italy in one single kingdom. Fortunately," the inspector said, "Providence has somewhat modified that ambitious plan, though you appear to me to support it quite enthusiastically. It is the only means by which Italy can become a strong, independent and prosperous state," the abbé replied. "Perhaps so," said the inspector. "But I have not come to debate ultramontane politics with you. I am here to ask, as I have already done, whether you have any complaints about your food and conditions." "The food is like that in all prisons," the abbé answered. "In other words, vile. As for my lodging, you can see for yourself, it is damp and unhealthy, but nonetheless quite acceptable for a dungeon. However, all that is beside the point. I have something of the greatest significance and the most vital importance to reveal to the government." "Here it comes," the governor whispered to the inspector. "That is why I am pleased to see you," the abbé went on, "even though you have disturbed me in a most important calculation which, if it were to succeed, might alter the Newtonian system. Could you grant me the favor of a private interview?" "There! What did I tell you?" the governor asked the inspector. "You know your man," the latter answered, smiling. Then, turning to Faria, he said, "Monsieur, what you ask is impossible." "Even so, monsieur," the abbé insisted, "what if it were a matter of the government gaining a huge sum of money, a sum of 5 million francs, for example?" Well, the inspector said, turning to the governor. "You even guessed the amount." "One moment," the abbé went on, seeing the inspector make a movement towards the door. "It is not necessary for us to be entirely alone. The governor could hear what I have to say." "My dear friend," the governor said, "unfortunately we already know by heart what you will tell us. You are thinking of your treasure, aren't you?" Faria looked at the scornful man with eyes in which any disinterested observer would surely have seen the light of reason and truth. "Of course," he said. "What else should I talk about, if not that?" "My dear inspector," the governor continued, "I can tell you the story as well as the abbé himself, after hearing it over and over during the past 4 or 5 years. That only goes to show, Governor, the abbé said, that you are like those men in the scriptures who have eyes, but see not, and who have ears, but will not hear. Monsieur, the inspector said, the government is rich and, thank heavens, has no need of your money. Keep it for the day when you get out of prison. The abbé's eyes dilated and he grasped the inspector's hand. But if I don't get out of prison? Suppose that, contrary to all notions of justice, they should keep me in this dungeon and I should die here without bequeathing my secret to anyone, then the treasure will be lost. Isn't it better for the government to profit by it, and for me to do so? I shall go up to 6 million, monsieur. Yes, I would give away 6 million and be satisfied with the remainder, if they would set me free. I swear that if one did not know this man was mad, the inspector said, under his breath, he speaks with such conviction that you would believe he was telling the truth. I am not mad, monsieur, and I am telling the truth, Faria replied, having picked up every word that the governor said, with that acuteness of hearing that is peculiar to prisoners. The treasure I mention really does exist and I am ready to sign an agreement with you, under which you will take me to a place that I shall designate, have the earth dug up in our presence and, if I am lying, if nothing is found, if I am mad, as you say, then you can bring me back to this same dungeon where I shall remain forever, and die without asking for anything further from you or from anyone else. The governor burst out laughing. Is it a long way to your treasure? He asked. About 100 leagues from here, Faria said. It's a clever idea, said the governor. If every prisoner was to take his warders on a wild goose chase for 100 leagues, supposing the warders agreed to it, there is a good chance that the prisoner would manage to take to his heels as soon as he had the opportunity, which would no doubt occur in the course of such a journey. It's an old trick, said the inspector, and this gentleman cannot even claim to have invented it for himself. Then he turned back to the abbé. I asked you if you were well fed? Monsieur, Faria replied, swear to me in Christ's name to set me free if what I have told you is the truth, and I shall tell you the place where the treasure is buried. Are you well fed? The inspector insisted. But in this way, you take no risk, you can see that it is not in order to contrive some opportunity to escape, since I shall remain in prison while the journey is made. You haven't replied to my question, the inspector repeated impatiently. And you haven't replied to my request, cried the abbé. Then be damned, like the other idiots who refuse to believe me. You don't want my gold, then I shall keep it. You deny me my freedom, then God will give it to me. Go, I have nothing more to say. Throwing off his blanket, he picked up his scrap of plaster and once more sat down in the middle of his circle, where he went back to his lines and his sums. What is he doing? The inspector asked, at the door. Counting his treasure, the governor answered. Faria's reply to this sarcastic remark was a look of the most sovereign contempt. They went out and the jailer locked the door behind them. Perhaps he did have some treasure, after all, the inspector said, on his way up the stairs. Or dreamed about it, the governor replied, and woke up the next morning, mad. Of course, the inspector remarked, with the naivety of the corrupt, if he had really been rich, he would not be in prison. For Abbé Faria, that was the end of the adventure. He remained a prisoner and, following the inspector's visit, his reputation as an entertaining imbecile was greater than ever. Those great treasure hunters, Caligula and Nero, searchers after the unattainable, would have listened to the poor man's words and given him the opportunity that he wanted, the space that he valued so highly and the freedom for which he was ready to pay so great a price. But kings today, confined within the limits of probability, no longer possess the audacity of willpower. They are afraid of the ears that listen to their orders and the eyes that watch whatever they do. They no longer have any sense of the superiority of their divine being, they are men who wear crowns, nothing more. At one time they would have believed themselves, or, at least, have claimed to be, the sons of Jupiter, and their manners would somehow have reflected those of their father, the god. What happens beyond the clouds is not so easily controlled, but nowadays kings are well within reach. And, as despotic governments have always been loath to exhibit the effects of prison and torture in broad daylight, just as there are few instances of a victim of the Inquisition emerging with broken bones and bleeding wounds, so folly, that ulcer conceived in the mire of dungeons as a result of moral torture, almost always remains carefully hidden in the place of its birth, or else, if it should emerge, does so only to be buried once more in some dark hospital whose doctors can recognize neither the man nor his ideas in the shapeless wreck entrusted to them by its tired jailer. Abbé Faria had gone mad in prison and was condemned, by his very madness, to perpetual confinement. As for Dantes, the inspector was as good as his word. On returning to the governor's lodgings, he asked to be shown the committal order. The note on the prisoner was couched in the following terms: Edmond Dantes, fanatical Bonapartist, played an active role in the return from Elba. To be kept in solitary confinement, under the closest supervision. This note was in a different handwriting and ink from the rest of the order, proving that it had been added after Dante's imprisonment. The accusation was too precise to allow any latitude for discussion, so above the words, which were bracketed together, the inspector wrote, "No action." The visit had in a sense revived Dantes. Since his arrival at the prison he had forgotten to count the days, but the inspector had given him a new date, which Dantes had not forgotten. Behind him, with a piece of plaster that had fallen from his ceiling, he wrote on the wall, July 30th, 1816. From that time on, he made a mark every day, so that he would no longer lose track of the passage of time. The days went by, then weeks, then months. Dantes waited. He had begun by setting a limit of a fortnight on his release. If the inspector were to devote half the concern that he had appeared to feel to pursuing the matter, then a fortnight should be enough. When that time had expired, he decided that it had been ridiculous of him to think that the inspector would have taken up his case before returning to Paris. Since he could not return to Paris until the end of his tour of inspection, which might last a month or two, he gave himself 3 months instead of a fortnight. When the 3 months had passed, he found consolation in a different argument, with the result that he allowed 6 months, but when the 6 months were over, adding up all the days, it appeared that he had waited for 10.5 months. Nothing, in these 10 months, had changed in the conditions of his imprisonment. He had received no encouraging news, and when he questioned his jailer the man remained silent, as usual. Dantes began to doubt the evidence of his senses, to think that what he had taken for a memory was nothing more than a hallucination, and that the ministering angel who had appeared to him in his prison had flown in on the wings of a dream. A year later, the governor was transferred. He had been appointed to manage the fort at Ham, and took with him several of his subordinates, including Dantes' jailer. A new governor arrived. It would have taken him too long to learn the names of his prisoners, so he asked only to be told their numbers. There were 50 furnished rooms in this frightful lodging house. Its inhabitants were called by the number of the one that they occupied, and the unfortunate young man was no longer called by his first name, Edmond, or his family name, Dantes. He became number 34. 15. Number 34 and number 27. Dantes went through all the stages of misery endured by prisoners who are left entombed in prison. He started with pride, which is the product of hope and the knowledge of one's innocence. Then he came to doubt his own innocence, which did a great deal to justify the governor's ideas on mental derangement. Finally, he fell from the summit of his pride and prayed, not to God, but to men. God is the last refuge. Such unfortunates, who should begin with our Lord, only come to trust in Him after exhausting all other sources of hope. So Dantes prayed to be removed from his dungeon and put in another, even one that was deeper and darker. Any change, albeit for the worse, would be a change, and would provide some relief for a few days. He begged to be allowed exercise, fresh air, books, or implements. None of these requests was granted, but he continued to make them for all that. He had become accustomed to talk to his new jailer, even though the man was, if that was possible, more uncommunicative than his predecessor, it was still a pleasure to speak to another human being, however dumb. Dantes talked to hear the sound of his own voice. He had tried talking to himself when he was alone, but that frightened him. Often, in the days of his freedom, Dantes had been alarmed at the idea of the obscure revels and terrifying camaraderie of those prison cells where vagabonds, bandits, and murderers share their base pleasures. But he came to wish that he might be thrown into one of those holes, so that he could catch sight of some other face apart from that of his impassive jailer who refused to speak, and he dreamed of a convict's life, the shameful uniform, the ankle chain, the branded shoulder. At least men in the galleys enjoyed the company of their fellows. They breathed fresh air and could see the open sky. Convicts were lucky. One day he begged the jailer to ask for him to be given a cellmate, anyone, even the mad abbé he had heard about. However rough a jailer's skin, there is always something human beneath. Although he had never shown any sign of it, the jailer had often, in the depth of his heart, pitied this unfortunate young man whose captivity was so harsh, so he passed on number 34's message to the governor. The latter, cautious as a politician, concluded however that Dantes wanted to start a riot among the prisoners, devise some plot or have a friend to help him in an escape attempt. He turned down the request. Dantes had exhausted every human resource. Inevitably, as we said earlier, he turned to God. Every pious notion ever sown in the world and gleaned by some wretch, bowed beneath the yoke of destiny, now came to refresh his soul. He recalled the prayers that his mother had taught him and discovered a significance in them that he had not previously understood. To a happy man, a prayer is a monotonous composition, void of meaning, until the day when suffering deciphers the sublime language through which the poor victim addresses God. So he prayed, not with fervor, but with fury. Praying aloud, he was no longer frightened by the sound of his own words. He fell into a sort of ecstasy. He saw God radiant in every word he uttered and confided every action of his humble and abandoned life to the will of this powerful deity, deriving instruction from them and setting himself tasks to perform. At the end of every prayer he added the self-interested entreaty that men more often contrive to address to their fellows than to God, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive them that trespass against us. Despite his fervent prayers, Dantes remained a prisoner. So his mind darkened and a cloud formed in front of his eyes. Dantes was a simple, uneducated man. To him, the past was covered by a murky veil that can be raised only by knowledge. In the solitude of his dungeon and the desert of his thoughts, he could not reconstruct ages past, revive extinct races or rebuild those antique cities that imagination augments and poeticizes so that they pass before one's eyes, gigantic and lit by fiery skies, as in Martin's Babylonian scenes. 1 All he had were his own past, which was so short, his present, so somber, and his future, so uncertain. 19 years of light to contemplate, in what might be eternal darkness. There was consequently nothing to help distract his mind. His energetic spirit, which would have wished for nothing better than to take flight through the ages, was forced to remain trapped like an eagle in a cage. He clung to one idea, that of his happiness, which had been destroyed, for no apparent reason, by an unprecedented stroke of fate. He refused to release this thought, turning it over and over, as it were consuming it ravenously, like the pitiless Ugolino II devouring Archbishop Roger's skull in Dante's Inferno. His faith had been transient and he lost it, as others do when they achieve success. The difference was that he had not gained by it. Fury followed asceticism. Edmund's curses made his jailer start back in horror. He dashed himself against the walls of his prison and raged against everything around him, himself first of all, at the slightest discomfort caused by a grain of sand, a straw, or a draught. Then it was that he recalled the denunciatory letter that he had seen, that Villefort had shown him, that his hands had touched. Every line blazed on the cell wall like the mean Tekel, upharson at Belshazzar's feast. 3 He decided that it was human hatred and not divine vengeance that had plunged him into this abyss. He doomed these unknown men to every torment that his inflamed imagination could devise, while still considering that the most frightful were too mild and, above all, too brief for them. Torture was followed by death, and death brought, if not repose, at least an insensibility that resembled it. He often told himself, thinking of his enemies, that tranquility was death and that other means, apart from death, were needed by whoever wished to inflict a cruel punishment, until eventually he fell into the melancholy quietude of thoughts of suicide. Woe to the man who, sliding into misfortune, is drawn by such dark thoughts. This is one of those dead seas that seem to offer the inviting blue of pure waters, but where the swimmer's feet are sucked into a bituminous mire which draws him, drags him down and swallows him up. Once caught, he is lost if God does not come to his aid, and every effort that he makes pulls him nearer to death. However, this state of moral agony is less fearful than the suffering that precedes it or the punishment that may follow. It is a kind of dizzying comfort to contemplate the open abyss when, at the bottom of that abyss, lies nothingness. Reaching this point, Edmund found some consolation in the idea: all his sufferings, all his sorrows and the procession of spectres that follow in their train seemed to take wing and fly from the corner of his prison where the angel of death might rest his silent foot. Dantes looked with equanimity at his past life, with terror at what was to come, and chose the midpoint that appeared to offer a refuge. Sometimes, he thought at such moments, in my distant voyages, when I was still a man, and when that man, free and powerful, gave orders to others that they carried out, I used to see the sky open, the sea tremble and groan, a storm brewing in some part of the sky and thrashing the horizon with its wings like a giant eagle. Then I would feel that my vessel was nothing but a useless refuge, itself shaking and shuddering, as light as a feather in the hand of a giant. Soon the appearance of some sharp rocks and the awful thundering of the waves against them spoke to me of death, and death appalled me. I strove to escape it, uniting all my strength as a man and all my skill as a sailor in the struggle against God. All this, because I was happy then. To return to life was to return to happiness. Because I had not asked for death, I had not chosen it, because finally sleep on a bed of seaweed and pebbles seemed hard to me. I, who believed myself to be a creature made in the image of God, rebelled at the idea of serving, after my death, as nourishment for seagulls and vultures. But today it is different. I have lost everything that could make me love life, and now death smiles at me like a nursemaid to the child she will rock to sleep. Today I die at my own pleasure and go to sleep, tired and broken, as I used to fall asleep after one of those evenings of despair and fury when I had counted 3,000 circuits of my room, that is to say 30,000 paces, or almost 10 leagues. As soon as this thought had taken root in the young man's mind, he became milder and more amenable. He was more ready to accept his hard bed and black bread, he ate less, no longer slept, and found this remainder of a life more or less bearable, being sure that he could cast it off when he wanted to, like a discarded suit of clothes. There were two ways for him to die. The first was simple. It involved fixing his kerchief to one of the bars on the window and hanging himself. The alternative was to pretend to eat and allow himself to die of hunger. Dantes was very loath to adopt the first course. He had been brought up with a horror of pirates, people who are hanged from the yardarm, so he saw hanging as an ignominious method of execution which he did not want to apply to himself. Consequently, he chose the second way and began to carry out his decision that very day. Almost 4 years had passed while his mood fluctuated in the way we have described. At the end of the second, Dantes had ceased to count the days and lapsed back into the unawareness of time from which the inspector's visit had roused him. Having said "I wish to die" and chosen his own death, Dantes had given thought to the implications and, afraid that he might change his mind, had sworn to himself that he would die in this way. When they bring me my morning and evening meals, he thought, I shall throw the food out of the window, and so appear to have eaten it. He did as he had promised. Twice a day, he threw his food out of the little barred opening which gave him no more than a glimpse of the sky, first joyfully, then thoughtfully and finally with regret. He had to remind himself of the oath he had sworn to find the strength to pursue his awful resolution. Seen with the eyes of hunger, this food, which had formerly disgusted him, appeared appetizing to look at and smelled exquisite. Sometimes he held the plate containing it for an hour in his hand, staring at the piece of rotten meat or repulsive fish, and the moldy black bread. The last instinct of survival struggled within him and occasionally defeated his resolve. At such times, his dungeon seemed less dark and his situation less desperate. He was still young, he must be about 25 or 26, so he had roughly 50 years left to live, that is to say twice as long as he had lived so far. In this vast expanse of time, how many different events might unlock the doors and break down the walls of the Chateau d'If, and set him free? At such times he put his lips towards the meal that, like a deliberate Tantalus, he was snatching from his own mouth. But then he would remember the oath which his nature was too generous to break for fear that he might end by despising himself. So, firm and implacable, he summoned up the little remnant of life that remained to him, until the day came when they brought him his supper and he was too weak to get up and throw it out of the window. The next day he was unable to see and could hardly hear. The jailer thought he was seriously ill. Edmund hoped for a quick death. So the day passed. Edmund felt himself overtaken by a numbing sense of drowsiness, which was not altogether unpleasant. The cramps in his stomach had died down and his burning thirst had calmed. When he closed his eyes, he saw a host of brilliant lights like those will-o'-the-wisps that hover at night over marshlands. This was the twilight of that unknown country known as death. Suddenly, in the evening at about 9 o'clock, he heard a dull sound on the wall beside which he was lying. So many verminous creatures used to make noises in the prison that Edmund had gradually become accustomed to sleeping through them. But this time, either because his senses were heightened by abstinence or because the noise really was louder than usual, or because at this final moment everything acquires some importance, Edmund raised his head so that he could hear better. It was a regular scratching that seemed to suggest a huge claw or powerful teeth, or else the tapping of some implement on the stones. Weak as he was, the young man's brain was struck by an ordinary notion which is constantly present in a prisoner's mind: freedom. This noise came so aptly at the moment when, for him, every noise was about to cease, that he felt God must finally be taking pity on his suffering and sending him this noise to warn him to stop on the edge of the grave above which his foot was already poised. Who knows? Perhaps one of his friends, one of those beloved beings about whom he had thought so much that his mind was worn out with it, might be concerned for him at this moment and trying to lessen the distance between them. No, Edmund must surely be mistaken. This was one of the hallucinations that hover around the doors of death. However, he kept listening to the noise. It lasted about 3 hours, then he heard a sort of crumbling sound and the noise ceased. A few hours later, it resumed, louder and nearer. Edmund was already interested in this burrowing that kept him company. Then, suddenly, the jailer came in. In the week since he had decided to die and for the 4 days since he had begun to carry out his plan, Edmund had not spoken a word to the man, had not replied when he asked what Edmund thought was the matter with him, and had turned his face to the wall when he was too closely observed. But today the jailer might hear the dull grating sound, become alarmed by it and take steps to end it, thus perhaps upsetting that flicker of hope, the very idea of which delighted Dantes in his last hours. The jailer was bringing his lunch. Dantes raised himself on his bed and, in as loud a voice as he could muster, began to talk about everything, about the poor quality of the food he was given and the coldness of his dungeon, muttering and complaining so that he would have an excuse to speak louder. He tried the patience of the jailer, who had actually requested clear broth and fresh bread that day for his sick prisoner and was bringing them to him. Fortunately, he imagined that Dantes was delirious. He put the food down on the miserable rickety table where he usually left it, and went out. As soon as he was free to do so, Edmund joyfully went back to listen. The noise had become so clear that the young man could now hear it easily. There's no doubt about it, he thought. Since the noise is continuing, even by day, it must be some unfortunate prisoner like myself who is trying to escape. Oh, if only I was beside him. How willingly I would help. Then, suddenly, a dark cloud passed across this first light of hope. In a mind accustomed to misfortune and unable easily to revert to feelings of joy, the idea struck him that the noise was caused by some workman whom the governor was employing to repair one of the neighboring cells. It would be easy to find out, but how could he risk asking? Of course, he could just wait for the jailer to come, ask him to listen to the noise and judge his reaction, but if he were to satisfy his curiosity in this way, might he not sacrifice some more precious interest for a very short-lived gain? Unfortunately, Edmund's head was an empty vessel, deafened by the buzzing of a single idea. He was so weak that his mind drifted like a whiff of smoke and could not fasten on a single thought. He could see only one way to sharpen his wits and recover the lucidity of his judgment. He turned towards the still steaming broth that the jailer had just put down on the table, got up, staggered over to it, took the cup, raised it to his lips and drank down the liquid that it contained with an unspeakable sensation of well-being. He had the resolution to leave it at that. He had heard that when unfortunate, shipwrecked mariners had been picked up in the last extremity of starvation, they had died after gorging themselves on too much solid food. Edmund put the bread, which he was already raising to his lips, back on the table and returned to his bed. He no longer wished to die. He soon felt that some light was once again penetrating his brain. All his vague and almost indefinable ideas resumed their place on that marvelous chessboard where perhaps a single extra square is enough to ensure the superiority of men over animals. He was able to think and to strengthen his thoughts by reasoning. So he told himself, I must carry out a test, but without compromising anyone. If the person I can hear is an ordinary workman, I have only to knock against the wall and he will immediately stop what he is doing to try and guess who is knocking and why. But since he will not only be working legitimately, but also to orders, he will soon resume what he was doing. If, on the contrary, he is a prisoner, he will be alarmed by the noise that I make. He will be afraid of being found out, so he will stop work and only come back to it this evening, when he imagines everyone to be in bed and asleep. Edmund got up again. This time his legs were steady and his eyes could see clearly. He went over to a corner of the cell, took out a stone that had been loosened by the damp, and came back in order to tap it against the wall at the very point where the echoing sound was loudest. He knocked 3 times. At the first knock, the noise stopped, as if by magic. Edmund listened intently. An hour passed, then 2, but no further sound could be heard. He had created a total silence on the far side of the wall. Full of hope, he ate a few crumbs of the bread, swallowed some mouthfuls of water and, thanks to the powerful constitution with which nature had endowed him, was more or less restored to himself. The day went by and the silence continued. Night came, and the noise had still not resumed. It's a prisoner, Edmund thought, with inexpressible joy. At this, his mind began to race and life returned to him, with all the more force for having something to exercise it upon. The night passed without him hearing the slightest sound. That night, Edmund did not close his eyes. Daylight returned and the jailer came in with more food. Edmund had already eaten his previous meal and he devoured this one, continually listening out for the noise, which did not come, fearful that it might have ceased forever. He walked 10 or 12 leagues around his dungeon, spending whole hours shaking the iron bars on his window to restore to his limbs the strength and elasticity that they had lost over a long period without exercise, in short preparing himself for the struggle with whatever fate had in store for him, like a wrestler flexing his arms and rubbing his body with oil before he enters the ring. Then, between these periods of feverish activity, he listened to hear if the sound had returned, growing impatient with the caution shown by this prisoner who had not guessed that it was another like himself who had disturbed him in his efforts to escape, another prisoner whose eagerness to be free was at least as great as his own. 3 days went by, 72 deadly hours which he counted, minute by minute. Finally, one evening when the jailer had just paid his final visit, when Dantes pressed his ear to the wall for the 100th time, he thought that a barely perceptible scratching echoed in his head as it rested against the silent stones. Dantes moved back to compose his whirling brain, walked a few times round the room, then put his ear again to the same spot. There was no doubt, something was happening on the other side. The prisoner had recognized the danger of his earlier method and had changed it. Certainly, in order to carry on the work in greater security, he was using a lever instead of a chisel. Encouraged by the discovery, Edmund decided to come to the assistance of this indefatigable workman. He began by moving his bed, behind which he judged that the burrowing was taking place, and looked around for some object which he could use to chip away at the wall, dig out the damp cement and eventually dislodge a stone. But he could see nothing. He had no knife or other cutting implement, no metal except iron bars, and he had tested these bars often enough to know that they were firmly set and that it was not even worth the effort of trying to loosen them. His only furniture was a bed, a chair, a table, a bucket, and a pitcher. Certainly, there were iron brackets on the bed, but they were fixed to the wood with screws. It would take a screwdriver to turn these and take off the brackets. There was nothing on the table and chair. The bucket had once had a handle, but it had been removed. Only one thing remained for Dantes to do, which was to break the pitcher and set to work with one of the earthenware fragments shaped to a point. He swung the pitcher against a stone and it shattered. He chose 2 or 3 pointed fragments and hid them in his mattress, leaving the rest scattered around on the floor. The breaking of the pitcher was too natural an occurrence for it to arouse any comment. Edmund had the whole night to work, but he made little progress in the dark because he had to feel his way and he realized that he was blunting his crude implement against a piece of stone harder than it. So he put his bed back and waited for daylight. Recovering hope, he had recovered patience. Throughout that night he listened, hearing the unknown miner continue his subterranean burrowing. Day came and the jailer entered. Dantes told him that, the evening before, while he was taking a drink straight from the pitcher, it had slipped out of his hands and broken on the ground. The jailer went off, grumbling, to get a new pitcher, without even bothering to take away the pieces from the previous one. He returned a few moments later, told the prisoner to be more careful and then left. Dantes was overjoyed at hearing the sound of the bolt which previously used to make his heart sink every time it slammed shut. He listened to the noise of footsteps fading and, when it died away, hurried over to his bed and pulled it aside. By the dim light of day that entered the dungeon, he could see that he had achieved nothing by his efforts the night before, because he had attacked the stone itself, instead of the plaster around it. This plaster had been softened by damp. With a thrill of joy, Dantes saw that fragments of it could be removed. Admittedly, these fragments were so small as to be almost invisible, but after half an hour, even so, Dantes had scraped away roughly a handful. A mathematician could have calculated that after some 2 years' work, provided he did not encounter the solid rock, it would be possible to dig out a passage 2 feet across and 20 feet deep. Realizing this, the prisoner regretted not having devoted the long hours that had already passed, ever more slowly, to this task, instead of wasting them in hope, prayer and despair. However slow the work, how much would he have achieved in the 6 or so years that he had spent buried in this dungeon? The idea fired him with renewed enthusiasm. Over the next 3 days, taking extraordinary care to avoid discovery, he managed to remove all the plaster and expose the stone. The wall was composed of rubble which had been strengthened in places by blocks of hewn stone. He had almost loosened one of these blocks, and he now had to shift it in its socket. He tried to do so with his nails, but made no impression, and the fragments of the pitcher which Dantes pushed into the gaps, in the hope of using them as a lever, broke when he tried to do so. After an hour of fruitless effort, he got up, perspiring with anguish. Was he to be defeated at the very start? Would he have to wait, helpless and inactive, for his neighbor to do everything, when the man himself might become discouraged? Then an idea occurred to him, and he stood there, smiling. Of its own accord, the sweat dried on his forehead. Every day the jailer brought Dantes his soup in a tin pot. This pot contained soup for him and for another prisoner, because Dantes had noticed that it was always either full or half empty, depending on whether the turnkey had started his rounds, giving out the food, with Dantes or with his fellow prisoner. The pot had an iron handle. It was this iron handle that Dantes coveted, and would have paid for it, if required to do so, with 10 years of his life. The jailer poured the contents of the pot into Dantes' plate. After eating his soup with a wooden spoon, Dantes would wash the plate, so that it could serve the same purpose each day. In the evening, Dantes put his plate on the floor, halfway between the door and the table. As he came in, the jailer stepped on the plate and broke it into 1,000 pieces. This time, he had nothing to reproach Dantes with. He had been wrong to leave his plate on the floor, admittedly, but the jailer had been wrong not to look where he was walking. So he merely grumbled. Then he looked around to see where he could pour the soup. As Dantes had only that one plate, there was no alternative. "Leave the pot," Dantes said. "You can collect it when you bring me my dinner tomorrow." This advice appealed to the jailer, since it saved him the trouble of going back upstairs, then down and back up again. He left the pot. Dantes shuddered with joy. This time, he eagerly ate the soup and the meat which, as is customary in prisons, was put in with the soup. Then, after waiting for an hour, to make sure that the jailer did not change his mind, he moved his bed, took the pot, slipped the end of the handle between the stone block which he had scraped clean of plaster and the surrounding rubble, and began to lever it. A slight movement in the stone proved to him that he was succeeding, and indeed, after an hour, the stone had been removed from the wall, leaving a gap more than 1.5 feet in diameter. Dantes carefully swept up all the plaster, distributed it around the corners of the cell, scraped at the grayish earth with a splinter from his jug and covered the plaster in earth. Then, wanting to take full advantage of this night in which chance, or, rather, the ingenuity of the scheme that he had dreamed up, had delivered so precious an implement to him, he continued to dig eagerly. At dawn, he replaced the stone in its hole, pushed his bed against the wall and lay down on it. His breakfast consisted of a piece of bread. The jailer came in and put it on the table. "What? Aren't you bringing me a new plate?" Dantes asked. "No," said the turnkey. "You break everything. You smashed your jug and it's your fault that I broke your plate. If all the prisoners were responsible for as much damage, the government couldn't keep up with it. We are leaving you the pot and your soup will be poured into that. In this way, perhaps you won't destroy everything around here." Dantes raised his eyes to heaven and joined his hands in prayer under the blanket. This piece of iron which he had been allowed to keep aroused a more profound wave of gratitude towards heaven in his heart than he had experienced, in his previous life, from the greatest blessings that had descended upon him. However, he had noticed that, since he himself had started to work, the other prisoner was no longer digging. No matter. This was no reason to give up his efforts. That evening, thanks to his new implement, he had extracted more than 10 handfuls of stone filling, plaster and mortar from the wall. When the time came for the jailer's visit, he straightened out the twisted handle of the pot and put the receptacle back in its usual place. The turnkey poured out the standard ration of soup and meat, or, rather, of soup and fish, because this happened to be a fast day. 3 times a week the prisoners were given a meatless diet. That would have been another way of counting time, if Dantes had not long ago given up measuring it. Then, after pouring out the soup, the turnkey went out. This time Dantes wanted to ascertain whether his neighbor had in fact stopped working. He listened. All was as silent as it had been during the 3 days when the work was interrupted. Dantes sighed. His neighbor was clearly suspicious of him. However, he did not give up and continued to work throughout the night. But after 2 or 3 hours of digging, he came up against an obstruction. The iron had ceased to cut, but slid across a flat surface. Dantes felt the object with his hands and realized that he had hit a beam. It ran across, or, rather, entirely blocked, the hole that Dantes had started to dig. Now he would have to dig over or under. The poor young man had not foreseen this obstacle. "Oh, my God, he cried. "I have prayed so often to you that I hoped you might have heard me. My God! After having deprived me of freedom and life, oh, God. After having deprived me of the calm of death. Oh, God. When you had recalled me to life, have pity on me. God. Do not let me die in despair. Who is it that speaks of God in despair at one and the same time? Asked a voice which seemed to come from beneath the earth and which, muffled by the darkness, sounded on the young man's ears with a sepulchral tone. Edmund felt his hair rise on his head and shuffled back, still kneeling. Ah, he exclaimed. I can hear a man's voice. For the past 4 or 5 years, Edmund had heard no one speak except his jailer, and, to a prisoner, a jailer is not a man but a living door added to the oak door of his cell and a bar of flesh joined to his bars of iron. In heaven's name! Dantes cried. Whoever spoke, speak again, even though your voice terrified me. Who are you? Tell me who you are, the voice demanded. An unfortunate prisoner, Dantes said, not at all unwilling to reply. Of what country? France. And your name? Edmond Dantes. Profession? Seaman. How long have you been here? Since February the 28th, 1815. What was your crime? I am innocent. But what were you accused of? Conspiring for the return of the emperor. What? The return of the emperor. Is he no longer on the throne, then? He abdicated in Fontainebleau in 1814 and was exiled to the island of Elba. But what of yourself? How long have you been here, if you know nothing of all that? Since 1811. Dantes shuddered. This man had been 4 years longer in prison than he had. Very well. Do not dig any more, the voice said, speaking rapidly. Just tell me at what level is the hole that you have dug? At ground level. How is it concealed? Behind my bed. Has your bed been moved since you were in the cell? Not once. What is outside your cell? A corridor. Which leads where? To the courtyard. Alas, the voice exclaimed. Heavens above, what is the matter? Dantes cried. The matter is that I have made a mistake, that the inaccuracy of my drawings led me astray, that I am lost for not having a compass, that a deviation the thickness of a line on my plan was equal to 15 feet on the ground and that I mistook the wall where you have been digging for that of the castle. But then you would have come out on the sea. That is what I wanted. Suppose you had succeeded. I should have plunged into it and swum for one of the islands in the vicinity of the Château d'If, either the Isle de Dôme or the Isle de Tiburon, or even the coast itself, and then I should have been saved. Would you have managed to swim so far? God would have given me strength. But now all is lost. Lost? Yes. Seal up your hole carefully, stop working on it, take no notice of anything and wait for me to contact you. Who are you? At least tell me who you are. I am number 27. Don't you trust me, then? Dantes asked. He thought he heard a bitter laugh make its way through the stonework towards him. Oh, I'm a good Christian, he called, guessing instinctively that the man was thinking of leaving him. I swear on Christ's name that I would allow myself to be killed rather than give away a hint of the truth to your jailers and mine. But, in heaven's name, do not deprive me of your presence, do not deprive me of your voice or, I swear it, I shall dash my head against the wall, and you will have my death on your conscience. How old are you? Your voice sounds like that of a young man. I do not know my age, because I have had no means of measuring time since I have been here. All I know is that I was approaching 19 when I was arrested, on February the 18th, 1815. Not quite 26, the voice muttered. Very well, then, at that age, men are not yet traitors.
No, no. I swear it, Dantes said again.
I have already told you, and I repeat, that I would let myself be cut into pieces rather than betray you. You did well to talk to me, and you did well to beg me, because I was about to change my plans and have nothing to do with you.
But I am reassured by your age. I shall join you. Expect me. When? I must calculate the risks. I shall give you a signal. But you won't abandon me, you won't leave me alone, you will come to me or allow me to go to you?
We shall escape together and, if we cannot escape, we shall talk, you of those you love, I of those who are dear to me.
You must love someone? I am alone in the world.
Then you shall love me.
If you are young, I shall be your friend, if you are old, your son.
I have a father who must be 70 years old, if he is still alive. I loved only him and a young woman called Mercedes. My father has not forgotten me, I am sure, but as for her, God knows if she still thinks of me.
I shall love you as I loved my father.
Very well, said the prisoner.
Until tomorrow.
These few words were said in tones that convinced Dantes. He asked nothing more, but got up, took the same precautions as before with the rubble he had removed from the wall, and pushed his bed back against it. And then he gave himself over entirely to his feelings of happiness. He was certainly no longer going to be alone, he might perhaps even be free. The worst case, should he remain a prisoner, was to have a companion. Captivity shared is only semi-captivity. Sighs united together are almost prayers, prayers coming from two hearts are almost acts of grace. Throughout the day, Dantes came and went in his cell, his heart leaping with joy. From time to time this joy stifled him. At the least noise in the corridor, he leapt onto his bed, clasping his chest with his hands. Once or twice his thoughts turned to the fear that he might be separated from this stranger, whom he already loved as a friend. So he had made up his mind, at the moment when the jailer pushed his bed aside and bent over to examine the opening in the wall, he would crack his head open with the stone on which his jug stood. He knew quite well that he would be condemned to death, but was he not about to die of boredom and despair when that miraculous sound had brought him back to life? In the evening the jailer came. Dantes was on his bed, feeling that there he was better able to guard the unfinished opening. He must have looked at this unwelcome visitor in a peculiar manner, because the man said, "Come, come, are you going mad again?" Dantes did not answer, fearing that the emotion in his voice might betray him. The jailer left, shaking his head. When night came, Dantes thought that his neighbor would take advantage of the silence and darkness to resume their conversation, but he was wrong. The night passed but no sound came to relieve his feverish expectation. But the following day, after the morning visit, when he had just moved his bed away from the wall, he heard 3 knocks, equally spaced. He fell to his knees. "Is that you?" he said. "I am here." "Has your jailer left?" the voice asked. "Yes," Dantes said. "He will not be back until this evening. We have 12 hours freedom." "So it is safe for me to act?" asked the voice. "Yes, yes, don't delay, do it now, I beg you." Dantes was half inside the opening and, at this moment, the portion of ground on which he was resting his 2 hands seemed to give way beneath him. He plunged back, while a mass of earth, rubble, and broken stones fell away into a hole that had opened up beneath the opening which he himself had made. Then, in the bottom of this dark hole, the depth of which he was unable to assess, he saw a head appear, then some shoulders and finally a whole man, who emerged, with a fair degree of agility, from the pit they had dug. 16. An Italian scholar. Dantes embraced this new friend for whom he had waited so long and with such impatience, and drew him over to the window, so that the faint light that seeped from outside into the cell would illuminate his face. He was short in stature, with hair whitened by suffering more than by age, a penetrating eye hidden beneath thick, grizzled brows, and a still black beard that extended to his chest. The leanness of his face, which was deeply furrowed, and the firm molding of his features implied a man more accustomed to exercise his spiritual than his physical faculties. This newcomer's brow was bathed in sweat. As for his clothes, their original form was impossible to make out, for they were in tatters. He appeared to be at least 65, though some agility in his movements suggested that he might be younger than he appeared after his long captivity. He showed a kind of pleasure on receiving the young man's effusions. For a moment, a soul chilled to its depth seemed to be heated and to melt in contact with the other's ardor. He thanked him with some warmth for his cordiality, though he must have been deeply disappointed at finding another dungeon where he had expected to find freedom. "First of all," he said, "let us see if we can disguise the traces of my entry from your jailers. All our future peace of mind depends on their not knowing what has happened." He bent down towards the opening, took the stone, which he lifted easily despite its weight, and put it back into the hole. "This stone was very crudely cut out," he said, shaking his head. "Don't you have any tools?" "Do you have any?" Dantes asked in astonishment. "I have made myself a few. Apart from a file, I have everything I need: chisel, pliers, a lever." "I should be most curious to see these products of your patient efforts," Dantes said. "Well then, to start with, here is a chisel." He showed him a strong, sharpened blade fixed in a beechwood handle. "How did you make that?" Dantes asked. "From one of the pegs from my bed. This is the tool with which I dug almost the whole of the passage that brought me here, roughly 50 feet. 50 feet! Dantes cried, in a kind of terror. "Keep your voice down, young man, keep your voice down. They often listen at the prisoners' doors. They know that I am alone. No matter. You are telling me that you dug 50 feet to reach me here?" "Yes, that is approximately the distance between my cell and yours. But I miscalculated the curve, not having any geometrical instrument with which to draw up a relative scale. Instead of a 40-foot ellipse, the measurement was 50 feet. As I told you, I was expecting to reach the outer wall, break through it and throw myself into the sea. I followed the line of the corridor that runs outside your room, instead of going underneath it, and all my labor is in vain, because this corridor leads to a courtyard full of guards." "True," said Dantes. "But this corridor only touches on one wall of my room, and there are 4 of them." "Of course, but, to start with, one of them is solid rock. It would take 10 miners, fully equipped, 10 years' work to cut through it. This one here must be contiguous with the foundations of the governor's quarters. We should break into cellars, which are clearly locked, and be recaptured." "The other wall." "Wait a moment, what is beyond the other wall?" This side of the dungeon was the one with the tiny window through which the daylight shone. The opening narrowed progressively as it went towards the light. Even though a child could not have passed through it, it was furnished with 3 rows of iron bars, which would have reassured the most distrustful jailer as to the impossibility of escape. As he asked the question, the newcomer pulled the table over to the window. "Climb up here," he told Dantes. Dantes obeyed, climbed onto the table and, guessing his companion's intentions, pressed his back against the wall and held out his cupped hands. The man who had taken the number of his cell, and whose true name Dantes still did not know, climbed up with more agility than one might have expected from a man of his age, like a cat or a lizard, first onto the table, then from the table onto Dantes' hands, then from his hands onto his shoulders. Bent double, because the roof of the dungeon prevented him from standing upright, he thrust his head between the first row of bars and in that way could see outside and downwards. Immediately, he drew his head back sharply. Oh, he said. "I guessed as much." And he slipped down past Dantes onto the table and from there jumped to the ground. What did you guess? The young man asked anxiously, jumping down after him. The old prisoner thought for a while, then said, "Yes, that's it. The fourth wall of your dungeon overlooks a gallery on the outside of the castle, a sort of walkway along which patrols can march or sentries keep watch." "Are you sure?" "I saw the shako of a soldier and the tip of his rifle. I jumped back quickly because I was afraid he might see me." "Well?" Dantes asked. "You can clearly see that it is impossible to escape through your cell. So, what now?" "So, let God's will be done," said the old prisoner, a look of profound resignation crossing his face. With a mixture of astonishment and admiration, Dantes looked at this man who, with such philosophical resignation, could give up the hope that he had nurtured for so long. "Now, tell me who you are," Dantes said. "Why, yes, I will if you like and if it still interests you, now that I can no longer be of any use to you. You can console me and support me, because you seem to me a person of exceptional strength." The abbé smiled sadly. "I am Abbé Faria. I have been a prisoner in the Château d'If since 1811, as you already know, but I spent 3 years before that in the fortress of Fenestrelle. In 1811 I was transferred from Piedmont to France. Then it was that I learned that fate, who at the time appeared to be his servant, had given Napoleon a son and that while still in his cradle this child had been named King of Rome. At that time I could never have guessed what you told me a moment ago, that 4 years later the Colossus would be overturned. So who rules in France? Napoleon II? No, Louis XVIII. Louis XVIII, brother of Louis XVI. Heaven's decrees are shrouded in mystery. Why did Providence choose to bring down the one whom she had raised up, and raise the one she had brought down? Dantes looked at this man, who had momentarily forgotten his own fate so that he might contemplate that of the world. "Yes, indeed, yes," he went on. "It is just as in England, after Charles I, Cromwell, after Cromwell, Charles II. Then perhaps after James II, some son-in-law or other, some relative, some Prince of Orange, a stadtholder who will appoint himself king. And then, new concessions to the people, a constitution, liberty. You will see all this, young man," he said, turning to Dantes and examining him with deep, shining eyes, like those of a prophet. "You are still young enough, you will see this." "Yes, if I ever get out of here." "That's true," said Abbé Faria. "We are prisoners. Sometimes I forget it and, because my eyes penetrate the walls that enclose me, think myself at liberty." "But why are you imprisoned?" "Me? Because in 1807 I dreamed up the plan that Napoleon tried to carry out in 1811, because, like Machiavelli, I wanted a single, great empire, solid and strong, to emerge from all those petty principalities that make Italy a swarm of tyrannical but feeble little kingdoms, because I thought I had discovered my Cesare Borgia in a royal simpleton who pretended to agree with me, the better to betray me. This was the ambition of Alexander VI and Clement VII. It will always fail, because they tried in vain, and even Napoleon could not succeed. Without any doubt, Italy is accursed." He bowed his head. Dantes could not understand how a man could risk his life in such a cause. He did, indeed, know Napoleon, since he had seen and spoken to him, but on the other hand he had no idea who Clement VII and Alexander VI were. He was beginning to share the opinion of his jailer, which was that generally held in the Château d'If. "Aren't you the priest who is said to be ill?" "You mean, who is thought to be mad?" "I didn't like to say it," Dantes replied, smiling. "Yes," Faria went on, with a bitter laugh. "Yes, I am the one they think is mad. I am the one who has for so long entertained visitors to the prison and who would amuse the little children if there were any in this sojourn of hopeless agony." For a short time Dantes did not move or speak. "So, you have abandoned any idea of escape?"
I can see that escape is impossible. It is a rebellion against God to attempt something that God does not wish to be achieved. But why be discouraged? It would be asking too much of Providence if you were to expect to succeed at the first attempt. Why not start out again in a different direction? Can you imagine what I have done so far, you who speak about beginning again? Do you realize that it took me 4 years to make the tools that I have? Do you realize that for the past 2 years I have been digging and scraping in earth as hard as granite? Do you know that I have had to lay bare stones that I would never previously have thought I could shift, that whole days were spent in these titanic efforts, and that, by the evening, I was happy when I had removed a square inch of the old mortar, which had become as hard as the stone itself? Do you realize that to accommodate all the soil and all the stones that I dug up, I had to break through into a stairway and bury the rubble bit by bit in the stairwell, and that the well is now full so that I could not fit another handful of dust into it? Finally, do you realize that I thought my labors were at an end, that I felt I had just enough strength to complete the task, and that God has now not only set back my goal but removed it, I know not where? Oh, let me tell you, and repeat it, I shall not take another step to try and regain my freedom, since God's will is for me to have lost it forever. Edmund lowered his head, so that the man would not perceive that the joy of having a companion was preventing him from sympathizing, as he should, with the prisoner's torment at his failure to escape. Abbé Faria slumped down on Edmund's bed, while Edmund remained standing. The young man had never thought about escape. There are things that seem so impossible that one instinctively avoids them and doesn't even consider attempting them. To dig 50 feet beneath the ground, to spend 3 years on this task, only to arrive, if you were successful, at a sheer precipice above the sea, to descend 50, 60, perhaps 100 feet, only to fall and crush your head against the rocks, if the sentries had not already shot you, and, even supposing you managed to evade all these dangers, to be faced with swimming a distance of a league, all this was too much for one not to resign oneself, and, as we have seen already, Dantes had almost resigned himself to the point of death. But now that he had seen an old man clasping on to life with such energy and giving him the example of such desperate resolve, he started to reflect and to measure his courage. Another man had attempted to do something that he had not even thought of doing. Another, less young, less strong and less agile than himself, had succeeded, by sheer skill and patience, in acquiring all the implements he needed for this incredible task, which had failed only because of a failure of measurement. Someone else had done all this, so nothing was impossible for Dantes. Faria had dug 50 feet, he would dig 100. Faria, at the age of 50, had spent 3 years on the work. He was only half Faria's age, he could afford 6. Faria, the priest, the learned churchman, had not shrunk from the prospect of swimming from the Château d'If to the islands of Dôme, Ratonneau, or La Mer. So would he, Edmund the sailor, Dantes the bold swimmer, who had so often plunged to the bottom of the sea to fetch a branch of coral, would he shrink from swimming a league? How long did it take to swim a league? 1 hour. And had he not spent whole hours on end in the sea without setting foot on shore? No, Dantes needed only to be encouraged by example. Anything that another man had done or could have done, Dantes would do. He thought for a moment. I have found what you were looking for, he told the old man. Faria shivered, and looked up with an expression that announced that if Dantes was telling the truth, his companion's despair would be short-lived. You, he asked. Come, now, what have you found? The tunnel that you dug to reach here from your own cell extends in the same direction as the outer gallery. Is that so? Yes. It can only be some 15 feet away from it? At the most. Well, around the middle of this tunnel we will dig another at right angles to it. This time, you will take your measurements more carefully. We will come out on to the exterior gallery. We shall kill the sentry and escape. All we need, for this plan to succeed, is resolve, and you have that, and strength, which I have. I say nothing of patience, you have demonstrated it already and I shall do the same. 1 moment, the abbé replied.
My good friend, you do not realize the nature of my resolve or the use that I intend to make of my strength. As for patience, I have been patient enough, in resuming every morning the work that I left the night before, and, every night, that which I left in the morning. But you must understand this, young man, I thought that I was serving God by freeing one of his creatures who, being innocent, had not been condemned.
Well, then, said Dantes. What is different now? Have you found yourself guilty since you met me?
No, and I do not wish to become so. Up to now, I thought I was dealing only with things, but you are suggesting that I deal with men. I can cut through a wall and destroy a staircase, but I shall not cut through a man's breast and destroy his life.
Dantes made a small gesture of surprise and said, Do you mean that, when you might be free, you would be deterred by such considerations?
What of you? Asked Faria. Why have you never bludgeoned your jailer one evening with the leg of your table, then put on his clothes and tried to escape?
I never thought of doing it.
Because you have an instinctive horror at the idea of such a crime, to the point where it has never even entered your head, the old man continued. For, in simple and permitted matters, our natural appetites warn us not to exceed the boundaries of what is permissible for us. The tiger, which spills blood in the natural course of things, because this is its state of being, its destiny, needs only for its sense of smell to inform it that a prey is within reach. Immediately it leaps towards this prey, falls on it and tears it apart.
That is its instinct, which it obeys.
But mankind, on the contrary, is repelled by blood. It is not the laws of society that condemn murder, but the laws of nature. Dantes was struck dumb. This was indeed the explanation of what had gone on, without him knowing it, in his mind, or, rather, in his soul. Some thoughts come from the head, others from the heart. Moreover, Faria went on, in the course of nearly 12 years that I have spent in prison, I have mentally gone over all famous escapes, only very rarely do they succeed. Fortunate escapes, those which succeed fully, are the ones that have been prepared carefully and over a long period of time. That is how the Duc de Beaufort escaped from the Château de
Vincennes, Abbé Dubuquoy from the Fort l'Évêque, Latude from the Bastille. 1 There are also some opportunities that occur by chance, those are the best. Let us await such an opportunity and, believe me, if it comes, let us take advantage of it.
You were able to wait, said Dantes, sighing. This long labor occupied your every moment and, when you did not have that to distract you, you were consoled by hope.
I did other things as well.
What were they?
I wrote or I studied.
Do they give you paper, pens and ink, then? No, said the abbé, but I make them for myself.
You make paper, pens and ink? Dantes exclaimed.
Yes.
Dantes looked admiringly at the man, but found it hard to credit what he was saying.
Faria noticed this shadow of a doubt. When you come to visit me, he said, I shall show you a whole book, the product of the thoughts, the research and meditations of my entire life, which I contemplated writing in the shadow of the Colosseum in Rome, beneath the column of St. Mark's in Venice, on the banks of the Arno in Florence, and which I never suspected that my jailers would one day leave me ample time to complete between the four walls of the Château d'If. It is a treatise on the prospects for a general monarchy in Italy. It will make one large in-quarto volume.
You have written it? On 2 shirts. I have invented a preparation that makes linen as smooth and even as parchment. So you are a chemist?
A little. I knew Lavoisier and I am a friend of Cabanis too. But, for such a work, you must have needed to do historical research.
Do you have any books?
In Rome, I had nearly 5,000 volumes in my library. By reading and rereading them, I discovered that 150 books, carefully chosen, give you, if not a complete summary of human knowledge, at least everything that it is useful for a man to know. I devoted 3 years of my life to reading and rereading these 150 volumes, so that when I was arrested I knew them more or less by heart. In prison, with a slight effort of memory, I recalled them entirely. So I can recite to you Thucydides, Xenophon, Plutarch, Livy, Tacitus, Strata, Jornades, Dante, Montaigne, Shakespeare, Spinoza, Machiavelli, and Bossuet. I mention only the most important.
But that must mean you know several languages?
I speak 5 living languages: German, French, Italian, English, and Spanish. I can understand modern Greek with the help of ancient Greek, but I speak it poorly. I am studying it now.
You are studying it? Dantes exclaimed.
Yes, I have compiled a vocabulary of the words that I know and have arranged them, combined them, turned them one way, then the other, so as to make them sufficient to express my thoughts. I know about 1,000 words, which is all I absolutely need, though I believe there are 100,000 in dictionaries. Of course I shall not be a polished speaker, but I shall make myself understood perfectly, which is good enough. Increasingly astonished, Edmund began to consider this man's faculties almost supernatural. He wanted to catch him out on some point or other, so he went on, "But if they did not give you a pen, with what did you manage to write this huge treatise?" "I made very good pens, which would be found superior to ordinary ones if the substance was known, out of the soft bones from the heads of those big whiting that they sometimes serve us on fast days. In this way, I always looked forward to Wednesdays, Fridays and Saturdays, because they offered me at least a hope of increasing my stock of pens.
I have to admit that my historical work is my favorite occupation. When I go back to the past, I forget the present. I walk free and independently through history, and forget that I am a prisoner." "But ink?" Dantes asked. "How did you make ink?"
"There used to be a chimney in my dungeon," Faria said. "This chimney was doubtless blocked up some time before my arrival, but, previously, fires had been built there for many years, so the whole of the inside was coated with soot. I dissolve the soot in part of the wine that they give me every Sunday, and it makes excellent ink. For particular notes which must stand out from the text, I prick my fingers and write with my blood."
"And when can I see all this?" Dantes asked.
"Whenever you wish," Faria replied.
"At once."
"At once," the young man exclaimed. "Then follow me," said the abbé, and he disappeared down the underground passage.
Dantes followed him. 17. The Abbé's Cell.
After passing through the underground passage, bent over but still without too much difficulty, Dantes arrived at the far end of the tunnel where it entered the abbé's cell. At this point it narrowed to allow just enough room for a man to squeeze through. The floor of the abbé's cell was paved, and it was by lifting one of the stones, in the darkest corner, that he had begun the laborious tunneling that had brought him to Dantes. As soon as he was inside and standing up, the young man studied the room carefully. At first sight there was nothing unusual about it. "Good," said the abbé. "It is only 12:15, so we still have a few hours ahead of us." Dantes looked around, to find the clock on which the abbé had been able to tell the time so precisely. "Look at that ray of sunlight shining through my window," said the abbé.
"Now look at the lines I have drawn on the wall.
Thanks to these lines, which take account of the double movement of the earth and its course round the sun, I know the time more accurately than if I had a watch, because the mechanism of a watch may be damaged, while that of the earth and the sun never can." Dantes understood nothing of this explanation. He had always thought, seeing the sun rise behind the mountains and set in the Mediterranean, that it moved, and not the earth. He considered almost impossible this double movement of the earth which he did not perceive, even though he inhabited it, and he saw contained in each of the other man's words the mysteries of a science that would be as exciting to explore as the mines of gold and diamonds he had visited while still almost a child on a journey that he had made to Gujarat and Golconda. "Come, now," he said to the abbé.
"I am impatient to see your treasures."
The abbé went over to the chimney and, with the chisel which he still had in his hand, moved the stone that had once formed the hearth of the fire, behind which there was a fairly deep hole. In this, he concealed all the objects he had mentioned to Dantes. "What do you wish to see first?" he asked.
"Show me your great work on the monarchy in Italy."
Faria took 3 or 4 linen rolls out of the precious cupboard, wound over on themselves like rolls of papyrus. These were bands of cloth, about 4 inches wide and 18 long. Each one was numbered and covered with writing which Dantes could read, because it was in the abbé's mother tongue, Italian, and, as a Provençal, Dantes understood it perfectly. "See," the abbé told him, "it is all there. It is now about a week since I wrote the word 'end' at the foot of the 68th roll. 2 of my shirts and all the handkerchiefs I had have gone into it. If ever I should regain my freedom and find a printer in Italy who dares to print the work, my reputation will be made."
"Yes," said Dantes, "I can see.
"And now, please show me the pens with which you wrote this work." "Look," said Faria, and showed the young man a small stick, 6 inches long and as thick as the handle of a paintbrush, at the end of which one of the fishbones that the abbé had mentioned was tied with thread, still stained with ink. It had been shaped to a point and split like an ordinary pen nib. Dantes studied it and looked around for the implement that could have served to sharpen the nib so finely.
"Ah, yes.
The penknife," said Faria.
"This is my masterpiece.
I made it, as I did this other knife, out of an old iron candlestick."
The penknife cut like a razor.
As for the other, it had the advantage of being able to serve both as a cutting implement and as a dagger. Dantes examined these various objects as closely as, in curiosity shops in Marseille, he had sometimes studied the tools made by savages, brought back from the South Seas by captains on long-haul voyages. "As for the ink," said Faria, "you know how I manage.
I make it as and when I need it."
"Now, only one thing still puzzles me," said Dantes, "which is that the days were long enough for you to accomplish all this."
"I had the nights," Faria replied. "The nights? Are you a cat? Can you see in the dark?"
"No, but God has given mankind enough intelligence to compensate for the inadequacies of his senses."
"I found light." "How?"
"I separate the fat from the meat that they bring me, melt it, and obtain a kind of solid oil from it.
Look, this is my candle."
He showed Dantes a sort of lamp, like those they used to illuminate public places.
"How did you light it?" "Here are my 2 flints and some scorched linen." "But what about a match?"
"I pretended to have a skin disease and asked for sulfur, which they gave me." Dantes put all the objects he was holding on the table and bowed his head, overawed by the perseverance and strength of this spirit. "That is not all," said Faria. "One should not hide all one's treasure in a single place.
Let's close this one."
They put the stone back. The abbé spread a little dust over it, ran his foot across it to disguise any evidence of unevenness on the surface, went over to his bed and pushed it to one side. Behind the head of the bed, hidden beneath a stone that formed an almost perfectly hermetic lid, was a hole, with inside it a rope ladder of between 25 and 30 feet in length.
Dantes examined it. It was strong enough to sustain any weight.
"Who supplied you with the rope for this wonderful contrivance?" he asked. "First of all, some shirts that I had, then the sheets from my bed which I unpicked, in my 3 years' captivity in Fenestrelle. When I was transported to the Château d'If, I found the means to bring the threads with me and I carried on working after I arrived here."
"Did no one notice that your bed linen no longer had any hems?" "I re-sewed it."
"What with?"
"With this needle."
The abbé, parting a shred of his clothes, showed Dantes a long, sharp fishbone, still threaded, which he carried with him.
"Yes," he continued.
"At first I thought of loosening the bars and escaping through this window, which is a little wider than yours. As you can see, I should have widened it still further during my escape. But I noticed that the window gives access only to an inner courtyard, so I abandoned the plan as being too risky. However, I kept the ladder in case some opportunity should arise for one of those escapes I mentioned, which are the outcome of chance. Dantes appeared to be examining the ladder, while his mind was actually on something else. An idea had entered his head. It was that this man, so intelligent, so ingenious and so deep in understanding, might see clearly in the darkness of his own misfortune and make out something that he had failed to see. "What are you thinking about?" the abbé asked with a smile, imagining that Dante's silence must indicate a very high degree of admiration. "Firstly, I am thinking of one thing, which is the vast knowledge that you must have expended to attain the point that you have reached. What might you not have done, had you been free?" "Perhaps nothing. The overflowing of my brain might have evaporated in mere futilities. Misfortune is needed to plumb certain mysterious depths in the understanding of men. Pressure is needed to explode the charge. My captivity concentrated all my faculties on a single point. They had previously been dispersed, now they clashed in a narrow space, and, as you know, the clash of clouds produces electricity, electricity produces lightning and lightning gives light." "No, I know nothing," said Dantes, ashamed of his ignorance. "Some of the words that you use are void of all meaning for me. How lucky you are to know so much." The abbé smiled. "You said a moment ago that you were thinking of two things." "Yes." "You have only told me one of them." "What is the other?" "The other is that you have told me about your life, but you know nothing about mine." "Your life, young man, has been somewhat short to contain any events of importance." "It does contain one terrible misfortune," said Dantes, "a misfortune that I have not deserved. And I should wish, so that I may no longer blaspheme against God as I have occasionally done, to have some men whom I could blame for my misfortune." "So you claim to be innocent of the crime with which you are charged?" "Entirely innocent. I swear it by the heads of the two people whom I hold most dear, my father and Mercedes." "Well then," said the abbé, closing the hiding place and putting his bed back in its place, "tell me your story." Dantes told what he called his life story, which amounted to no more than a voyage to India and 2 or 3 voyages to the Levant, until finally he arrived at his last journey, the death of Captain Leclerc, the packet that the captain gave him for the marshal, the interview with the marshal, the letter he was handed, addressed to a certain M. Noirtier, and, after that, his return to Marseille, his reunion with his father, his love for Mercedes, his betrothal, his arrest, his interrogation, his temporary confinement at the Palais de Justice, and then his final imprisonment in the Château d'If. From that point, Dantes knew nothing more, not even the amount of time that he had been a prisoner. When the story concluded, the abbé was deep in thought. Then, after a moment, he said, "There is a very profound axiom in law, which is consistent with what I told you a short time ago, and it is this: unless an evil thought is born in a twisted mind, human nature is repelled by crime. However, civilization has given us needs, vices and artificial appetites which sometimes cause us to repress our good instincts and lead us to wrongdoing. 1 Hence the maxim, if you wish to find the guilty party, first discover whose interests the crime serves." "Whose interests might be served by your disappearance?" "No one's, for heaven's sake. I was so insignificant." "That is not the answer, because that answer is wanting in both logic and common sense. Everything, my good friend, is relative, from the king who stands in the way of his designated successor to the employee who impedes the supernumerary. If the king dies, the successor inherits a crown; if the employee dies, the supernumerary inherits a salary of 1,200 livres. These 1,200 livres are his civil list, they are as necessary to his survival as the king's 12 million. Every individual, from the lowest to the highest on the social scale, is at the center of a little network of interests, with its storms and its hooked atoms, like the worlds of Descartes. To accept that these worlds get larger as one goes up, it is a reverse spiral balanced on a single point. So let's get back to your world. You were about to be appointed captain of the Pharaon?" "Yes." "You were about to marry a beautiful young woman?" "Yes." "Was it in anyone's interest that you should not become captain of the
Pharaon? Was it in anyone's interest that you should not marry Mercedes?
Answer the first question first. Order is the key to all problems.
Would anyone gain by your not becoming captain of the Pharaon?
No, I was well loved on board. If the sailors could have chosen their own leader, I am sure that they would have picked me. Only one man had a reason to dislike me. A short time before, I had quarreled with him and challenged him to a duel, which he refused.
Really? And what was the man's name?
Danglars.
What was his position on board?
Supercargo.
If you had become captain, would you have kept him in his post?
No, if the choice had been mine, because I thought I had discovered some irregularities in his accounts.
Very well. Now, was anyone present at your last meeting with Captain Leclerc?
No, we were alone.
Could anyone have overheard your conversation?
Yes, the door was open and, wait. Yes, Danglars went past just at the moment when Captain Leclerc gave me the packet to deliver to the marshal.
Good, the abbé said. Now we are getting somewhere. Did you take anyone off the ship with you when you anchored on Elba? No one. You were given a letter.
Yes, by the Grand Marshal.
What did you do with it?
I put it into my briefcase.
Did you have your briefcase with you? How could a briefcase intended to contain an official letter fit into a sailor's pocket?
You are right, my briefcase was on board.
So it was only when you returned on board that you put the letter into the briefcase?
That is right.
What did you do with the letter between Porto Ferrajo and the ship?
I held it in my hand.
So that when you came back on board the Pharaon, anyone could have seen that you were carrying a letter?
Yes.
Danglars as well as anyone else?
Danglars as well as anyone else.
Now, listen carefully and concentrate your memory. Do you remember the precise terms in which the denunciation was phrased?
Indeed, I do. I read it 3 times, and every word is etched on my memory.
Repeat it to me.
Dantes paused to gather his thoughts, then said, Here it is, word for word. The Crown Prosecutor is advised, by a friend of the monarchy in the faith, that one Edmond Dantes, first mate of the Pharaon, arriving this morning from Smyrna, after putting in at Naples and Porto Ferrajo, was entrusted by Marat with a letter for the usurper and by the usurper with a letter to the Bonapartist committee in Paris. Proof of his guilt will be found when he is arrested, since the letter will be discovered either on his person, or at the house of his father, or in his cabin on board the Pharaon. The abbé shrugged his shoulders. It is as clear as daylight, and you must have a very simple and kind heart not to have guessed the truth immediately.
Do you think so? Dantes exclaimed.
Oh, it would be most dastardly.
What was Danglars' handwriting like, normally?
A fine, copperplate hand.
And what was the writing of the anonymous letter?
Writing that leant backwards.
The abbé smiled, disguised, surely?
Very firm for a disguised hand.
Wait, he said, taking his pen, or the implement that he called a pen, dipping it in the ink and writing with his left hand, on a ready-prepared piece of cloth, the first 2 or 3 lines of the denunciation. Dantes started back and looked at the abbé with something close to terror.
It's astonishing, he said.
That writing is so like the other.
That is because the denunciation was written with the left hand.
I have noticed something, the abbé added, which is that while all handwriting written with the right hand varies, all that done with the left hand looks the same. Is there anything that you haven't seen or observed? Let's continue.
Yes, willingly.
What about the second question? I am listening. Was there someone who stood to gain if you did not marry Mercedes? Yes, a young man who was in love with her. Called? Fernand. A Spanish name. He is a Catalan. Do you think him capable of writing this letter? No. He would have put a knife in me, quite simply. Yes, that is like a Spaniard, a killing, certainly, but a cowardly act, no. In any case, Dantes went on, he knew none of the details which were in the denunciation. You confided them to no one? No one. Not even your mistress? Not even my fiancée. It must be Danglars. Now I am sure of it. Wait, did Danglars know Fernand? No. Or? Yes, I remember. What do you remember? 2 days before my wedding, I saw them sitting together at Père Pamphil's. Danglars was friendly and merry, Fernand pale and troubled. Were they alone? No, they had someone else with them, someone I know well, who had no doubt introduced them to each other, a tailor called Cataris, but he was already drunk. Wait. How did I forget this? Near the table where they were drinking, there was an inkwell, some paper and pens. Dantes drew his hand across his brow. Oh, the villains! The villains! Do you want to know anything else? The abbé said, smiling. Yes, since you understand everything, since you can see everything clearly, I want to know why I was only interrogated once, why I was not given judges to try me, and why I have been condemned unheard. Ah, there now, said the abbé, that is rather more serious. Justice has dark and mysterious ways which are hard to fathom. So far, with your two friends, what we did was child's play, but on this other matter you must be as accurate as you can possibly be. You ask the questions, because you truly seem to see into my life more clearly than I do myself. Who interrogated you? Was it the Crown Prosecutor, the deputy, or the investigating magistrate? The deputy. Young or old? Young, 26 or 27. Good. Not yet corrupt, but already ambitious, the abbé said. What was his manner towards you? Kind rather than harsh. Did you tell him everything? Everything. Did his manner change in the course of the interrogation? For a moment, it changed, when he had read the letter that compromised me. He seemed to be overwhelmed by my misfortune. By your misfortune? Yes. Are you quite sure that it was your misfortune that he felt? He gave me every evidence of his sympathy, at any rate. In what way? He burned the only document that could compromise me. What was that? The denunciation? No, the other letter. Are you sure? I saw it with my own eyes. That's another matter. The man may be a deeper-dyed villain than you imagine. I swear, you are frightening me, said Dantes. Is the world full of tigers and crocodiles, then? Yes, except that the tigers and crocodiles with 2 legs are more dangerous than the rest. Continue, tell me more. Gladly. You say he burned the letter? Yes, and as he did so said to me, you see, this is the only proof against you, and I am destroying it. Such behavior was too good to be true. Do you think so? I am certain. To whom was the letter addressed? To Monsieur Noirtier, 13, Rue Coq-Héron, Paris. Have you any reason to believe that your deputy had some reason to want this letter to disappear? Perhaps. He did make me promise 2 or 3 times, in my own interests, as he said, not to mention the letter to anyone, and he made me swear not to speak the name that was written on the address. Noirtier, the abbé repeated. Noirtier. I used to know a Noirtier at the court of the former Queen of Etruria,
a noirtier who was a Girondin during the Revolution.
And what was the name of this deputy of yours?
Villefort.
The abbé burst out laughing, and Dantes looked at him in astonishment. What's the matter? He asked.
Do you see that ray of sunlight? The abbé asked.
Yes.
Well, everything is now clearer to me than that brightly shining ray of light.
My poor child, you poor young man.
And this magistrate was good to you?
Yes.
This noble deputy burned the letter, destroyed it?
He did.
This honest purveyor of souls to the dungeon made you swear never to speak the name of Noirtier?
Correct.
This Noirtier, poor blind fool that you are, do you know who this Noirtier was? This Noirtier was his father. If a shaft of lightning had fallen at Dante's feet and opened an abyss with hell in its depths, it would not have produced a more startling or electric or overwhelming effect on him than these unexpected words. He got up and clasped his head in both hands, as if to prevent it from bursting.
His father?
His father, he cried. Yes, his father, who is called Noirtier de Villefort, the abbé said. At this, a devastating flash of light burst inside the prisoner's head, and the picture that he had not previously understood was instantly bathed in dazzling light. He recalled everything: Villefort's shilly-shallying during the interrogation, the letter he had destroyed, the promise he had elicited, and the almost pleading tone of the magistrate's voice, which, instead of threatening him, seemed to be begging. He gave a cry and staggered for a moment like a drunken man. Then, rushing to the opening that led from the abbé's cell to his own, he exclaimed, "Ah!
I must be alone to consider this."
When he reached his dungeon, he fell on the bed, and it was there that the turnkey found him that evening, still sitting, his eyes staring and his features drawn, motionless and silent as a statue. During those hours of meditation, which had passed like seconds, he had made a fearful resolution and sworn a terrible oath. A voice roused Dantes from his reverie. It was the Abbé Faria who, after being visited in his turn by the jailer, had come to invite Dantes to take supper with him. As a certified madman, above all as an entertaining madman, the old prisoner enjoyed certain privileges, among them that of having bread that was a little whiter than the rest and a small jar of wine on Sundays. This happened to be a Sunday, and the Abbé was asking Dantes to share his bread and wine.
Dantes followed him.
His expression had returned to normal and his features were composed, but with a strength and firmness, as it were, that implied a settled resolve. The abbé looked closely at him. "I regret having helped you in your investigation and said what I did to you," he remarked.
"Why is that?"
Dantes asked. "Because I have insinuated a feeling into your heart that was not previously there, the desire for revenge."
Dantes smiled and said, "Let us change the subject."
The abbé gave him a further brief look and sadly shook his head. Then, as Dantes had requested, he began to talk of other things. The old prisoner was one of those men whose conversation, like that of everyone who has known great suffering, contains many lessons and is continually interesting. But it was not self-centered. The unfortunate man never spoke about his own troubles.
Dantes listened to every word with admiration.
Some of what the abbé said concurred with ideas that he already had and things that he knew from his profession as a seaman, while others touched on the unknown and, like the aurora borealis giving light to sailors in northern latitudes, showed the young man new lands and new horizons, bathed in fantastic colors. Dantes understood the happiness of an intelligence that could follow such a mind on the moral, philosophical, and social peaks where it habitually roamed. "You must teach me a little of what you know," he said, "if only to avoid becoming bored by my company. I now feel that you must prefer solitude to an uneducated and narrow-minded companion like myself. If you agree, I undertake not to mention escape to you again."
The abbé smiled.
"Alas, my child," he said, "human knowledge is very limited, and when I have taught you mathematics, physics, history, and the 3 or 4 modern languages that I speak, you will know everything that I know, and it will take me scarcely 2 years to transfer all this knowledge from my mind to yours."
2 years, said Dantes. Do you think I could learn all this in 2 years? In their application, no, but the principles, yes.
Learning does not make one learned. There are those who have knowledge and those who have understanding.
The first requires memory, the second philosophy. But can't one learn philosophy? Philosophy cannot be taught.
Philosophy is the union of all acquired knowledge and the genius that applies it. Philosophy is the shining cloud upon which Christ set his foot to go up into heaven.
Come then, said Dantes.
What will you teach me first?
I am eager to begin, I am athirst for knowledge. Everything, then, said the abbé. So that evening the two prisoners drew up an educational syllabus which they began to carry out the following day.
Dantes had a remarkable memory and found concepts very easy to grasp. A mathematical cast of mind made him able to understand everything by calculating it, while a seafarer's poetry compensated for whatever was too materialistic in arguments reduced to dry figures and straight lines. Moreover, he already knew Italian and a little Romaic, which he had picked up on his journeys to the East. With those two languages, he soon understood the workings of all the rest, and after 6 months had started to speak Spanish, English and German. As he promised Abbé Faria, he no longer spoke of escape, either because the enjoyment of study compensated him for his loss of freedom, or because, as we have seen, he would always keep his word strictly, once he had given it, and the days passed quickly and instructively.
After a year, he was a different man.
As for Abbé Faria, Dantes noticed that, though the older man's captivity had been lightened by his presence, he grew more melancholy by the day.
One pervasive and incessant thought seemed to plague his mind.
He would fall into deep reveries, give an involuntary sigh, leap suddenly to his feet, cross his arms and pace gloomily around his cell. One day, he stopped abruptly while pacing for the 100th time around his room, and exclaimed, "Oh!
If only there was no sentry."
"There need be no sentry, if only you would agree to it," said Dantes, who had followed the train of thought inside his head as if there were a crystal window in his skull.
"I have told you," the abbé said, "I abhor the idea of murder.
Yet if this murder were to be committed, it would be through our instinct for self-preservation, through an impulse of self-defense."
"No matter, I cannot do it." "But you think about it?"
Continually, the abbé muttered.
"And you have thought of a plan, haven't you?" Dantes asked eagerly.
"Yes, if only we could station a blind and deaf sentry on that walkway."
"He will be blind, he will be deaf," the young man said, with a grim resolve that terrified the abbé.
"No, no," he exclaimed.
"Impossible." Dantes wanted to pursue the subject, but the abbé shook his head and refused to say any more about it. 3 months passed.
"Are you strong?" the abbé asked Dantes one day. Without saying anything, Dantes took the chisel, bent it into a horseshoe and then straightened it again.
"Would you undertake only to kill the sentry as a last resort?" "Yes, on my honor." "Then we can carry out our plan," said the abbé.
"How long will it take?"
"A year, at least." "But we can start work?" "At once."
"Look at that!"
Dantes cried. "We have wasted a year."
"Do you think it was wasted?" the abbé asked.
"Oh!
Forgive me, Edmund said, blushing.
"Hush," said the abbé. "A man is only a man, and you are one of the best I have ever encountered. Now, here is my plan."
The abbé showed Dantes a drawing he had made. It was a plan of his own room, that of Dantes and the passageway linking them. From the middle of this he had drawn a side tunnel like those they use in mines. This would take the two prisoners beneath the walkway where the sentry kept guard. Once they had reached this, they would carve out a broad pit and loosen one of the paving stones on the floor of the gallery. At a chosen moment this paving stone would give way beneath the soldier's feet and he would fall into the pit. Dantes would jump on him as, stunned by his fall, he was unable to defend himself. He would tie him up and gag him, and the two of them, climbing through one window of the gallery, would go down the outside wall with the help of the rope ladder, and escape. Dantes clapped his hands, his eyes shone with joy. The plan was so simple that it was bound to succeed. That same day, the tunnellers set to work, all the more eagerly since they had been idle for a long time and, quite probably, each had secretly been longing for this resumption of physical labor. Nothing interrupted their work except the time when they were both obliged to go back to their cells for the jailer's visit. Moreover, they had grown accustomed to detecting the almost imperceptible sound of his footsteps and could tell precisely when the man was coming down, so neither of them was ever taken by surprise. The soil that they dug out of their new tunnel, which would eventually have filled up the old one, was thrown bit by bit, with extreme caution, through one or other of the windows in Dantes or Faria's dungeon. It was ground up so fine that the night wind carried it away without a trace. More than a year passed in this work, undertaken with no other implements than a chisel, a knife and a wooden lever. Throughout that year, even as they worked, Faria continued to instruct Dantes, speaking to him sometimes in one language, sometimes in another, teaching him the history of the nations and the great men who from time to time have left behind them one of those luminous trails that are known as glory. A man of the world and of high society, the abbé also had a sort of melancholy majesty in his bearing, from which Dantes, endowed by nature with an aptitude for assimilation, was able to distill the polite manners that he had previously lacked and an aristocratic air which is usually acquired only by association with the upper classes or by mixing with those of superior attainments. In 15 months the tunnel was complete. They had dug out a pit beneath the gallery and could hear the sentry passing backwards and forwards above them. The two workmen, who were obliged to wait for a dark and moonless night to make their escape more certain, had only one fear, that the floor might give way prematurely under the soldiers' feet. To guard against this, they put in place a sort of little beam, which they had found in the foundations. Dantes was just fixing this when he suddenly heard a cry of distress from Abbé Faria, who had stayed in the young man's cell sharpening a peg which was to hold the rope ladder. Dantes hurried back and found the abbé standing in the middle of the room, pale-faced, his forehead bathed in sweat and his fists clenched. "Oh, my God!" Dantes cried. "What is it? What is wrong?" Quickly, the abbé said. "Listen to what I say." Dantes looked at Faria's livid features, his eyes ringed with blue, his white lips and his hair, which was standing on end. In terror, he let the chisel fall from his hand. "But what is the matter?" he cried. "I am finished," the abbé said. "Listen to me. I am about to have a terrible, perhaps fatal seizure. I can feel that it is coming. I suffered the same in the year before my imprisonment. There is only one cure for this sickness, which I shall tell you. Run to my room, lift up the leg of the bed, which is hollow, and you will find there a little flask, half full of red liquid. Bring it, or, rather, no, I might be discovered here. Help me to return to my room while I still have some strength. Who knows what might happen while the seizure is on me?" Dantes kept his head, despite the immensity of the disaster, and went down into the tunnel, dragging his unfortunate companion behind him, and taking him, with infinite care, to the far end of the tunnel, found himself at last in the abbé's room, where he put him on the bed. "Thank you," said the abbé, shivering in every limb as though he had been immersed in icy water. "This is what will happen. I shall fall into a cataleptic fit. I may perhaps remain motionless and not make a sound. But I might also froth at the mouth, stiffen, cry out. Try to ensure that my cries are not heard. This is important, because otherwise they may take me to another room and we should be separated forever. When you see me motionless, cold and, as it were, dead, and only at that moment, you understand, force my teeth apart with the knife and pour 8 to 10 drops of the liquid into my mouth. In that case, I may perhaps revive." "Perhaps?" Dantes exclaimed, pitifully. "Help me!
"Help!" the abbé cried. I am dy. The seizure was so sudden and so violent that the unhappy man could not even finish the word. A cloud, rapid and dark as a storm at sea, passed over his brow. His eyes dilated, his lips twisted and his cheeks became purple. He thrashed, foamed, roared. But, as he had been instructed, Dantes stifled the cries beneath the blanket. The fit lasted 2 hours. Then, totally inert, pale and cold as marble, bent like a reed broken underfoot, he fell, stiffened in one final convulsion and paled to a livid white. Edmund waited for this semblance of death to invade the whole body and chill it to the very heart. Then he took the knife, put the blade between the man's teeth, prized the jaws apart with infinite care, measured 10 drops of the red liquid one after the other and waited. An hour passed without the old man making the slightest movement. Dantes feared that he might have waited too long and sat, clasping his head in both hands, looking at him. Finally, a slight color appeared on the old man's lips, the look returned to his eyes, which had remained open, but blank, throughout. He uttered a faint sigh and moved slightly. "Saved! He is saved!" Dantes cried. The sick man still could not speak, but with evident anxiety he held out his hand towards the door. Dantes listened and heard the jailer's steps. It was almost 7 o'clock and Dantes had not been able to take any account of time. He leapt to the opening, dived into it, pulled the paving stone back behind him and went back to his cell. A moment later, his own door opened and the jailer, as usual, found the prisoner sitting on his bed. No sooner was his back turned and the sound of his footsteps receding down the corridor than Dantes left his food uneaten and, a prey to terrible anxiety, went back down the tunnel, pushed up the stone with his head and returned to the abbé's cell. The abbé had regained consciousness, but was still stretched on his bed, motionless and exhausted. "I did not expect to see you again," he told Dantes. "Why not?" the young man asked. "Did you expect to die?" "No, but everything is ready for your escape and I expected you to take this opportunity." Dantes reddened with indignation. "Alone! Without you," he cried. "Did you really believe me capable of doing that?" "I see now that I was mistaken," said the sick man. "Oh, I am very weak, broken, finished." "Take heart. Your strength will return," said Dantes, sitting on the bed beside Faria and taking his hands. The abbé shook his head. "Last time the fit lasted half an hour, and after it I felt hungry and got up by myself. Today, I cannot move my right leg or my right arm. My head is muddled, which proves there is some effusion on the brain. The third time, I shall either remain entirely paralyzed, or I shall die at once." "No, no. Don't worry. You shall not die. If you do have a third fit, it will be in freedom. We shall save you as we did this time, and better than this time, because we shall have all the necessary help." "My friend," the old man said, "do not deceive yourself. The blow that has just struck me has condemned me to prison forever. To escape, one must be able to walk. We shall wait a week, a month, 2 months if necessary. During this time, your strength will return. Everything is ready for our escape and we are free to choose our own time. When the day comes that you feel strong enough to swim, then we shall carry out our plan." "I shall never swim," said Faria. "This arm is paralyzed, not for a day, but forever. Lift it yourself, feel its weight." The young man raised the arm, which fell back, inert. He sighed. "You are convinced now, Edmund, aren't you? Believe me, I know what I am saying. Since the first attack of this sickness, I have thought about it constantly. I was expecting this, because it is a hereditary illness. My father died on the 3rd attack and so did my grandfather. The doctor who made up this potion for me, who is none other than the celebrated Cabanis,
predicted the same fate for me. The doctor was wrong, Dantes exclaimed. As for your paralysis, it does not bother me. I shall take you on my shoulders and support you as I swim. My child, the abbé said, you are a seaman, you are a swimmer, and you must know that a man carrying such a burden could not swim 50 strokes in the sea. You must not let yourself pursue phantoms which do not deceive even your generous heart. I shall remain here until the hour of my deliverance, which can no longer be any other than the hour of my death. As for you, flee, be gone. You are young, agile, and strong. Do not bother about me, I release you from your oath. Very well, said Dantes. Then I, too, shall remain. And, standing up and solemnly extending his hand above the old man's head, I swear by the blood of Christ that I shall not leave you until your death. Faria looked at the young man, so noble, so simple, so exalted, and read the sincerity of his affection and the fidelity of his vow on a face that was lit with an expression of the purest devotion. Very well, he said. I accept. Thank you. Then, holding out his hand, he added, you may perhaps be rewarded for your disinterested devotion. But as I cannot, and you will not, escape, we must block the underground passage beneath the gallery. The soldier might notice the hollow sound of the place we have excavated as he walks there, and call for an inspector. In that event we should be discovered and separated. Go and do this, unfortunately I cannot help you. Spend all night at the task if necessary, and do not return until tomorrow morning, after the jailer's visit. I shall have something important to tell you. Dantes took the abbé's hand, he was reassured with a smile, and he left, in a spirit of respectful obedience and devotion to his old friend. 18. The treasure. The following morning, when Dantes returned to the cell of his fellow prisoner, he found him sitting up, his face calm. In the sole ray of light that penetrated through the narrow window of his cell, he was holding something in his left hand, the only one, it will be remembered, that he could still use. It was an open sheet of paper which had been so long tightly rolled up that it was still resistant to being flattened. Saying nothing, he showed it to Dantes. What is this? The young man asked. Look carefully, the abbé said with a smile. I am looking as carefully as I can and see nothing except a piece of paper, half consumed by fire, with Gothic characters written on it in some unusual kind of ink. This paper, my friend, said Faria, I can now confess everything to you, since I have tested you. This paper is my treasure, and from today half of it belonged to you. Dantes felt a cold sweat on his forehead. Until now, and for how long, he had refrained from speaking with Faria about this treasure, the origin of the charge of madness leveled against the poor abbé. With instinctive tact, Edmund preferred not to touch on this tender spot, and Faria, for his part, had said nothing. He took the old man's silence to mean that he had regained his reason, but now, these few words, which had escaped Faria's lips after such a desperate crisis, seemed to imply a serious relapse into a state of mental alienation. Your treasure? Dantes muttered. Faria smiled and said, yes. Edmund, your heart is noble in every respect, and I realize, from your pallor and the shudder that you gave, what you are thinking. No, have no fear, I am not mad. This treasure exists, Dantes, and if I am unable to possess it, you shall. No one wished to listen to me or to believe me because they assumed I was mad. But you, who must know that I am not, listen to me, and afterwards believe me or not as you will. Alas! Edmund thought. He has suffered a relapse indeed. This misfortune is all that we lacked. Then, aloud, he said, my friend, perhaps your seizure has tired you. Why not rest a little? Tomorrow, if you wish, I shall listen to your story, but today, I want to nurse you back to health, nothing more. In any case, he said, smiling, are we in a hurry to find a treasure here? Very much so, Edmund, the old man replied. Who knows if tomorrow, or perhaps the next day, I shall have my third seizure. In that case, all would be finished. Yes, it's true, I have often thought with bitter delight of these riches, which would make the fortune of 10 families, knowing that they are beyond the reach of my persecutors. That idea was my revenge, and I savored it slowly in the darkness of my cell and the despair of my imprisonment. But now, out of love for you, I have forgiven the world, and now that I see you young, with your future before you, now that I think of all the happiness that such a revelation can bring you, I am impatient of delay and tremble at the idea that I might not be able to give all this buried wealth to so worthy an owner as you.
Edmund turned away with a sigh. You persist in your incredulity, Edmund. Do my accents not convince you? I see that you require further proof. Well, read this paper which I have not shown to anybody.
Tomorrow, my friend, Edmund said, loath to participate in the old man's folly.
I thought we had agreed not to speak of this until tomorrow.
We shall speak of it tomorrow, but read the paper today. I must avoid upsetting him, Edmund thought. And he took the paper, half of which was missing, no doubt as the result of some accident.
He read as follows.
This treasure which may amount to 2 Roman ekus in the furthest cor of the second opening, which to him in full benefice is iter.
April 25, 149.
Well, said Faria, when the young man had finished reading. All I can see here, said Dantes, are broken lines and unconnected words. The letters have been partly burned off and the words are unintelligible. To you, my friend, reading them for the first time, but to me, when I have gone pale bending over them night after night, reconstructing each sentence, completing each thought.
And you think you have found the intended meaning?
I am sure of it. Judge for yourself. But first let me tell you the history of this piece of paper.
Hush! Dantes cried.
Footsteps.
Someone is coming. I must go. Farewell.
And, happy at this opportunity to avoid the story and an explanation that would surely have confirmed his friend's malady, he slid like a viper through the narrow passage while Faria, roused to febrile activity by terror, pushed back the stone with his foot and covered it with a cloth, so as to hide the disturbance and the dust which he had not had time to conceal. His visitor was the governor who, having learned of Faria's accident from the jailer, had come to judge for himself how serious it was. Faria received him sitting down, was careful to avoid any compromising movement and managed to conceal the deadly paralysis that had already stricken one half of his body. He was afraid that the governor might take pity on him and put him in some more healthy cell, thus separating him from his young companion. Luckily this was not the case and the governor left, convinced that his poor madman, for whom in the depths of his heart he felt some degree of affection, was only suffering from a slight indisposition. Meanwhile Edmund was sitting on his bed with his head in his hands and trying to collect his thoughts. Since he had first met Faria, everything about the man had spoken of such reasoning, such grandeur, such logical consistency, that he could not understand how this supreme wisdom over all others could be combined with unreason about this one single matter. Was it that Faria was wrong about his treasure, or that everyone else was wrong about Faria?
Dantes remained in his cell the whole day, not daring to return to his friends.
In this way he was trying to delay the moment when he would learn for certain that the abbé was mad. Such a certainty would be appalling to him. Towards evening, however, after the time of the jailer's customary visit, when the young man did not return, Faria tried to make his way across the space between them. Edmund shuddered on hearing the old man's painful efforts to drag himself along. His leg was immobile and he could not use one of his arms. Edmund was obliged to pull him into his cell, because he could never otherwise have managed to force himself through the narrow opening by his own efforts. As you see, I am absolutely pitiless in my pursuit of you, he said with a radiant smile, full of benevolence. You thought you could escape my lavish generosity, but you will not. So listen. Edmund saw that there was no backing away, and made the old man sit down on his bed, taking up a place next to him on his stool.
You know that I used to be the secretary, the intimate and the friend of Cardinal Spada, one last prince of that name. To this worthy lord I owe all the happiness that I have tasted in this life. He was not rich, even though his family's wealth was proverbial, and I have often heard people say, as rich as a Spada. But, like the proverb, he lived on this reputation for opulence. His palace was paradise to me. I taught his nephews, who died, and when he was alone in the world, I repaid him for all that he had done for me during the previous 10 years by my absolute dedication to fulfilling his every wish. The cardinal's house soon held no secrets for me. I had often seen Monsignor at work consulting ancient books and eagerly hunting through the dusty old family papers. One day, when I reprimanded him for vainly losing sleep and for the exhaustion that followed his late nights, he gave me a bitter smile and opened a book on the history of the city of Rome. There, at the 20th chapter in the life of Pope Alexander VI, I read the following lines, which I have never forgotten. The great wars in the province of Romagna were ended. Cesare Borgia, having completed his conquests, was in need of money to purchase the whole of Italy. The Pope also needed money if he was to have done with Louis XII, King of France, who was still a threat despite his recent defeats. It was essential for him to speculate successfully, and this was no longer easy in the poor, exhausted land of Italy. His Holiness had an idea. He resolved to create 2 cardinals. By choosing 2 of the leading men in Rome, and above all 2 wealthy men, the Holy Father could expect the following from his speculation. Firstly, he would have at his disposal the high offices and magnificent titles that these 2 cardinals possessed, and, secondly, he could count on a splendid price for the sale of the 2 cardinals' hats. There was also a third source of income, which will soon appear. The Pope and Cesare Borgia first found their 2 future cardinals. They were Giovanni Rospigliosi, who alone had at his disposal 4 of the highest offices of the Holy See, and Cesare Spada, one of the richest men, from one of the most noble families in Rome. Both men realized the value of the Pope's favor. They were ambitious. Having decided on them, Cesare soon found purchasers for their offices. The result was that Rospigliosi and Spada paid to become cardinals, and that 8 other men paid to become what previously these 2 newly created cardinals had been. The speculators were the richer by 800,000 ekus. The time has now come for us to consider the last part of the speculation. The Pope showered his favors on Rospigliosi and Spada and conferred the insignia of their new office on them, then, certain that, in order to meet the quite substantial debt of gratitude that was imposed on them, they must have consolidated their fortunes and liquidated them. Prior to settling in Rome, the Pope and Cesare Borgia invited the 2 cardinals to dinner. The Holy Father and his son argued over the matter. Cesare thought that they could employ one of those devices which he always kept at the disposal of his intimate friends, for example, the famous key with which certain people would be asked to go and open a particular wardrobe. The key happened to have a little point of iron negligently left sticking out of it by the locksmith. When anyone pressed it, in order to open the wardrobe, the lock was stiff, he would be pricked by this little pin and would die the following day. There was also the lion's head ring, which Cesare wore on his finger to shake certain people by the hand. The lion bit the skin of these specially favored hands, and the bite would prove fatal within 24 hours. So Cesare suggested to his father either that they should send the cardinals to open the wardrobe, or else that each of them should be given a warm handshake. But Alexander VI replied, "Let us not begrudge a dinner when our guests are to be those fine men, Cardinals Spada and Rospigliosi. Something tells me that we shall have our expenses back. In any case, Cesare, you are forgetting that indigestion strikes immediately, while a prick or a bite takes a day or 2 to work." Cesare was won over by this argument, so that is how the 2 cardinals were invited to dinner. The tables were laid in the vineyard that the Pope owned near San Pietro in Vincula, at a charming residence which the cardinals knew very well by repute. Rospigliosi, bemused by the dignity of his new office, prepared his belly and his most agreeable countenance. Spada,
A cautious man who loved only his nephew, a young captain with the brightest prospects, took paper and a pen to make his will. He then sent word to his nephew to wait for him close to the vineyard, but it appears that the servant could not find the young man. Spada knew the significance of such invitations. From the time when Christianity, that great civilizing influence, brought enlightenment to Rome, it was no longer a matter of a centurion who would come from the tyrant and announce, "Caesar wishes you to die." Now it was a legate Alatir who arrived, with a smile on his lips, bringing the message from the Pope, "His Holiness wishes you to dine with him." Around 2 o'clock, Spada left for the vineyard where the Pope was expecting him. The first person who met his eyes was his own nephew, elegant and finely dressed, the object of Cesare Borgia's affectionate attentions. Spada paled, and Cesare, casting him a glance full of irony, let him know that he had anticipated everything and that the trap had been carefully set. They dined. Spada found the opportunity only to ask his nephew whether he had received the message. The nephew replied that he had not, and he fully appreciated the sense of the question. It was too late, for he had just drunk a glass of excellent wine set aside for him by the Pope's vintner. At the same moment, Spada saw another bottle being brought, from which he was offered a liberal quantity. An hour later a doctor declared that both of them had been poisoned by some lethal mushrooms. Spada died at the entrance to the vineyard, while the nephew breathed his last at his own door, making a sign to his wife which she did not understand. Cesare and the Pope at once hastened to seize hold of the inheritance, under the pretext of looking for some papers left by the dead men. But the inheritance consisted of this, a sheet of paper on which Spada had written, "I bequeath to my well-beloved nephew my coffers and my books, among them my fine breviary with the gold corners, desirous that he should keep this in memory of his affectionate uncle." The heirs looked everywhere, admired the breviary, seized the furniture and were astonished that Spada, that rich man, was in fact the poorest of uncles. As for treasure, they found nothing, except the treasures of knowledge contained in his library and his laboratories. That was all. Cesare and his father hunted, ransacked, and kept watch, but found nothing, or at least very little, perhaps 1,000 ecus worth of plate and perhaps the same amount in silver coin, but the nephew had had time to tell his wife, "Look among my uncle's papers, there is a true will." They probably searched even more assiduously than did the noble heirs. All was in vain. All that remained were 2 palaces and a vineyard behind the Palatine Hill. At that time, landed property was of relatively little value, so the 2 palaces and the vineyard were left to the family, as being beneath the rapacity of the Pope and his son. Months and years passed. Alexander VI died, poisoned by a misunderstanding which you know of. Cesare, poisoned at the same time as the Pope, escaped with a change of skin, like a snake, putting on a new covering on which the poison had left stains such as one sees on the fur of a tiger. Finally, forced to leave Rome, he died in an obscure nighttime brawl which history has barely troubled to record. After the death of the Pope and his son's exile, most people expected the family to resume the princely style of life that it had known in the days of Cardinal Spada, but this was not the case. The Spadas continued in an ambiguous state of moderate comfort, and a lasting mystery shrouded this grim affair. The rumor was that Cesare, a more subtle politician than his father, had purloined the fortune of both cardinals from the Pope. I say both, because Cardinal Rospigliosi, who had taken no precautions, was completely dispossessed. "So far," Faria said, interrupting with a smile, "this does not seem to you too devoid of sense, does it?" "My friend," said Dantes, "on the contrary, I feel I am reading a fascinating piece of history." "Please continue." "I shall do so." The family grew accustomed to its obscurity. Years passed and, among the descendants of Cardinal Spada, some became soldiers, some diplomats, some men of the church, some bankers, some became rich, others ended in poverty. I now come to the last of the family, the Count Spada, whose secretary I was. I had often heard him complain that his wealth was disproportionate to his rank, so I advised him to invest what little he had in annuities. He did so, and thus doubled his income. The celebrated breviary had remained in the family, and it was Count Spada who owned it. It had been passed down from father to son, because the strange clause in the only will that had been found had made this a veritable relic, to be preserved in the family with superstitious veneration. It was decorated with the finest Gothic illuminations and so heavy with gold that a servant always carried it before the cardinal on solemn occasions. At the sight of the papers of all sorts, titles, contracts, parchments, which were kept in the family archives, and which all came from the poisoned cardinal, I began to peruse these massive bundles, just as 20 servants, 20 stewards, and 20 secretaries had done before me. Despite the energy and devotion that I gave to my research, I found nothing. However, I had read, I even wrote one myself, a precise, almost a day-by-day history of the Borgias, for no other reason than to discover whether these princes had acquired any additional fortune on the death of my cardinal, Cesare Spada, and I only noted the addition to their riches of the money belonging to Cardinal Rospigliosi, his companion in misfortune. In this way I was almost certain that neither the Borgias nor the family had benefited by the inheritance, but that it had remained ownerless, like those treasures in the Arabian Nights which sleep beneath the earth, guarded by a genie. Over and over, 1,000 times, I searched, I counted, I calculated the family's income and expenses for the past 300 years, all to no avail. I remained in my ignorance and the Count of Spada in his poverty. My master died. From his annuity he had held back his family papers, his library of 5,000 volumes and his famous breviary. He bequeathed all this to me, with 1,000 Romanicus which he had in cash, on condition that I had a mass said for him on the anniversary of his death and that I drew up a genealogical tree and a history of the House of Spada, all of which wishes I carried out to the letter. Be patient, dear Edmund. We are near the end. In 1807, a month before my arrest and a fortnight after the death of the Count, on December the 25th, and you will shortly understand why the date of that memorable day has remained in my memory, I was reading these papers for the 1,000th time and setting them in order. Since the palace now belonged to a stranger, I was going to leave Rome and settle in Florence, taking some 12,000 books that belonged to me, my library and my famous breviary. Worn out by study and indisposed by the rather heavy dinner that I had eaten, I let my head fall on my hands and went to sleep. It was 3 o'clock in the afternoon. I awoke as the clock was striking 6. I looked up. I was in utter darkness. I rang for a servant to bring me a light, but no one came, so I decided to fend for myself. In any case, this was something to which I should have to resign myself in future. In one hand I took a candle and in the other, knowing that there were no matches in their box, I looked for a piece of paper that I could light from the last embers burning in the grate. But I was afraid that, in the darkness, I would take some precious leaf of paper instead of a useless one, so I hesitated. Then I remembered that, in the famous breviary, which was sitting on the table beside me, I had seen an old piece of paper, partly yellowed with age, which appeared to serve as a bookmark and which had been handed down as such through the ages, preserved by the veneration of Cardinal Spada's heirs. I groped around for this useless scrap, found it, folded it and thrust it into the dying fire to light it. But, beneath my fingers as the fire took hold, I saw yellowing characters emerge from the white paper and appear on it, as if by magic. At this, I was seized with terror. I clasped the paper in my hands, stifled the flame and lit the candle directly from the hearth. Then, with feelings I cannot describe, I reopened the crumpled letter and realized that there were words on it written by some mysterious, invisible ink, which became visible only on contact with heat. About 1/3 of the paper had been consumed by the flames. This is the paper that you read this morning. Read it again, Dantes, and when you have done so, I shall fill in whatever is missing or unclear. Faria handed the paper to Dantes who, this time, avidly read the following words, written in a reddish ink like rust. This day, April 25, 1498, have Alexander VI, and fearing that, not he might wish to inherit my wealth and in Bentivoglio, fatally poisoned, my sole legatee, that I have Khan having visited it with me, that is. Isle of Monte Cristo, all that I owe stones, diamonds, jewels, that I owe may amount to nearly 2 mil find, on lifting the 20th creek eastwards in a straight line. To these grottos, the treasure is in the which treasure I bequeath and endow sole heir. April 25, 1498 CES. Now, said the abbé, read this other piece of paper. And he handed Dantes a second sheet with other, partially complete lines. Dantes took it and read, "Ing been invited to dinner by His Holiness, content with making me pay for my cardinal's hat, designed for me the fate of Cardinal's crapra. I declare to my nephew Guido Spada, sealed in a place that he knows, in the grottos of the little net of gold bars, gold coin, precious one, know of the existence of this treasure which Ion Romanicus, and that he will rock starting from the little openings have been made in furthest corner away from the second, to him in full benefice as my R. Spada." Faria watched him intently. "And now," he said, when he saw that Dantes had reached the bottom line, "put the two fragments together and judge for yourself." Dantes obeyed. When he put the two fragments together, they made up the following. This day, April 25, 1498, have Ing been invited to dinner by His Holiness Alexander VI, and fearing that, not content with making me pay for my cardinal's hat, he might wish to inherit my wealth, and design for me the fate of Cardinals Crapra and Bentivoglio, fatally poisoned. I declare to my nephew Guido Spada, my sole legatee, that I have sealed in a place that he knows, having visited it with me, that is, in the grottos of the little Isle of Monte Cristo, all that I owe, net of gold bars, gold coin, precious stones, diamonds, jewels, that I know of the existence of this treasure which may amount to nearly 2 mil, Ion Romanicus, and that he will find, on lifting the 20th, rock starting from the little creek eastwards in a straight line. 2 openings have been made in these grottos, the treasure is in the furthest corner away from the second, which treasure I bequeath and endow, to him in full benefice as my sole heir. April 25, 1498 CES. R. Spada. "Now, finally, do you understand?" asked Faria. "This was Cardinal Spada's last will and testament that they had been hunting all that time," said Edmund, still incredulous. "Yes, 1,000 times yes." "Who pieced it together in this way?" "I did, with the help of the remaining fragment. I guessed what was missing by measuring the length of the lines against that of the paper and uncovering the hidden meaning by means of what was plain, as one might be guided in a tunnel by a glimmer of light from above." "So what did you do when you were sure of what you knew?" "I wanted to go there, and I did in fact leave at once, taking with me the start of my great work on the unity of the Kingdom of Italy. But I had been under surveillance by the imperial police which, at that time, wanted to divide the provinces, even though later, when his son was born, Napoleon wanted the opposite. The police did not know the reason for my hasty departure, but it aroused suspicion and, just as I was taking ship at Piombino, I was arrested." "Now," Faria went on, looking at Dantes with an almost paternal expression, "now, my friend, you know as much as I do. If we should ever manage to escape together, half of my treasure is yours. If I should die here and you alone escape, all of it belongs to you." "But surely," Dantes asked hesitantly, "is there not someone in the world who has a more legitimate claim to it than we do?" "No, have no fear on that point. The family is entirely extinct. In any event, the last Count of Spada made me his heir. By bequeathing me this breviary, he symbolically bequeathed to me also what it contained. No, come yourself. If we can put our hands on this fortune, we can enjoy it without any scruples." "And you say that the treasure consists of 2 million Romanicus, worth around 13 million of our money." "Impossible!" Dantes exclaimed, staggered by the enormity of the sum. "Impossible? Why impossible?" the old man asked. "The Spadas were one of the oldest and most powerful families of the 15th century. In any event, at a time when there was no speculation and no industry, such collections of gold and jewels were not rare, and there are still today Roman families who are dying of hunger beside 1 million in diamonds and precious stones handed down in trust, which they cannot touch. Edmund thought he must be dreaming. He hovered between joy and disbelief. The only reason that I kept this secret from you for so long, Faria went on, was firstly in order to test you, and secondly to surprise you. If we had escaped together before my cataleptic fit, I should have taken you to Monte Cristo. Now, he added, sighing, you will have to take me. Well, Dantes, aren't you going to thank me? This treasure is yours, my friend, said Dantes. It belongs to you alone and I have no right to it. We are not related. You are my son, Dantes, the old man cried. You are the child of my captivity. My priestly office condemned me to celibacy. God sent you to me both to console the man who could not be a father and the prisoner who could not be free. And he held out his good arm to the young man, who fell weeping on his breast. 19. The third seizure. Now that the treasure, which had been for so long the object of the abbé's meditations, might ensure the future happiness of the man whom Faria loved truly as a son, it doubled in worth in his eyes. Every day, he dwelt on the amount, explaining to Dantes how much a man could do nowadays, in the way of good to his friends, with a fortune of 13 or 14 millions. Then Dantes' face clouded, because he recalled the oath of vengeance that he had taken, and he considered how much, nowadays, with a fortune of 13 or 14 millions, a man could do in the way of harm to his enemies. The abbé did not know Monte Cristo, but Dantes knew it. He had often sailed past this island, which lies 25 miles from Pianosa, between Corsica and Elba. Once he had even dropped anchor there. The island had always been and is still utterly deserted. It is a rock of almost conical shape, which appears to have been thrown up by some volcanic cataclysm from the depths to the surface of the sea. Dantes made a plan of the island for Faria, and Faria gave Dantes advice on the best way to recover the treasure. But Dantes was considerably less enthusiastic and above all less confident than the old man. Admittedly, he was now quite certain that Faria was not mad, and the means by which he had arrived at the discovery that had made others believe him insane only added to Dantes' admiration for him. But he could also not believe that the cash, assuming that it had ever existed still, and, while he did not consider the treasure as a chimera, he did at least think of it as absent. However, as if destiny wanted to deprive the prisoners of their last hope and let them know that they were condemned to prison for life, a new misfortune struck. The gallery beside the sea, which had been crumbling for many years, was rebuilt, the stone courses were repaired, and the hole that had already been half excavated by Dantes was filled with huge blocks of stone. Without the precautions that, as the reader will remember, had been suggested to Dantes by the abbé, the misfortune would have been greater still, because the attempted escape would have been discovered and they would certainly have been separated. In any case, a new door, stronger and more impenetrable than the rest, had been closed before them. You see, the young man told Faria wistfully. God wishes to deprive me even of the merit of what you call my devotion to you. I promised to stay with you forever, and I am no longer free to break my promise. I shall no more have the treasure than you will. Neither one of us will leave this place. Moreover, my true treasure, my friend, is not the one that awaits me under the dark rocks of Monte Cristo, but your presence, and the time that we spend together for 5 or 6 hours a day, in spite of our jailers. It is those rays of understanding that you have shown into my brain and the languages that you have implanted in my memory and which now grow there, putting out further branches of language in their turn. The many sciences that you have brought within my grasp by the depth of your own knowledge of them and the clarity of the basic principles which you have derived from them, this is my treasure, my friend, this is what you have given to make me rich and happy. Believe me, and console yourself, this is worth more to me than tons of gold and trunkloads of diamonds, even if they were not uncertain, like those clouds which can be seen in the morning above the sea and which appear to be dry land, but which evaporate, disperse, and fade away as one approaches them. Having you close to me for as long as possible, hearing your eloquent voice as it enlightens my mind, retempering my soul, making my whole being capable of great and awe-inspiring deeds if ever I should be free, filling my mind and soul so thoroughly that the despair to which I was ready to give way when I met you can no longer find any place in them. This is my fortune. It is not a chimera. I truly owe it to you, and all the sovereigns on earth, were they all Cesare Borgias, could not succeed in taking it away from me. For the two unfortunates, these days, if not exactly happy, did at least speed past as quickly as those that followed. Faria, who had kept silent about the treasure for many years, now spoke incessantly about it. As he had predicted, he remained paralyzed in the right arm and left leg, and had almost lost any hope of being able to enjoy the fortune himself, but he continually dreamed that his young companion might be freed, or escape, and would enjoy it for him. Fearing that the letter might be mislaid or lost one day, he obliged Dantes to learn it by heart, and, since the first day, Dantes had known it from the first word to the last. Then he destroyed the second half, convinced that if the first was found, no one would be able to understand its true meaning. Sometimes whole hours passed in which Faria gave Dantes instructions, to be carried out when he was free. And, once he was free, from the very day, hour, instant of his freedom, he must have no thought except that of somehow reaching Monte Cristo, remaining alone there under some pretext and, once there, once alone, trying to find the wonderful grottos and searching the spot indicated in the letter. This, you may remember, was the furthest angle of the second opening. Meanwhile, the hours passed, if not quickly, at least bearably. Faria, as we said, had not recovered the use of his hand and foot, but his mind was perfectly clear and, apart from the moral precepts which we have mentioned, he had taught his young companion the patient and noble craft of the prisoner, which is to make something out of nothing. So they were constantly occupied, Faria to ward off old age, Dantes in order to forget a past that was now almost extinct, and which only hovered in the furthest depths of his memory like a distant light flickering in the darkness. So time passed, as it does for those lives which have remained untroubled by misfortune and which continue calmly and mechanically under the eye of Providence. But beneath this calm surface, in the young man's heart, and also perhaps in that of the older one, there were many suppressed emotions and stifled sighs, which emerged when Faria was alone and Edmund had gone back to his own cell. One night Edmund woke up with a start, thinking he had heard a cry. He opened his eyes and tried to penetrate the darkness. He faintly heard his name, or, rather, a plaintive voice trying to speak his name. He rose up on his bed, sweat rising to his forehead, and listened. There was no doubt. The cry was coming from his friend's dungeon. "Good God," he muttered. "Could it be?" He moved his bed, pushed aside the stone, rushed into the passage and reached the far end. The paving stone was up. In the vague, shimmering light of the lamp, which has already been mentioned, Edmund could see the old man, pale, still standing, clinging to his wooden bedpost. His face was already contorted by those fearful symptoms that Edmund now recognized, which had so terrified him when he saw them for the first time. "So, my friend," said Faria, in a resigned voice, "you understand? I don't need to tell you anything." Edmund cried out in pain and sorrow, and, completely losing his head, ran to the door, shouting, "Help! Help!" Faria still had enough strength to restrain him. "Silence," he said. "Otherwise you are lost. From now on we must think only of you, my child, and of how to make your captivity bearable or your flight possible. It would take you years by yourself to do alone all that I have done here, and it would be destroyed at once if our warders learned about the meetings between us. In any case, be calm, dear friend. The dungeon that I leave will not remain empty for long. Some other unfortunate will come to take my place. This other man will look on you as a guardian angel. He may be young, strong and patient like yourself, he may help you in your escape, while I would only hinder you. You will no longer have half a corpse tied to you, impeding all your movements. Decidedly, God is at last doing something for you, he is giving you more than he is taking away. It is time I was dead." Edmund could only clasp his hands and exclaim, "Oh, my friend, be quiet." Then, recovering himself after the first shock and the old man's dispiriting words, he said, I have already saved you once, I can save you again. He picked up the leg of the bed and took out the flask, still 1/3 full of red liquid. Look, we still have some of the life-giving draft. Quickly, tell me what I must do this time. Are there any new instructions? Please tell me, my friend, I am listening. There is no longer any hope, Faria replied, shaking his head. No matter, God wants man, whom he has created and in whose heart he has so profoundly entrenched a love for life, to do all he can to preserve an existence that is sometimes so painful, but always so dear to him. Yes, yes. I shall save you. Well, then, you may try. I am starting to feel cold and can feel the blood rushing to my head. The awful shivering that makes my teeth chatter and seems to unhinge my bones has begun to spread through my body. In 5 minutes the seizure will strike me, and in 1/4 of an hour I shall be nothing but a corpse. Oh! Dantes cried sorrowfully, his heart smitten. Do as you did before, only do not wait so long. All the springs of my life are by now worn out in death, indicating his paralyzed arm and leg, will only have half its work left to do. If, after pouring 12 drops, instead of 10, into my mouth, you observe that I am still not coming to, then give me the rest. Now, take me to my bed. I cannot stand up any longer. Edmund took the old man in his arms and put him on the bed. Now, my friend, said Faria, the only consolation of my unhappy life, you whom heaven has given me, late, but given me nonetheless, an inestimable present, for which I thank it, at this moment when we are to be separated forever, I wish you all the happiness and prosperity that you deserve, my son, I bless you. The young man fell to his knees, pressing his head against the old man's bed. But above all, listen to what I am telling you in these final moments, the spot as treasure does exist. God has abolished all distance and every obstacle for me, I can see it. At the bottom of the second grotto, my eyes penetrate the depths of the earth and are dazzled by such riches. If you manage to escape, remember that the poor abbé, whom everyone believed mad, was not so. Hasten to Monte Cristo, take advantage of our fortune, enjoy it, you have suffered enough. A violent trembling interrupted his words. Dantes looked up and saw the eyes becoming bloodshot. It was as though a wave of blood had flowed up from the chest to the forehead. Farewell, farewell, the old man murmured, convulsively grasping the young one's hand. Adieu. Not yet, Dantes cried. Oh, God, do not abandon us. Help him. Help. Help. Be quiet, the dying man muttered. If you can save me, we must not be separated. You are right. Oh, yes. Have no fear, I shall save you. And, though you are suffering a great deal, you seem to suffer less than the first time. Do not be deceived, I am suffering less, because I have less strength in me to suffer. At your age, you have faith in life, it is a privilege of youth to believe and to hope. But old men see death more clearly. Here it is. It is coming, it is the end, my life is going, my reason is clouded. Dantes, your hand. Adieu, adieu. And rising in one final effort of his whole being, he said, Monte Cristo. Do not forget Monte Cristo. At this, he fell back on the bed. The fit was terrible. All that remained on the bed of pain in place of the intelligent being that had lain there a moment before were twisted limbs, swollen eyes, bloody froth, and a motionless corpse. Dantes took the lamp and put it by the head of the bed on a jutting stone, so that its flickering flame cast a strange and fantastic light on these twisted features and this stiff, inert body. Staring directly at it, he waited imperturbably for the moment when he could administer the life-saving medicine. When he thought it was time, he took the knife, prized apart the lips, which offered less resistance than they had the first time, and counted the 10 drops one by one. Then he waited. The phial still contained about twice the amount that he had poured from it. He waited 10 minutes, a quarter of an hour, half an hour, there was no movement. Trembling, his hair standing on end, his forehead bathed in cold sweat, he counted the seconds by the beating of his heart. Then he thought it was time to try the last resort. He brought the phial to Faria's violet lips and, without needing to prise apart the jaw, which was still open, he emptied it of all its contents. The medicine produced an immediate effect, galvanizing the old man with a violent shudder through all his limbs. His eyes reopened with a terrifying expression, he let out a sigh that was closer to a shout, then the whole trembling body relapsed gradually into immobility. Only the eyes remained open. Half an hour, an hour and a half passed. During this hour and a half of anguish, Edmund leant over, with his hand pressed against his friend's heart, and felt the body gradually grow cold and the beating of the heart become more muffled and more dull. At last, nothing remained. The last trembling of the heart ceased and the face became livid, the eyes stayed open but lifeless. It was 6 in the morning. Day began to break and its pale light, penetrating the dungeon, dimmed the dying light of the lamp. Strange shadows passed across the face, at times giving it the appearance of life. While this struggle between day and night continued, Dantes could still doubt, but as soon as day triumphed he knew for certain that he was alone with a corpse. Then a deep and invincible terror seized him. He no longer dared to hold the hand that dangled outside the bed, he no longer dared to look into those staring white eyes, which he tried several times to close, but in vain, they always reopened. He put out the lamp, hid it carefully and made his retreat, replacing the stone above his head as best he could. He was just in time. The jailer was about to appear. This morning, he began his round with Dantes. After his cell, he went to Faria's, bringing breakfast and fresh linen. Nothing in the man's manner indicated that he knew anything about the accident that had occurred. He went out. Dantes was now seized with an unspeakable impatience to know what would happen in his unfortunate friend's cell, so he went back down the underground passage and arrived in time to hear the turnkey's cries, as he called for help. The other warders soon entered. Then you could hear the heavy, regular footsteps typical of soldiers, even when they are off duty. Behind the soldiers came the governor. Edmund listened to the sound of the bed moving as they shook the body, then the governor's voice ordering water to be thrown in its face and, seeing that despite this the prisoner was not coming to, demanding the doctor. The governor went out and a few words of compassion reached Dantes' ears, mixed with ironic laughter. Well, then, one of them said. The madman has gone to find his treasure. Bon voyage. For all his millions he won't have enough to pay for his winding sheet, said another. Winding sheets are not expensive at the Chateau d'If, remarked a third voice. Since he is a churchman, said one of the first two voices, perhaps they will go to some extra expense for him. In that case he will have the honor of a sack. Edmund listened and did not miss a word, but he understood very little of what was said. Soon the voices faded and he decided that the men had left the cell. However, he did not dare go in, they might have left a turnkey to guard the body. So he remained silent and motionless, hardly daring to breathe. When someone returned, it was the governor, followed by the doctor and several officers. There was a brief silence, obviously the doctor was going up to the bed and examining the body. Then the questions began. The doctor diagnosed the patient's condition and declared him dead. The questions and answers were delivered with a nonchalance that infuriated Dantes. It seemed to him that everyone should feel at least part of his own affection for the poor abbé. I am sad to hear it, the governor said, in reply to the doctor's confirmation of the old man's death. He was a mild and inoffensive prisoner, who delighted us with his follies, and was above all easy to guard. As for that, said the warder, we could not have guarded him at all and I guarantee that this one would have stayed here 50 years without once attempting to escape. However, the governor continued, as I am responsible in this matter, I think that, certain as you are, and I don't doubt your competence, it is important as soon as possible to ensure that the prisoner is truly dead. There was a moment of utter silence during which Dantes, still listening, guessed that the doctor must be examining the body for a second time. You can set your mind entirely at rest, he said shortly. He is dead, I guarantee it. But as you know, monsieur, the governor insisted, we are not satisfied in such cases with a simple examination, so, despite all appearances, please complete your duties and carry out the formalities prescribed by law. Let the irons be heated, said the doctor. But, in truth, this is a quite useless precaution. The order to heat the irons made Dantes shudder. He heard steps hurrying back and forth, the door grating on its hinges, some comings and goings inside the cell and, a few moments later, a turnkey returning and saying, Here is the brazier with a hot iron. There was a further moment's silence, then the sound of burning flesh, emitting a heavy, sickening odor which even penetrated the wall behind which Dantes was listening, horrified. At the smell of burning human flesh, sweat bathed the young man's brow and he thought that he was about to faint. You see, Governor, he is indeed dead, said the doctor. A burn on the heel is conclusive, the poor idiot is cured of his folly and delivered from his captivity. Wasn't he called Faria? Asked one of the officers accompanying the governor. Yes, monsieur, and he claimed that it was an old family. He was certainly very well educated and even quite reasonable on any matter not touching his treasure, on that, it must be said, he was intractable. It is an affliction which we call monomania, said the doctor. Have you ever had to complain about him? The governor asked the jailer responsible for bringing the abbé's food. Never, governor, the jailer replied. Never, not the slightest. On the contrary, at one time he used to entertain me greatly by telling me stories, and one day, when my wife was ill, he even gave me a recipe which cured her. I didn't know that he was a colleague, said the doctor, then he added, with a laugh, I hope, governor, that you will treat him accordingly? Yes, have no fear, he will be decently shrouded in the newest sack we can find. Does that satisfy you? Must we carry out this final formality in your presence, monsieur? Asked a turnkey. Of course, but hurry. I cannot stay all day in this cell. Dantes heard further comings and goings, then, a moment later, the sound of cloth being rumpled. The bed grated on its springs, there was a heavy step on the paving like that of a man lifting a burden, then the bed creaked again under the weight that was returned to it. Until this evening, then, said the governor. Will there be a mass? Asked one of the officers. Impossible, the governor replied. The prison chaplain came to me yesterday to ask for leave to go on a short journey for 1 week to Hyères, and I told him that I could take care of my prisoners for that time. The poor abbé shouldn't have been in such a hurry, then he would have had his requiem. Pooh, said the doctor, with the customary impiety of his profession. He is a churchman. God will consider his state and not give hell the satisfaction of receiving a priest. This ill-judged quip was greeted with a burst of laughter. And meanwhile the preparation of the corpse continued. Till this evening, then, the governor said, when it was completed. At what time? The turnkey asked. Around 10 or 11, of course. Should we guard the body? Why? We shall lock the cell as if he were alive, that's all. The footsteps and the voices faded, Dantes heard the groaning lock on the door and its creaking bolts, and a silence more melancholy than solitude, the silence of death, fell over all, penetrating deep into the young man's soul. Then he slowly raised the paving stone with his head and looked around the cell. It was empty. Dantes emerged from the tunnel. XX. The graveyard of the Château d'If. Stretched out on the bed, weakly outlined by a dusty ray of light from the window, there was a sack of coarse cloth, under the broad folds of which one could vaguely distinguish a long, stiff shape. This was Faria's last winding sheet which, according to the turnkeys, had cost so little. So all was finished. Between Dantes and his old friend there was already a gulf. He could no longer see those eyes, wide open as if looking beyond death. He could no longer clasp that industrious hand which for him had lifted the veil that covered arcane matters. Faria, that good and valuable companion to whom he had become so strongly attached, now existed only in his memory. He sat down at the head of this awful bed and lapsed into a deep and bitter melancholy. Alone. He was once more alone. He had fallen back into silence, he was faced once more with nothingness. Alone, he no longer had even the sight or the sound of the voice of the only human being who still bound him to the earth. Would it not be better for him, like Faria, to go and ask God to explain the enigma of life, even at the risk of passing through the dark gate of suffering? The idea of suicide had been driven away by his friend's presence, but returned like a ghost and rose up beside Faria's corpse. If I could die, he said, I should go where he is gone and I should certainly find him again. But how can I die? It is easy, he added, laughing. I have only to remain here, throw myself on the first person who enters and strangle him, they will guillotine me. But, as often happens, in great sorrow as in great storms, the abyss lies between the crests of two waves. Dantes shrank from the idea of so dishonorable a death and rapidly went from this feeling of despair to a burning thirst for life and freedom. Die! No, no, he cried. It was not worth living so long, and suffering so much, to die now. Death was welcome previously, when I made a resolution to meet it, many years ago. But now it would truly be conceding too much to my miserable fate. No, I want to live, I want to struggle to the end. No, I want to recover the happiness that has been taken away from me. I am forgetting that, before I die, I have my enemies to punish and, who knows, perhaps a few friends to reward. But now that I am forgotten here, I shall not escape my dungeon except in the same way as Faria. At these words, Edmund remained motionless, his gaze fixed, like a man who has suddenly been struck by an idea, but one that appalls him. At once he got up, put his hand on his forehead as if suffering from dizziness, walked around the room 2 or 3 times and returned to the bed. Ah, he exclaimed. Where did that idea come from? From you, God? Since only the dead leave this place freely, let us take the place of the dead. And, without wasting any time in reconsidering the decision, as if to avoid giving his thoughts the opportunity to annihilate his desperate resolve, he bent over the ghastly sack, opened it with the knife that Faria had made, removed the body, dragged it into his own cell, put it in his bed, covered its head with the scrap of linen that he was accustomed to wear on his own, drew his blanket over it, kissed its icy brow for the last time and tried to close the eyes, which still remained stubbornly open, terrifying because there was no thought behind them. After that, he turned the head to the wall so that the jailer, when he brought the evening meal, would think that he was asleep, as quite often happened. Then he returned to the tunnel, dragged the bed against the wall, went back to the other cell, took the needle and thread out of the wardrobe, threw off his rags so that they would feel naked flesh under the cloth, slipped into the empty sack, lay down in the same position as the body, and sewed it up from inside. If anyone had unfortunately chanced to come in at that moment, they would have heard his heart beating. Dantes could easily have waited until after the evening visit, but he was afraid that between now and then the governor might change his mind and take away the body. In that case, his last hope would be gone. Now, in any case, his plan was fixed. Here is what he intended to do. If, during the journey out of the cell, the gravediggers realized that they were carrying a living man instead of a corpse, Dantes would not give them time to gather their wits. He would split the sack from top to bottom with a sharp lunge of the knife and take advantage of their terror to escape. If they tried to stop him, he would use the knife. If they took him to the burial ground and put him in a grave, he would allow himself to be covered with earth, Then, since it was night, the gravediggers would hardly have turned their backs before he would tunnel out of the soft earth and escape. He hoped the soil would not be too heavy for him to lift it. If he was wrong and the earth proved to be too heavy, he would suffocate, and so much the better, all would be over. Dantes had not eaten since the previous day, but he had not thought of his hunger that morning, and he still did not notice it. His position was too precarious for him to waste time on thinking of anything else. The first danger that threatened was that the jailer, bringing him his supper at 7 o'clock, would notice the substitution. Luckily Dantes had many times received the jailer's visit lying down, either through misanthropy or fatigue. In such cases the man usually put the bread and soup on the table and left without speaking to him. This time, however, the jailer might lapse from his habitual silence, say something and, when Dantes did not reply, go over to the bed and discover the deception. As 7 o'clock approached, Dantes began to suffer in earnest. One hand was pressed against his heart, attempting to stifle its beating while the other wiped the sweat from his brow as it streamed along his temples. From time to time, a shudder would run through his whole body and seize his heart in an icy grip. At such moments he thought he would die. The hours passed without bringing any sound of movement in the fortress, and Dantes realized that he had escaped the first danger, which was a good sign. Finally, at around the time appointed by the governor, footsteps were heard in the stairway. Edmund realized that the moment had come. He summoned up all his courage, holding his breath. He would have been happier could he have stifled the beating of his pulse in the same way. The footsteps, 2 sets of them, stopped outside the door. Dantes guessed that this must be the 2 gravediggers who had come to fetch him. This suspicion became a certainty when he heard the noise that they made setting down the bier. The door opened and a muffled light reached Dantes' eyes. Through the cloth covering him he saw 2 shapes approach the bed. At the door was a third, carrying a lantern. The 2 who had come over to the bed each grasped one end of the sack. "He's still pretty heavy, this one, for such a thin old man," one said, raising the head. "They do say that each year adds half a pound to the weight of the bones," the other replied, taking the feet. "Have you made your knot?" the first asked. "It would be stupid to carry any unnecessary weight. I'll make it when we get there." "Quite right, let's go." "What knot is that?" Dantes wondered. They carried the supposed corpse from the bed to the bier. Edmund stiffened, the better to play dead. They put him down on the stretcher, and the funeral procession, led and lit by the man with the lantern, went up the stairs. Suddenly, he was bathed in the fresh, sharp air of night. Dantes recognized the mistral and was filled with a sudden feeling of both delight and anguish. The men carrying him went about 20 paces, then stopped and set the bier down on the ground. One of them went away. Dantes could hear his footsteps on the pavement. "Where can I be?" he wondered. "You know something, he's not at all light," said the one who had stayed behind, sitting down on the edge of the stretcher. Dantes' first instinct had been to escape, but luckily he resisted it. "Give us some light, here, you brute," said the one who had moved away. "Otherwise I'll never find what I'm looking for." The man with the lantern obeyed, even though, as we have seen, the request was couched in rather offensive terms. What can he be looking for? Dantes wondered. No doubt a spade. A satisfied exclamation indicated that the gravedigger had found whatever it was he needed. At last, the other said. You made a hard job of it. Yes, but there's nothing lost by the delay. At these words, he went over to Edmund, who heard something heavy and resounding being put down beside him. At the same moment, a rope was bound tightly and painfully around his feet. Well, have you done the knot? Asked the gravedigger who had remained idle. And done it well, said the other. I guarantee. In that case, let's be going. And the bier was lifted and carried forward. They took about 50 paces, then stopped to open a gate, before carrying on. The sound of waves breaking against the rocks on which the castle was built reached Dante's more and more clearly as they went on.
"The weather is bad," said one of the men. "I'd not like to be out at sea tonight."
"Yes, the abbé runs a serious risk of getting wet," said the other, and they burst out laughing.
Dantes did not entirely understand this joke, but the hair still rose on his neck.
"Good, here we are," said the first man.
Further on," said the other.
"You remember that the last one stayed behind, caught on the rocks, and the next day the governor told us what lazy devils we were." They took 4 or 5 steps more, still going up, then Dantes felt them take him by the head and feet and swing him.
"1," said the gravediggers. "2. 3.
At this moment, Dantes felt himself being thrown into a huge void, flying through the air like a wounded bird, then falling, in a terrifying descent that froze his heart. Although he was drawn downwards by some weight that sped his flight, it seemed to him that the fall lasted a century. Finally, with a terrifying noise, he plunged like an arrow into icy water, and he cried out, his cry instantly stifled by the water closing around him. Dantes had been thrown into the sea, and a 36-pound cannonball tied to his feet was dragging him to the bottom.
The sea is the graveyard of the Château d'If. XXI.
The island of Tiboulen. Though stunned and almost suffocated, Dantes still had the presence of mind to hold his breath, and since, as we have said, his right hand was prepared for any eventuality, holding the open knife, he quickly slit the cloth and put out his arm, then his head. But then, despite his attempts to raise the cannonball, he felt himself being continually dragged down, so he bent over to search for the rope restraining his legs and, with one last despairing effort, cut it just as he was suffocating. Kicking powerfully, he rose, free, to the surface of the sea, while the weight dragged the coarse linen that had almost become his shroud down into the unknown depths. Dantes stayed no longer than was necessary to take a breath. Before diving once more, the first precaution that he had to take was to avoid being seen. When he emerged a second time, he was already at least 50 yards from the place where he had fallen. Above him, he saw a black, lowering sky, across which the clouds were being rapidly swept by the wind, from time to time revealing a small patch of blue from which a star shone. In front of him was a dark, roaring plain, its waves starting to seethe as at the approach of a storm, while behind him, blacker than the sea, blacker than the sky, like a threatening phantom, rose the granite giant, its somber peak like a hand outstretched to grasp its prey. On the topmost rock was a lantern lighting 2 human forms. It seemed to him that the 2 forms were bending uneasily over the sea. The strange gravediggers must indeed have heard the cry that escaped him as he flew through the air. So Dantes dived again and swam underwater for a considerable distance. He had once been quite used to doing this and would formerly, in the Cove of the Pharaoh, have attracted many admirers around him, who often proclaimed him the most accomplished swimmer in Marseille. When he came back to the surface, the lantern had vanished. Now he must find his bearings. Of all the islands around the Château d'If, Ratonneau and Pombe are the nearest, but Ratonneau and Pombe are inhabited, so is the little island of Dôme. The safest landfall was therefore on either Tiboulen or La Mer, and these 2 islands lie a league away from the Château d'If. Even so, it was one of these 2 that Dantes decided to make for, but how could he find them in the depth of the night that was deepening moment by moment around him? But then, shining like a star, he noticed the Planier lighthouse. If he swam directly towards the light, he would leave Tiboulen a little to his left, so if he were to swing a small distance to the left, he would be heading for the island. However, as we have said, it was at least a league from the Château d'If to Tiboulen. Often, in their prison, Faria had told the young man, when he saw him depressed and languid, Dantes, you must not give way to this debility. If you do manage to escape and you have failed to keep up your strength, you will drown. Beneath the heavy, bitter swell, Dantes once more heard these words in his ears, and he hurried back to the surface to plow through the waves and test whether he had indeed lost his power. He was overjoyed to find that his enforced idleness had deprived him of none of his strength and agility, and to find that he was still master of this element in which he had gambled as a child. In any event, fear, that swift tormentor, doubled his vigor. Rising on the crest of the waves, he listened to find out if he could hear any noise. Each time that he reached the highest point of a wave, he quickly surveyed the visible horizon and tried to penetrate the blackness. Every wave that climbed a little higher than the rest looked to him like a boat pursuing him, so he strove all the harder, which certainly took him further onward but also threatened to exhaust him more quickly. Yet he did swim, and the fearful fortress had faded somewhat into the mists of night. He could no longer see it, but he felt it still. An hour passed, during which Dantes, buoyed up by the sense of freedom that had spread through his whole body, continued to drive on through the waves on the course he had set himself. Now, let's see, he thought. I have been swimming for almost an hour, but with a contrary wind I must have lost a quarter of my speed. However, unless I have mistaken the direction, I must now be close to the island of Tiburon. But what if I am mistaken? The swimmer felt a shudder pass through him. He tried to float for a moment to give himself a rest, but the sea was getting heavier all the time, and he soon realized that such respite, which he had counted on having, was impossible. Well, so be it, he said. I shall go on until the end, until my arms fail, until cramp seizes my whole body, and then I shall sink. And he began to swim with the energy and urgency of despair. Suddenly it seemed that the sky, already so dark, grew still darker and that a thick, heavy, impenetrable cloud was coming down over him. At the same time he felt a sharp pain in his knee. His imagination immediately told him that this must be the shock of a bullet and that he would instantly hear the report of a rifle, but there was no explosion. Dantes put out his hand and felt something. He brought up his other leg and touched solid ground. It was then that he saw what it was he had taken for a cloud. 20 yards ahead of him rose a mass of oddly shaped rocks that looked like a vast fire, solidified just at the moment when it was burning most fiercely. This was the island of Tiburon. Dantes stood up and took a few steps forward, then he lay down, thanking God, on these points of granite that seemed softer to him at that moment than the softest bed. Then, despite the wind, despite the storm, despite the rain that was starting to fall, exhausted as he was, he fell asleep with that delicious sleep of the man whose body is numbed but whose mind is awake to the knowledge of unhoped for good fortune. After an hour, Edmund woke to the sound of an immense clap of thunder. The storm had broken in the heavens and was beating the air with its flashing flight. From time to time a shaft of lightning shot from the sky like a fiery snake, illuminating the waves and the clouds that plunged headlong after each other like the breakers of a vast abyss. Dantes, with his sailor's eye, had judged rightly. He had landed on the first of the two islands, which is Tiburon. He knew that it was a naked rock, open to the elements and shelterless. When the storm was over, he would plunge back into the sea and make for the island of La Mer, no less deserted but wider and consequently more welcoming. An overhanging rock did offer him some temporary shelter and he took refuge under it. At almost the same moment the storm broke in all its fury. Edmund felt the rock beneath which he was hiding tremble and the waves, breaking against the base of the huge pyramid, reached his hiding place. Safe as he was, in the midst of this shattering noise and these blinding flashes of light, he was seized with a sort of dizziness. He felt as though the very island were shaking beneath him and, from one moment to the next, would break its moorings like a vessel at anchor and drag him down with it into the midst of the huge maelstrom. At this, he remembered that he had not eaten for 24 hours, he was hungry and thirsty. He stretched out his hands and his neck, and drank some rainwater from a hollow in the rock. As he was lifting his head, a shaft of lightning, which seemed to crack open the heavens as far as the foot of God's radiant throne, lit up the scene. By its light Dantes saw a little fishing boat appear, like a phantom slipping from the crest of a wave into the abyss, driven forward both by the waves and by the storm, between the Isle La Mer and the Cap Croisille, a quarter of a league away from him. A second later the phantom reappeared on the crest of another wave, coming towards him at fearful speed. Dantes wanted to shout. He looked for a scrap of cloth that he could wave in the air, to show them that they were heading for destruction, but they could see it perfectly well for themselves. In the light of another shaft of lightning the young man saw 4 men hanging onto the masts and the rigging, while a 5th held the bar of a broken helm. No doubt these men whom he saw could also see him, for desperate cries were carried across to him on the whistling gusts. Above the mast, twisted like a reed, a tattered sail was flapping rapidly over and over against the air. Suddenly, the ropes that still held it broke and it vanished, carried away into the dark depths of the sky, like a great white bird silhouetted against a black cloud. At the same time he heard a fearful crack and cries of agony. Grasping his rock like a sphinx above the abyss, Dantes glimpsed the little boat in the light of another flash, broken, amid its wreckage, heads with terrified faces and hands reached for the sky. Then darkness returned. The awful scene had lasted the lifetime of a lightning bolt. Dantes hastened down the slippery rocks, at the risk of himself falling into the sea. He looked, listened, but could hear and see nothing, no more cries, no more human struggle. Only the storm, that great act of God, continued to roar with the wind and to foam with the waves. Little by little, the winds subsided. Westwards across the sky rolled huge grey clouds which seemed to have been discolored by the storm. Patches of blue sky reappeared with stars that shone brighter than ever. Soon, in the east, a long reddish band lit up the undulating blue-black line of the horizon. The waves danced and instantly a light sped across their crests, transforming each one into a mane of gold. Day was breaking. Dantes remained motionless and silent before this great spectacle, as if seeing it for the first time. Indeed, in all the years that he had been at the Chateau d'If he had forgotten it. He turned back to look at the fortress, sweeping his eyes across the whole arc of the land and the sea. The dark pile rose out of the midst of the waves with the imposing majesty common to all motionless objects which seem at once to watch and to command. It must have been about 5 o'clock. The sea was growing calmer all the time. In 2 or 3 hours, Edmund thought, the turnkey will go into my room, find the body of my poor friend, recognize it, look in vain for me and give the alarm. Then they will find the hole and the tunnel. They will question the men who threw me into the sea, who must have heard me cry out. Immediately, ships full of soldiers will set out in pursuit of the unfortunate fugitive, who cannot have gone far. The cannon will be fired to warn everyone on the coast not to give shelter to any man who appears, naked and starving. The spies and alguazils one of Marseille will be informed. They will search the coast while the governor of the Chateau d'If will be searching the sea. So, hunted down at sea, hemmed in on land, what will become of me? I am hungry and thirsty. I have even lost my life-saving knife, because it hampered me while I was swimming. I am at the mercy of the first peasant who wants to earn 20 francs by handing me in. I have no strength, no ideas, no resolve left. Oh, my God, my God! Haven't I suffered enough? Now, can you do more for me than I can do for myself? Just as Edmund was uttering this ardent prayer, in a sort of delirium due to his exhaustion and the lightness of his head, and anxiously turning towards the Chateau d'If, he saw off the point of the Isle de Punk, its lateen sail against the horizon like a seagull skimming the waves, a little ship which only the eye of a sailor would have recognized as a Genoese tartan II which appeared on the still indistinct line of the sea. It was coming from the port of Marseille and heading out to sea, driving the shining spray in front of a sharp prow that cut the sea ahead of its swelling sides. Just think! Edmund exclaimed. In half an hour I could have reached that ship, if I were not afraid of being questioned, recognized as an escaped prisoner and taken back to Marseille. What can I do? What can I say? What story can I invent to deceive them? These people are all smugglers, nearly pirates. Pretending to ply the coast, they scour it for booty, they would rather sell me than do a good deed for nothing.
Let's wait. But it is impossible to wait. I am dying of hunger. In a few hours I shall have exhausted the little strength that remains to me. In any case, the time of the warder's rounds is approaching, the alarm has not yet been sounded, so perhaps they will suspect nothing. I can pretend to be one of the sailors from that little boat which sank last night. This is a plausible enough story. No one will be able to contradict me, since the whole crew is drowned. Let's go.
As he said these words, Dantes looked towards the place where the little ship had foundered, and shuddered. The Phrygian cap 3 of one of the drowned sailors was hanging from the jagged edge of a rock, and near it some wreckage from the ship's hull was floating, dead beams that the sea drove against the base of the island, which they hammered like powerless battering rams. In an instant, Dantes had made up his mind. He plunged back into the sea, swam towards the cap, put it on his head, grasped hold of one of the beams and set a course that would take him to meet up with the boat. "Now I am saved," he muttered, and the certainty gave him strength. He soon saw the tartan which, as it was sailing almost directly into the wind, was tacking between the Chateau d'If and the Tour de Planier. For a moment, Dantes was afraid that, instead of hugging the coast, the little ship would head out to sea, as it would have done, for example, had it been bound for Corsica or Sardinia. But from the way it was maneuvering, the swimmers soon realized that it intended to pass between the islands of Jar and Calcerane. However, the ship and the swimmer were gradually converging. As it tacked in one direction, the little ship even came to about a quarter of a league from Dantes. He rose up in the sea and waved his cap as a distress signal, but no one on the ship saw him, and it went about to begin tacking in the other direction. Dantes thought of calling out, but he assessed the distance and realized that his voice would not reach the ship, but would be carried away on the sea breeze and covered by the noise of the waves. Now he congratulated himself for having had the foresight to lie on a beam. Weak as he was, he might not have been able to keep afloat until he reached the tartan, and, certainly, if, as was quite possible, the tartan passed without seeing him, he would not have been able to reach the shore. Though he was almost certain of the course that the boat had set, Dantes looked anxiously after it until the moment when he saw it tack again and return towards him. Then he swam to meet it. But before their paths had crossed, the boat began to turn. Immediately, summoning all his strength, Dantes rose almost out of the water, waved his cap and gave one of those pitiful cries of a sailor in distress which sound like the wailing of some genie of the sea. This time he was seen and heard. The tartan changed course and turned towards him. At the same time he saw that they were preparing to put a boat into the sea. A moment later, the boat, rowed by two men, their oars striking the sea, was coming towards him. Dantes let go of the beam, thinking he would no longer need it, and swam vigorously to have the distance between himself and his saviors. However, he had counted on strength that had almost deserted him. Now he realized how much that piece of wood, already floating inertly 100 yards away, had helped him. His arms began to stiffen, his legs had lost their suppleness, his movements became forced and jerky, and his chest heaved. He let out a great cry, the two rowers increased their efforts, and one called out in Italian, "Coraggio!" The word reached him just as a wave, which he no longer had the strength to ride above, broke over his head and drenched him in spray. He reappeared, thrashing the sea with the uneven, desperate movements of a drowning man, cried out a third time and felt himself sinking into the sea, as if he still had the fatal cannonball attached to his legs. The water closed over his head and, above the water, he saw a livid sky, speckled with black. One last, superhuman effort brought him back to the surface of the sea. Then it seemed to him that someone had grasped him by the hair, and he saw and heard nothing more. He had lost consciousness. When he next opened his eyes, he was on the deck of the tartan, which was under way again. The first thing he did was to look to see what course it was following. It was still sailing away from the Chateau d'If. Dantes was so exhausted that his exclamation of joy was mistaken for a cry of pain. As we said, he was lying on the deck. A sailor was rubbing his limbs with a woolen blanket, while another, whom he recognized as the one who had shouted Coraggio, was putting the lip of a gourd to his mouth. A third, an old sailor, who was both the pilot and the master, looked at him with the selfish pity that men usually feel towards a misfortune that they escaped only the day before and which might be waiting for them on the following one. A few drops of rum from the gourd stimulated the young man's heart, while the massage that the other sailor was still giving him with the wool, kneeling in front of him, gave some movement back to his limbs. "Who are you?" the master asked in broken French. "I am a Maltese seaman," Dantes replied, in broken Italian. "We were sailing from Syracuse, with a cargo of wine and panoline. The squall last night surprised us off Cap Morgiou and we foundered against those rocks that you see over there." "And where have you come from?" "From those same rocks, on which I had the good fortune to wash up, while our poor captain's head was broken against them. Our 3 companions were drowned. I think I must be the only one left alive. I saw your ship and, fearing that I might have to wait a long time on that isolated desert island, I took my chances on a piece of the wreckage from our boat to try and reach you." "Thank you," Dantes went on, "you have saved my life. I was exhausted when one of your sailors grasped me by the hair." "That was me," said a sailor with a frank and open face, framed in long side whiskers. "It was none too soon, you were going under." "Yes," Dantes said, offering his hand. "Yes, my friend. I thank you once more." "Damn it," said the sailor. "I was almost reluctant to do it. With your 6-inch beard and your hair a full foot long, you look more like a brigand than an honest sailor." Dantes remembered that he had, indeed, not cut his hair or shaved his beard in the whole time he was in the Château d'If. "Yes," he said. "This was a vow that I made to Our Lady of Pi della Grata, in a moment of danger, to go 10 years without cutting my hair or my beard. Today sees the expiation of my vow, and I nearly drowned on the anniversary of it." "Now, what are we going to do with you?" asked the master. "Alas!" Dantes replied. "You can do what you like. The felucca on which I was sailing is lost, the captain is dead. As you can see, I escaped his fate, but totally naked. Luckily I am a fairly good sailor. Put me off at the first port where you make land and I shall always find employment on some merchant vessel. Do you know the Mediterranean? I have been sailing round it since my childhood. You know the best anchorages? There are few ports, even the most difficult, where I could not sail in or out with my eyes closed." "Well, how about it, patron?" said the sailor who had cried Coraggio, to Dantes. "If what this comrade says is true, why shouldn't he stay with us?" "Yes, if it is true," said the master, looking doubtful. "But in the present state of this poor devil, one may promise a lot, meaning to do what one can." "I shall do even more than I have promised," said Dantes. The master laughed. "We'll see about that." "Whenever you wish," Dantes replied, getting up. "Where are you headed?" "To Leghorn." "Well, then, instead of tacking and wasting precious time, why don't you simply sail closer into the wind?" "Because we would be heading directly for the Isle de Rayu. You will be more than 120 feet away from it." "Take the helm, then," said the master, "and let's judge your skill." The young man sat at the helm, touched it lightly to verify that the boat was responsive. Seeing that it was reasonably so, though not of the finest class, he said, "All hands to the rigging." The 4 members of the crew ran to their posts, while the master looked on. "Haul away." The sailors obeyed quite effectively. "Now, make fast." This order was carried out as the first 2 had been, and the little ship, instead of continuing to tack, began to make for the Isle de Raya, passing near it and leaving it off the starboard side, at about the distance Dantes had predicted.
"Bravo," said the master.
"Bravo," the sailors repeated, all looking with wonder at this man whose face had recovered a look of intelligence and whose body possessed a strength that they had not suspected.
"You see," Dantes said, leaving the helm.
"I might be of some use to you, at least during the crossing.
If you want to leave me in Leghorn, you can do so.
I shall repay you for my food up to that time, and for the clothes that you will lend me, out of my first month's pay."
"Very well, then," said the master. "We can come to some arrangement if you are reasonable." "One man is worth as much as another," said Dantes. "Give me what you give to my companions, and we shall be quits."
"That's not fair," said the sailor who had pulled Dantes out of the sea.
"You know more than we do."
"Who the devil asked you?"
"Is this any of your business, Jacopo?" said the master.
"Every man is free to sign on at the rate which suits him."
"Correct," said Jacopo. "I was just commenting."
"Well, you would do better to lend this poor lad a pair of trousers and a jacket, if you have any to spare. He is stark naked." "I haven't," said Jacopo, "but I do have a shirt and trousers."
"That is all I need," said Dantes. "Thank you, my friend."
Jacopo slid down the hatch and returned a moment later with the 2 articles of clothing, which Dantes was unspeakably happy to put on.
"Do you need anything else?" asked the master.
"A scrap of bread and another draught of that excellent rum that you gave me."
"I have not eaten for a long time."
It was, in fact, around 40 hours. They brought Dantes a piece of bread, and Jacopo offered him the flask.
"Hard a port," the captain cried, turning to the helmsman.
Dantes looked in the same direction as he put the flask to his lips, but it stopped halfway. "Look there," the master exclaimed.
"What is going on at the Château d'If?"
A little puff of white smoke, which is what had caught Dantes' attention, had just appeared above the battlements of the south tower of the fortress. A second later, the sound of a distant explosion reached the tartan. The sailors looked up and exchanged glances.
"What does that mean?" the master asked.
"Some prisoner escaped last night," said Dantes, "and they are firing the warning gun." The master looked at the young man who, as he spoke the words, brought the flask to his lips. He drank the liquid with such calm and satisfaction that, if the master had felt the shadow of a doubt, it would immediately have been dispelled. "This rum is devilish strong," Dantes said, wiping the sweat from his brow with the sleeve of his shirt.
"In any case," the master thought,
looking at him, "even if it is him, so much the better.
I have gained a fine man."
Pretending that he was tired, Dantes asked if he could sit at the helm. The helmsman, delighted to be relieved of his job, looked at the master, who nodded to let him know that he could hand the bar over to his new companion.
From this vantage point, Dantes could remain with his eyes fixed towards Marseille. "What day of the month is it?"
Dantes asked Jacopo, who had come to sit next to him, as they lost sight of the Château d'If. "February the 28th, he replied.
"And what year?"
"What do you mean, what year?"
"Are you asking me what year it is?"
"Yes," said the young man.
"I am asking you the year." "You have forgotten what year we are in." "What do you expect?"
"I was so terrified last night," Dantes said, laughing, "I nearly lost my mind. As it is, my memory is troubled."
"So I am asking you, this is the 28th of February, of what year?" "Of the year 1829, said Jacopo.
14 years earlier, to the day, Dantes had been arrested.
He had entered the Château d'If at the age of 19 and was now emerging from it at 33.
A pained smile crossed his lips. He was wondering what had become of Mercedes during this time, when she must have thought him dead. Then a spark of hatred lit up in his eyes. when he thought of the 3 men who were responsible for his long, cruel captivity. And once more he vowed that same, implacable oath of vengeance that he had already taken in prison against Danglars, Fernand and Villefort. But now the oath was no longer an empty threat, because the finest fully manned sailing ship in the Mediterranean could surely not have overtaken the little tartan which was making for Leghorn at full speed. XXII. The Smugglers. Dantes had not been a day on board before he realized the sort of people he was dealing with. Without ever having had lessons from Abbé Faria, the worthy master of the gendarmerie, as the Genoese tartan was called, was acquainted with more or less every language spoken around the great lake known as the Mediterranean, from Arabic to Provençal. This relieved him of the need to employ an interpreter, a class of people who are always bothersome and sometimes indiscreet, and made it easy for him to communicate, whether with any ships that he might encounter at sea, or with the little boats that he met along the coasts, or finally with those people, without name, nationality, or evident profession, who are always to be found on the paved quaysides of seaports, living on mysterious and secret resources which one can only believe must come to them directly from Providence, since they have no other visible means of support. The reader may have guessed that Dantes was on a smuggler's ship. For this reason the master had been slightly suspicious about taking him on board. He was well known to all the customs officers along the coast, engaging with these gentlemen in a mutual exchange of stratagems, each more cunning than the last, so he had at first thought that Dantes was an emissary of my lords the excisemen, who were using this ingenious method to root out some of the secrets of his trade. But the brilliance with which Dantes had succeeded in the test of fine navigation had entirely convinced him. Then, at the sight of the puff of smoke rising like a plume over the Château d'If and the distant sound of the explosion, he momentarily guessed that he had just taken on board one of those men, in this respect like kings, whose entrances and exits are honored by the firing of cannon. This bothered him less, it must be said, than if the newcomer had been a customs officer, and this new suspicion vanished like its predecessor when he saw how perfectly calm his latest recruit remained. In this way, Edmond had the advantage of knowing what his master was, while his master did not know the same about him. Whenever the old seaman and his crew questioned him, and on whatever subject, he held firm and confessed nothing, giving a wealth of details about Naples or Malta, both of which he knew as well as he knew Marseille, and sticking to his first story with a consistency that was a credit to his memory. Thus the Genoan, wily as he was, let himself be taken in by Edmond, thanks to the young man's gentle manner, his experience of the sea and, above all, his unusual skill at deception. But, then, perhaps the Genoan was like those clever men who never know more than they need and believe only what it is in their interests to believe. This was the situation when they arrived at Leghorn. Here Edmond had to face a new trial. He had to find out if he would recognize himself, not having seen his own face for 14 years. He could remember the young man quite clearly. Now he would discover what he had become as a mature one. As far as his companions were concerned, he had fulfilled his vow. He had already been 20 times to Leghorn and knew a barber in the Rue Saint Fernand. That was where he went to have his beard shaved and his hair cut. The barber looked with astonishment at this man, with his long hair and thick black beard, who resembled one of those fine heads by Titian. At that time it was not yet the fashion to wear one's beard and hair long. Nowadays a barber would rather be surprised that a man who could enjoy such physical attributes should wish to deprive himself of them. He said nothing and set about his work. When it was done, when Edmond felt his chin to be clean shaven and when his hair had been shortened to normal length, he asked for a mirror and looked in it. Dantes was now 33 years old, as we have said, and his 14 years in prison had brought what might be described as a great spiritual change to his features. He had entered the Château d'If with the round, full, radiant face of a contented young man whose first steps in life have been easy and who looks to the future as a natural extension of the past. All that had changed utterly. His oval face had lengthened and his once merry lips had adopted a fixed, firm line that spoke of stern resolve. His eyebrows arched under a single, pensive line and his eyes themselves were imprinted with deep sadness, behind which from time to time could be seen dark flashes of misanthropy and hatred. His complexion, kept so long from daylight and the sun, had taken on the dull tones that give such aristocratic beauty to men of the north when black hair frames their faces. Moreover, the knowledge that he had acquired gave a look of intelligent self-confidence to his whole face. Though naturally quite tall, his body had taken on the compact vigor of one that has learnt to concentrate all its strength within itself. The elegance of lean, nervous limbs had been replaced by the solidity of a well-built, muscular man. His voice, accustomed to prayers, sobs and curses, had at times a strangely soft resonance, at others a rough edge that was almost husky. In addition, having been constantly in darkness or half-light, his eyes had acquired the remarkable ability of seeing in the dark, like those of wolves and hyenas. Edmund smiled when he saw himself. It would have been impossible for his best friend, if he had any friends left, to recognize him. He didn't recognize himself. The master of the gendarmerie, who was very keen to keep someone of Edmund's ability in his crew, had offered him an advance on his share of future profits, and Edmund had accepted, so the first thing he did on leaving the barber's where he had undergone this preliminary metamorphosis was to find a shop where he could buy a complete set of seaman's clothes. Of course, this is very simple, consisting of white trousers, a striped shirt and a Phrygian cap. Edmund returned the trousers and shirt that Jacopo had lent him, and appeared in his new dress before the master of the gendarmerie, who asked him to repeat his story. The master could hardly recognize the heavily bearded man, half drowned and with seaweed in his hair, whom he had brought, naked and dying, onto the deck of his ship, in this smartly dressed and stylish sailor. Encouraged by this change in appearance, he repeated his offer to take Dantes on, but Dantes would accept it for only 3 months. He had plans of his own. The crew of the gendarmerie was a very busy one and subject to a master who was not used to wasting time. They had been hardly a week in Leghorn before the ship's swelling hold was full of colored muslin, forbidden cotton cloth, English powder, and tobacco on which the state monopoly had forgotten to put its stamp. They had to get all this out of Leghorn, duty paid, and unloaded on the Corsican coast, from where certain speculators would take charge of conveying it to France. They set sail, and Edmund found himself once more crossing the azure sea that had been the first horizon of his youth and which he had seen so often in his prison dreams. Leaving the Gorgone on their right and the Pianosa on their left, they set out for the birthplace of Paoli and Napoleon. Coming up on deck early the following day, as was his custom, the master found Dantes leaning against the side of the ship with a strange look on his face as he stared out towards a heap of granite that the rising sun was bathing in rosy light, the island of Monte Cristo. The gendarmerie passed, some 3/4 of a league to starboard, and continued to make for Corsica. As they sailed past this island, the name of which held such significance for him, Dantes was thinking that he had only to leap into the sea and within half an hour he would be in this promised land. But what would he do there, with no tools to recover his treasure and no weapons to defend himself? In any case, what would the sailors say? What would the master think? He must wait. Waiting, fortunately, was something that he knew how to do. He had waited 14 years for his freedom and, now that he was free, he could easily wait for 6 months or a year to obtain his wealth. Would he not have chosen freedom without wealth if he had been offered it? In any case, was the wealth not an illusion, which had been born in poor Abbé Faria's sick brain and died with him? Yet Cardinal Spada's letter was oddly precise, and Dantes repeated it in his head from beginning to end. He had not forgotten a single word. Evening came. Edmund watched the island pass through all the colors of sunset and dusk, then fade into the darkness for all except himself. His eyes, accustomed to the darkness of a prison cell, doubtless continued to make out the island, since he was the last to leave the deck. The next day they woke up off Illyria. All day they tacked, backwards and forwards, and in the evening bonfires were lit on shore. The placing of the fires must have shown that it was safe to disembark, because a lantern took the place of the flag on the little ship's yardarm and they sailed to within gunshot range of the coast. Dantes had noticed that, approaching land on what he must consider solemn occasions, the master of the gendarmerie would set up two little culverines on pivots, of the sort that might be used in defending a rampart and which, without making much noise, would project a quarter-pound shot 1,000 paces. This evening, however, the precaution proved unnecessary. Everything went off as peacefully and as genteelly as might be imagined. For launches rowed quietly over to the ship which, no doubt to welcome them, put its own launch in the water, and between them the 5 rowing boats had labored so hard that, by 2 o'clock in the morning, the whole cargo had been transferred from the gendarmerie to dry land. The master of the ship was a man of such well-regulated habits that the very same night the bounty had been divided up. Each man had his share, 100 Tuscan lire, which is about 80 francs in our money. But the voyage was not over. They set course for Sardinia, with a view to reloading the vessel that had just been unloaded. This second operation went as smoothly as the first. The gendarmerie was in luck. The new cargo was destined for the Duchy of Lucca. It was almost entirely composed of Havana cigars, sherry, and Malaga wine. Here, however, they had a brush with the excise, that eternal enemy of the gendarmerie's master. A customs officer was laid low and 2 sailors were wounded. Dantes was one of them. A shot passed through his left shoulder, leaving a flesh wound. He was almost happy at this skirmish and his wound. These hard tutors had taught him how he viewed danger and bore suffering. He had laughed at danger and, as the shot pierced him, said like a Greek philosopher, "Pain, you are not an evil." Moreover, he had looked at the mortally wounded customs man and, whether because his blood was up or because his feelings were chilled, the sight made very little impression on him. Dantes was on the track that he wished to follow, proceeding towards the end that he wished to attain. His heart was turning to stone in his breast. Jacopo, seeing him fall, had thought him dead and rushed to his side, raised him up and finally, when he was under cover, tended him like the good friend he was. In short, could it be that the world was neither as good as Dr. Pangloss one pretended, nor as bad as it seemed to Dantes, since this man, who had nothing to expect from his friend except to inherit his part of the bounty, had felt such distress at seeing him fall dead? Happily, as we have said, Dantes was only wounded. With the help of some herbs picked at special times and sold to the smugglers by old Sardinian women, the wound quickly healed. So Edmund wanted to tempt Jacopo. As a reward for his care, he offered him his share of the bounty, but Jacopo refused indignantly. As a result of this kind of sympathetic devotion that Jacopo had accorded to Edmund from the first moment that they met, Edmund conceded a certain degree of affection to Jacopo. The latter asked for nothing better. He had perceived in Edmund a great superiority to his present state, something that Edmund had managed to conceal from the others, so the good sailor was satisfied with the little that Edmund gave him. In this way, during the long days on board, when the ship was safely gliding across an azure sea with a favorable wind swelling its sails and needing no more than the attention of its helmsman, Edmund would take a chart of the coast and make himself Jacopo's instructor as poor Abbe Faria had become Edmund's. He showed him how to take bearings in coastal waters, explained the compass to him and taught him to read in that great open book above our heads which is called the sky and in which God writes on the blue firmament in diamond letters. When Jacopo asked him, "What is the use of teaching all these things to a poor sailor like me?" Edmund replied, "Who knows? One day you may be captain of a ship. Your fellow countryman Bonaparte became emperor." We forgot to mention that Jacopo was a Corsican. 2.5 months passed in such successive journeys. Edmund had become as skilled in navigating the coastal waters as he had once been on the open sea. He got to know all the smugglers around the Mediterranean and learned the Masonic signs that these semi-pirates used to recognize one another. 20 times he had sailed one way or the other past his island of Monte Cristo, but not once had he found an opportunity to land there. So he made a resolution, which was that, as soon as his contract with the master of the gendarmerie came to an end, he would hire a little boat on his own account, which he could well do, having saved around 100 piastres on his different voyages, and, on some pretext or other, sail to Monte Cristo. There he would be free to hunt for his treasure. Well, not entirely free, since he would no doubt be spied upon by those who had crossed with him. But in this world one must learn to take some risks. However, prison had made Edmund cautious and he would have preferred not to risk anything. Hard though he tried and fertile though his imagination was, he could not find any other means of reaching the island except to get someone to take him there. Dantes was still racked by doubt when one evening the master, who had great confidence in him and was very anxious to retain his services as a member of the crew, took his arm and led him to a tavern in the Via del Oglio, where the cream of the smuggling profession in Leghorn was accustomed to meet. This is where affairs along the coast were usually discussed. Dantes had already been to this maritime exchange 2 or 3 times and, at the sight of these bold buccaneers, the product of a coast of some 2,000 leagues in circumference, he had wondered what power a man might wield if his will could manage to direct all these divergent or united threads. This time, an important matter was under discussion. There was a ship loaded with Turkish carpets and cloth from the Levant and Kashmir. They had to find some neutral ground on which the exchange could take place, before bringing these goods to the coast of France. The bounty was so large that, if they were successful, each man should have 50 or 60 piastres. The master of the Gendarmerie proposed disembarking on the island of Monte Cristo, since it was deserted and there were no soldiers or customs men on it. It seemed to have been set down in the midst of the sea in the days of the pagan Olympus by Mercury, god of tradesmen and thieves, 2 sorts of people whom we consider separate, if not entirely distinct, but whom antiquity appears to have classed together. At the name of Monte Cristo, Dantes trembled with joy. He got up to hide his emotion and paced round the smoke-filled tavern, in which every dialect of the known world was blended into a single lingua franca. When he returned to the discussion, it had been decided that they would land on Monte Cristo, setting off on this expedition the following night. Edmund was consulted and he confirmed that the island offered the greatest possible security and that, if they were to succeed, great enterprises needed to be undertaken promptly. So the plan was adhered to, and it was agreed that they would get underway the following evening, meaning, if they had a calm sea and a favorable wind, that the day after next they would find themselves in the waters off the shore of the neutral island. XCI. The island of Monte Cristo. At last, by one of those unexpected chances which sometimes happen to people on whom misfortune has exhausted its ingenuity, Dantes was going to reach his goal by a simple, natural means and set foot on his island without arousing any suspicion. Only one night separated him from this long-awaited departure. That night was one of the least restful that Dantes had ever spent. In the course of it he ran over every good and bad eventuality in his mind. If he closed his eyes, he saw Cardinal Spada's letter written in blazing letters on the wall. If he fell asleep for a moment, the most insane dreams raced around his skull. He was going down into caves paved with emeralds, with walls of ruby and diamond stalactites. Pearls fell drop by drop in place of the water that habitually filters through the ground. Edmund, delighted, wondering, filled his pockets with precious stones, then clambered up into the daylight, only to find them turned into nothing but ordinary rocks. Then he tried to get back into the marvelous caverns which he had only glimpsed, but the path twisted into infinite spirals and the entrance had become invisible. He searched through his tired brain for the mysterious, magic word that had opened the wonderful caves of Ali Baba to the Arab fisherman, but all in vain. The vanished treasure had reverted to the ownership of the genii of the earth, from whom he had momentarily hoped to ravish it. Daylight found him almost as feverish as he had been at night, but it also brought logic to assist imagination, and Dantes managed to draw up a plan that had, until now, been only vaguely outlined in his mind. With evening came the preparations for departure. These preparations gave Dantes an opportunity to hide his anxiety. Bit by bit, he had acquired an authority over his companions that allowed him to give orders as though he were the captain of the vessel, and since his orders were always clear, precise, and easy to carry out, the crew obeyed him not only promptly but with pleasure. The old seaman let him do as he pleased. he too had recognized Dante's superiority both to the others and to himself. He saw the young man as his natural successor and regretted that he did not have a daughter so that he might bind Edmund to him in that way. At 7 o'clock all was ready, and at 10 past they rounded the lighthouse, just as it was being lit. The sea was calm, with a fresh wind from the southeast. They were sailing under a clear sky in which God too was progressively putting on his lights, each another world. Dantes announced that everyone could go to bed and that he would take over the helm. When the Maltese, as they called him, made such an announcement, that was enough for everyone and they all went easily to bed. This sometimes happened. From time to time, Dantes, driven out of solitude into the world, felt an imperative need for solitude. And what solitude is more vast and more poetic than that of a ship sailing alone on the sea, in the darkness of night and the silence of infinity, under the eye of the Lord? This time his solitude was peopled with thoughts, the night illuminated by his dreams and the silence riven with his promises. When the master woke up, the ship was proceeding under full sail. There was not an inch of canvas that was not swollen by the wind. They were traveling at more than 2.5 leagues an hour. The island of Monte Cristo was rising before them on the horizon. Edmund handed the ship back to its owner and went to take his turn in his hammock. Despite a night without sleep, he could not shut his eyes for an instant. 2 hours later, he returned on deck. The ship was just rounding Elba. They were abreast of Mauritiana and had just passed the flat green island of La Pianosa. The blazing summit of Monte Cristo could be seen, reaching into the heavens. Dantes ordered the helmsman to turn to port, so that they would leave La Pianosa on their right. He had reckoned that this maneuver would shorten the distance by 2 or 3 knots. Around 5 in the evening, they could see the whole of the island. Every detail of it was clear, thanks to that clarity of the air which is peculiar to the light of the dying sun. Edmund gazed hungrily on the mass of rocks as they passed through all the colors of sunset, from bright pink to dark blue. From time to time, he flushed warmly, his forehead became congested and a purple haze crossed before his eyes. No gambler whose whole fortune is staked on a single roll of the dice has ever experienced the agony that Edmund did in his paroxysms of hope. Night fell. At 10 o'clock they dropped anchor. The Jeune Amélie was the first to reach the rendezvous. Despite his usual self-control, Dantes could not contain himself. He was the first to leap on shore and, if he had dared, he would have kissed the soil like Brutus. It was pitch black, but at 11 o'clock the moon rose over the sea, throwing a silver light on every crest. Then, as it rose higher, its rays began to tumble in white cascades of light over the piled rocks of this other. Pigeon. 1. The crew of the Jeune Amélie were familiar with the island, it was one of their usual points of call. Dantes, on the other hand, had recognized it from each of his voyages to the Near East, but had never stopped off here. He questioned Jacopo. "Where are we going to spend the night?" "On board, of course," the sailor replied. "Wouldn't we be better in the caves?" "What caves?" "The ones on the island." "I don't know any caves," Jacopo said. A cold sweat broke out on Dante's forehead. "There are no caves on Monte Cristo?" he asked. "No." For a moment he was stunned, then he thought that the caves might have been filled in by some accident or even been blocked by Cardinal Spada himself, as an extra precaution. The main thing, in that case, would be to find the lost entrance. There was no point in looking at night, so Dantes put off his search until the next day. In any case, a signal displayed by a boat some half a league out to sea, to which the Jeune Amélie responded immediately with the same, showed that the time had come to set to work. The second ship, reassured by the signal which told the late arrival that it was safe to make land, soon appeared, white and silent as a ghost, and dropped anchor, a cable's length from the shore. The transfer of goods began immediately. As he worked, Dantes thought of the shout of joy that he could have brought from all these men with a single word if he had spoken aloud the thought that hummed incessantly in his ears and in his heart. But, far from revealing the marvelous secret, he was already afraid he might have said too much, or that, by his coming and going, his repeated questions, his minute observations and his constant preoccupation, he might have aroused some suspicion. It was fortunate, at least in these circumstances, that an unhappy past had stamped his features with an indelible air of sadness, and that one could perceive only brief flashes of the lights of merriment hovering beneath this cloud. No one suspected anything, and when, the next day, Dantes took a gun, some shot and powder, and said he would like to go and shoot one or two of the wild goats that could be seen leaping from rock to rock, his expedition was ascribed purely to love of hunting and a desire for solitude. Only Jacopo insisted on following him. Dantes did not want to object, fearing that any reluctance to take a companion with him might awaken suspicion. But they had gone hardly a quarter of a league when, seizing the opportunity to shoot a kid, he told Jacopo to take it back to the crew, suggesting that they should cook it, then signaled to him that it was ready for him to share, by firing a shot. Some dry fruit and a flagon of Montepulciano would complete the meal. Dantes continued, turning from time to time. Reaching the summit of a rock, he saw his companions 1,000 feet below him. Jacopo had just joined them, and they were already engaged in preparing a dinner which, thanks to Edmund's skill, now had a main dish. He watched them for a moment with a sad, gentle smile of superiority. "In 2 hours," he said, "these men will leave, richer by 50 piastres, and proceed to risk their lives to gain 50 more. Finally, when they have 600 livres, they will go and squander this fortune in some town or other, as proud as sultans and as arrogant as nabobs. Today, hope means that I despise their wealth, which seems to me like the most abject poverty. Tomorrow, perhaps disappointment may mean that I shall be forced to consider that abject poverty is the height of happiness." "Oh! No," he cried, "it cannot be. The wise, the infallible Faria cannot have been mistaken on this one point. In any event, better to die than to go on living this sordid and base existence." So Dantes, who 3 months earlier had wanted nothing except freedom, felt already not free enough, but wanted wealth. It was not the fault of Dantes, but of God who, while limiting the power of man, has created in him infinite desires. Meanwhile Dantes had approached the place where he supposed the caves to be situated, going along a road hidden between 2 walls of rock and down a path cut by the torrent, which, in all likelihood, no human foot had ever trodden. Following the line of the shore and examining everything minutely, he thought he could see on certain rocks marks which had been made by human hands. Time casts its mossy mantle over physical objects and a mantle of forgetfulness on non-physical ones, and it seemed to have respected these marks, made with some regularity, probably with the aim of tracing a route, but occasionally they disappeared under great bunches of myrtle, heavy with flowers, or under clinging lichens. Edmund would then have to push aside the branches or lift the moss to discover the clues that led him into this new labyrinth. In any case, these marks had given Edmund hope. Why should it not be the cardinal who had made them, so that, in the event of some misfortune which he could not have imagined so absolute, they could serve to guide his nephew? This solitary place seemed designed for a man who wished to hide a treasure. But could these treacherous marks have attracted eyes other than those for which they were intended? Had the dark and wonderful island guarded its marvelous secret faithfully? Arriving at a point only about 60 yards from the port, but still hidden from his companions by the rocks, Edmund thought that the scratches had come to an end, but they did not lead to any kind of cave. The only point to which they seemed to direct him was a large round rock settled on a solid base. Edmund thought that, instead of having reached the end of the trail, he might, on the contrary, be only at the beginning, so he decided to take the opposite course and retrace his steps. Meanwhile his companions had been preparing dinner, getting water from the spring, carrying bread and fruit ashore and cooking the kid. Just as they were taking it off its improvised spit, they saw Edmund leaping from rock to rock, as light and daring as a chamois, so they fired a shot as a signal to him. The huntsman immediately changed direction and ran back to them. But, just as they were all watching him as he leapt through the air, and accusing him of pushing his skill beyond the limits of caution, as if to justify their fears, Edmund lost his footing. They saw him totter on the peak of a rock, cry out and disappear. All of them dashed forward at once, because they were all fond of Edmund, despite his superiority, but it was Jacopo who arrived first. He found Edmund lying on the ground, covered in blood and almost unconscious. He must have tumbled from a height of 12 to 15 feet. They put a few drops of rum in his mouth, and this medicine, which had already proved so effective with him, had the same result the second time. Edmund reopened his eyes, complained of a sharp pain in the knee, a great weight on his head and an unbearable stabbing in the small of the back. They tried to carry him to the beach, but when they touched him, even though Jacopo was directing operations, he groaned and said that he did not feel strong enough to be moved. Of course, there was no question of him taking food, but he insisted that the others, not having the same reason as he did to fast, should go back to their dinner. For himself, he declared that he only needed a little rest and that they would find him better when they returned. Old sea dogs do not stand on ceremony. The sailors were hungry and the smell of kid was wafting up to them, so they did not wait to be asked twice. An hour later they returned. All that Edmund had managed to do was to drag himself about 10 yards so that he was leaning against the mossy rock. But the pain, instead of lessening, actually seemed to have increased. The old master, who was obliged to leave that morning so that he could put off his cargo on the frontier of France and Piedmont, between Nice and Frejus, insisted that Dantes try to get up. Dantes made a superhuman effort to comply, but every time fell back, pale and groaning. "His back is broken," the master whispered. "No matter, he's a good comrade and we can't abandon him. Let's try to carry him to the tartan." But Dantes announced that he would rather die where he was than suffer the terrible pain that he felt at the slightest movement. "Well, then," said the master, "whatever happens, it will not be said that we left a good comrade like yourself without help. We'll delay our departure until this evening." This suggestion astonished the sailors, though none of them opposed it. On the contrary, the master was a man of such rigid ideas that this was the first time they had seen him give up a project, or even delay it. But Dantes did not want such a serious breach of the ship's rules to be made on his behalf. "No, no," he told the master. "I was clumsy and it is right that I should suffer for my own carelessness. Leave me a small supply of biscuits, a gun, powder and shot to kill goats, or even to defend myself, and a pickaxe so that I can build some kind of house, in case you are too long in returning to fetch me." "You will starve," said the master. "Better that," Edmund answered, "than to suffer the unspeakable pain that I feel at the slightest movement." The master turned to look at the ship, swaying at anchor in the little harbor with its sails partly set, ready to head out to sea as soon as the rest of its canvas had been raised. "What can we do, Maltese?" he said. "We cannot abandon you here, but we can't stay either." "Leave, leave!" Dantes cried. "We'll be gone for at least a week, and even then we shall have to turn off course to pick you up." "Listen," said Dantes, "if, 2 or 3 days from now, you meet some fishing boat or other that is sailing near here, let them know about me and I shall pay them 25 piastres to take me back to Leghorn. If you don't pass any such vessel, then come back yourselves." The master shook his head. "Listen, Monsieur Baldi," Jacopo told the master, "there's a way to settle all this. You leave and I'll stay with the patient and take care of him." "Would you give up your share in the bounty," Edmund said, "to stay with me?" "Willingly." "You are a fine lad, Jacopo," said Edmund. "God will reward you for your goodwill. But I don't need anyone, thank you. In a day or two I shall be rested, and I expect to find some excellent herbs in these rocks which will cure my wounds." A strange smile passed over Dante's face and he shook Jacopo's hand warmly, but he was unshaken in his resolve to remain, and to remain alone. The smugglers left Edmund what he wanted and walked off, looking back several times and warmly waving goodbye. Edmund replied with only one hand, as though he could not move the rest of his body. Then, when they had gone, he muttered, with a laugh, "It's strange that one should find such proof of affection and acts of devotion among men of that kind." At this, he cautiously dragged himself to the top of a rock that lay between him and the sea, and from there he could see the tartan completing its preparations, raising anchor, hovering elegantly like a seagull about to take flight, and setting sail. An hour later, it had completely disappeared, at least, from the place where the wounded man was lying. It had vanished from sight. Then Dantes got up, lighter and more supple than one of the goats that prance around among the gum trees and myrtle bushes on these savage rocks, took his gun in one hand and his pick in the other and ran to the rock which represented the end of the trail of notches that he had followed. "And now," he shouted, recalling the story about the Arab fisherman that Faria had told him, "and now, open, sesame." Ziv. Dazzled. The sun had traveled about 1/3 of its way across the sky and its invigorating May light fell on rocks that themselves seemed responsive to its warmth. Thousands of cicadas, invisible in the heather, produced a continuous, monotonous murmuring, while there was an almost metallic sound from the quivering leaves of the myrtles and the olive trees. At each step that Edmund took on the hot granite he startled lizards, the color of emeralds, and in the distance, on the sloping scree, he could see the wild goats that sometimes drew huntsmen to the place. In short, the island was inhabited, bustling with life, yet Edmund felt himself alone here in the hand of God. He experienced an intangible emotion, close to fear, the suspicion of daylight that makes us assume, even in the desert, that inquisitive eyes are upon us. The feeling was so strong that, as he was about to start work, Edmund stopped, put down his pickaxe, picked up the gun and climbed once more to the top of the highest pinnacle on the island, to take a broad, sweeping look at everything around. It must be said that what attracted his attention was not the poetical island of Corsica, on which he could almost see the individual houses, or the almost unknown Sardinia that lay beyond it, or the Isle of Elba with its associations of majesty, or even the barely perceptible line on the horizon on which the sailors practiced. I could sense the presence of proud Genoa and busy Leghorn. No, what he saw were the brig, which had left at daybreak, and the tartan, which had just set sail. The first was about to vanish in the Straits of Bonifacio while the other, traveling in the opposite direction, was preparing to sail round Corsica. The sight reassured Edmund. He began to look at the objects in his more immediate vicinity. He was on this highest point on the conical island, a slender statue on a huge pedestal. Beneath him, not a soul, around him, not a ship, nothing except the blue sea lapping round the base of the island and eternally ringing it in silver. He hurried down, but cautiously, deeply fearing that he might, at such a moment, have a real accident like the one he had so cleverly and successfully pretended to have. As we said, Dantes had been retracing the notches in the rocks and had seen that the route led to a sort of little creek, hidden like the bath of an antique nymph. However, it was wide enough at its entrance and deep enough at its center for a little boat, like a sparinara, to glide in there and remain hidden. So, by inductive logic, that thread which he had seen in Abbé Faria's hands guide his mind so ingeniously through the maze of probabilities, he considered that Cardinal Spada, who had reasons for not wishing to be seen, had landed in this creek, hidden his little boat, followed the route traced by the notches and, at the end of this trail, buried his treasure. As a result of this supposition, Dantes returned to the circular rock. Just one thing bothered Edmund and upset this train of conclusions. How, without using considerable force, could anyone have lifted this rock, which weighed perhaps 5 or 6 milliers, onto the sort of plinth where it stood? Suddenly, Dantes had an idea. Instead of being lifted, he thought, it must have been brought down. And he climbed up above the rock, to find where it had originally rested. Here, in effect, he saw that a slight slope had been made and that the rock had slid on its own base, before coming to a halt. Another rock, as large as a normal building stone, had served as a wedge. Stones and pebbles had been carefully moved to disguise any interference, and this sort of little dry stone wall had been covered with soil. Grass had grown there, the moss had spread, some seeds of myrtle and mastic had fallen on it, and the old rock looked as though it was soldered to the ground. Dantes cautiously removed the soil and recognized, or thought he recognized, all the ingenuity of the work. Then he started to attack this temporary wall, which time had cemented in place, with his pickaxe. After 10 minutes' work, the wall gave way, leaving a hole large enough for his arm to pass through it. Dantes went and cut down the strongest olive tree that he could find, stripped it of its branches, put it through the hole and used it as a lever. But the rock was too heavy and too solidly wedged against the rock beneath it for any human force, even that of Hercules, to move it. So Dantes decided that it was the wedge itself that had to be attacked. But how? He looked around, like a bewildered man, and his eyes lit on a mouflon's horn full of powder that his friend Jacopo had left him. He smiled, the infernal invention would do his work for him. With his pick Dantes dug a shaft between the upper rock and the one on which it rested, of the kind that sappers make when they want to save effort, then stuffed it with powder, and, finally, tearing his handkerchief into strips and rolling it in saltpetre, he made a fuse. After setting fire to this fuse, Dantes stepped back. The explosion soon came. The upper rock was lifted for an instant by this incalculable force and the lower one burst into pieces. Through the little hole that Dantes had first made, a host of fluttering insects escaped and a huge grass snake, the guardian of this mysterious path, rolled over on its bluish coils and disappeared. Dantes went across. The higher rock, now with nothing to rest against, was poised in space. The intrepid explorer walked all round it, chose the most unsteady point, fixed his lever in one of its cracks and, like Sisyphus, heaved with all his strength. Already shaken by the explosion, it trembled. Dantes increased his efforts. He seemed like one of those titans who pick up mountains in order to cast them at the chief of the gods. Finally the rock gave way, rolled, bounced, crashed and disappeared into the sea. Where it had been was a circular area, in the midst of which could now be seen an iron ring fixed in the middle of a square paving stone. Dantes gave a cry of joy and astonishment. No first attempt had ever been crowned with such magnificent success. He wanted to go on, but his legs were trembling so much and his heart beating so violently that a burning cloud passed in front of his eyes, and he had to pause. He did so for only an instant. Then he put his lever into the ring and lifted. The stone, now unsealed, opened and revealed a sort of stairway, descending steeply into the increasingly profound darkness of a cavern. Anyone else would have rushed down it, exclaiming with joy. Dantes stopped and paled, full of doubt. Come now, be a man, he thought. We are used to adversity, let's not be crushed by a mere disappointment, or else I shall have suffered for nothing. The heart breaks when it has swelled too much in the warm breath of hope, then finds itself enclosed in cold reality. Faria was dreaming. Cardinal Spada buried nothing in this cave. Perhaps he never even came here, or, if he did, Cesare Borgia, that intrepid adventurer, that dark and tireless robber, came after him, found his tracks, followed the same indications as I did, lifted this stone as I have and went down before me, leaving nothing behind him. For a moment he stayed, pensive and motionless, staring at the entrance leading away into the darkness. Well, now that I am not counting on anything, now that I have decided it would be senseless to cling to any hope, what happens from now on will merely satisfy my curiosity, nothing more. But he remained thoughtful and motionless. Yes, this is another adventure to be included in the chiaroscuro of that royal bandit's life, in the web of strange events that went to make up the variegated cloth of his existence. This fabulous event must have been inexorably linked to the rest. Yes, Borgia came here some night, with a blazing torch in one hand and a sword in the other, while 20 yards away, perhaps at the foot of that rock, two of his henchmen, dark and threatening, searched the earth, the sky, and the sea, while their master went forward as I shall do, dispersing the darkness with his terrible flaming arm. Yes, but what would Cesare have done with the men to whom he had thus revealed his secret? Dantes wondered. The same as was done, Dante said with a smile, answering himself, with those who buried Alaric when they were buried in their turn. However, if he had come, Dantes continued, he would have found the treasure and removed it. Borgia, the man who compared Italy to an artichoke which he devoured leaf by leaf, knew too much about the value of time to waste his own in replacing that rock on its base. Let's go! So he went down, smiling skeptically and muttering the final word in human wisdom, perhaps.